Death came for me in the form of a whisper.
One moment, I was mourning a friend, the next, I was Shed Hamilton, inheritor of a crumbling detective agency in a gaslit world of shadows and secrets.
The year is 1853.
The place, a city steeped in the strange alchemy of steam and whispers of forgotten gods. My benefactor, Sparrow Hamilton, a dying man with eyes that held the weight of forgotten ages, clutched my hand. His final request, a chilling enigma: receive a letter 3 months hence, burn it unread.
Simple enough, right?
But in this world, where ancient relics echo with forgotten power and the veil between realities wears thin, nothing is as it seems. This is my story, the tale of a reluctant detective thrust into a world of arcane mysteries, where the price of inheritance may be more than I can afford to pay.
Do you remember everything I said?
The voice, raspy and weak, pulled me from the swirling confusion.
Where was I? 1 minute I was at a funeral, the next, this.
A room bathed in the flickering glow of gaslight, smelling faintly of dust and decay. Books piled haphazardly, walls yellowed with age, and photographs, all in shades of gray, staring back at me with ghostly eyes.
Gaslight. Not electricity. Definitely not the 21st century. Panic clawed at the edges of my awareness. Do you remember everything I said?
The voice again, insistent, pulling me back to the present.
I looked down.
My hand, was being held by a skeletal figure propped up in a four-poster bed. The man, his face gaunt and pale, his eyes burning with an unnatural intensity, looked like death warmed over.
Time travel.
The thought, absurd and terrifying, solidified in my mind.
At least he didn't have any visible diseases. Small mercies. Do you remember everything I said?
3rd time's the charm, I guess. I tried to speak, to ask where I was, what was going on, but the words caught in my throat. I could understand him, but I couldn't form the words myself.
No? Can you understand but can't speak?
He sounded frustrated, but not surprised. And then, another voice, a whisper in my mind, a woman's voice, elegant and otherworldly: 6th epoch, universal calendar year 1853, summer, the day when the silver moon shines, you came to this dark world. You understand that you need an identity, so you have to inherit everything about this inexplicable body.
Now is the first step, to prove that you can enter this world. A system? No.
This felt different. Older. The language itself resonated with a strange power, making my head spin.
It was unsettling. This wasn't a system.
This was something inherent to this body, to this world. A world of whispers and shadows, of forgotten gods and ancient powers.
A world of magic.
No matter who you are, please listen, I thought, directing my plea to the voice in my head. I want to accept everything in this body, but I have no memory of this body and no language habits of this body.
Now, you have it.
A jolt of raw information slammed into my consciousness, a crash course in Dralian Kingdom language, the common tongue of this world. It wasn't memory, not exactly, more like a clunky translator suddenly installed in my brain. Sorry, sir, I managed, my voice halting and awkward.
I'm not feeling well. Could you repeat what you asked?
The man's grip tightened, surprisingly strong for someone so frail.
Your brain isn't working very well, he sighed, but continued.
Shade.
I'm dying.
I knew it was coming, so I chose you.
Gave you a new life, a new name. Taught you the basics. When I'm gone, everything is yours. My agency, my property. All of it.
But there's one thing you must do for me.
A simple thing.
His gaze, intense and unnerving, bored into me.
Instinct told me to look away, to feign fear.
This shade, whoever he was, wasn't a brave man.
Inherit my agency. Do what you will with it, but keep it open. Until September 5th. You'll receive a letter. Burn it. Unread. That's the price.
His grip was like iron. This is my only request, Sparrow Hamilton, to you, Shed Hamilton. The weight of his words, the weight of this strange, new reality, settled upon me. A detective agency. A mysterious letter. A dying man's last wish. Simple enough, perhaps. But in a world where whispers held power and shadows danced with ancient secrets, I had a feeling that nothing would be as simple as it seemed. You can tell something is wrong as soon as you hear this kind of last words and requests. There was not much expression on Shade's face as his hand was being held in front of the bed. But he knew clearly that the detective accurately predicted death and took in a homeless man with a brain that was not very useful before he died. He even left all his property behind for a simple-sounding request.
Well, this simple request is anything but simple.
I'm afraid the other party is more than just a detective, but Shade, who has taken over the new body, is not the same guy as before. Even if the original Shade didn't know the truth, the current visitor from a foreign land also understood that he shouldn't easily get involved in something that he knew was wrong at first sight, otherwise. If you don't agree, I guarantee that after I die, you won't get even a penny from me, and everything here will not belong to you. You will become a homeless man again, without gaslights, no fireplaces, and no day. With 3 meals and not even a bed, you will go back to your old life. But Shade must agree, he has nothing in this world. Compared to becoming a tramp and working his way up from scratch, getting involved in a troublesome business and gaining property, Shade knew that neither option was good, but he had to choose one. Moreover, if you have already stood here and heard these words, you have already participated, so it is impossible to withdraw. Shade knows how to assess the situation and how to evaluate his own situation.
But, is the death of Mr. Sparrow Hamilton related to the supernatural? Is it related to the voice in my head?
He thought to himself, but was unable to analyze any further conclusion. Unexpectedly, the voice in his head appeared again at this time, related to the extraordinary, he died because of a relic.
This has nothing to do with you.
The voice was still so elegant and calm. Even though the amount of information is short, the murmuring voice still sounds like reciting poetry.
Relic? It is a proper name in the ancient and elegant language of women.
Different languages have different information content, and in the language used by women, this proprietary vocabulary has a huge amount of information, and has meanings such as sealed object, contained object, and cursed object.
Shade was glad that he understood this language.
He read the meaning of special items that can exercise extraordinary power but are extremely dangerous from the vocabulary. This gave Shade a rather bad suspicion about the world.
So, who are you anyway?
The voice didn't explain the term, so Shade asked in his mind. From the other party's answers to his questions, he understands that the other party is also an individual who can think.
I am you.
The murmuring voice answered softly, and the whisper-like way of saying it made Shade's back feel hairy. But Shade snorted softly. He was very sure that the body was male, and the voice in his head was not the original owner. Seeing the glow of the bedside lamp illuminating the horribly wrinkled and inactive skin of the man on the bed, Shade said to him, I understand, sir.
Shade, I still have 10 minutes to live. If you have any questions, please ask them together.
The other party said something very remarkable, and his tone was full of fatigue. But Shade knew that if what the other party said was completely correct, then the next question would be the key to his foothold in this world. He must be cautious. Your death seems unusual.
Pretending to speak in a slow voice and making it look like your brain is not working properly is quite strenuous. The first question concerns his own situation after the other person's death. Shade must ensure that the cause of the detective's death will implicate him.
We have indeed not talked about this in the past.
I also know that you have been worried. Don't worry about this. My death in a while may scare you, but don't worry.
My death will not affect you. I need you to complete the task in 3 months, so I can guarantee this.
The person who killed me will never appear again.
After all, we ordinary people are not worthy of each other's attention. The amount of information obtained was quite good, and the man on the bed had no intention of hiding anything.
Ordinary people? Shade was really hesitant this time.
You don't need to know. In fact, even I don't understand very well. Those ring magicians, mystics who use the 4 elements of miracle, enlightenment, blasphemy, and whisper, the 5 major righteous churches and the 3 major thaumaturgy academies, this terrifying world.
Forget what I just said, and you will live a better life. Remember, you don't understand anything.
The man on the bed tried his best to emphasize. Shade could only write down these nouns and then nodded. Okay, I don't understand anything. He guessed that Circle Warlock is the title of the mystics in this world, and miracle, enlightenment, profanity, and whispers are a link in the power system. The Orthodox Church and the Academy of Thaumatology are the main forces of the mystics. It is impossible for an ordinary detective to know so much.
Detective Hamilton really has many secrets. But Shade did not continue to ask about this topic.
He had to make the other party willingly tell more information within a limited time, instead of being suspicious of each other and trying to find out the lies and the truth. How am I going to live after you die?
I don't understand detectives, and I don't know much about reading. Although time is tight, I can't speak faster.
Not just because of the disguise, but because Shade is not yet fluent in the language. The fact that he could only walk during the race made him quite anxious. But he couldn't show his anxiety, so he felt even more anxious.
It doesn't matter, it's enough to follow what I taught you.
You only need to stay here for 3 months. After 3 months, sell all your things and go to live in the country. It will be more suitable for you there and enough for you to live a peaceful life. After all, prices are lower. Probably because he really ran out of energy, the man on the bed did not say more complete words. But Shade had no past memories at all and had no idea what the other person had taught him. He asked the voice in his head for help, but the voice did not appear.
Is there anything else you need to explain to me? Shade asked for the third time.
This question was also spoken after careful consideration. Remember what I told you in the past 3 months, remember the simple commission I left in the memo that you can try to do to maintain the operation of the detective agency, and the cards in this diary. The weak man pointed to the bedside. He let go of Shade's hand, and Shade bent down and picked up the diary. Brown leather cover, fastened with magnetic buckles, this diary is well protected by the user. Shade handed the diary to Mr. Hamilton on the bed, but the latter shook his head, he was almost speechless. So Shade opened the diary himself and flipped through it roughly. Each page contained different consecutive dates, and both front and back sides were used. Most of the pages only have one sentence, nothing to do today, not much deposit left. A few pages record the progress of the commissions received by the firm. Turning to the middle of the diary, the page turning stopped, and a hard card was sandwiched there. Shade controlled not to raise his eyebrows and saw that it was a rectangular card that was less than the size of a palm. After taking it out, it feels like there is a layer of completely transparent wax on the surface of the card, protecting the card itself from environmental damage. But after rubbing it carefully, it felt like it was a layer of transparent skin.
For some reason, Shade suddenly thought of human skin.
The cards are not thick and can be seen by the light in the room. The reverse side that Shade thinks is an abstract pattern of the sun, moon, and stars, a strange combination of shapes superimposed on top of each other. The front side that Shade thinks is a picture of a person who turned his head and couldn't see all the features, sitting sideways on a high stool. Above, a lady holds the moon in her hand.
Silver hair, a smile on his face, and wearing a robe.
But the colors of the playing cards are not rich enough, only white, black and cold colors near the two colors. The upper right corner of the front is marked with the number 3, and the upper left corner is a small sun symbol. Between the two, in the center of the front of the card, there is a black vertical line drawn in a white circle. Right below the picture of the woman, that is, below the front, there is a slight blank space, and there is a line of small words written there. When using this card, you can adjust the number within the range of 1 to 5.
The playing cards do not look very new.
Looking from the side against the weak light in the room, you can see the damage that is not easy to detect, but you can also see that the owner has worked hard to preserve it carefully. Shade actually completely understood the words on the cards, just like he could understand men and women talking.
It's really strange. After time travel, I can understand, but I can't speak. He was thinking in his mind and asked softly, "What's this?"
A very valuable playing card. It is the same as the 54 card set of ordinary playing cards we usually use. It is a card representing Sun 3 in the 4 suits of sun, moon, star, and flower. But this card is specially issued. The patterns are rare and have great collection value. Keep it in a diary, do not get it wet or folded in half, and do not show it to others easily. But if you are really desperate, go to the Birmingham collection in Tobesk City, where people know its value. Rhodes cards are the most important collection in my life. Shade nodded and wrote down the term road card, understanding that this is a relatively common card game in this world, and that 3 of the sun is of the same nature as commemorative coins and commemorative stamps. So he put the playing card back into the diary. Although this playing card was a little more refined, judging from the productivity of the times judged by the decoration of the bedroom, it can be inferred that this world can produce such things, so there is no need to have too much suspicion.
"Sir, do you have anything else to say?" Shade asked again.
It was better to let the other party take the initiative now than to ask the question himself.
Shadow.
Mr. Hamilton held Shade's hand again and looked at the young man beside the bed with softer eyes. "I know I've never been a good person, but I'm really sorry for getting you involved.
Leave Tobesk City in 3 months. This kind of capital city is not suitable for you.
But I think if you can understand, you will also think that I made the right choice by taking you away from the homeless life.
Your brain is not working well.
Remember, don't easily believe other people's words in the future, especially don't easily believe the words of guys who try to make you pay."
I have contacted the Tobesk Public Cemetery and made my choice. 2.
The corpse carrier will come soon, you don't have to follow. Live in this house for 3 months, following the life skills I teach you.
Shade, I'm so sorry, good luck.
After explaining his funeral affairs, the detective on the bed closed his eyes. Shade pursed his lips and waited for a while, then freed his hand and tested his breath and pulse.
Died?
He couldn't believe that the other party died so easily, and it really took almost 10 minutes. Before he could make any further reaction, a black light suddenly flashed across the corpse's face. Shade's heart tightened for no reason, and extreme terror instantly overwhelmed him. But when he came back to his senses, the black light dispersed in the air and disappeared. As the light disappeared from the corpse, the body, which was as thin as if it had been starved to death, gradually became fuller at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if someone was inflating the inside of the corpse until it turned into a normal corpse.
How is this normal? What is happening now? In the silence of the room, Shade looked around with some uneasiness.
The uneasiness was not about being alone in a room with a corpse, but about being in a strange environment.
This world is not the world before.
He has seen a corner of the truth about the mysterious and dangerous world. The woman's voice in his mind sounded again, as if to remind Shade that this was not a person. You came into contact with whispers.
What contact? What whisper? Can you elaborate?
But the voice still didn't give an answer. Whispers is one of the 4 mysterious elements that the detective just mentioned. Obviously, the so-called relics and whispers are the truth that led to his death. Although Shade was overwhelmed by the repressed and unknown truth, looking at the body on the bed, surprisingly he didn't feel too much panic.
It would be great if this was all a joke.
At this moment, he hoped that this was an act, but he knew rationally that it couldn't be an act. Standing by the bed in silence for a while, he tried to stay as quiet as possible and walked around the 4-poster bed to the window. Carefully and calmly he opened the heavy curtains. Immediately, the weak sunlight in the morning filtered through the gray fog on the street and on the window.
The glass shines in.
This light seemed to temporarily dispel the uneasiness in my heart.
Is it morning? Because of the heavy fabric curtains, he thought it was night.
Bang bang bang, the sound of knocking on the door suddenly sounded at this moment, which startled Shade. He subconsciously let go of the curtain, but he immediately held it and opened it completely. He squinted his eyes and looked out the window.
Outside this window was the street.
He had no time to look at the strange scenery of the steam age and the fog. He first looked down to make sure that the person knocking on the door was the corpse carrier. He could see the carriage pulling the corpse.
Turn around and open the door.
Being able to accurately know the time of his death is why the body transporter contacted can arrive so accurately. He said in his mind and opened the bedroom door. Outside is the living room, which also has gas pipes that appear to be from the steam era climbing up the walls. Hand-polished solid wood furniture and various stacks of letters, books, and documents are scattered everywhere. The small blackboard hanging on the wall, the very formal coffee table and fabric sofa combination also look like the style of a detective agency. The curtains were not drawn in the living room, allowing the dim morning light in the fog to shine in, and the light shone obliquely on the floor in front of Shade's feet. In the light, the floating dust is floating quietly, like strange tiny creatures swimming. This sense of reality made Shade a little creepy.
Open the door with a cold latch and an anti-theft chain.
Directly opposite is the dark staircase that spirals downwards, and there is a door next door.
In other words, there are 2 residences on this floor, somewhat like an apartment building in a Sherlock Holmes novel.
Not finding a light, I could only spiral down the dark and oppressive stairs, my heart seeming to tremble crazily with every step. In the dark environment, Shade, whose thinking was too divergent, felt that there was some terrible existence peering at him. From the 2nd floor to the 1st floor, the stairs lead directly to the foyer. On one side of the foyer, the passage connecting to the 1st floor was completely blocked by wooden boards, as if it were a sealed coffin, leaving only the foyer available on the 1st floor.
This scene made the already nervous foreigner even more confused. Why are you sealing up the 1st floor? What's going on here?
He passed by the shoe cabinet, held up the fallen umbrella, and glanced at the gas lamp on the wall above the shoe cabinet. After carefully unscrewing it, the light made my heart calm. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door. A silent old man in a black coat stood at the door, with a sign of overlapping leaves hanging on his chest. Behind him was the gloomy sky and choking fog. The old man raised his eyes and glanced at Shade, and his voice was as low as leaves scraping against the wet ground. "Shed Hamilton?" The language he spoke was consistent with the dead detective's, so-called Delarian.
"Yes."
Shade nodded somewhat cautiously and motioned for the numb-looking old man to follow him upstairs. So the old man called to the depressed middle-aged man behind him who was calming the horse. The latter's face was gloomy, just like the current weather. The 3 of them walked up the stairs together. Shade didn't know what to say, so he led them silently to the bedroom on the 2nd floor with the door number 1. Almost no one spoke during the whole process, and the old and middle-aged people all smelled of corpses. They first put on gloves and confirmed that the detective's body on the bed was really dead, and then handed Shade a document that he needed to sign. It was a confirmation document confirming that the body was handed over to the City Public Cemetery Management Office for processing. Below it were 2 official seals from the City Public Cemetery Management Office and the City Funeral Committee. At the bottom is a prayer for the deceased. The translated meaning makes the living Shade very uncomfortable. The old man and the middle-aged man checked the condition of the body. Shade sat at the desk in the bedroom and picked up a cold pen. His head is a little confused now, but he can also realize that he can understand, but he can't write. Fortunately, the knowledge I just received not only has the ability to speak, but also has the ability to write. Translating the name into the similar-sounding Dralian, the common language of the North, he planned to sign it. There was nothing noteworthy about the content on the cold page. It was probably confirmation that the body had been handed over and that the money for the funeral had been paid. But judging from another signature on the document belonging to the Secretariat of the Committee, the name in this world is very similar to the West in the previous life. It is divided into 3 parts. For official documents, the middle name must be added. The first name is Siade, and the surname can follow Hamilton, but the middle name, the confused and uneasy strangers did not yet know whether the dead Mr. Hamilton had given the original owner of the body a middle name. But now is not the time to rummage through the room, you must immediately come up with a name to deal with it temporarily. Sue Ellen. The whispering voice sounded in his mind again, and the whisper made Shade almost jump. The voice gave a word that existed in both the ancient language spoken by the woman and the common tongue of the northern kingdoms used by the detective, and its meaning was Silver Moon. I can use this as my middle name, but you'll have to explain it. Shade tried to communicate again, feeling extremely nervous, and the woman's murmuring voice really sounded, "This is fate, stranger, the Silver Moon is your destiny. When you gather the 4 elements, open the door to the extraordinary, and see this terrifying world, the meaning will naturally appear." Frowning, Siade suppressed the panic in his heart, thought about it, and signed his name vigorously, Shade Suellen Hamilton. The body transporter did not ask Shade to provide a death certificate or cause of death report, let alone notify the police of an autopsy. It's like the death of a detective is as common as the departure of a wild dog on the street. After retrieving the power of attorney for the transfer of the body from Shade, he gave him a receipt indicating the location of the grave, and then silently moved the body of Mr. Hamilton, who was wearing pajamas. Shade sent them to the door downstairs without going out. Watching the body being put into the narrow coffin in the carriage, the coffin was covered with brown cloth, which seemed to be stained with blood. The middle-aged man drove the carriage, carrying the coffin and the old man, and went deep into the thick fog far away in the street. Well, bye, Mr. Sparrow Hamilton. Thinking silently in his heart, he closed the door and Shade stood in the dim hall light for a while before going upstairs again along the dim stairs that frightened him. The steps of the outsider were a little heavy, but there was no one else around, and there was an inexplicable sense of relaxation amidst the tension. It's simpler than I thought. I didn't ask about the cause of Mr. Hamilton's death. I didn't even care about whether I was really Shed Hamilton. I didn't even ask for tips for moving the body. Detective Hamilton has indeed taken care of everything. The corpse left here with many secrets, leaving Shade, a despicable foreigner who had taken over someone else's body, with countless mysteries. In fact, he still has many questions that he wants to ask Mr. Hamilton, and countless questions waiting to be answered. But people cannot be resurrected after death. He must accept the fact that the other party is dead and try to gain a foothold in this world that seems very wrong. The only good news is that the house on the 2nd floor that once belonged to Mr. Sparrow Hamilton now belongs to Shade. He suddenly became a homeowner in this different world that resembled the Victorian era in the mid-19th century. The 1st floor was boarded up, the room number 2 next to the 2nd floor was locked from the outside, and the stairs leading to the 3rd floor were completely broken. Therefore, Shade was the only one left in this empty house at the moment. He returned to the room numbered 1 on the 2nd floor and carefully checked every corner of the study, living room, bathroom and bedroom with the lights turned off. After confirming that there was really no one in the shadows, he took a deep breath and sat down. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Wei Wei tilted her head and looked at the morning fog outside the window with peace of mind. Shade finally had time to sort out the current situation. I traveled through time and inherited a detective agency. The original owner of the body may have a brain problem, and was trained by the former detective to help him complete a seemingly simple task after death. Sparrow Hamilton detectives have secrets, and there are mysterious powers in this world. The death of the detective and the voice in my head prove this, and what I need is to gather the 4 elements.
The death of the detective has brought me into contact with whispers. He rubbed his face. Although he was worried, the current situation was at least not bad. Although Mr. Sparrow Hamilton died suddenly, at least Shade had a foothold in a new world. This is enough to support him to live, explore the secrets of this world, and maybe find a way home. Shade is not a person who takes things as they come, but he is also not a person who complains about everything. It was unfortunate to leave his hometown inexplicably and come here. All he could do for the time being was to accept it, live well here, and try to live a better life. By the way, let's go and see this extraordinary world, the mystery of the Steam Age, those secret rituals and spells. How can you be willing to be ordinary? Shade sighed softly, and the woman's laughter sounded in his mind, as pleasant as the breeze blowing through the lavender fields. Now that we have a short-term goal, the current plan is to inspect the room in more detail, search for currency, find city maps, and search books. Learn about the world through words, investigate the background of the times and religious customs, and carefully adapt to this place. Do you want to stay? In the next 3 months, help the detective complete the matter, and then make plans after knowing everything. Shade summarized the current situation and accepted the fact that the detective was dead. The worst situation at present is not that there is mystery in this world, but that there is no memory of the original owner, so there is no understanding of this world. Other than that, the current situation is pretty good. Standing up, Shade walked towards the bathroom. There is something wrong with the gas lamp in the bathroom. Even if it is adjusted to maximum power, it only emits a weak light. Looking at the person in the mirror in this light, he has dull golden hair, brown and dark eyes, and a face that is obviously a male of Western race. He is about 20 years old, his expression seems a little nervous, and he is about 1.8 meters tall. After all, he used to be a homeless man, so his appearance is not particularly outstanding, but in terms of Shade's own aesthetics, it can be regarded as pretty good. This is me. Don't be scared by strangers in the mirror in the future. He warned himself to be careful in his heart, but did not leave the mirror immediately. Instead, he carefully looked around and then whispered, "Hi, hello, are you still there?" He tried to communicate with the muttering female voice again to determine who the other party was. But there was no result for a long time, so I could only accept the reality and give up temporarily. The next step is to look for currency. When I searched the kitchen just now, I didn't find any food. This body is obviously hungry, so I need to forget about other worries for a while and get money to eat. But an accident happened again. About half an hour later, Shade sat back on the sofa in the warm yellow light, with an expression of indescribable panic on his face. In his hand he held a note with the number 10 written on it. The note had many creases and stains and was smaller than the cards in the diary. The number side has a portrait of the character, and the reverse side has the coat of arms of the royal family of the Kingdom of Delarian where it is currently located. After searching the entire house, rummaging through all the books and documents, and digging through all the pockets in the closet, Shade only found this note that seemed to have slipped in accidentally in the gap behind the bookshelf. Could it be said that because of the special prices in this world, this one banknote can keep me alive for 3 months? Even if I use such a joking method to comfort myself, no matter how I think about it, I know that this is impossible. This is a terrible time. He leaned back slightly, letting himself lean on the back of the sofa, closing his eyes and looking up at the white ceiling. "Mr. Hamilton, where did you hide the money? I promised to stay, so why don't you leave me a penny?" Even though he felt horrified, he really wanted to catch up with the carriage pulling the coffin, shake the dead body in the coffin awake and question him. If you don't understand the language, you can survive if you are more clever. If you are physically disabled, as long as you live bravely, survival is not a problem. But without money, it is completely impossible. Mr. Spike Hamilton obviously didn't cook at home in the past, and there wasn't a single vegetable leaf in the kitchen, so there weren't any dead mice. He didn't know when Shade's body last ate, but he obviously needed to eat now. Considering the limits of human existence, Shade must immediately find a way to find money, or find a way to make money, otherwise he is likely to be forced to search for restaurants from the map and try his luck in searching for trash cans in the alley outside the restaurant after the sun sets. No, I cannot. He looked at the only banknote in his hand with a very scary expression. His gloomy expression was like the sky outside, although I don't know the face value, at least it is money. There are also, Sun 3, cards in the diary. These can keep me alive. However, since I can't find the money for the time being, I must consider long-term ways to make money. The knowledge of a time traveler may be valuable, but realizing knowledge in a strange place is not only troublesome but also dangerous, not to mention that the world itself has mysterious powers.
He thought that this was a detective agency, and Mr. Hamilton seemed to have said before his death that he left some safer tasks so that Shade, who had a brain problem, could maintain his identity as a detective and maintain the detective agency. Since the dead detective's coin has not been found for the time being, it is necessary to prepare for the worst and consider how to make a living in the future. Speaking of it this way, Mr. Hamilton knows that Shade, the original Shade, was not very intelligent, so he must have left simple tasks to maintain the operation of the detective agency. Therefore, maybe he has solved them. All those cases only require me to come to collect money. Although there are mysteries in this world, at least the lives of ordinary people are the mainstream.
Shade suddenly had an inspiration.
He stood up and took out the diary in the shadow from the bedside table in the master bedroom.
He also found the account books, memos and work logs that were the detective's relics from the study. Although no money was found just now, these things were found. Detective Sparrow Hamilton is a very organized and rigorous person. Even though Shade has not studied accounting or business administration, he still thinks that his records of the firm's operations are very detailed and touching.
Of course, it was mainly Shade who was moved, because the cases currently unsolved by the firm are really very simple, and most of them have been completed. Looking for Miss White's runaway sister, stalking Mr. Lawrence's mistress, looking for the lost orange cat Mia, and getting news about a doctor who can treat eye diseases, it all seems simple and not very dangerous. Oh, Mr. Hamilton has already dealt with most of it. If I want to stay and run this place, 2 or 3 weeks to completely solve one thing is enough for the operation of this place.
Shade concluded while looking through Mr. Hamilton's handwritten report.
But what he needs now is not to run the detective agency for a long time, but just to get a sum of money to maintain his short-term livelihood. After comparing the remaining difficulty of the 4 tasks, the payment method and the amount of the reward, Shade decided to solve the task of tracking Mr. Lawrence's mistress first. Judging from the case report, Detective Hamilton has been following him for several months, but he stopped following his recent poor health.
In fact, the current report can be handed over to the employer to settle the remaining balance.
But Mr. Hamilton left a note in the report specifically to take care of Shade's limited literacy, which was all simple words. The note said that if you intend to complete this commission, it is best to have recent records before submitting, so that the reward will probably be higher and the employer will avoid suspicion. In other words, Shade only needs to follow him one more time to complete the commission. Although this is not a perfect completion, it at least meets the requirements of the employer, Mr. Lawrence's wife, and is enough to obtain the balance of the commission marked £1.07, which is £1.04.
Judging from the tone of the detective's notes, this is a considerable amount of compensation.
In addition to the remuneration, Detective Hamilton chose this commission because Detective Hamilton has handled it too many times. It is the simplest commission and will not cause any problems in the final handover. Sparrow Hamilton is not a famous detective, but he is very good at handling extramarital affairs investigations. Shade didn't want to stay in this horrible house where people had just died, drinking cold water and eating pages of paper to satisfy his hunger, so he prepared to set off to conduct an investigation and strive to submit the report to his employer before dusk.
No problem.
First pass this commission and get the first money, then slowly explore the secrets of the dead detective and figure out the source of the voice in your head.
Everything will be fine.
He encouraged himself in his heart, and first found the city map. Based on Detective Hamilton's relic report and the calendar on the wall, he deduced where the mistress named Mrs. Lasoya might appear. These are all simple tasks, but the most difficult step is to find the current location on the Tobesk City map. There are many annotations on the agency's map of Tobesk City, left by the former detective, and even the locations of the taverns he often used to get information and the black market where sensitive items were traded were marked. But the original Mr. Detective did not have the habit of marking his own home on the map. Fortunately, when Shade was searching for information, he found a past tracking record that contained the route of that operation. Therefore, he determined that the location of this apartment was located in St. Teresa Square in the center of Tobesk City.
Number 6. Thank you, Detective Sparrow Hamilton, for your detailed records. This is a house on the square next to the city center, huh? How much is the price of such a house?
Shade unexpectedly said that at the same time, he discovered a palace complex called Yodel Palace just 2 streets away from St. Teresa Square. Judging from the crumpled newspaper, on the second page between the news on the front page, the third round of steam pipeline renovation in the city, and the third page investigation report on the collapse of the ancient tower on Karis Mountain, it was mentioned Yodel Palace is the residence of the royal family of the Kingdom of Drarion. In the original world where there was no house, Shade's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and the panic and tension were even washed away by a moment of surprise. He looked at the document in his hand and muttered, "That is to say, the location I am currently in is the capital city of the Kingdom of Delarian, one of the 2 suspected kingdoms in the world, and it is an apartment next to the central square. I actually have this. You have a house and you still have to worry about starving to death?" The depressed mood from just now suddenly relaxed, but the house could not be realized immediately, and Mr. Hamilton's 3-month commission, Shade had no intention of really giving up.
"At least stand firm and think about it again."
But at least there was a very genuine smile on his face, replacing the nervous expression.
"With a house in this location, you don't have to worry about the future."
The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and Xiada realized that he had even found the will just now, but he didn't find anything like the land deed.
"Isn't this apartment for rent?"
The more I thought about it, the more likely it was that if I could afford a house in this location, there would be no need to open a detective agency and just collect rent to support myself. Even if the detective's original business was not just for making money, judging from the interior decoration, this does not look like it belongs to Detective Hamilton's own house.
"In other words, I will most likely have to pay an unknown amount of rent every month?"
Shade came to this conclusion incredulously, and at the same time looked at the calendar hanging on the wall of the living room again.
"It is the sunshine moon of 1853, the 3rd Saturday of June. If you really have to pay rent, you will most likely pay it at the beginning of each month.
This world also has a December system, and the dates of each month are very similar to the past. Otherwise, I'd better run, pack clothes, pull suitcases, and carry buckets, and use a homeless man's. I started my journey into this mysterious world. Not only will I have no income from staying here, but Mr. Hamilton may also have left a debt that I don't know about."
Of course, Shade didn't run away in the end.
No matter how much you think about it, you know something is wrong with the 3-month mission left by Mr. Hamilton, and Shade, who has been involved in it, since he did not leave before his death, it is even less likely to leave now. But investigating that mission, and discovering Hamilton's secrets, was a matter for later. The key now is to get enough money to survive for a week before making other plans. Bring the investigation report and map, and don't forget the compass and pocket watch in the drawer of your desk. For safety reasons, although no firearms were found, the cane can also be used as a weapon.
Of course, don't forget to bring a fruit knife.
For clothes, he chose an inconspicuous black button coat and trousers, which was in line with the dressing habits of Tobesk City where summer had just begun.
There are 2 bedrooms in room 1 on the 2nd floor. Shade found clothes suitable for his current figure in the other one.
It's a pity that the room that is suspected to belong to the original owner Shade does not have a diary or anything like it, nor does it have any small reminders written by Shade with his pathetic literacy, otherwise life would be simpler. After doing all this, the clock in the corner of the living room was already close to 11 o'clock in the morning.
Shade found the keys to the door and the downstairs door in the bowl in the cupboard at the door of the room.
He locked the door cautiously, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and pulled a piece of hair from his head. Lie down on the floor between the door and the stairs, put your hair in the crack under the door, squint your left eye, and make sure your hair is facing the room, facing the bulge on the left corner of the bedroom door. The windows in the stairwell are closed, the 1st floor is also blocked, and all the windows in the room are closed, so there is no need to worry about your hair being moved by the wind. As long as Shade comes back, don't take big strides at the door, and be careful when opening the door on the 1st floor. The position of the hair will indicate whether someone passes by here or enters the room. He wanted to stand up, but looked at the locked door of room 2 on the 2nd floor next door. So after thinking about it, I reluctantly pulled out a piece of hair and clamped it in the crack of the door, parallel to the position of the lock.
Because Mr. Hamilton left behind so many secrets, it's always good to be cautious.
Circling down the stairs, the sound of stomping in the quiet space made Shade nervous again for some reason. There was no dust on the stair handrails, and the decorative oil paintings on the walls looked like they had been wiped regularly. The closer he got to the downstairs, the more Shade felt his heartbeat speeding up. He knew there was nothing to panic about, but after all, this was the first step to step here and truly step into this world. He stood in front of the door and put on his boots, then grabbed the black dome hat on the clothes rack and put it on his head.
It took him a long time to hold the door handle and open the door. My heart beat faster the moment I opened the door.
This feeling of completely entering a strange environment and accepting the fact that I had traveled through time was really uncomfortable. He stepped over the threshold, but did not look out immediately. Instead, he quickly walked out with his head lowered, then turned around and turned the key to lock the door. Closing his eyes, he slowly turned around to face the street, backed up and leaned his back against the door, his head against the cold metal door number 6.
There's nothing to be nervous about. It's just that if you step into a different world, there's a good chance you won't be able to go back. He said to himself, trying hard to suppress the desire to take a deep breath, raised his head, opened his eyes, leaned against the door, and looked at everything in front of him. There was some smoke in the air, and the weather was gloomier than in the morning. But the noisy square is still crowded with people, including gentlemen in formal suits and top hats, ladies in skirts and powdered faces, porters carrying wooden boxes, barefoot newsboys shouting loudly, and shy solicitors. Flower girls, hurried carriages, bloated housewives holding paper bags and wearing lace hats. There was a burning smell in the air, and all kinds of people mixed in on the streets on the edge of the smoky square. The sounds of hawking and shouting almost completely overlapped. On the other side of the square in the distance is a 3-story house like the one behind you. Densely packed metal pipes cling to the wall like vines or spider webs, shining in the weak midday sun. In the center of the square stood a fountain with a girl holding a water bottle. The fountain did not spray water, but the statue was already a little yellow. The patrol officer wearing a police badge sitting next to the fountain looked at Shade curiously. The middle-aged man asked him if he needed help with his eyes. Shade hurriedly looked away. The boy selling newspapers passed by, and the sound of the soles of his feet rubbing against the gravelly ground made his hair stand on end. The jingling of the horse bells of the four-wheeled carriage passing by the door sounded, and the inquiring sight looking out of the carriage window, and at the same time, the speed at which Shade's heart pumps out blood increases. Feeling the beating of his heart, he opened his hands and pressed on the door behind him. He instinctively leaned back, frightened by what was really happening in front of him. His blood pressure surged, his heartbeat accelerated, and the sudden ringing of a bell in the distance was almost like a bomb exploding in his head, making Shade almost faint. So real, so unbelievable, so contrary to the common sense of the past 20 years. This is a different world. He really left his hometown and came to a different world, a completely strange world. Don't panic. Don't panic. Shade kept repeating it in his heart, but his body's instinct could not be suppressed like this. It doesn't matter, I will be familiar with it all, I will fit in here. He kept telling himself desperately, but his body still leaned back against the door involuntarily, and his back was already wet. Suddenly, the woman's murmuring voice sounded again. Although it was also a voice from another world, it seemed to pull Shade back to reality and let him face all this. The murmuring voice declared like reciting a poem, "You have obtained enlightenment." The beating speed of the heart slowed down because of the sound, and the high blood pressure gradually returned to normal because of the whisper. The sound echoed in the heart. What enlightenment? It wasn't that he didn't hear clearly, but he just didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Enlightenment also belongs to the 4 mysterious elements mentioned vaguely by the detective before his death, but Shade needs further explanation. He was now fully convinced that what was in his head was definitely not a system, and that voice was most likely a part of the mysterious system of this world. You are me, I am you. Stranger, you control the direction of destiny in front of the curtain, and destiny unfolds because of you. I am exposed to the reality of the world behind the scenes, and you are strong because of me. Even if you are doubting, we are one and there is no difference between us. The woman's voice did not answer the question, but Shade was not angry, but rather happy. His guess was correct. In the mystical system of this world, the voice in his head is most likely a part of contact and use of mystery. The worldview of this world seems to be somewhat close to Cthulhu and agnosticism. The extraordinary and mysterious have power, and existence itself will affect mortal things, so another kind of power is needed to help mortals contact those weird and dangerous things. You are me, and I am you. Even though I say this, you are definitely different from ordinary situations. He wanted to confirm his thoughts with the whispering voice in his head, but all he got was the woman's chuckle. No matter what, he has at least come into contact with the mysterious elements of this world. Even if he doesn't understand anything, at least he is standing here and has his own goal. The panic just now gradually subsided, as if I was getting closer to this age of steam filled with smoke. The feeling of being down to earth made Shade more calm. He told himself to gradually accept all this instead of panicking in vain, earn a commission, investigate Hamilton's story, gather the 4 elements, study the voices in your head, go forward, don't panic. He kept repeating it in his mind, and finally let his back leave the door. Giving up the idea of going back to change clothes, Shade carefully walked down the 3 steps at the door, came to the street on the edge of the square and stood there, looking up at the world with his eyes wide open in the flow of people. Also let the world be reflected in his eyes, no matter what, move forward. He said in his mind, after a short pause, according to the plan in the house, he walked along the circular street around the square and walked towards the entrance of the street, leaving the square on the other side. Only when you leave the house and go to the street can you truly enter the world.
Compared to the hustle and bustle of the city, Xiade who walked into it was as inconspicuous as a drop of water flowing into the sea. He rarely spoke and just walked towards his destination Lark Club. Walk and listen along the way to learn about the world, the city, and everything around you. To put it simply, this world is a bit like the past during the steam revolution of the 19th century. However, compared to the past world, the steam industry here has developed more prosperously. There are many people who can follow the road of steam without turning. Feel. While noxious black smoke spewed from factory chimneys, all kinds of weird inventions were created, and the economy took off with the development of productivity. Just as Shade had guessed, the city he is currently in is Tobesk City, the capital of the northern human kingdom of Delarian. This is the pearl of the northern continent, the gathering point of human civilization, and the essence of the times. A big city naturally has to look like a big city. Although limited by the shackles of the times, if you leave the streets and enter the alleys, you will inevitably encounter feces and garbage dumps, but the appearance of a big city is still reflected in a short 1-hour journey.
Into Shade's eyes. Fortunately, the Lark Club is not far from the city center. If it spans the entire city, Shade may not be able to reach it until midnight. The key point is that Shade has no money to ride in a carriage. Along the way, he also gained more information about the world from the perspective of a bystander. The most important thing is to know the currency system. At least in the current country, the common currency is divided into gold pounds, shillings, and pence, where 1 pound equals 20 shillings and 1 shilling equals 12 pence. Of course, this name is very similar to British currency. It is not that they are exactly similar, but that Shade translated 3 different currency names from foreign languages into familiar names. After all, the conversion methods of numerical values are really similar. The unfortunate fact is that the note with the number 10 that Shade found was worth 10 pence. With his current purchasing power, this is not even enough for him to take a carriage from his home to the club. But if he was frugal and used 10 pennies to go to the bakery that was about to close in the evening and compete with the children and housewives in the slums to buy the cheapest bread crumbs, he could at least ensure that he would not starve to death within 3 days. At least it's an era of peace now. As one of the largest kingdoms in mankind, our country, the Kingdom of Delarian, has some local friction with the United Kingdom of Casanric in the south of another powerful kingdom. But relatively speaking, this is an era of peace and development, it's an era of progress. I'm pretty lucky. Shade is good at comforting himself. The world is temporarily at peace, and the Kingdom of Delarian in the north of the Old World and the United Kingdom of Casanric occupying the south have almost divided the world. Total war ended decades ago, and although there are still undercurrents, it at least represents peace. Club culture seems to be a special culture of this era. Shade learned from the investigation report that the mistress under investigation, Mrs. Lasoya, would visit the Lark Club every weekend and would stay here for at least 3 days. Detective Hamilton's report speculated that this was the place where Mrs. Lasoya and Mr. Lawrence had a tryst, because every time Mrs. Lasoya appeared in the club, Mr. Lawrence would also enter. This is a private club for members. Shade did not have an entry permit, so after walking at the intersection and turning into Valente Pedestrian Street, according to the records in the investigation report, he stopped at the door of the newspaper office opposite the club to observe. It was a newspaper owned by the Tobesk City Evening News, and it was said that the royal family had a stake in it. Saturday is the busiest time for the newspaper office, because Saturday is the customary time for the King's speech and the Parliament's report. A group of people will gather at the door of the newspaper office at this time, waiting for new news to be delivered. Of course, the full-time reporters have already set off, and those who stay at the door of the newspaper office are all people waiting to try their luck. Shade's plan was to blend in. Although it was already noon, the Mistress Lasoya usually did not appear in the club in the morning. So if he is lucky, he will soon find the target appearing. Just record the time the woman appeared and left, and the report is complete. Completing this thing so easily gave Shade an unreal feeling. But after all, Hamilton has accomplished almost everything, so this is actually one of the legacies left by the dead gentleman. Shade was holding the pocket watch that was one of Mr. Hamilton's legacies, so when he stood by the mailbox at the door of the newspaper office, pretending to be waiting for someone and looking around for a long time, he finally saw the target appearing, and immediately got involved with the report. Black and white photos were compared repeatedly. It was confirmed and recorded that 1:23 was the time when the Mistress Lasoya appeared. The lady was dressed fashionably, and the lace decoration on the skirt and the jeweled hair accessories in her hair showed that they were expensive. She arrived directly at the door of the club by riding a carriage, holding a cloth umbrella even though the weather was gloomy. She looks to be about 30 years old,
with average height but plump body. Although the powder on her face is a bit thick, she can tell that she is a beauty. Because he was worried about being discovered, Shade also knew that he had no tracking experience, so after confirming that he was the target, he immediately looked away.
Look at her ring. What?
The woman's murmuring voice appeared in his mind again. Although Shade didn't know who she was, he still turned his attention to Mrs. Lasoya. At this time, the doorman of the club was already saying hello. When the woman turned around, Shade saw the ring clearly. Strangely enough, the ring was set with neither gems nor diamonds, but rather a small pebble. Of course, since he was observing from across the street, and pedestrians on the street occasionally blocked his view, he was not sure whether he had made a mistake.
Mrs. Lasoya also quickly entered the club and did not give Shade many opportunities to observe. What do you mean? Why do you want me to pay attention to that ring?
He asked the voice in his head again, but the murmur did not actively sound because of his inquiry. This made Shade a little annoyed, but he knew to control his emotions.
He was not the kind of person who gets angry easily. Sir, what time is it now?
I was thinking about something when I suddenly heard someone talking next to me. Shade was startled, thinking that he was standing by the mailbox and looking at the door of the club on the other side of the street too conspicuously, but when he heard the sound, he realized that someone was asking for the time.
Sorry, I forgot my pocket watch. The person who explained his rash questioning was a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s who looked quite elegant and easygoing. He was wearing a black silk hat, a formal suit for a party, and a white shirt. His face is somewhat broad, with a neat mustache on his chin, and his blue eyes are very attractive. The middle-aged man smiled at Shade. Shade hesitated and took out the pocket watch that he had just put into the right pocket of his coat. 1:30,
he said, and was a little curious about the reason why the middle-aged man appeared here. This attire did not look like a reporter waiting for news, but Shade's attire with a notebook under his arm did. As if he heard Seada's thoughts, the middle-aged gentleman smiled and said, "Thank you for your time. I have an appointment with the editor-in-chief of the newspaper.
I didn't bring my pocket watch. I thought I was going to be late. But now it seems just right."
After saying that, he handed over his business card. Seada took it politely and also handed over his business card. In fact, it was the dead Mr. Hamilton's business card. It had the address and business scope of the detective agency, and the name only read Detective Hamilton without adding a prefix. Since Shade chose his last name as Hamilton, of course he could also use these business cards. He is glad that there is no household registration system here and he does not even need to forge identity documents. A middle-aged man named Bill Schneider runs a private psychological clinic. Unlike Shade, whose career is not yet stable, the Schneider Psychological Clinic is quite formal, and the income from the psychological clinic is obviously more than that of a detective like Shade, who relied on his inheritance to conduct his first investigation. The evidence is that Shade's business card is shabby compared to the doctor's business card. The other party's business card is much better in terms of paper and printing quality.
"If you need anything, you can come to me here," Mr. Schneider said very friendly, pointing to the clinic address on the business card, which is the address in the East District of Tobesk City. "My treatment range is broad." He looked at Shade. Shade, inexplicably, had a creepy illusion that he was going to be seen through those blue eyes. "Including schizophrenia."
The psychiatrist said very friendly that he is very good at communicating with strangers.
What?
Shade had a sudden thought, but before asking, Mr. Bill Schneider quickly changed the topic. "Speaking of which, Mr. Detective, have you ever considered getting adult education?"
"Correspondence education."
"Correspondence adult education?" The topic changed too quickly, and Shade failed to follow the train of thought. "I have no plans to study psychology for the time being." He regarded the other party as an enthusiastic graduate of a certain psychology school. When Seada refused, the doctor did not bother. "Okay then, see you later." The doctor nodded to the detective, put the detective's business card in his pocket, and then turned and walked towards the courtyard of the newspaper office.
Correspondence course. Speaking of which, what did Dr. Schneider mean by specifically mentioning schizophrenia?
Shade stood there and thought silently, and then realized that he heard a voice in his head, which seemed to be very similar to the so-called schizophrenia.
"You don't have to laugh in my head. I admit that your laughter is very nice and charming. You are definitely not the product of my schizophrenia,"
Shade said to the voice in his head. "Although I am sure that my situation is that of being exposed to a mystery, and it is definitely not schizophrenia." But what he was not sure about was what the psychiatrist he met by chance saw. "I just went out, and I actually met someone like this who may be involved in extraordinary powers."
"Is it bad luck? Or is the density of extraordinary people in this world greater than I thought? Or maybe the psychiatrist just casually mentioned that I'm thinking too much? Shade thought to himself and carefully put away Dr. Schneider's business card. Regardless, delegation is most important right now. Now that I know the psychiatrist's address, I can go there anytime. At least judging from the brief exchange just now, Dr. Schneider didn't seem to have any hostility. However, his true thoughts could not be revealed in his short exchange. Shade still wanted to know a little about the world before communicating with others in depth. Isn't it really my bad luck? Shade was speculating about the chance encounter with Dr. Schneider just now. Fortunately, the growling of his stomach brought him back to reality. As expected, the most important thing now is the commission. With less than 12 hours left to travel, Shade must learn to endure hunger. If he traveled to the forest, he might have a chance to hunt. If it was a chaotic era, he might also have a chance to get food. It just so happens that in such a big city with order, if you want to fill your stomach, you must abide by the order. Shade stood at the door of the newspaper office, looking at the club where upper-class people were coming in and out not far away, looking forward to the feeling of hunger passing. Fortunately, he only had to stand in the fog and wait. If he needed to pursue him, he really had no choice. I've never heard of any time traveler going hungry. He wanted to complain about his incompetence, but there was nothing he could do about the current situation. He could only hope that the lady would appear quickly so that he could submit a report to his employer. As he stood there thinking about something, someone handed him a leaflet, and Shade took it. Looking up, he saw a smiling, round-faced preacher, wearing a white sacrificial robe, with the church's holy emblem on his left chest and a black pendant hanging on his chest, distributing papers to the nearby crowd. Looking down, he saw that what was thrust into his hands were church promotional materials belonging to the Church of War and Peace. When Shade was rummaging through items in the house, he had learned about the state of faith in this world and knew that this was one of the Orthodox churches. In the past era of this world, there were quite a lot of stories about gods, but in the current era, only 5 gods are officially recognized by the government and the people. Therefore, the mainstream belief in the world is these 5 gods: Father of Peace, also known as God of War and Peace. His holy emblem is a white dove with light gray wing tips. Mr. Dawn, also known as God of Light and Shadow. The holy symbol is a notched ring, brass color. The Old Man with the Lamp, also known as God of the Sun and Earth, has a golden sun pattern as his holy emblem. Lady of Creation, also known as God of Creation and Destruction, her holy symbol is a wrench, white and silver. The Lord of All Things, also known as the God of Nature and Evil Thoughts, has a holy symbol of 2 overlapping leaves, one withered yellow and one green. The old man who transported the body not long ago is a member of the Church of Nature. Ha! How come the priesthood promoted by the righteous gods is a relative concept? Thinking of this, Shade suddenly had more ideas about the world. But that kind of indescribable feeling cannot be better expressed to myself. Some kind of power seemed to be touched in the blur, and a whisper sounded in the ear, "You feel the miracle." This time it is miracle, one of the 4 elements. So far, Shade has been exposed to all of them except blasphemy. According to the information mentioned by the voice in my mind, it seems that only by touching the complete 4 elements can you be qualified to touch the mystery and open the door to the extraordinary. It seems easier than I thought. It only took me half a day to get to 3/4 of the way. Then the woman's laughter sounded in my head again, and it was really beautiful. The 5 Orthodox churches are not hostile to each other, and their relationship with each other is at least much better than the relationship between the human kingdoms. Churches have different strengths and weaknesses in different regions, and in the northern Pearl city of Tobesk, churches of all 5 churches exist, and there is relatively friendly competition with each other. Shade thought about these things, looked at the printed matter in his hand, and lamented that there was no need to invent the printing press himself. Although the printing quality is not very high, at least. My eyes widened and I suddenly discovered important information. Most of the leaflets introduced the teachings of the righteous God, peaceful Father, and welcomed believers and pagans to go to the church to listen to weekly sermons and sermons. The important thing is, at the bottom of the paper, it says that if you hold this flyer and line up at the church door at 5:30 p.m. on weekends, you can receive free relief food. And there is a line of small words that says, no matter how long the queue is, as long as you show up before 6 o'clock, you will definitely be able to get the number plate and receive the food. Even though it was embarrassing to receive this kind of relief food, at least Shade knew that he would definitely not starve to death today. He touched his nose and wrote down the church address of War and Peace Church. Then he folded the ink-smelling flyer quite solemnly and put it in Mr. Hamilton's notepad. I thanked the God quietly in my heart. Although the feeling of hunger still hasn't subsided, at least my mood is much better. The luck is actually not too bad.
Shade thought to himself, knowing that once Mrs. Lasoya under investigation entered the club, she would not come out for an hour or two, so he wondered if he could talk to the missionary. Belief in God is universal in this world, but atheists are a minority among the minority. Of course, as long as you don't openly shout that you don't trust God, it's okay, but Shade is interested in getting to know these so-called righteous gods. In a world where faith exists, being ignorant of these things is even more dangerous. He was still thinking about how to talk to the other party, but the missionary had already walked away. I was very sorry, but I didn't catch up. Instead, I continued to stand there and wait. After all, I would have enough time to understand all this when I had a firm foothold. There were actually quite a few people like him standing at the door of the newspaper office. Most of them were reporters waiting for new news, and a few were idlers working for the newspaper office. Today is Saturday, and even though the weather is foggy, Valente Pedestrian Street, the main thoroughfare, is very busy, so it is not surprising that so many people are standing here. Although it is called a pedestrian street, horse-drawn carriages are not prohibited from passing through. While observing the club, Shade looked at the pedestrians and carriages passing by. He thought this would help him integrate better here. There is a burning smell in the air, which is of course the smog. But the smell is not very strong, just the mist lingering in the air, getting thicker and thicker as the sun moves from overhead to the west. Shade was worried about his physical condition. In his wild thoughts, he saw another carriage parked in front of the club. He immediately looked up and saw that it was Mr. Lawrence, the client's husband. It's interesting, an unexpected bonus. He whispered, writing down the current time and writing the information in his notebook. The client, Mrs. Lawrence, was generous. If her husband and his lover were caught having a tryst at the club on the day the report was submitted, she might be able to get an extra reward. But it's also possible that an angry woman implicated me. Shade thought wildly in his mind, hoping to see Mrs. Lasoya greeting Mr. Lawrence at the door of the club, but unfortunately Mr. Lawrence walked into the club by himself. Even though he was a block away, Shade could see the smile and excitement on Mr. Lawrence's face. He definitely didn't come to the club to gamble at cards or drink tea. Good luck, he said in his mind, shaking his head and recording Mr. Lawrence's outfit today in detail to prove the authenticity of his report. If this business goes well, maybe I can really try and stay here as a detective. Wait until my life is stable before contacting Chaofan, and try to see if I can find hope of returning home. Watching the leisurely entrance to the club, Shade couldn't help but sigh as a stranger thought of his faraway hometown. After estimating the time, since Mr. Lawrence also entered the club, it was impossible for the two of them to come out within an hour. They have something to do, should I find a place to rest? He thought to himself, looked around, and successfully saw a tavern called Screaming Hound on the corner of the street. This kind of pub that is open on the main road and is open during the day is usually not particularly chaotic, especially since it is only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Shade pinched the 10-pence note in his pocket, licked his chapped lips, confirmed the time, hesitated for a moment, and then walked over. When I opened the door of the tavern, I saw a row of gas lamps on the wall at first sight, illuminating the somewhat dim interior. There was a mixed smell of alcohol and fermented food in the air, which made him uncomfortable as he was still hungry. Shade now knew that the lamps used in this era were all gas lamps. In addition to gas pipes, there are usually steam pipes climbing on the wall. Gas pipes are slightly thinner ones, and the outside of the steam pipes will be covered with heat insulation. The round wooden tables in the tavern are all empty. There is no one there now. There are only 3 customers sitting around a wooden table away from the bar and against the wall playing cards. There is also a picture of a snow mountain hanging on the wall next to the table. Landscape oil painting. They were 3 men who did not look wealthy. Although there were no patches on their clothes, the dark clothes were washed white and the hats placed on the table had obviously been used for a long time and were piled up in wrinkles. Maybe they just wanted to take a rest on this leisurely summer afternoon. Shade didn't interrupt and walked to the bar where the bartender was standing, thinking just to buy a glass of ice water. But I heard cheers from one of the card players. I win again this time. The middle-aged man with a beard and messy hair stood up and threw the cards in his hand on the table with great dignity. Look, it's exactly 21 o'clock. He said and looked around proudly, but unfortunately he and his friends were the only ones here. Seeing Siade who had just walked in the door, his eyes lit up. Buy this gentleman a glass of rye. The man who won the card but was not rich said to the bartender. Shade turned around and looked at him in surprise. After a moment of surprise, he nodded slightly to express his gratitude. Thanks for the kindness, but I think a glass of ice water will suffice. He is not good at drinking, and he does not know the content of the so-called rye. He is still performing detective activities, so there is no need to be exposed to alcohol. Obviously, the price of a glass of water was much lower than the price of a glass of wine. The three men thought that Shade was saving money for them, and they immediately liked him. Seeing that Shade had no companions, he invited him to play cards with him. But Shade didn't know how to do it, so he could only watch them play from the sidelines. The men were also very enthusiastic about teaching road card skills to Shade. The cards in this world are very similar to the playing cards in the previous life. There are also 4 suits, a total of 54 cards, but the 4 suits are sun, moon, stars and flowers. The mainstream method of playing cards is based on rules similar to blackjack, which is called Rhodes cards. There are also other rules such as solitaire, ghost cards, and small and large comparisons, but the Rhodes card game is popular all over the world. It is said that this kind of card playing method is popular all over the world. The inventor of the gameplay is named Rhodes. Playing cards are generally made with a picture on the front and a suit and number in the upper left and upper right corners. Therefore, some series of playing cards with special patterns issued in special eras are particularly valuable. The most recent special series of Rhodes cards released, with only 1,000 sets released, is called the Fairy Tale series. The three men playing cards are not rich, and they don't know much about the so-called special series of Rhodes cards, and they can only give a rough idea. They only know that some people among the nobles are crazy about pursuing those rare cards. In particular, some cards not only have special card patterns, but also contain special game rules. Those cards are extremely valuable. It is said that Ford Auction House sold a special card for £12,000 last year. Shade quietly calculated the prices and thought about the Sun 3 sandwiched in the diary. He didn't want to laugh, but he had deep doubts about whether the card he inherited was genuine. But if the card with the woman sitting sideways and holding up the silver moon card was authentic, his last worry about his future life would disappear. After chatting with 3 men playing cards in the tavern for an hour, Shade stood up and left. When he returned to the door of the newspaper office, the seat next to the mailbox was occupied by a young man wearing a brown vest and glasses. This was probably a real reporter, so the young detective moved to stand next to the black iron street light pole. Street lights are generally cylindrical, and they also use gas as energy. Shade was standing nearby leisurely, but his eyes accidentally saw the nameplate. The nameplate clearly states that you should never smoke under a street light pole, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Shade imagined what might happen and subconsciously stayed away from this dangerous place. The sun was gradually setting in the west, and Shade had been waiting patiently. After the feeling of hunger reached its limit and disappeared in the afternoon, my body felt much better. He planned to wait until around 5 o'clock, and if Mrs. Lasoya didn't show up yet, then he would go to the War and Peace Church to collect relief food. By the way, you can also take a look at what is going on in the church in this world and confirm whether the church has extraordinary power. However, I have that voice in my head. I won't be captured as soon as I enter, right? There are also secrets about outsiders. He was also a little worried about this, but without knowing anything about the situation, there weren't many choices that Shade could make. Perhaps he noticed that Shade thought of her again, and the woman's voice in his mind sounded again, observe his ring. This sentence has appeared before noon, but then the personal pronoun was female, but this time it is male. Shade immediately looked up at the door of the club, and sure enough he saw a young man carrying a suitcase walking out. On the finger of his right hand was the white pebble ring he saw on Mrs. Lasoya's finger at noon. Because the shape is so unique, Siada believes that there is no mistaking it. Both of them put the rings on the middle fingers of their right hands without any further prompting from the voices in their heads. It's really interesting. Why did the owner of the ring change? Shade was thinking. After seeing the man wearing the ring leave the club, he did not look for the empty carriage, but blended into the crowd in the evening, followed a fat man who was in a hurry with a briefcase under his arm, and walked eastward along the street. Go! The fog in the steam city blurred his figure. If he didn't chase him, Shade would soon lose the man's whereabouts. Should I catch up? The voice in my head is definitely not talking nonsense. He thought to himself, turned around to avoid the direction of the club entrance, unfolded the map in his notebook 1/8, and looked for the direction of the War and Peace Church. The church that distributes relief food is to the east of its current location, and is now very close to 5 o'clock. Very good. Since the direction and time are right, let's catch up. If you can't catch up, go directly to the church. In short, you can't be hungry on the first day of the new world. I can't think like this, otherwise I feel a little pitiful. With such simple thoughts in mind, Shade packed up his things and set off along the low wall on the street, chasing the man forward. In order to prevent being discovered, although the fog lingering in the city became thicker as evening came, Shade still did not dare to follow closely. He is self-aware enough to know that he does not have the skills to stalk others. So of course, 10 minutes later, when they turned around the back wall of a milk distribution company and entered the alley, Shade completely lost track of the man. How should I say, I really lost track of you. Standing in the alley and looking around blankly, he confirmed that he had really lost track of his target, then shook his head and gave up searching. I didn't continue to dwell on this matter. Since I lost track, I went to get the relief food, but where is this? In a completely unfamiliar city, tracking others while avoiding being discovered, Shade had no time to remember his route of action. He only knew that he was now in a narrow alley with a very bad smell. To the left is the facade of a milk delivery company, and to the right is the sidewall of a 3-story apartment building. On the walls on both sides, in addition to rusty pipes climbing up and connecting in different directions, there are also layers of dirty words and graffiti, and garbage and feces are everywhere under the wall. Only near the entrance of the alley are 2 or 3 rusty, thick-diameter steam pipes piled up. I don't know who abandoned them here. Go look up the name of the milk delivery company and find the current location on a map. Shade had an idea and no longer cared about the person he wanted to follow. Turn around and go back along the alley, being careful not to step on the filthy, indescribable things in the alley. When he was about to walk out of the alley, he carefully avoided it because a group of police officers in police uniforms hurried past on the street in front of him. Among them, the tall, middle-aged man with stubble on his face at the end of the team glanced at Shade. Shade also looked at the man with innocent eyes, so the police officer ignored Shade. What happened over there? Shade stood at the entrance of the alley, looking in the direction where the police were running. Because I didn't know which street this was, I couldn't tell what was in that direction of the street. None of my business. He whispered, walking towards the door of the milk delivery company with his notepad under his arm. This is not a factory, just an office building for the distribution department. The yard is surrounded by a 2-story yellow building, and an old dog that looks a bit old is lying at the door. The dog also glanced at Shade, who was approaching here. When he saw that Shade was just stopping at the door and not coming in, he stood up lazily and moved to a position where the setting sun could see him. The name of the milk delivery company is Silver Parrot, which is a strange name, but it is indeed on the map. The previous detective also marked that a murder occurred here 3 years ago. The murder case naturally had nothing to do with Shade. He walked forward with a quarter-expanded map while constantly confirming that his position was correct. There are not many pedestrians on the street, so you won't bump into anyone if you keep your head down while walking. Unknowingly, in the sunset and thick fog, we followed the direction of the pipes with white steam coming out from the wall and reached the end of the street. There is a 5-way intersection ahead. According to the map, the distance is probably shorter if you take the road diagonally to the left with the dessert shop. But the intersection was almost blocked by the crowd at this time. Near the mailbox on the east side was a silverware store. The sign was scrubbed clean, but something seemed to have happened there. The team of police officers that Shade saw at the alley just now were maintaining order and preventing people from approaching. While he stopped to observe, more 4-wheel carriages came from behind Shade and from other intersections. In just a few minutes, more police appeared here. There were even some people who looked like school scholars also walked out of the carriage, not knowing what they were going to do. They didn't want to join in the fun. Now the food relief matter is the most important thing. But because there were so many people joining in the fun, he was unknowingly pushed to the front of the crowd while trying to pass the intersection. I want to retreat, but the people behind me won't do it. The police in front kept shouting for people to disperse. There was nothing worth seeing here. Probably because he saw Shade being squeezed over, he had no intention of getting closer. The young police officer who had a pen in his breast pocket to maintain order kindly reminded him to be careful of the thief. This made Shade a little nervous, and he subconsciously touched the 10-penny note in his pocket. After confirming that they were still there, out of the corner of his eye, he saw another group of policemen with guns escorting 3 men in civilian clothes into the silver shop. The tallest man among them was extremely strong, and the young man walking in the middle had the temperament of a scholar. The last man looked familiar to Shade. He seemed to be the missionary who handed him leaflets in the afternoon. Are the missionaries in this world still working part-time as police officers? Thinking about the conclusion that he didn't believe, he held the coins and pocket watch in his pocket tightly, planning to leave here quickly, otherwise he would be late. The moment he turned around and tried to squeeze back, a strange warning suddenly came from his heart.
Before I could understand the reason for this feeling, I heard a sound boom.
The explosion was beyond everyone's expectations, and the sound almost ripped apart the eardrums, causing the crowd to erupt in screams. Although no firelight could be seen, the glass display window of the silver shop immediately shattered, and the wall seemed to tilt, causing the metal pipes on the wall to make a harsh metal twisting sound. Fortunately, the police did not allow the crowd to surround the store entrance, so no one was injured when the panicked shouts rang out. The crowd immediately dispersed like a flood. Shade, who was standing in front of the crowd, kept calm and wanted to leave. When he saw a middle-aged man with brown hair running towards the door of the silver shop, "I'm a reporter.
I'm a reporter. What's going on here?"
He was holding the notebook in one hand and shaking his ID in the other. He rushed towards this side more excitedly than anyone else, and was quickly grabbed by the young police officer. The gas pipe exploded. "Sir, please stay away."
After hearing this conclusion, Shade didn't believe it at all. How could a gas pipeline explosion be possible? Boom.
Another almost heart-stopping explosion sounded in the silver shop, and the oscillating air almost produced the force to push people. Even the glass on the second floor of the silver shop was broken.
The falling glass shards forced the police who were maintaining order to temporarily flee.
As Shade retreated, he saw through the window that on the second floor of the explosion, there seemed to be two people fighting in a white mist, and one of them seemed to have a light on his fist. The distance was a bit too far, and the fog that came with the sunset was also reducing the field of vision, so Shade couldn't see very clearly.
Extraordinary, he thought to himself.
Yes. The woman's voice startled Shade, but knowing that the other party would not explain much, he did not ask, but quickly left here. The three people just now are definitely members of the church, and this happened after they entered. Sure enough, the church in this world itself is most likely an extraordinary force, and it seems to be very closely integrated with the order of the kingdom. In this way, the probability that the Zhengshan church can be trusted will be greatly increased.
I wonder if I will have the opportunity to use the church's channels. Now there are two choices.
Not only the psychiatrist, but the 5 churches in this city also have the opportunity for Shade to contact the supernatural and understand the voice in his head.
But how come I happened to encounter such a thing by such a coincidence?
He followed the dispersed crowd and walked in the original direction, and the woman's voice in his mind said the sentence he had already said, "Observe his ring." Although he still didn't know what the woman's voice was in his head, Shade at least knew that the other party had no obvious malice. He immediately followed the voice and looked around, and unexpectedly saw the young man wearing a pebble ring and carrying a suitcase again, walking not far ahead.
Such a coincidence. No matter how much I think about it, I know it can't be such a coincidence. Wait, the explosion just now has nothing to do with him, right? How could I have such an idea? There is no evidence now. With this thought, Shade didn't want to follow him anymore.
If the other person can create an explosion with bare hands like the two people in the silver shop, following him is almost equivalent to trying to replicate the tragic end of the previous detective.
No.
Shade slowed down his pace, wanting to make the other party disappear naturally from his sight. Unexpectedly, the young man also stopped, took out a map to check like Shade just now, and then carried the box into the alley next to it.
To follow or not to follow?
The woman's voice in his head reminded me of the ring 3 times, so he probably wasn't bored. But Shade, who knows almost nothing about the world, must also ensure the necessary caution. He walked forward according to his original plan. When he passed the alley where the young man turned, he naturally glanced inward and saw the man turning the corner in front and disappearing.
To follow or not to follow?
He asked himself again, suddenly realizing that the next decision would affect his life for a long time to come.
To follow or not to follow?
He was asking the woman in his mind, and he heard laughter and a murmured reply, "The path of destiny is unfolding in front of you."
Guest in a foreign land, are you willing to be ordinary, or do you long for immortality? The world is like an ocean.
Do you have the courage to explore the horrors beyond the isolated island of peace?
The road of destiny unfolds in front of you, one leading to the extraordinary, one, chase. Shade gritted his teeth and entered the alley against the wall.
The alley that you turned into was completely a passage between 2 houses. It was very small, so except for garbage and filth, there was no accumulation of other things in the alley. His heart was beating wildly. Shade knew that this decision was risky, but the voice in his head was right.
If you want to be extraordinary, you have to accept risks.
Maybe the channels of psychiatrists and churches are safe, but he doesn't know anything. Every path is actually risky for him. He has to pay for what he gets, and he is willing to take risks, small risks.
If there is any problem, I will leave immediately.
Shade tightened his grip on his cane and walked forward on tiptoes as silently as possible. There were some wooden boxes at the end of the alley, with wanted notices affixed to them that could barely be read. They seemed to be serial murderers who had fled to Tobesk City. You can turn left or right at the alley entrance and directly enter the slums in the lower town of Tobesk City. Shade hid behind the wooden boxes and looked through the gaps between the wooden boxes in the direction the man had just turned. It was also an alley, and there were only young men wearing pebbled rings. He was now standing in the middle of the alley, looking around cautiously. He even squinted his eyes and looked at the sky. It took him a long time to put the black suitcase on the ground. Then he took off the pebble ring on his right index finger and kissed it carefully under Shade's surprised gaze. The young man seemed to have lowered his head and said something, but Shade didn't hear clearly. The wind and space obscured his hearing. After kissing the ring face, the young man seemed to relax a little. He put the ring on his right index finger again, and thick smoke immediately appeared from his body like it was on fire. Thick smoke emerged from the gaps in his clothes and soon completely enveloped the young man. Shade heard a whisper in his ears, but it was not the elegant woman's voice in his head. The whisper could not be heard clearly at all. It sounded like chewing or something was cursing. There was some discomfort in my head, as if I had to walk in a straight line after turning in circles several times. The crazy whispers became stronger and stronger, and at one moment, Shade even thought he saw an evil spirit rushing towards him. Fortunately, the hallucination ended quickly, but Shade, who gradually recovered, still suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. Because he saw that as the black smoke disappeared, the man wearing a white pebbles ring walked out, patted the edge of his skirt lightly, and then bent down to lift the suitcase. Mrs. Lasoya turned her head and looked around cautiously again. Her lips seemed to be smiling. After confirming that no one saw this scene, he finally carried the box and walked to the other side of the alley. Shade covered his mouth and leaned against the wall, hiding in the gap between the wooden box and the wall, and did not dare to move for a long time. Just now, Shade was puzzled by the church investigator's part-time job of distributing leaflets, but now he understood that the other party might be at the door of the club like the crappy detective Shade, trying to spy on Mrs. Lasoya. And when Shade walked out of the alley again, the three moons of silver, yellow and red were already hanging together in the sky. Among them, the yellow moon was whiter in color and the brightest. The nights here are as peaceful as the world in the past. This street is a bit remote, so there are no streetlights. Under the dim light, Xiade didn't know what his expression was at the moment. It took him a long time to take out his pocket watch. It was already close to 8 o'clock in the evening. He stood in the gap in the wall for 2 hours before he dared to leave. He didn't even know that his physical fitness was so good. Don't even think about relief food. He shook his head dejectedly, feeling indescribably bad. Walk along the street, toward home. Even if I have to starve, at least I still have a house to live in, so the situation is not too bad. The key now is that the lucrative commission to investigate the mistress seems to be impossible to carry out. It is obvious that Lady Lasoya has the ability to turn into a man with the help of a ring, or in other words, a young man has the ability to turn into Lady Lasoya with a ring. Of course, Shade couldn't report this information to his employer, and he also didn't want to hand over the dead detective's report as if nothing happened. Once the report is submitted, Mrs. Lawrence will inevitably let Mrs. Lasoya know that a detective is following her without her knowledge because of her conflict with Mr. Lawrence. Even if the report did not involve any secrets, Shade could not guarantee what Mrs. Lasoya would do. This world is really more troublesome than imagined. Is Mr. Lawrence in love with a man or a woman? Maybe Mrs. Lasoya is a good person and turning into a man is not a harm to others. But having come into contact with this kind of thing less than 24 hours after coming to this world, Shade felt quite a sense of crisis. Perhaps the extraordinary in this world also follows the law that the extraordinary attracts the extraordinary. He thought a little tiredly and walked forward along the street. Because he was worried about being robbed by people in the dark, harassed by drunken men, or even running into some illegal transactions, Shade, who only had a cane and a fruit knife, did not even dare to take a shortcut home through the alley. Today is really unlucky. Turning left at Old John's pawn shop at the corner of the street, I felt even worse when I thought about sleeping in a house where someone had just died. Since there are supernatural beings, there might also be ghosts. Don't scare yourself. Wait, where did I turn just now? He stopped, tilted his head and stepped back, and once again saw the signboard of Old John's pawn shop and the interior of the store with the gas lamp still on. Well, I didn't expect such a trick, so it's not unlucky. It will always get better. Sighing slightly, he held his pocket watch and opened the door of the pawn shop. In the end, instead of pawning the pocket watch, he pawned the cane. A pocket watch is a very important daily utensil, but a walking stick is dispensable. More importantly, the value of the pocket watch was not high. The owner of the shop, an old man who called himself John Jones, was only willing to pay 10 shillings. The reason was that there were many scratches on the surface of the pocket watch and he might often be kept with the keychain. But he was willing to pay £1 12 shillings for the cane.
Do you understand at all?
This is the heart of a natural cedar tree from the Deladu Mountains.
Look at the texture and the workmanship. If you can provide information about the craftsman who made it, I might be able to find out more. Money. The old man seemed to be complaining about Shade's ignorance.
After confirming that he wanted to pawn the cane, he also told him that if he did not come to redeem it within half a month, then the cane would belong to the pawn shop. Of course Shade knew that the price of the cane was definitely more than £1 12 shillings. But he was really not in the mood to bargain now.
In the end, he just took 2 £1 notes, signed the contract and left.
According to the price of goods, this money is enough for Siada to live quite well in 2 weeks. If he lives frugally, excluding possible rent, it may be possible to support his life for 1.5 months. The money was enough to dig out Sparrow Hamilton, place an obituary in the newspaper's advertising section, and give the detective a shabby funeral. Of course, he just didn't have this idea for the time being.
But to solve the short-term problem of food and clothing, what on earth am I going to do about transcendence and mystery?
We had dinner at a restaurant very close to the pawn shop and tasted the rich soup with steak before walking home. When we returned to number 6 St. Teresa Square, it was already close to 10 o'clock at night. After checking that the hair that was placed when leaving was still in its original position, he entered the room. Carefully rotate the gas lamp on the wall of the living room to let the light gradually appear, and then throw yourself on the sofa tiredly. From the open door of the master bedroom, you can see the bed where Sparrow Hamilton lay. Shade is determined to get in touch with the extraordinary in the near future, rather than living a life of ignorance.
Although he has not encountered any definite danger yet, the world is not simple.
Siade does not intend to find a solution if he encounters danger.
And he currently has 3 methods that may help him contact the extraordinary.
The first is Mr. Bill Schneider, the psychiatrist who gave Shade his business card. Secondly, there are 5 Orthodox churches in the city. Visiting the churches may be fruitful. And finally, Mrs. Lasoya herself, she must know about the extraordinary. Contacting her is also a way. Each of the 3 has advantages and disadvantages, but in the final analysis, Shade still knows too little about the world, and he does not have any channels to understand it. Before going out today, he checked the map. This city didn't even have a public library where he could get free knowledge. There are some private libraries in the city, but you have to be introduced by an acquaintance and pay a considerable fee before you can become a member of the library, and Shade obviously does not have the money now. The only information he could rely on was the information left by Sparrow Hamilton, but this gentleman did not have the habit of collecting books, and this gentleman was obviously just an ordinary person. Through Sparrow Hamilton's death, to trace the cause of his death, you may also be able to contact the supernatural, but this is undoubtedly a very dangerous approach, and Shade's reason refuses to do so.
Can you give me some advice?
He patted his head, but all he heard was the woman's chuckle. It was the voice in his head that allowed him to complete all the work of investigating Mr. Lawrence's mistress. Otherwise, he alone would not have been able to discover the secret of the ring. He hoped the voice would prompt him again, but he got no response. People still have to rely on themselves. He whispered to himself, tilting his head and looking out the window, looking at the night sky where the 3 moons that he had never seen appeared together. So magnificent, so mysterious, so intoxicating.
Especially the silver moon among the 3 moons. Whenever you look at it, you can feel your depressed mood getting better. No matter what, we can't wait any longer.
Although we haven't encountered danger yet, but now that we have the initial plan to survive as a detective, we must have the ability to protect ourselves and know how complicated this world is. Otherwise, Detective Sparrow Hamilton is what will happen to me. With money in his pocket for the time being, he put aside the idea of continuing other investigations and shifted his current main goal to contact the extraordinary. The church, the psychiatrist, Mrs. Lasoya, he was not very optimistic about the last option, because the other party's appearance today seemed to coincide with the investigation between the church and the police, so he instinctively thought that the other party did not seem to be a good person. I am somewhat interested in the first option. Based on a simple understanding, the Orthodox Church in this world is relatively open-minded. But that's just his understanding, he can't make plans based on such a simple idea.
Moreover, he is not a believer in any god.
As a homeless man, he has never been to a church. It is hard to say whether the church's enlightenment is aimed at people like him.
Maybe, we can investigate for a few more days. Now we don't have to worry about starving to death.
Pawning some inheritance can also last for a long time. As long as the possible rent collector does not show up, I will have a lot of time to investigate.
Around these three options, you can always find the most suitable one.
With this thought in mind, he fell asleep in the bedroom of the original owner Shade in the apartment and spent his first night in the new world.
In the haze, I seemed to hear the woman's laughter in my mind again.
That laughter made Xiada unexpectedly feel at ease. That night, he had a very relaxing dream, sitting on the field ridge and looking at the silver moon in the horizon. Accidents always disrupt existing plans, and Shade's plan to choose one of the three was disrupted early the next morning. Because he slept in a strange place, Shade woke up very early the next morning. He touched the pocket watch on the bedside and saw that the time was 6:30, so he thought of going downstairs to see if there would be a newspaper delivered. He knew that people in Tobesk City generally had the habit of ordering newspapers. The former detective could be considered middle class by any means, and the nature of his job also required him to read newspapers to understand the news. Therefore, it is indeed possible for the current Shad to inherit the future newspapers.
Wearing slippers, I walked along the stairs to the first-floor foyer. I looked at the sealed first floor with some curiosity, thinking that if I had time, I could take apart a piece of wood and take a look inside.
I turned on the gas lamp in the foyer. Unfortunately, I didn't see the newspaper inserted through the delivery port on the doormat.
Shaking his head with regret, he wanted to change clothes and go out for breakfast.
But just as the slippers touched the first step, I heard the sound of the bell. There is a door rope outside the door of this apartment building. When pulled, the rope will pull the gear mechanism inside the door and ring the bell on the inside.
It is a kind of simple doorbell. The newspaper delivery guy is here? No, why is the newspaper delivery guy knocking on the door? Could it be that it's time to pay for the next month's newspaper subscription?
Shade, who had little savings, thought with some horror in his heart. He calculated the remaining money and turned to look at the door uneasily. No matter who was outside the door, it was impossible for him to recognize him, and the possibility of collecting money was not high. It was most likely that he was looking for the owner of the place.
Maybe a new client?
Worst case scenario, maybe the rent-collecting landlord has arrived. There was no structure like a cat's eye on the door, so Shade could only come to the door, use the language knowledge he gained yesterday to translate and asked, "Who is it?"
Immediately I got the answer from outside the door. It was a familiar voice. Is it Hamilton Detective Agency? I'm Bill Schneider, remember me? We were the psychiatrist yesterday. We exchanged business cards at the door of the newspaper office opposite the Lark Club. On this early morning, which was also shrouded in fog, one of the few people in this world whose name Shade knew came to visit him. Unexpectedly that the visitor was Dr. Schneider, Shade stood behind the door, wondering whether he should open the door. He only hesitated for a moment before letting the psychiatrist outside the door know the detective's precautions. "Mr. Hamilton, you don't have to think too much. Although it is strange to come to visit at this time, I have no ill intentions. After all, there is not much time.
Please take a look at this first." The man outside the door spoke and sent a piece of paper in through the newspaper delivery port.
Remember what I said yesterday? Adult education, correspondence teaching. Detective, you have a very special talent.
Shade bent down and took the piece of paper, then raised his hand to slightly adjust the light of the gas lamp in the foyer. Through this light, I saw that it was an admissions brochure. He suspected that he was dazzled or had not yet woken up. The paper in his hand, which is about the same size as A4, outlines the shape of a parchment roll with silver edges.
This is an admissions promotion document for an institution of higher learning called St. Byron's Comprehensive College.
Except for the school emblem in the shape of a chained book directly above, there are not many patterns, and the printed text takes up most of the paper. St. Byron's Comprehensive College is not recruiting regular students, they are recruiting correspondence adult students. In addition to this, the paper also lists the 10 departments of the college, including tuition fees, admission time, academic year, admissions conditions and restrictions, and the recommendation-based registration process.
At least in these respects, it's just an ordinary school. But why is there no school address?
It took Shade a long time to ask, and then he was surprised that he did not ask whether the other party had a mental illness, but actually came over to deliver admission documents to a stranger early in the morning.
You are very observant. The psychiatrist outside the door praised, and then asked, "Well, at least let me talk inside, okay?" Maybe I can answer your questions about the other you in your head.
The voice in his head did not appear because of the mention.
Shade opened his mouth and opened the door anyway.
A middle-aged doctor carrying a briefcase, wearing a brown coat, a small silk hat, and a pair of thick black boots stood on the steps. He still has a neat mustache, and his blue eyes make people feel very good. Don't forget your milk. He pointed to the milk crate on the left side of the door. He spoke with a standard accent and was probably a native of Tobesk City. When I came here just now, the milkman had just left.
Okay, please come in.
Shade nodded hesitantly, looked at the doctor, and tried his best to make a kind expression. He picked up the key on the shoe cabinet to unlock the milk box, and the psychiatrist followed Shade into the apartment door after he got the milk bottle.
He was also surprised by the sealed part on the first floor, but the doctor didn't say anything more.
Instead, he and the silent Shade walked along the stairs to room 1 on the second floor. Letting the doctor wait, Shade went back to the bedroom to change his clothes, and then boiled hot water to entertain the guests. Although there was no food in the kitchen, at least there was black tea for the client of the detective case, otherwise Shade would have had to serve the guests with boiled water.
After everything was put away, the two sat down to talk.
The fabric sofa set in the living room has a sense of age. I don't know if it is an antique. Too long and too short, surrounded by wooden coffee tables from all sides, it is very suitable for discussing business with clients. The doctor and Shade were sitting on the couch facing each other. There's no need to introduce yourself.
First, I want you to trust me. The mustached psychiatrist Schneider spoke first.
He smiled and thanked Shade for the black tea. I'm really here because of the college brochure I just gave you.
First, let me describe your current symptoms. Wait a minute, are the symptoms related to school?
Shade asked, but there was already a guess in his mind. He is not a local, he has seen those crazy fantasies, and is more adaptable to this situation. The St. Byron's Comprehensive Academy mentioned by the other party is probably the same type of school as Hogwarts.
Of course, please listen to me. Mr. Shade Hamilton, can you hear another voice in your head?
Although Shade tried hard to control his expression, he could see his failure in the smile of Mr. Schneider opposite him.
The doctor added, is that voice saying some incomprehensible words? And, are some words helpful to you?
He will whisper in your ear and speak suddenly when you don't expect it, but he has no malice towards you.
Shade knew he couldn't hide it, so he nodded.
And, detective, your symptoms must have appeared within 72 hours. To be precise, 24 hours.
Shade said. That's even better. Then we still have a lot of time. It seems we are very lucky.
After all, the talent awakening time is 72 hours. This way, I have more time to explain the situation to you. Dr. Schneider smiled and said, the above symptoms are similar to those of schizophrenia, but they don't actually appear to me. He pointed to himself, looked at Shade with his blue eyes, and spoke very slowly. For a certain group of people, the existence of another self is a wonderful and dangerous talent. No, it should be said that this is the early manifestation of a talent.
If it can be guided, then you can see more reality. A mysterious and dangerous world. If not guided, return to the ordinary?
No, worse. The doctor shook his head. I don't want to deceive you, at least there is no need for it now. To be clear, this is a symptom of the Circle Warlock talent. It is a very rare talent. You can regard it as a gift of fate or a curse of fate. As for the Circle Warlock, you can think of it as a special profession, a profession that can use mysterious power. I hope you understand what I mean. The doctor was deliberately observing Shade's expression. This era was still an era of ignorance, and people who believed in the righteous gods generally did not accept concepts such as witchcraft. But fortunately, just like the doctor's investigation, the detective opposite had a brain problem a few days ago. He only returned to normal due to the awakening of his talent, so he had a different concept from normal citizens. On the other side, the suspicion was confirmed, and Shade nodded hesitantly. He wanted to pretend to be surprised, because normal people would definitely be surprised, but at this moment, he felt particularly calm inside, even a little too calm. He thought this might be the reason for being too stressed yesterday. In other words, hearing strange sounds in your ears is actually a manifestation of some system, a power system? Many people do this? It's like some people can see further, and some people can hear further. Many? Shade asked. Yes, I am you or me, every ring warlock is like this. If you successfully become a ring warlock, then this voice will accompany you throughout your life and help you throughout your life. That voice is another you, just yours. The perspective is just different. He will help you contact this crazy and noisy world in a more real way, and contact the secrets and weirdness. Knowledge, information and even words have dangerous power, and outside the safe world of ordinary people, we cannot use your soul to get directly close to the power that can distort yourself. The doctor waited for a moment and gave Shade time to think, but the awakening time of the Ring Warlock's talent is very short. From the first whisper in the ear to the complete disappearance of the sound, it usually takes 72 hours, and not every talent can hear the sound frequently and realize the sound.
It's not their own thoughts.
They will only think of it as an illusion or something wrong with their ears. Therefore, Detective Shade Hamilton, whether it is the three major colleges or the church, it is very difficult to recruit and train new personnel.
That's why I say we are all lucky.
While speaking, Dr. Schneider took a sip of black tea and then looked into the teacup with some surprise. This black tea is very good.
Church and college? Shade didn't bother to pay attention to the former detective's taste in black tea and what kind of person the former detective was.
He was digesting this information. Yes, the church can also train ring warlocks. In fact, the formal channels for training ring warlocks, at least in my opinion, are the 5 righteous churches and the 3 major thaumaturgy academies. Other evil churches, secret societies, ancient organizations and chaotic groups, the training methods are either informal or full of hidden dangers.
So, you are really lucky to happen to meet me during the awakening of your talent, lucky for both of us.
So the church, compared to colleges whose origins he didn't know, Shade was actually more interested in churches that could cooperate with the kingdom's officials.
The doctor could also see this idea.
He smiled and shook his head to express his understanding, and then explained, the college and the Orthodox Church are not hostile, and they even cooperate occasionally. However, the church does not like the students of the college, whether they are correspondence students or formal students. They think that we are a dangerous machine that attracts trouble. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and seeing that Xiada didn't ask, he continued, so, for those of us who are correspondence academic ring magicians, our existence itself is not illegal, but we usually do not let the church know our identity and existence. I know that you may be interested in the church, so please answer my question. The doctor's lips curled up into a smile. To join the church, you need to have a completely clean background. Even if you don't have a clean criminal record, you still need a complete life trajectory to make sure you are not a dangerous person.
Can you provide it?
Bill Schneider is a psychiatrist himself, and he is somewhat interested in consulting patients about the situation at this moment.
Have you investigated me?
Shade blurted out his words, but then regretted saying so. It would be abnormal not to investigate, thinking in mind.
It's just to investigate some basic information.
After all, the college also needs to confirm the identity of the other party when recruiting students. It is impossible for me to recommend dangerous people to the college.
But because we only teach by correspondence, do you understand the meaning of correspondence education?
So the identity requirements are not as high as those of the church. Strict. Dr. Schneider smiled and looked at the young detective sitting opposite. The awakening of the ring warlock has a probability of affecting people's minds, which is why you changed from the original Shad to the current Shad. After investigating your identity, I realized that when I saw you yesterday, you seemed to be afraid of the world in your eyes.
And bewildered. What exactly is going on? For you, the moment you awaken your talent is the moment you truly wake up, right?
He probably misunderstood the reason why Shade, who had a poor IQ, became Shade now, but Shade was also happy for him to think so he pretended to be embarrassed and nodded. If I take this explanation and explain it to the church, of course it's possible, but I'd rather you get to know the academy first and understand what the so-called Circle Warlock is.
Wouldn't it be better to make the decision this way? I believe you can understand that at least I'm not a bad person.
Dr. Schneider said. Shade nodded again. The doctor made sense.
He replied solemnly, okay then, thank you, Dr. Schneider, I'd like to know these things first.
The doctor took out his pocket watch and took a look at it. We don't have much time. The duration of talent awakening is about 72 hours, but it fluctuates with individual differences.
In order to prevent missing the time, what will happen if you become a ring warlock without being guided during your awakening? Shade embarrassedly interrupted the doctor. I'm a little curious about that.
The doctor shook his head indifferently. Curiosity is a good thing. It shows that you are not opposed to ring magicians and occultism. You know almost nothing, but you are actually more suitable for guidance. People are afraid of the supernatural, afraid of the mysterious, and I'm glad that you didn't show any rejection, just curiosity.
As for your question,
I don't have specific data in my hand. I can only tell you that if the ring warlock's talent is not guided during the awakening period, there is a high probability that you will go crazy, and there is a small probability that your head will explode.
Yes, have you ever seen the scene of a hammer smashing a watermelon?
pink and white flying around. The doctor asked politely. No need to describe it, this metaphor is so vivid, I can almost see the picture. Shade said immediately, feeling a little sick to his stomach since he didn't have breakfast. Well, of course, there is a smaller chance that some strange things will happen. We can talk about this later. In short, let you know about the ring warlock first. A simple explanation is not vivid. Please follow me. The doctor stood up. Where? To St. Byron's Comprehensive College? Syed erased the college admission documents in his hand. Of course not. We correspondence students are only eligible after 5th grade to go to the academy hidden in the far north ice cap of the old continent. The address of the academy is a secret, and it is connected with some subspace portals attached to the material world. Until then, we have to continue our lives and study within the scope of our own lives. Remember, Mr. Hamilton, we are receiving adult education, and we are correspondence students at the college. In other words, even if Shade joins the academy, he does not need to study in a secret place like Hogwarts. This has its pros and cons, but at least it gives you some freedom while gaining strength. Now, I'm going to take you to find the man who killed Sparrow Hamilton. The doctor made a gesture of invitation. What? Shade stood up immediately, which was something he didn't expect. Yes, I only discovered this when I was investigating your identity. Since there have been extraordinary and mysterious beings around you, why don't we take this opportunity to help you solve this problem? You may also be worried about that killer. Will the person who killed the original Detective Hamilton implicate you? It must be admitted that even though the original detective promised not to implicate Shade, Shade was still worried. This is not a very troublesome matter, and it seems that because Sparrow Hamilton is just an ordinary person, the other party did not deliberately hide the traces of his own actions. Come with me now, I think we can solve this matter before lunch thing. By the way, do you have a pistol? The doctor asked again. No. Shade shook his head. Then please don't stand in front of me. I promise that as long as you are behind me, there will be no danger today. After all, the person on the other side is not a ring warlock. Sparrow Hamilton said before his death that the other party was. Ordinary people can't tell the difference, and it's easy to regard all people who can use extraordinary powers as ring magicians. But for officially employed ring magicians, it's easy to tell. After all, that person doesn't have a wheel of fortune at all, and has no accumulation. The spirit cannot feel the four elements of miracle, enlightenment, blasphemy, and whisper. It is just a lucky one who occasionally gets a relic. The doctor paused and changed his words. No, it's the unlucky guy. You seem to have mentioned a lot of nouns just now. Shade said that he had actually heard of the four elements and relics, but there was no need to show it at this time. It's okay, we can talk while walking. The detective profession is very dangerous. During the doctor's investigation, the former detective Sparrow Hamilton encountered an accident during a certain detective activity. Probably to prevent Shade from investigating, Sparrow Hamilton deleted all records of that commission before his death, but the doctor's intelligence network completely restored the incident. Speaking of which, you investigated the whole thing in one night? Shade did not forget to ask, but the doctor was vague and did not answer. Instead, he said that he would tell him after the matter was over. Right here. The two set off from the square in a carriage, at the doctor's expense. After a nearly 2-hour journey, they crossed the city and got off the carriage at the embankment next to the Auxerre River. As the northern capital, Tobesk has a well-developed water system, and inland waterway shipping supports the prosperous steam industry and commercial trade here. There are many rivers passing through the city of Tobesk, among which the Auxerre River flows through the northern part of the city. It's the peak of summer and the rivers are raging. This area is close to the edge of the city. The doctor said that the city hall has plans to build a new factory area nearby, relying on the river transportation of the Auxerre River to find new development opportunities for the city of Tobesk and connect the industries in the northern part of the kingdom district, and also serves as a complement to the kingdom's steam locomotive railway network. But at least for now, there are still large areas of wasteland nearby. After getting off the car, I looked around. In the hazy fog, only the buildings of Tobesk city could be seen in the distance. In order to prevent disturbing him, we started walking from here. I noticed that the boots you are wearing are very suitable for long walks. Mr. Hamilton, you probably haven't had breakfast yet. I will treat you to dinner after this matter is resolved. The doctor said, carrying his briefcase and walking into the grass beside the road with Shade, who was holding a notebook. After a while, the two saw a path. The dead detective Sparrow Hamilton took over a more difficult commission about half a year ago. Baron Huntington, who lives in Tobesk City, commissioned a detective to find the missing maid. The maid had served the Baron's family for many years and resigned voluntarily a few days ago. The Baron asked his butler to invite the maid back with gifts, only to find that she had disappeared. Although the Baron has a certain social status, he is not the maid's family after all, and he himself does not seem to trust the police very much, so he commissioned multiple detectives to investigate. Detective Sparrow is not actually a famous detective, and his usual commissions are just trivial matters such as finding extramarital affairs. This time a noble came to make a commission, and it was because of the introduction of an old customer. Sparrow Hamilton takes this matter very seriously. Even if he is just a baron, he is a big shot that ordinary citizens cannot reach. He investigated very diligently, and spent a month this spring, through various clues, to find the abandoned sanatorium located on the banks of the Auxerre River, and determined that this was the cause of the missing persons case. This nursing home was abandoned about 30 years ago. I was just a child at the time and heard it mentioned by my family. Local man Bill Schneider introduced it, pointing to the building complex that was gradually becoming clearer in the distance. Although it was also hazy outside the city, one could already see the clock tower next to the main building, as well as the spire and cross-shaped decorative spire. At that time, the royal family instructed the Tobesk City Hall to reorganize the municipal planning to adapt to the huge foreign population and the development of the steam industry. The policy at that time was probably to relocate hospitals and other infrastructure to the inside of the city, and factories to outside the city. This place was originally a sanatorium for nobles. I hope you know what I mean. It's reserved for big shots that we can't even imagine. After responding to the call, the sanatorium completely moved out of Tobesk City and went to a nearby city, which can be reached in half an hour by train. On the contrary, it is more convenient than here. Therefore, this sanatorium was abandoned, and even homeless people would not live here. The area was deserted, and no one would know if they died. It is surrounded by large areas of farmland and wasteland, and it takes an hour's walk to see the nearest rural town. There is a manor and horse farm nearby, belonging to a certain earl. During the horse racing season, people would choose the road the two were walking on as a track, but there were no people there yet. Although industry developed rapidly in this era, traces of the steam age can only be seen in big cities. Far away from the city, everything was regressing towards the past era. Shade understood the meaning of this sentence. The two of them quickly followed the path to the vicinity of the abandoned sanatorium. The doctor didn't mention the name of this place, and it wasn't important to think about it. From the outside, the siding has completely peeled off and all the windows and doors are missing. However, the wall of the sanatorium is still there, but the courtyard inside the wall is almost the same as the wasteland outside, with no trace of the past garden. Tall buildings and spires just stand in the wilderness, and only the decoration of fence gates can vaguely reveal the prosperity of the past. Follow me and we'll talk as we walk, the doctor said, kicking open the two fence doors that seemed to be rusted together. The fence gate fell to the ground with a crash, startling the birds in the nearby woods. Even at the edge of the city, the fog only dissipated a little. The gloomy sky seemed to be about to rain, and Shade regretted not bringing an umbrella out. The two walked into the courtyard of the sanatorium, walking on the grass with two pairs of boots. The so-called ring magician means that we have the wheel of destiny, the doctor said, looking around and leading Shade towards the main entrance of the main building. Wheel of fortune? Time, years, destiny, era, civilization, the world, the rings cast for us symbolize ourselves. Pay attention. I want to show you the complete wheel of destiny, not just a corner. Please look carefully. The doctor walking in the grass had his arms slightly spread out, his hands open and palms facing upward, as if he was holding something up, and his hands were raised at the same level as his shoulders. Everything behind him became hazy, like an extra layer of white mist. But there was no change in him, except for a faint smile on his face. Later, Shade actually heard the sound and echo of the train whistle in this empty abandoned courtyard. What? He hurriedly looked around in the waist-deep grass, and at this moment, his skin gradually felt the heat. Turning around and looking, what was behind the doctor was not white mist, but steam. The scorching steam, the steam that makes people shudder for some reason. The steam seems to blur the distance and space, making everything behind the doctor blur. In the steam, a huge black shadow was approaching, and the steam behind the doctor seemed to contain infinite time and space. The whistle roared, the steam exploded, and the black shadow got closer and closer. The extremely fast speed brought about wind pressure, causing the doctor's clothes, the weeds in the courtyard, and the hem of Shade's coat to fly, and he had to squint his eyes. What's more serious is the sense of crisis rising in my heart.
What's in that steam?
Getting closer and closer, behind the doctor, deep in the steam, a huge hammer appeared with momentum and energy. All I saw was a silver-gray object, as high as a whole building, and it hit the doctor with a loud noise. The sound of the bombardment made Shade's ears ringing slightly, his eyes dizzy, and the strong feeling of vomiting forced him to reach out and cover his chest. The ground shook, the wind howled, and the thunder flashed. In this series of hallucinations, the hammer seemed to open up the world, and seemed to bombard Shade's soul. But it was only the doctor who was bombarded by the giant hammer. The doctor did not move at all, but Shade thought he saw Dr. Schneider being smashed into a copper cake.
Copper?
He felt that he was becoming increasingly unclear about his perception. It was indeed a piece of copper. After being hit with a giant hammer, a huge rotating copper ring appeared behind the doctor.
It was a brass-colored metal ring.
The steam gradually dissipated, and the brass metal ring with a pentagonal cross-section slowly rotated behind the doctor. A strange light accompanied by more than 20 spiritual runes wandered around this life ring. The halo shone on Shade's face, and the stranger heard the woman's chuckle in his mind, and his eyes reflected this magnificent, magical, and powerful ring.
This is the life ring.
The ring magician can only call out the life ring in its entirety when fighting with all his strength.
Otherwise, the life ring cannot be called out, or only a part of it can be called out. Do you have any questions?
The doctor stopped in the grass in the courtyard of the sanatorium and asked the stunned Shade. Shade could still feel the heat of the dissipating steam behind the doctor, as well as the high temperature on the huge brass ring.
The life ring is not an illusion, this is the entity. Why steam? Why brass? He didn't even notice the anxiety in his voice.
The middle-aged doctor smiled. Young people, a person's success depends not only on personal struggle, but also on the process of history. As I said, the life ring represents oneself and the world. This era is the age of steam and machinery, so the life ring emerges from the steam and is forged by giant hammers, showing a brass color. If this was the age of the rainbow, then the ring of life might be rainbow-colored. If it was the age of the deep sea, then the ring of life would be water.
Do you understand?
Shade reluctantly nodded, his heart beating faster because he witnessed the shocking scene just now, clear. He didn't even want to blink, wanting to imprint the full view of the circle behind the doctor into his eyes. But the doctor waved his hand behind him, and the life ring slowly became transparent and disappeared, leaving only Shade to record a few runes in it. Regarding the common language of the Northern Kingdom, even without the knowledge given by the woman's voice in his head, Shade could read and understand it, but he could not speak or write it.
And now, Shade somehow understood the meaning of those powerful spiritual runes.
The ones he glimpsed were Joy, Hound, and Moat. Suddenly, I felt a pain in my head, as if someone had hit me on the back of my head, so I gave up on memorizing the powerful runes. In this world, knowledge really is power. Therefore, it seems understandable that the extraordinary organization that the doctor invited Shade to join is an academy.
But if my special characteristic is that I can read and understand all words, is this a good thing in this dangerous world?
Shade thought about his secret, while the doctor continued to walk forward in the grass and introduced, the cross-sectional shape of my life ring is currently a pentagon, which means that I am a ring warlock with 5 rings and a 5th-year correspondence adult education student at the college.
The first ring of life is a flat ring with spiritual runes imprinted on one side.
The second ring is also flat, but both sides can be imprinted with spiritual runes. The cross-section of the third ring is a triangle, the cross-section of the fourth ring is a quadrilateral, and so on.
Do you understand?
The higher the ring, the closer it is.
The most standard ring.
Yes, understood.
The two of them entered the building while talking.
Over the years, countless people may have cared about this place. There was no furniture left, and there was a layer of dust on the ground. When you step on it, dust will rise immediately. They did not stop on the first floor, but walked toward the second floor along the unstable-looking stairs. Shade was worried about the safety of such a dangerous building.
Spirit runes are the core of the ring warlock system.
By engraving spiritual runes on our destiny rings, we accumulate spirits, experience the 4 elements, miracle, blasphemy, enlightenment, and whisper, and continue to advance.
Spirit? Element?
Shade wondered, his heart filled with excitement. He was finally going to know these things. The doctor led Shade up the stairs. Regarding the spirit, in the past era, it had many names. Magic, ether, mana, spirituality, spiritual light, but in the current era, it is uniformly called spirit.
This is information, element, energy, and you can understand it. The sum total of everything in the world is one of the manifestations of the ring warlock's mind interfering with matter.
The way to accumulate spirits is to contact the elements, and the safest way to contact the elements is to read the stories and knowledge from before the era culture, customs, heroic legends, myths passed down by word of mouth. It is also dangerous to come into contact with this knowledge, and you will fall into madness if you are not careful.
So what we usually look at is the original copy, or the translation. Shade simply translated spirit as blue stripe. But it does not mean that you can enter the next level if you accumulate enough spirits. The most important thing for a ring warlock is not the spirit, but the elements. By accumulating the 4 elemental spirit runes, you can effectively increase the upper limit of the spirit, sublimate the soul, and temper the body. The 4 elements can be felt in many ways. Shade thought that the woman's voice in his mind reminded him that he was exposed to whispers, enlightenment and miracles, which were respectively seeing Sparrow's death, stepping onto the streets to see the world, and thinking about the meaning of God. Merely feeling and contacting is not enough. You need to engrave the elements on your destiny wheel to prove your integration with the elements. Each upgrade of the ring warlock requires a different miracle, desecration, enlightenment, whisper, a combination of spiritual runes to form specific sentences to sublimate. I will answer this for you when you decide to join the academy.
Now, let me introduce to you the differences between the 4 elements.
The doctor paused, looked forward and smiled.
I think the person we are looking for should be here. The 2 came to the 2nd floor, which was also covered with dust. Instead of heading to the 3rd floor, they looked towards the corridor.
There are windows on one side of the corridor and a row of rooms on the other.
The main building of the sanatorium has a row of concave characters, and now the 2 people are in the center of the long side. The doctor said, "Miracle, if you can engrave, miracle, spiritual runes, it must be golden spiritual runes. All miracles come from the stories and power of the gods. Remember, the 5 righteous gods are the only remaining good gods."
Only what remains?
Shade is very good at grasping the key points and understands the reason why he first came into contact with miracles.
Yes, there were many gods in the past era. If you join the academy, you will find this part in the basic courses of the seminary.
But most of the powerful gods in the past have disappeared. Maybe they fell, maybe they left, maybe they were sealed. But in short, there are only 5 good gods left here who are called righteous gods, and gods can interfere with the material world, not just a symbol. Don't think of them as powerful ring magicians, they are real high-dimensional existences. I hope you can understand what I mean.
Shade's mouth trembled. Of course he understood.
Most of the ring magicians of the True God Church specialize in miracle elements. But apart from the true God, the old gods of the past have left many traces in the world. If you come into contact with those traces and know the stories of the old gods, in the other me with the help of others, you can also extract the miracle spirit rune. The doctor finally mentioned the voice in the head that is essential for ring warlocks.
The voice in your head is actually another you. It is you who is not the real you, but it is you.
The doctor emphasized the concept again, and the woman's laughter came to Shade's mind again. This is the miracle spirit rune I engraved when I was in the first ring. Thick white fog appeared again behind the doctor, part of the brass wheel of destiny was exposed, and golden spiritual runes were revealed.
Shade also endured the pain in his temples and interpreted the rune, which meant, mote dust, which he had seen once before.
The miracle left behind by the old god of dust, also known as the earthly serpent, is that I learned about his story through the academy, and therefore obtained the spiritual rune. The golden light shone on the ground in front of them, and a series of footprints appeared in front of the 2 people. But I am not suitable for this miracle.
I just developed such simple thaumaturgy. The power developed by the spiritual rune is called thaumaturgy, and the universal power of the ring magician is called thaumaturgy. This will be introduced in the course.
The 2 of them walked forward following the footprints, and it seemed that their target was on the 2nd floor.
But you have to remember that gods are dangerous.
It's not that they are malicious towards humans, but that they themselves are too high status. Contact with any information related to gods may cause oppression due to the nature of gods.
And hurt yourself.
Just like looking at the sun hurts your eyes. The doctor reminded and added, blasphemy, if you can engrave, blasphemy, spiritual runes, it must be silver spiritual runes. All blasphemy comes from those filthy concepts and evil gods. But remember, it is not the 5 righteous gods, nor the disappeared old gods, but the old gods that existed. In addition to the 5 powerful good gods, there are also a small number of evil gods who have survived from the old days. But these gods were relatively weak, terrible things born of concepts and blasphemy. They are truly gods, and they are gods recognized by the Orthodox Church. It's just that their power is far weaker than that of the true God. This is not a boast of the Orthodox Church, but a fact. In other words, the righteous gods are the powerful good gods that are recognized and exist, and the old gods are the good gods that have disappeared, the evil gods, and the existing evil gods.
Are evil gods scary? Shade concluded. Of course it's scary.
Although they are weaker than the 5 righteous gods, for ordinary people, even if they know their power, they will go crazy because of it. The main task of the church is to suppress the evil gods that occasionally appear and the evil gods that always appear.
Cultists. However, blasphemy, spiritual runes are not excluded.
In addition to evil gods, some knowledge of the Fourth Age can also extract blasphemy. Hidden books record those terrible stories.
This is also the mainstream element for extracting blasphemy.
Miracle and blasphemy are both related to God, and must be related to God. It is currently the 6th age, which is not recorded in any of the books that Shade has seen. The books and calendars only record the year. But Shade knew that this was the 6th age, and the voice in his head showed this for the first time.
This seems to once again illustrate the specialness of the other party. This is the 6th era, and the 4th era is the era of darkness and chaos.
It is very scary, extremely scary, the doctor said softly, as if he was afraid of disturbing something. In the thick fog behind him, the silver spiritual rune flickered, still only revealing part of the life ring.
Shade interpreted the beautiful rune as emotion. Emotion, a very powerful spiritual rune, originated from a terrible story in the 4th age. I still can't forget it.
I used this element to develop a variety of thaumaturgy, the simplest of which is exploring surrounding creatures with emotions. Silver light flashed on the brass life ring, and the doctor had the answer. Inside, he was scared and seemed to know that we were coming. It is impossible for the enemy not to know that the doctor has no intention of hiding his voice. If the voice in your head keeps reminding you that there is blasphemy nearby, don't think about it, turn around and run immediately.
This factor is very fatal.
The doctor continued to popularize basic knowledge and move forward with Shade.
Shade also understood why he only had blasphemy but no contact.
Enlightenment, if you can engrave, enlightenment, spiritual runes, it must be brass-colored spiritual runes. All enlightenment comes from civilization itself. Yes, civilization, historical legends, religions and heroic stories, and even fictional knights' adventure novels, through certain media, can extract enlightenment, which is an element of civilization and symbolizes the light of our world. Although it is easy to say, it certainly cannot be done by reading knight novels. And the fire that occurs when a stranger observes the world is precisely the reason why he comes into contact with the element of enlightenment at his doorstep.
And it's not just our civilization, or even just human civilization, but also the civilizations of past eras.
Enlightenment may coexist with blasphemy and miracle. After all, the history of civilization cannot be without the power of gods, and gods have also not taken his eyes off civilization. In the thick fog behind the doctor, the corner of the life ring was revealed again, and the brass rune, Sweet Dream, was revealed. This is the spiritual rune, Sweet Dream.
It is not convenient to explain its origin for the time being. I am very compatible with it. Now I will use thaumaturgy to make the other person fall into a dream.
A little light shone out, and Shade couldn't see the specific effect, but he believed that the doctor wouldn't miss it.
They finally stopped moving forward and turned into an unmarked room.
The room was clean but no one was seen. The doctor calmly said, "The last one is Whisper. If you can engrave the Whisper spiritual rune, it must be a black iron-colored spiritual rune. Whisper has a wide range of sources. The general view is that enlightenment is the light of civilization, then Whisper is the world darkness. Whispers are almost natural phenomena, echoing throughout the material world, obtained through contact with the knowledge of evil gods and relics. The detective died from a certain relic, so Shade was able to access the Whisper element when he died. The black iron rune was revealed. Its meaning was false truth, and it was the most complex of the 4 spiritual runes displayed by the doctor. This spiritual rune was harvested a year ago when we solved the secret keeper level, which is the level 3 relic incident. I don't quite understand its power.
It is currently mainly used to dispel illusions.
Under the light of the black iron runes, the clean rune gradually revealed its true appearance. Newspapers and wooden boards sealed the wind-exposed windows, and the floor and walls seemed to be coated with a layer of plasma, emitting a foul smell. The floor is filled with glass containers containing human organs, scattered like an exhibition.
After the disguise disappeared, the smell of blood hit his face. Shade's stomach was churning, and he finally knew why the doctor deliberately refused to let him eat breakfast.
Enduring the intense discomfort and mental pressure, Shade's eyes swept across the room that almost turned blood red, and saw a young man sleeping soundly in the corner.
He doesn't look like a tramp, but like a student.
His clothes are very clean, he looks elegant, and he is well dressed.
He was sitting there slumped with a pistol in one hand and a brass box in the other. Bade Marauder, 19 years old, a student at Lorax Mechanical College in Tobesk City.
A year ago, after accidentally coming into contact with a level 5, that is, poet level, relic, he was affected by the whispers in the relic. The influence of the elements caused him to fall into madness. As a result, his temperament changed drastically, and he gradually became a murderer who kidnapped and murdered young women. This world is, after all, too dangerous for ordinary people.
So, what exactly is a relic?
Shade controlled his fear of the scene and suppressed his desire to vomit.
The doctor acted very calmly about this.
I don't know whether he controlled his emotions well or was used to similar scenes. The two of them were at the door of the room, and no one had any intention of stepping in. Relics are remnants of the past, curses from the first 5 eras. Some are naturally formed, and some are created by powerful beings in the past. Remember, relics can only be born in the first 5 eras. So far, there is no record of the birth of relics in the 6th era where we are.
But if you can find out, maybe a whole school year of practical credits will be enough. Relics can be easily distinguished from other alchemical items. Only they can have the whisper element attached to them, and there is no artificial the method can add the whisper element to the item. The two of them looked at the metal box held in young Marauder's hand, which was the relic. Even half a room away, Shade could sense the danger of the items in the sleeping young man's hands. It was as if that box was incompatible with this world, carrying an aura that could cause all things to decay. This is the relic. When Shade saw it this time, he thought that he would never admit it wrong in the future. The doctor looked around the room and continued, relics can be real objects, but they can also be events, or even just a piece of information or a sentence. The levels classified by the Zhengshan Church for relics are also accepted and recognized by the Academy.
There are 5 levels in total. Poet level, level 5, its information can even be sung by poets, but it will only be regarded as market rumors or legends, and the standard measurement object, Poet Cohen's manuscript, when secretary, level 4, needs to record and seal the information of this type of relic in detail. The information can only exist on paper and cannot be easily circulated. The standard measurement object, Thesis of the Unknown, keeper level, level 3, a strictly trained secret keeper who specializes in guarding the information of a certain relic.
Unless under special circumstances, such items must be contained and used with strict caution.
Standard measurement object, Eye of the Secret Keeper, only at the Sage level, level 2, can the Great Sage know its information and containment status. Once such items are discovered that have not been contained, according to the agreement, the college and the Zhengshan Church must immediately notify each other. The standard measurement object, Philosopher's Stone, Angel level, level 1, extremely dangerous, the arrival of the evil god and the loss of control of the angel level, relic, are generally regarded as events of the same level. I am only a 5th-year correspondence student, and I will not be able to know the characteristics and containment control methods of this type of object until the next grade, the standard measuring object, Evil Angel's Heart.
What is the standard measure? Shade asked.
The standard measuring object is the reference when grading the relic. Once the danger level is higher than the standard measuring object, it will immediately enter the next level. Shade nodded to express his understanding, but since the highest angel level also has a standard measurement object, it seems to mean.
He didn't ask because Dr. Schneider most likely didn't know.
Then he asked questions in a low voice. Because he was holding his breath, he spoke in a muffled voice, so what we are facing this time is the relic of the poet level, level 5, I have found out clearly, it is the life countdown pocket watch. Yes, even the contents of the box over there he didn't dare to touch directly. Given flesh and blood, the pocket watch allows the holder to rotate it within a certain range. Aim the front of the pocket watch at any living body, and add a life countdown state to the aimed living body according to the rotation angle. The shorter the countdown is, the more flesh and blood is needed, which is why Sparrow Hamilton has such a long time.
The doctor asked Shade to wait at the door. He stepped on the blood mud on the ground and entered the room, and took away the box containing the relic. He opened it after returning to Shade. Before opening it, he told Shade to concentrate and not to be affected by the power of the relic. The box opened with a movement in the hand, and immediately, a stronger smell of blood hit his face. It actually contained a box of blood. The blood was poured out,
and the silver pocket watch fell into Dr. Schneider's hands. The doctor did not open the cover of the watch, so Shade could only see a ferocious skull engraved on the front and back of the pocket watch. There is a circle of rune text around the cover, which he has never seen before, but Shade deciphered it again, and he was sure that he could really understand all the words in this different world. The price of life is the mystery of flesh and blood. At this moment, he actually felt the smell of blood in his mouth, as if he had just taken a bite of raw meat.
Shade really retched this time. Fortunately, he couldn't vomit anything since he hadn't eaten breakfast.
The doctor was about to come. The pocket watch was put back into the box and packed into the suitcase that he carried with him.
Is this what killed Detective Sparrow?
After a while, Xiada, who had calmed down, muttered to himself. After all, the detective took the original owner away from the homeless life and gave him the entire inheritance. He was also very happy to avenge the other party.
Yes, that's it.
People in the countdown state know their lifespan, but they cannot reveal it to anyone, otherwise they will die suddenly. But this relic, born in the 5th age, although it is not useful to ordinary people, it's very dangerous, but ring warlocks have many ways to remove its influence, so they are only the lowest level poet. The life countdown effect is restrained by various, miracle, and enlightenment elements, so it is not very dangerous and can only be regarded as an ordinary poet level relic.
Unfortunately, Mr. Sparrow Hamilton is just an ordinary person.
Dr. Schneider shook his head sadly. Actually, I have been tracking this relic a few months ago, so I can know your situation in one night.
But there are too many victims.
Although I saved a few people, I failed to meet C in time. Detective Palo Hamilton, he seems to have passed away early in the morning on the day we met. What a shame. The next thing was very simple. The two searched nearby rooms. The psychiatrist used the magician's method to remove the hallucination caused by the poet-level relic, found all the places where the corpses were accumulated, and confirmed that there were no wrong murderer. Later, after Shade refused to kill, the doctor killed Bader Marauder directly from his dream.
This process only took 1 second in Shade's eyes.
After doing this, we left here together. When the doctor visited Shad in the morning, he wrote an anonymous letter and delivered it through a special channel to the Tobesk City Ward Field, which is also the Tobesk City Police Department, at noon. It won't be long before the police discover this place, attracting the attention of the Zhengshan Church. This area is under the jurisdiction of the Church of the Sun God. They move very quickly, so we have to leave quickly. The doctor was still joking as he boarded the carriage waiting for the two of them. But Shade was in no mood to speak.
Although the outsider had no worries here, he still felt uncomfortable after witnessing the bloody scene.
This made him deeply aware of the cruelty and strangeness of this world.
They returned to the city together and ate at a goose restaurant in the East District of Tobesk. Of course, it's also a doctor's treat. It's just that Shade didn't eat much.
The scene he just saw on the second floor of the nursing home will probably bother him for a long time. Then we came to the doctor's psychological clinic, which is located in the East District of Tobesk City, which is the wealthy area of Röntgen Avenue. Although it is not as prosperous as the city center like St. Teresa Square, the neighborhood is very beautiful. Bill Schneider's psychology clinic is flanked by antique shops and high-end tobacco shops on the left and right sides. The psychology clinic is divided into 3 floors. The first 2 floors are the clinic, and the third floor is where the doctor himself lives.
The clinic is very large.
In addition to Mr. Bill Schneider himself, there are 5 doctors employed by him. In addition, there are receptionists, cleaners, tea ladies, etc., which are quite formal. The doctor invited Shade to rest in his reception room on the second floor, which was the consulting room only used by important patients.
The conversation continued only after the servant brought tea. This is more like a study than a reception room.
The curved walls are lined with dark brown bookshelves filled with leather-bound books. The magnificent desk stands on the red carpet.
Just the pen on the pen holder shows the financial resources of the owner.
The combination of sofa and coffee table is not as formal as that of a detective agency, but the family-style tea set can help guests relax and reveal their worries and secrets.
How was this trip?
The doctor asked naturally while leaning on the single leather sofa, holding the armrest of the sofa with his right hand and placing his fingers on his chin. Shade was sitting on a fabric couch, which was usually used by Dr. Schneider's patients.
Thank you very much.
To help you solve hidden dangers?
Yes.
Shade said, but the troubles in his heart did not diminish. This trip was only to avenge Detective Sparrow, and this also shows that Sparrow's death was due to the detective's commission and did not involve the task he assigned to Shade.
In other words, Shade still doesn't know what secrets Sparrow Hamilton has.
The current speculation is that Sparrow Hamilton has a mysterious identity other than a detective, but because of an accident in the detective incident, he had to find someone to temporarily replace him. But that secret identity most likely has nothing to do with the extraordinary. Otherwise, the detective would not have known about the death in advance, but there would be no way to save himself. Of course, there was no need to explain this to Mr. Bill Schneider. Although Shade basically trusted him after a morning of traveling, he had not yet completely let go of all his vigilance. Detective, now that we have solved the accident caused by the poet's relic and helped you solve the problem of the death of the previous detective, let us return to the original topic.
The blue-eyed doctor on the single sofa looked at Shade. What is your opinion now about St. Barron's Comprehensive College?
Because the awakening time for ring warlocks is only 72 hours, the main training method of Junction Church and the three major colleges is to recruit from core believers and the industries affiliated to the college, which is also more convenient for observation. But both parties don't mind recruiting new blood that has nothing to do with their own forces.
They just need to train them differently from those trustworthy talents. Then can you give an example of how ordinary people like us who have nothing to do with mystery are treated after joining a church or academy?
Shade thought for a while, chewing on the meaning of the words, feeling that it was reasonable not to be fully trusted.
Of course, for the Orthodox Church, those ring magicians who are not devout believers are not allowed to leave the parish within 10 years of successfully assuming office, and their access to church support will also be restricted.
It will take at least 20 years to be completely trusted. For the three major colleges, the conditions are more complicated. We use correspondence courses to cultivate talents who do not originally belong to the mysterious world.
All foreign students receive correspondence teaching and cannot directly contact the college itself, let alone enter the college.
Depending on the region, correspondence magicians are divided into different groups, with each group consisting of 3 to 7 people. When there is at least one 6th level warlock, one 5th level warlock, and one 4th level warlock in the group, and more than 5 people meet the conditions, the group as a whole can pass the test and truly enter the academy. It must be a whole group, and no one person can be discarded. This ensures that the whole group supervises and guarantees each other. The doctor introduced this, which made Xiada raise his eyebrows. If I joined St. Barron's Comprehensive College, Dr. Schneider nodded and agreed with Shade's guess. He pointed at himself. Then my group once again has 5 ring sorcerers.
Now we have 4. The specific information of the others is not disclosed before you join. But I promise to wait until you meet the 3rd ring at least before formal enrollment.
Test. After all, we are still far behind in other conditions.
That's why Bill Schneider is so enthusiastic about guiding Shade to join the academy.
Wild talents are really hard to find, probably only slightly less difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Seeing that Xiada was still thinking, the doctor said again, Mr. Hamilton, I am very satisfied with you, your background, your origin, and your attitude towards mystery. A few hours ago, when we saw the tragic scene together, you showed no tolerance and pretended to be calm. These are quite good. Please consider my proposal carefully. The conditions here are very good.
I don't understand why the Orthodox Church and the Academy are so wary of people like us. Shade was still hesitant.
It was difficult for outsiders to trust others easily in the early days of entering this world. You haven't become a ring warlock yet, so you don't know how dangerous this world is. The world is like a crazy ocean, and the world of normal people is just a small island. But ring warlocks can go deep into that deep sea, gain more, and therefore, it is easier to go crazy, and to be distorted by whispers from evil things and malice from nature. Even if we have another self to jointly resist those distortions and weirdness, but without a ring warlock trained since childhood, it is easier to make a wrong step, and when a person loses control, it can be quite scary. The doctor gave a brief introduction, but seemed afraid to speak too clearly. Shade felt that perhaps the worldview of this world was not only about steam and mysticism, but also included agnosticism or the rules of Cthulhu culture.
So, is it possible to become a ring magician naturally without guidance and training? Shade asked the question again. It's impossible. You don't know the ring warlock and don't know what this is. We mentioned in the morning that within 72 hours after the ring warlock's talent is awakened, if you don't guide it, many situations will occur. Most of the cases are going crazy, a small number of cases are death, and with a very small probability, they will turn into strange things, monsters with piles of flesh and blood, and spirit bodies that howl crazily. They are probably the terrifying existences you can imagine that will give you nightmares just by looking at them. After hearing the doctor's words, Shade completely understood the current situation. He sat up straight and concluded, my time is running out and I have to make a choice as soon as possible.
And, if I don't agree to join St. Barron's Comprehensive College, then you will never let me leave with the memory of today. Shade looked at the doctor. The blue-eyed doctor nodded cautiously. I introduced at the beginning that students from the 3 major colleges will hide their identities in areas where the Zhengshan Church exists. Yes, if you refuse, I will use some inconvenient means to erase your memory. I am good at manipulation emotions and dreams, so you are also good at changing memories. Of course, this is because you are just an ordinary person, and it is not that easy for a ring warlock. Xiade will not think that the doctor is threatening him because of his words. These methods are all for self-protection. Xiade understands that no one should accommodate himself. If I erase today's memory, I won't know the 72-hour limit, he further analyzed. Yes, I think there may be new guests in the Tobesk Mental Sanatorium. But don't worry, I have familiar staff in all the mental sanatoriums in Tobesk, and you're kidding, detective, we could use some relaxation. The doctor judged very cautiously. I will not force you to choose to join St. Byron's Comprehensive College, where I belong, but as adults, we all have to pay the price for our choices. Moreover, compared to the church, becoming a correspondence magician is actually more free. You such ordinary people who are not believers can certainly be cared for by the church once they enter the church's training system, but they are also unable to move freely. But the correspondence course magicians are different. As long as we pass the exam every semester, get enough required credits, complete the practical content, get enough practical credits, and don't do things like murder and arson, the college doesn't care what we do. Now, do you understand the difference between an academic ringman and a church ringman? Clear. Shade nodded, just listening to the doctor's words. It is true that the academy has an advantage. The 3 major thaumaturgy academies are St. Byron's Comprehensive Academy, which is proficient in the storage and utilization of relics, Zareth Academy of Literature, which is proficient in thaumaturgy developed by elemental spirit runes, that is, the use of magic in the story. Xerxes. They know everything about medical schools, but they are particularly good at alchemy. Mr. Hamilton, this is not only my opportunity, but yours as well. Do you know what a rare opportunity it is to be able to enter the Ring Warlock training system through formal channels, rather than through cult organizations and secret societies? The doctor again said that his profession made him very good at persuading others. The hesitant Shade nodded again. Although the original owner's brain probably didn't work well, he was an outsider in the world. Even though he was only over 20 years old, he had his own judgment. So, how do you prove that everything you have said so far is true? So far, the information I have obtained is all from you. Shade asked seriously. Although he was doubting the doctor, Dr. Schneider was actually very happy, which meant that the young man in front of him was excited. I can apply to the academy for that poet level 5, relic, to prove what I said. But once I do this, the academy will know that a brand new talent has been discovered here. The academy will not. You will be forced to enroll, but your identity information will be recorded. So, do you want to get in touch with the poet-level relic, the dream of St. Byron's Comprehensive College? Can I think about it? Give me 2 hours? No, 1 hour. I want to think about what happened today. There was too much information for Shade to make an immediate decision. But I tend to believe the doctor, so I ask for some time to think. No problem. After all, for ordinary people, this information is too much. You can think about it here, or you can leave here. It happens that I also have some small things to deal with, so let's. The doctor looked at the clock in the corner of the room. The lower end of the pendulum and the glass display window was a heart-shaped metal part. Meet you here at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. No problem, I'll just be here. Shade said, it makes no difference where you think. If the doctor wanted to do something against him, there was no need to wait until now. The sanatorium just now was a good place to kill someone. If you stay here, there are some college admissions materials that are inconvenient to take outside. You can take a look. I will come back after handling the matter. If you need anything, you can ask Mrs. Kara for help. Mrs. Kara is the middle-aged maid who served tea just now. After an appointment was made for a meeting, Dr. Schneider gave Shade a document bag containing the college's information. He left the room in a hurry, looking like he really had something to do. After the doctor left, Shade did not open the document bag, but leaned on the sofa and looked at the ceiling. Just like what he said, he couldn't make up his mind immediately. He summarized what happened today in his mind and recalled every detail in his memory. The worst-case scenario is that everything is a scam and the doctor is actually a cultist who wants to drag me into sacrifice. But this is unlikely, he thought in his mind and patted his head. What do you think? Can believe. But can I trust you? Like, can you tell me who you really are?
I am you.
You are definitely not the other me in the ring warlock's heart, I'm sure of this. Shade looked at the ceiling pattern composed of color blocks and geometric patterns with a melancholy expression, and then looked at the rather nice crystal chandelier. He speculated in his mind about the income of Mr. Bill Schneider, and then realized what a large sum of gold pounds it would be. No matter what, I still have too little information, or there are no information channels at all, so I can only listen to other people's opinions. In Shade's own mind, doctors can be trusted. None of the information so far this morning is contradictory or illogical. And what the doctor said makes sense. It is not easy to meet forces that are willing to guide ordinary people to contact the extraordinary and mysterious. Shade has already had a preliminary understanding of this era, where the extraordinary and mysterious are not apparent, and the flames of human civilization allow the steam industry to flourish. Mystery and transcendence are only a small part of the shadow of civilization.
Thinking from this perspective, Shade would like to thank the doctor for revealing the valuable knowledge without asking for any money.
Shade knew that he was attracted to St. Byron's Comprehensive College, and he would not deny it. The 3 major thaumaturgy academies and the 5 righteous churches are the only formal ways to train magicians, and he will only consider these methods. The academy and the church each have their own pros and cons, but now it was the academy that contacted him first, and Shade was also doubting his identity as a time traveler. Compared with the more loosely managed ring magicians, the church is more likely to be able to see through his identity, especially since the doctor has clearly said that God really exists. The powers of the gods are not yet known, but it cannot be ruled out that the other party is omniscient. St. Byron's Comprehensive College can be accepted, but we still need to see the information that the so-called relic can provide first. He made up his mind, knowing that such a choice might not be the best, but Shade would not regret it. This was his own decision.
Then look at this. I was thinking about opening the document bag.
But the door was suddenly opened at this time.
Because it was opened without knocking, Shade thought it was the doctor who came back early.
But the person who opened the door was a young woman, and she was also surprised that it was Shade sitting here. Sorry, I thought Dr. Schneider. She looks to be about 20 years old, and she is the most beautiful girl Shade has seen since he came to this world. She has long blonde hair and green eyes.
She is truly blonde.
He seems to have a very quiet temperament, like a student or teacher.
She was wearing a very ordinary dark blue dress, and her only accessory was a butterfly-shaped hair ornament in her hair.
Feel sorry,
the blonde woman said, surprised, and then immediately apologized.
She wanted to close the door again, but suddenly stopped and looked at Shade with her green eyes doubtfully, making Shade feel a little embarrassed.
This light is, are you a gifted person who is awakening? Now Shade understood the reason why the doctor noticed him at a glance yesterday at the door of the newspaper office. He thought that the vision of the ring warlock was different from that of ordinary people. Really a gifted person? Although surprised, the blonde lady still remained calm enough. She looked at Shade with her beautiful eyes, and the corners of her mouth curved. Bill actually found a gifted person? When did he get so lucky? Did he use a strange relic to advance his luck? Shade wanted to say something, but the other party shook his head at him. Sorry, in our group, only 5th-year doctors are eligible to enroll, so I can't reveal any information to you before you officially enroll. This is part of the contract with the college, and we must abide by the regulations. He took a step back, holding the door handle with his hand, and a kind smile appeared on his face, but the conditions at St. Byron's Comprehensive College are really good. You are very lucky to meet a doctor within 72 hours. You can think about it carefully.
Oh, and also, if you really join St. Byron's, remember, don't major in chemistry. After saying that, he nodded gently to say goodbye and closed the door from the outside.
Dr. Bill Schneider, one of the 4 people in the correspondence group of Ring Wizards, did he really just happen to bump into me, or was he acting on me? Sometimes Shade also thinks that he is suspicious, but when he comes to a completely unfamiliar world, he thinks that he can live better this way.
But, a school that teaches mysticism actually has a chemistry major?
I rotated the winding of the document bag and saw the more detailed college information.
At the top is the promotional page that the doctor took out this morning, and behind it is the actual admissions document of the college.
Shade looked through the thick pile of information and then understood. There are 10 professional colleges under St. Byron's Comprehensive College.
Different colleges have different learning styles and professional knowledge. School of Chemistry, specializing in herbal medicine and potion making. Mechanical Academy, specializing in psychic abilities and cultivating alchemical abilities. The Academy of Astronomy, a training ground for soothsayers and stargazers. School of Ancient Literature, School of Spiritual Rune Interpretation and Analysis and Ancient Language Inheritance, the School of Mathematics, the School of Ritual and Incantation. Of Thaumaturgy, the School of Folklore studies the history before the Sixth Age, collects ancient literature and modern literature, and is proficient in the elements of enlightenment. The School of History trains investigators, time travelers, and is proficient in the element of blasphemy. The School of Library Management is a training school for secret keepers and caretakers. Containing relics is the main responsibility of the school. It is also the strongest major of St. Byron's Comprehensive College. It is proficient in the element of whispers. The seminary teaches theology, studies the history of the old gods, and is proficient in the elements of miracles. Cooperation with the Orthodox Church is usually also the responsibility of the seminary. The School of Political Science and Economics is not open to correspondence courses, so there is no information. The reason why the various professional colleges under St. Byron's are called by common subject names, instead of simply Conservation College and Thumbology College, is to enable correspondence-taught ring magicians to learn in the world of ordinary people, speak reasonably about your study life and reduce the possibility of the college being exposed to ordinary people. It was only after passing these materials that Seada understood that the ring warlock system explained by the doctor actually missed some important content. For example, once the ring warlock is fully awakened, he will generate spiritual runes belonging to the soul based on the characteristics of the soul, also known as core runes. The core runes are engraved in the central hollow of the Wheel of Destiny, not on the Ring of Destiny.
This is related to the advancement of the ring warlock. The content of the core runes is also the basis for the Academy to recommend joining the Professional Academy. For example, Dr. Schneider, Shade guessed that his core runes were most likely related to soul, so the doctor should belong to the Mechanical College. So, I can't decide what I will learn before I become a ring sorcerer.
However, I can actually travel through time? He shook his head. Because of these admissions documents, he once again felt the culture and system of this steam age.
He looked through it carefully and carefully wrote down the important information.
Then he put the documents he had read back into the bag and stood up to put them on the desk in the room.
This reception room only entertains important guests.
There are a lot of papers scattered on the desk. The doctor probably didn't have time to clean it up, and he is not afraid of shade peeking, because most of them are about the business of the clinic, and a small number of them are not used at all.
The lingua franca of the northern kingdoms.
Unfortunately, Shade somehow managed to understand those strange words. He did have the special ability to understand words.
The piece of paper that attracted Shade's attention was made of something like parchment.
One corner was covered by the book Psychology and Abnormal Psychology, but it only blocked the signature and did not affect the main content. College Reward Order. The illegal organization, Mercury Blood, appeared in Tobesk City and surrounding areas carrying a keeper-level relic, fake Philosopher's Stone. Offer a bounty to all college correspondence ring warlocks in the area, and pay close attention to the movements of Mercury Blood. If you submit a fake Philosopher's Stone to the college, 5 points of practical credits for this academic year can be deducted, and the academic assessment rating for this semester will be automatically promoted to excellent, and the rest of the rewards will be interviewed by Rutgers professor of the School of Mechanical Engineering.
Note 1. This task is extremely dangerous.
It is not recommended that students below level 3, inclusive, have direct contact with the Mercury Blood organization in any form. Note 2. For specific information about the relic, Forged Philosopher's Stone, please contact the Academy for detailed consultation.
Note 3. The Zhengshan Church has obtained this information.
If you intend to complete the task, please be careful not to expose your identity to the church. Below is the blocked signature, which seems to be an announcement jointly issued by the Public Affairs Management Office of St. Byron's Comprehensive College and the School of Mechanical Engineering.
What if I'm exposed to the Zhengshan Church? I forgot to ask the doctor just now.
Shade thought to himself, then put the document bag on the table and sat back on the sofa. So far, no one knows the secret of his understanding of various strange languages, so the possibility that this thing is also a doctor's forgery is not high. On the contrary, the appearance of this college reward order proves that what the doctor said is most likely true. However, credits, academic assessment, are really scary words. I didn't expect that in the era of STEAM civilization, we could encounter such things. Shade thought silently, recalling his life in his hometown. This made him more determined to get in touch with the mystery and find a way back. I just didn't expect that I would still have to study and take exams in a different world.
What's even more uncertain is that you may have to write a paper. There are always more solutions than difficulties.
He thought to himself and waited patiently for the doctor to come back.
Although the doctor just treated me to lunch at a goose restaurant not long ago. But because the horrific scenes he saw that morning were so impressive, Shade didn't actually take a few bites. Now that I have plans for the future, my mood feels better, and I feel hungry again. So before the doctor came back, I asked Mrs. Carla for some snacks and said I wanted to have afternoon tea. The doctor probably told Shade that he was an honored guest, so when the maid in a floral apron knocked on the door and entered, Shade saw that she was actually carrying a porcelain plate. "This is Mr. Schneider's collection." The middle-aged maid smiled. She looked to be in her 40s, a little older than the blue-eyed doctor. The plump figure is in line with Shade's imagination of middle-aged women from ordinary families in this era. Although there are no great Eastern countries in this world, there are still porcelains, and porcelains are still precious. Only the special soil and technology in special regions can produce such fine products. Shade thanked Mrs. Calla and paid little attention to the porcelain plate. He looked at the delicate yellow fluffy little cake on the plate and the reflective red cherry on the top of the cake, and swallowed subconsciously. "Siade, don't embarrass people from other worlds." The foreigner who came here for the first time said to himself in his heart, and then as expected, he heard the pleasant laughter of the woman in his mind again. "We agreed to meet at 2 o'clock, but the doctor never showed up." If Shade hadn't found that no one was stopping him from walking around when he went to the bathroom, he might have suspected that he had fallen into a trap. Because this was someone else's place, after making sure he could leave at any time, Shade returned to his original room and waited. He didn't have the bad habit of looking through other people's things, and he was worried about seeing documents he shouldn't see again, so he sat on the sofa boredly and looked at the interior decoration of the room. "I have been in this world for nearly 40 hours, and I have a higher understanding of the development capabilities of the country I am currently in. The characteristics of the steam age appear in all aspects of life, not only gas lights and steam pipes, but also the exquisite mechanical buckles that appear on various furniture, and the lifting platforms controlled by large gears, pulleys and ropes on the sides of bookshelves. These are all shades I have never seen it in my own world." He never thought that he would be able to come to this kind of world. While hesitating, he also tried to exchange his knowledge for money. But he really didn't know much, and he didn't have an extremely good photographic memory. In fact, he was still full of uneasiness about the rest of his life. Dr. Schneider showed up at 2:30. He had changed into a black coat. When he opened the door and came in, he started to apologize. "I'm really sorry. Something completely unexpected happened. I ordered a batch of sensitive drugs on the black market." "No, don't show that expression. It's not for the patients in the clinic. I don't do that kind of thing. I wanted to use my own research on thaumaturgy, but something went wrong when receiving the goods. It was really bad luck." As he spoke, he sat down again, and the maid also came in and provided the two men with a new pot of black tea. "So, has it been decided?" the doctor asked seriously, looking into Shade's eyes with his blue eyes. Shade observed the color of his body's eyes in the mirror. They were still the same dark brown color that looked like black, which was the same as before. "It's decided." Shade sat up straight and nodded, and gave the answer solemnly. "I want to try to get in touch with that poet-level relic, the dream of St. Byron's Comprehensive College." The doctor had a big smile on his face. "Although my luck is not good today, I found that, Detective Hamilton, anything related to you will always go smoothly. St. Byron's Comprehensive Academy, as one of the 3 major thaumaturgy academies, has the ability to deliver relics remotely. But Shade is not yet an official ring warlock, so naturally Dr. Schneider will not let him know what this method is." After waiting alone in the room for more than 10 minutes, the doctor pushed the door open and walked in holding a black cardboard box. It was really a black cardboard box with nothing but black. Shade didn't even notice where the seams of the carton were at the first time. The dream of St. Byron's Comprehensive Academy is a product of the previous era, that is, the product of the 5th era. At that time, the academy had just been established, and the legendary founder, the 13-ring warlock Myrna Filiana Miss, after a summer nap, "I got this relic. This relic must be stored in a black space, and it is a relatively simple relic to contain." Is the academy only established in the last century? Shade was a little confused. He thought this was the kind of ancient organization that had been passed down for several epochs. Actually, the 5 major righteous churches and the 3 major thaumaturgy academies all appeared in the last era. Remember this common sense: the 4th era is an era of darkness and chaos, where evil and distortion are rampant in the world. The 5th era is the era of witches in our era. Only women had the ability to cast spells. Powerful witch emperors divided the world and city-states fought with each other. Civilization made no progress in the 5th era.
It was a wild and primitive era, but it was equally terrifying. In the sixth era, extraordinary people, it is not obvious that human civilization can develop to the present era in the hands of ordinary people. The doctor didn't introduce the older era, and Shade didn't ask, because the two were sitting on the sofa, and Dr. Schneider had already opened the box. Looking over, the carton was covered with straw, and lying on the straw was an exquisite snuff bottle with enamel filigree, the size of a palm. The body of the pot is generally blue, with bright yellow sunflowers painted on it, connected with each other by golden lines, which reminds people of the joyful time in summer.
You came into contact with whispers. Just one glance at the exquisite snuff bottle attracted Shade deeply.
Shade has seen more exquisite things in his own world, but at this moment he feels that he must possess this one. Fortunately, the woman's voice brought his thoughts back to the normal track, and Dr. Schneider only smiled in response to Shade's gaffe. Even a poet-level relic will have an impact on ordinary people, so the church and the academy will try their best to contain and control the relic, but you recovered really quickly. I opened it. From now on, you will fall into a dream. The dream will last 7 minutes and 23 seconds, and you will understand the past and present of the college in the dream, which will help you believe what I say.
Such a precise time?
Shade asked, and then under the guidance of the doctor, he leaned slightly on the back of the sofa, making a posture that was conducive to a nap. Almost every ring wizard who joins St. Byron's correspondence course must use this relic to confirm the information he has received. It has been used countless times and has never made an error.
The doctor smiled.
This never-sentence pattern made Xiade a little worried. But he didn't say what he felt in his heart, and signaled the doctor to start. Okay, please prepare. The doctor stood up and covered his mouth and nose with a wet towel to prevent himself from falling asleep. At the same time, he made a retreating posture. Start. The lid of the pot was lifted, colorful smoke came out, and Shade immediately lost consciousness.
Shade had a dream.
In the dream, his soul left his body and ascended to the distant sky to look at the bustling steam city and the gray fog in the steam factory spewing thick smoke in the distance. Then he flew towards the north, over the city, over the mountains, over the grasslands, and over the forests. Finally, we saw the snow-capped peaks, and behind the highest peak, we saw the large ice cap in the far north. Perhaps for just a moment, perhaps for hours or even days, the sky in the far north darkened. In that dark night, under the colorful aurora, a huge building complex appeared behind the shining glacial mountains. This was a strange dream that he had never had before. After waking up, Shade only remembered walking in the huge academy, walking in the ancient castle, and looking up at the stars from the top of the spire. Walking through the lecture halls with seats, looking for herbal formulas in the basement, checking the list of relics in the library. Mysterious, ancient, deep, and secretive, it is St. Byron's Comprehensive College, but it is also a gathering place for mystics. Behind the glaciers of the far north, it has stood from the distant past to the present. When he opened his eyes, his vision was still a little blurry, and the doctor's appearance became clear on the sofa opposite.
He was hurriedly closing the lid of the snuff bottle and putting the poet's relic back into the box. How about it? Now you know that the academy really exists, right? After putting away the snuff bottle, the doctor smiled and asked young Shade. Shade sighed melancholy, actually missing that strange dream. It's true. What the doctor said is true. Even though it was just a dream, this special dream was enough for Shade to make a correct judgment. The only side effect of this poet-level relic is that it is slightly addictive. Dr. Schneider's voice was soft and gentle, with a strange power in it, as if he wanted to use this to completely pull Shade back from the dream world. Forget that dream, Shed Hamilton. But sooner or later, you will join us as a ring warlock, riding a steam locomotive to the far north city, hiking across the ice caps under the aurora, and cuddling in the snowstorm. Spend a long night, helping to climb the highest glacier, and then enter there, St. Byron's Comprehensive Academy, the Ring Magicians. My dream is to obtain the 10th ring in the academy and obtain tenure at St. Byron's. If you like it there, Shad, join. That dream that was both real and illusory took Shade some time to recover. When the doctor formally asked his opinion again, this time, Shade nodded without any hesitation. Yes, I hope to join the academy and become a correspondence sorcerer. Dr. Schneider had a heartfelt smile on his face. Then congratulations, Shade, please allow me to call you this. You are about to become the 5th ring warlock in our group. Please wait, Miss Dorothy Louisa came here just now, and she will join me to help you. By hosting the entrance ceremony, I can introduce you to each other and let her know that I am not always so unlucky. The entrance ceremony requires at least 2 people in the group to be present to prevent the newly admitted ring warlocks from being deceived.
Even though the doctor had been very enthusiastic since his visit to number 6 St. Teresa Square this morning, his enthusiasm continued to grow now. Oh, Louisa is a fourth-year correspondence foreign sorcerer, and her job is as a novelist. I know you have just awakened from your blindness and stupidity, and you probably haven't read her works, but she is fairly famous. The two short stories Snail's Dream and Midsummer Night's Wish won the Kingdom's Literature Award 3 years ago, and were even summoned by His Majesty the King together with 35 other winners.
Actually, you don't need to mention the total number of winners that year.
The door was pushed open, and the blonde lady I saw just now was standing outside. She was still dressed the same way, but she looked a little angry. Doctor, is it necessary to reveal all the unimportant information every time you introduce your friends to others? It seems that the atmosphere in the 4-person correspondence group of ring magicians that the doctor belongs to is very good. At least everyone is friends, and Shade is very happy about this. But Shade also guessed that maybe the blonde writer lady had been listening to the conversation outside the door just now.
Sure enough, it's impossible for everyone to be unsuspecting. He thought silently and prepared to stand up to say hello.
The doctor avoided answering the blonde girl's question, smiled and motioned for Miss Louisa to sit down. Detective Hamilton has accepted my invitation, and now our team finally has 5 ring warlocks.
Doctor, are you really not using the strange relic of overdraft luck?
She was suspicious, but walked in anyway and stretched out her hand to Shade, Dorothy Louisa, novelist and part-time journalist. Miss Louisa seemed to be very capable in her work, so Shade stood up and gave her a gentle shake. Shed Hamilton, sort of a detective.
This profession is quite good. While talking, the two sat down again.
The doctor coughed and signaled that he was about to say something. Shade, please allow me to call you this.
One last thing before formal enrollment, I need to talk to you about tuition fees.
Seada was stunned for a moment, and the joy in his heart was once again driven away by the sad reality.
He blinked. Yes, tuition.
He realized that when the doctor introduced the church and the college, he did not mention the important shortcomings of the college. After all, the Orthodox Church would definitely not ask for money to recruit members. School fees are charged according to grade. Please wait. Dr. Schneider took out a document from the bookshelf behind his desk. The blonde girl did not speak, but looked at the two of them with interest.
This is the charging standard.
Because we are correspondence courses and will not talk directly to the college has produced these documents to prevent group leaders from charging arbitrary fees. I heard that this kind of thing was common hundreds of years ago. The document the doctor handed to Shade was a very formal explanation of the charging standards of colleges and universities. The same printed version even has a sunburst pattern added to the upper right corner, and 3 combined gears are drawn in the lower left corner as page decoration. Even if ordinary people see this, they won't feel strange. Compared with the knowledge provided, the first-year correspondence course for the Ring Warlock is very cheap, only £50.
You know, according to Shade's preliminary understanding, in this world, even for a boy from a middle-class family, the tuition fee for a secondary boarding school is about £100 to £150 per year. He still looked embarrassed. It was impossible for him not to be able to get out even £5 in cash, let alone £50. But there are still many relics belonging to the detective in the house. If they are all sold, they will be worth £50. Besides, there are still several commissions that will be completed soon, so Shade actually still has a way. Do you need cash immediately? This is the most difficult thing. The college requires cash in gold pounds, but it can also be in other currencies, but you have to ask about the exchange rate. Of course, if you can't get it temporarily, the college also has a loan program, but the interest may make you suffer. Dr. Schneider introduced that Miss Louisa put her hands on her knees and said kindly, however, my opinion is that the group can lend it to you. We have the funds. After all, except for rich people like doctors, no one can come up with so much cash at one time. The blue-eyed doctor touched his nose and looked a little embarrassed. I was like that at the beginning. It's normal, but you have to consider whether you can afford the loan. The blonde lady reminded kindly. There is no interest on this loan for tuition fees, but starting from the date of borrowing, you need to repay £10 in the first month, and £20 per month for the next 2 months. The doctor also added, there's no need for collateral. I'll be your guarantee within the group. Anyway, I know your identity, so you can't leave. The doctor knew that Chet had just recovered from blindness and stupidity and understood his situation well. Shade let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was really lucky. Of course, he didn't forget to say thank you. He really met a very nice person. I will repay the money as soon as possible, Mr. Schneider. Miss Louisa, please allow me to thank you again. Speaking of this, I suddenly remembered something.
Because of this interest-free loan, I decided to put more trust in Dr. Schneider and the writer lady in the same group, so I took out the notebook I carried with me. Carefully peel off the leather cover of the notebook and take out a card from the gap. On the front of the card, there is a picture of a woman sitting sideways holding up a silver moon.
This is the most precious relic of the former detective, a Rhodes card with the color Sun 3. Seada saw that his door lock could be easily split with an axe, so he took it with him. Excuse me, is this valuable? A special series of Rhodes cards? Before Shade handed over the card, Miss Louisa recognized it at a glance, but she shook her head in motion for Shade to hand it to the doctor. I don't play cards often, so I don't know the value of this kind of thing. Let the doctor take a look? It is indeed a Rhodes card. Not only does it have a special pattern, it even has special effects. Is this the real thing? The doctor took it curiously and examined it under the warm yellow light of the gas lamp on the wall. He had no intention of revealing Shad's identity and background to Miss Louisa, so he spread common sense to Shad in his words. Although I am not a collector, I know some nobles and enthusiasts who are crazy about pursuing these special Rhodes cards. The special patterns themselves are very precious. If there are special rules, that kind of fanatical collecting hobby is even more valuable than men have a stronger desire for beautiful ladies. I can't understand that kind of behavior. I heard that last year, the Bifford auction house not far from St. Teresa Square where you live had. Ha! This is Silver Moon from the inaugural series, the doctor suddenly asked in surprise. What? Shade didn't understand, but the blonde lady got up and looked at the card with great interest. The doctor placed the playing cards on the coffee table between the three of them, and introduced the two people who didn't know Rhodes cards. Look, there is a vertical line in the upper center of the front of this card. This means that this is the founding series of cards originally issued by Rhodes. It is said that the founding series of cards were only issued 300 years ago, with 13 each card has a different pattern and must have special rules. Silver Moon is one of them, so it is called the founding Silver Moon. And under the rule system of Rhodes cards, each card in the founding series has cards all have extraordinary effects. Although I don't play cards, I think the rules above are indeed extraordinary. Dorothy Louisa, who had read the effect one step ahead, said that the doctor also lowered his head and read the effect on this card. Although he was not a gambler or a Rhodes fanatic, he also knew that there were situations like 21. Under the point rule, a card that can adjust the number from 1 to 5 would be so terrifying. Is this authentic? It should be valuable, right? The blonde girl asked, and Shade was also looking forward to it, but the doctor shook his head decisively. Impossible, absolutely impossible to be authentic. Each card in the founding series is equivalent to the entire street of houses around St. Teresa Square, or even more, far more. This cannot be authentic. The founding series is 3 those issued 100 years ago have either been damaged, or are in the tombs of great nobles or family collection rooms, and cannot easily appear. He knew Shade's background, so he made this judgment. Isn't it still valuable if it's not genuine? Shade also agreed with Dr. Schneider's words, but still asked. He also didn't believe it was authentic. After all, it was an antique from 300 years ago. It's not worth a penny. People only support genuine cards. Especially those special series of Rhodes cards. Using pirated Rhodes cards will be boycotted by all fans, so the imitations are not valuable. But this imitation is really good. The doctor also handed the card to Shade with some regret. Let me lend you the money first. However, you might be able to appraise this original, Silver Moon, and try your luck. Where can I go for identification? Shade also became interested. I know this, Profit Association, they specialize in this. The writer Miss Louisa said, and the doctor nodded. He introduced in more detail, because he understood that Shade must not know, the issuance of Rhodes cards has always been the responsibility of the Profit Association organization, so they also provide identification services for special cards. The identification fee is 5 pence per card, which is quite cheap. If it is genuine, the Profit Association will issue it a certificate of identification. If people want to participate in a regular Rhodes competition and mix special cards in the deck, they must issue a certificate of identification. The popularity of Rhodes in this world is higher than Shade thought, but it doesn't surprise him. After all, it's just a card game. In the Steam Age, when productivity was relatively liberated compared to hundreds of years ago, some special entertainment was normal. The doctor continued, the Profit Association is actually an organization of magicians, but it is not very formal. It cooperates with colleges and churches, is recognized by us, and is even somewhat related to our group.
Their original business was divination, and in about the 6th age around the 15th century, after a special series of Rhodes cards were launched to facilitate the promotion of divination business, the main business became Rhodes cards. The doctor pursed his lips, not knowing what he was expressing. The association has made a fortune by organizing various Rhodes card competitions.
Printing playing cards is like making gold pounds. Ahem, I am not envious of this business.
Of course, the Profit Association still provides divination services, but also involved in book publishing and newspaper distribution business. The more famous local three-penny newspaper is run by them.
The name of this newspaper is really concise. The Profits Association has many branches and institutions in big cities like Tobesk. There is one near St. Teresa Square, which is more formal. Gee, it's really good to live in the city center.
Even in an extremely small city with probability, your card is really the legendary founding series Silver Moon card, so you don't have to worry about the news being leaked. This is a very formal organization, the doctor joked. If this card is authentic, remember to tell us.
Maybe it will be a good subject for a novel. Miss Louisa also made a joke.
Her attitude towards the stranger's shade was also quite good, and she presumably welcomed the group to meet the 5-person limit.
Shade nodded and wrote down what the doctor said about Rhodes card identification.
But in fact, he didn't really expect that the cards in his hand were genuine. Although judging from the performance of the former detective before his death, he was definitely an avid Rhodes card lover, but after all, he was just an ordinary person, and his income was barely middle class. It is impossible to have such a precious thing. As for the museum that the detective introduced before he died, it was probably a black market center for counterfeit Rhodes cards, so Shade thought that if he had time, he would go to the Profits Association for appraisal first, and then go to the museum after he felt completely at ease. After confirming the loan from the group and settling the tuition issue, the admission process officially started. Shade originally thought that the college would send someone over, but all the procedures were handled by doctors. Remember, we are correspondence sorcerers.
The academy provides us with knowledge. We need to meet the required credits through study and examinations, and obtain practical credits through academy tasks. This is the relationship between us and the academy, which is somewhat similar to a special employment system.
You don't need to pay too much attention to the academy, at least not until you climb the glacier in the far north with us and enter the academy. The doctor waved his hand, and the writer thought that Shade would be able to fully understand this in a few weeks. The 2 formal ring wizards need to inform the college that a new correspondence class ring wizard is about to enroll, and the way to contact St. Byron's Comprehensive College is the measure of the poet level, relic, the poet Cohen's manuscript. The poet Cohen was also a student at St. Byron's Comprehensive College, but that was in the last century. Although there were only female spellcasters in the 5th age, the academy also recruited a small number of male students to conduct certain studies that did not require extraordinary powers. The number of pages in his relic manuscript exceeds 3 digits, and each page can carry information and small objects to the manuscript cover. This is the main way for St. Byron's Comprehensive College to communicate with correspondence course magicians, as well as distribute textbooks and submit assignments. Among them, the manuscript pages of Dr. Schneider's group are kept by the most senior doctor in the group. It was a parchment roll, but it was quite large, almost the same as an unfolded book. There is no word on it now, it looks very old, and you can even see threads shaking on the page. The first is your basic information, as well as tuition fees. The doctor asked Shade to use a blue pen to simply write information such as address, age, occupation, past experience, etc. on a piece of letter paper, and then place the envelope containing a stack of banknotes on the manuscript page. As the light flashed, the envelope containing the gold pound and the paper with the message disappeared.
After tens of seconds, a receipt emerged from the manuscript page. The receipt was written in the 2 languages Darien and Cassandric that are currently used in the Old World. The amount of the payment was written, and there was even the name of the college. Official seal. What a professional. The receipt was temporarily placed at the doctor's office, and Shade returned the money before getting it back. Then there is a trust test. The academy needs to test whether the correspondence magicians who are admitted are cultists, or people who have hidden ulterior motives in the past. The academy also has its own secrets, which cannot be easily known to outsiders. The doctor said easily. How to test this? Shade was a little worried. There was no need to worry about the original owner's troubled brain. He was worried about his status as a time traveler. When the doctor heard Shade's question, the doctor had not yet spoken, but Miss Dorothy Louisa answered first, with a smile on her face, I really miss you.
This is already standard procedure. Please write an article of no less than 800 words on your thoughts on good, evil, and disorder.
Shade thought he heard wrongly. This step is also to ensure that the enrollees are literate. The college does not accept illiterate students. Shade, I know you don't know much about literacy, so you can simply write. The doctor said kindly. But why writing an article? I thought it was a polygraph-type Q&A.
Just writing the article made Shade relieved. What he was afraid of was lie detection questions and answers. Once the question passes, he may be in big trouble.
After all, there are ways to cheat in polygraph tests, but the article reflects a person's continuous thoughts, attitude, and nature that one does not know. This is more reliable and more characteristic of the times.
Oh, detective, this is not an era of chaos, an era of civilization and steam.
Of course, the entrance test must be more civilized.
The writer lady leaned on the sofa slightly relaxedly. She enjoyed watching others being forced to write articles.
So Shade was forced to take an entrance essay test of 800 words.
He could listen and read, but speaking and writing relied on the knowledge given by the voice in his head, so it was still very difficult. But this also allowed Dr. Schneider, who was watching this scene, to confirm that his investigation on the original owner Shade was correct.
Good and evil versus disorder is a relatively big proposition.
800 words may seem like a lot, but if you really write carefully, you may not even finish the beginning. In line with the principle of writing less and making less mistakes, Shade divided this entrance test into 4 paragraphs.
The first paragraph is about beautiful words, the second paragraph is about good and evil, the third paragraph is about order and chaos, and the fourth paragraph is a summary.
This way the ideas flow much more smoothly, and Shade is very good at writing in this way. While Shade was writing the entrance exam, the doctor was not idle either. The standard admission process of St. Byron's also includes having the ring magician of this group lead the gifted person to solve a mystery-related incident to determine whether the gifted person's character is suitable for becoming a ring magician.
It is enough to recycle the life countdown pocket watch in the morning, but you also need to submit a report to explain the performance of the talented person.
So Shade writes a short essay, and the doctor writes a report, which may be a bit more troublesome. But Miss Louisa was quite happy because she was the only one who didn't have to write anything. While the 2 men were lowering their heads to write, she sat there holding a teacup and looking at them, with an indescribable expression of comfort. The essay and report were sent away in manuscript at the same time. It took half an hour before an admission notice with Shade's full name was sent.
The admission assessment is excellent.
During this period, the 3 of them had been talking, spreading some basic knowledge to Syada. In fact, the entrance assessment only has excellent and unsatisfactory results, rather than being divided into excellent, exceeding expectations, passing, failing and terrible like the academic year assessment and year-end summary.
The doctor also said softly, "This is the Academy's little trick to gain your favor."
The blonde writer also added. Shade felt funny about this, but he also realized that the Academy was indeed very formal and not a small organization. Then next step, I will help you officially become a ring warlock and open the door to the extraordinary.
Only after you obtain the core runes can you determine the professional academy you will join.
As for the textbooks and study materials, they will be sent in 3 days. After all, the academy prepared these things as well.
Now taking office?
Hearing the doctor's words, Shade suddenly became nervous.
He didn't expect to be so direct. It's here? Of course, is there something wrong with the doctor's office? And isn't the 72 hours coming up?
The blonde writer Miss Louisa didn't know why, but Dr. Schneider understood what Shade wanted to express. Of course it's here. Oh Shade, let me emphasize this again.
Remember, we are correspondence sorcerers.
There is actually no special emotional connection between St. Byron's Comprehensive College and us, only responsibilities and obligations.
Do you understand?
As for helping you, that's because I need a 5th ring sorcerer in the group, and the academy will give rewards to new ring sorcerers who are introduced to the school.
Not because I'm a well-meaning person. The doctor looked at Shade seriously, with a warning in his blue eyes. You have no common sense about this world, so I give you the most important warning, don't trust others easily. He's actually a good guy, but he's always so harsh. The lady on the side shook her head and said. Shade nodded cautiously, but he also agreed with Miss Ryder's opinion that Dr. Schneider is a good person, at least for now. Louisa, you just need to observe the next process to prevent unexpected surprises in the process. Please don't speak. No problem. We have already gone through this step twice. Wasn't it the same when Anat and August took office? Miss Ryder said, motioning for Shade to pay attention.
A gifted person needs to first come into contact with four elements to awaken his life circle, which is very difficult for ordinary people who know nothing about it.
This is the sixth age, not the dark and chaotic fourth age, not the fifth age ruled by the witch emperors.
In this era where the extraordinary is invisible, steam and machinery are the themes, and there is not so much mystery here. Even if one knows that mystery exists, it is difficult to come into contact with it.
Moreover, the dangers of contact with the occult are beyond the imagination of ordinary people.
The doctor held out 4 fingers. So Shade, how many of the 4 elements have you been exposed to so far? The only thing missing is blasphemy, related to the evil god.
Shade told the truth, and Dr. Schneider didn't ask any more questions. Look at my life ring.
3 silver runes flashed at the same time, and Shade interpreted their meanings as fury, silt in the heart, malice.
You have been exposed to blasphemy.
Immediately following this sentence, a murmur read another paragraph. The sixth age, the year 1853 of the universal calendar, summer, when the silver moon shines darkly, you came into contact with all 4 elements. Foreigners, the door to transcendence is about to open, and the road to sublimation is ahead.
Did the other you give any hints?
The doctor asked as he let the life ring behind him dissipate in the steam.
Yes, it gave me a hint.
It reminded me that I have come into contact with all the elements, and the door to the extraordinary is about to open. The doctor nodded with satisfaction. The other self is the core of the ring warlock system.
It is the back of your soul, it is you, but it is not you.
He shares knowledge and memories with you. But he can feel and see more, so he can serve as the ring. The bridge between warlocks and the world prevents us from direct contact with knowledge and information that will pollute the soul.
Now I repeat it again, I hope you can remember it. In other words, it is impossible for another me to know knowledge that I don't know? Xiada's heart moved and he asked this question.
The doctor nodded affirmatively, and Shade blinked. He had already guessed that his other self was definitely not normal.
That's actually you, but you don't know it.
He is the same gender as you, so the voice in my mind is a man's voice, while the voice in Louise's mind is a woman's voice. The lady on the side nodded in confirmation.
He has the same memory as you, but he doesn't need sleep, so he may know more things about the night than you do.
But essentially, you and the other you just have different ways of thinking and vision, so sometimes you hear inexplicable words. He can see more from the ordinary world.
The doctor said again, and Shade blinked again. In his heart, the woman's chuckle seemed to be nourishing his heart, driving away the last bit of influence brought by the poet's relics. Who are you anyway? He asked in his mind. Foreigner, at least for now, I am you. Collecting elements is only the first step.
After that, there are 4 more steps: ringing the bell, igniting the fire, promoting and him. The complete 5-step process is the most orthodox awakening process for a ring warlock, and is used by the Zhengshan Church and the 3 major academies. Ringing the bell means shocking the soul and allowing the soul to undergo its initial sublimation. This step sounds complicated, but it's actually just drinking a magic potion. The 3 major thaumaturgy academies and the 5 orthodox churches have different formulas for the bell-ringing potion. The doctor said that the potion from the Circes Medical School is said to be the best tasting, with an orange flavor and very sweet. The potions of the Church of Nature and Evil Thoughts, of the Righteous God, Lord of all things, are the most unpleasant to drink. Some are like dry chewing of tree bark. The college sent the bell-ringing potion directly through the manuscript, a conical glass bottle, purple bubbling potion. It feels a little cold to the touch, but warms when you drink it.
But Shade didn't think he tasted anything. Look behind you. The doctor reminded.
Shade swallowed the last sip, wiped the corners of his mouth, put down the bottle, and turned around. A layer of white mist had already formed behind him, and he could vaguely hear the ringing of a bell in his ears, but it was not clear. He did feel the so-called vibration of the soul, but it might also be a stomach hallucination caused by drinking too fast. Ignition refers to igniting the 4 collected elements to ignite the initial soul spark. This step only requires the assistance of a ring warlock of level 3 or above and some skills.
The doctor pointed his right index finger on Shade's eyebrows.
When some cold air slowly entered Shade's body, the ringing in his ears became clearer. He turned his head, and the thick white mist behind him gained a scorching temperature. The steam became deeper, and the steam seemed to contain countless possibilities. Pushing means that the soul can drive the ignited weak spark, allowing the ring magician to perceive the spirit and have the ability to manipulate the 4 elements. Specifically, this requires Shade to feel power, to feel the idealistic power of mind affecting matter. So Dr. Schneider brought a book without a cover. For ring sorcerers, there are many ways to contact the 4 elements. However, the method of inscribing spirit runes into one's life ring does not encourage contact with gods, mystery, and weirdness. Although this is possible, it is quite dangerous.
The orthodox way of training is to read books and read stories from the past. Other methods can be regarded as relying on luck. Reading a book? This once again reminds Shade that the supernatural organization he joined is a school.
Yes, churches, academies, and a few ring magician organizations have some special books in their collections that record quite dangerous knowledge and stories from past eras. Those books are copied by hand and translated from dangerous ancient languages into contemporary languages.
Their power will weaken.
Therefore, reading those forbidden books that are original or have only been copied or translated once is the best way for a ring warlock to inscribe spiritual runes.
And for you, this is enough to make you feel your own power.
He handed the book to Shade. This is a handwritten copy of the first volume of the Book of Fire Worship, and it is a copy of the original version that has been handwritten at least 6 times. It is the least dangerous book in my hand. It is impossible to obtain spiritual runes by reading this book.
You can read it completely in half an hour. If you don't understand the words, you can ask me. So Syed has spent another half an hour reading, equating his future progress on the extraordinary path with reading and studying.
He had to disguise his current identity, so he could only select a few words to ask after a while. During this period, both the doctor and Miss Ryder remained quiet enough, knowing that this was an important moment for Shade.
Have you finished reading?
How do you feel? The doctor asked.
It's a little hot. Shade put down the book and answered cautiously.
Light it up. The doctor gave Shade another piece of paper.
Shade held it and waited for a few seconds.
When he found that the doctor had nothing else to say, he asked, "Well, did you skip any steps, such as a spell or a gesture? Don't understand, feel, and guide this power. Unless your core spiritual rune is a concept like extinguished fire, this is not a problem." So Shade closed his eyes.
He came from another world. Although there was no transcendence, he had more knowledge in fantasy.
Close your eyes, relax, and imagine that the warmth in your body flows with your perception, eventually reaching your fingertips and sparking out. When he opened his eyes, the paper between his fingers had turned yellow due to the high temperature. There was a huge roar in the steam behind him, and the black shadow represented the hammerhead that was about to bombard Shade's soul. The last step is the hymn, where you acknowledge your identity and declare to the world that you are transcendent.
The doctor's tone became serious now. How to do this?
Shade was puzzled. His heart was beating loudly. He understood that he was about to truly come into contact with the extraordinary and approach the mysterious realm of the Steam Age.
Just say something.
I read my name, Louisa recited a famous poem, Mr. Rat August prayed to God, and Miss Luvia nodded silent, so we don't know. For Shade at this moment, the doctor's words seemed to come from an extremely distant place. He looked behind him in the thick white steam, looking at the hammerhead that was about to be shot down behind the thick fog.
A woman's voice, reciting murmuring poetry, sounded again.
Therefore, Shade almost synchronized with the murmuring voice of the woman in his heart and silently recited the declaration, in the 6th era, in the year 1853 of the universal calendar, in the summer, on a day when the silver moon shone darkly, I came to this world. I opened the door to the extraordinary and embarked on the road to the sublimation of the 4 elements. Shade Suellen Hamilton, the road of destiny forks at my feet, I will witness, I will experience, I will see it all. The giant hammer carried huge wind pressure and swung out from the depths of the steam, hitting Shade behind in the strong wind.
Boom, the soul is impacted, sparks fly, spiritual light flashes, and elements overflow.
In the wildly spraying white steam mist, the brass-colored ring with a strange luster, like the sun, gradually became clear. It rotated and sputtered sparks in all directions. The brass ring appeared completely in the steam mist with high temperature, and the life ring was suspended behind it. In the center of the high-speed rotating ring, 2 brass-colored, shining core runes symbolize Shade's next destiny, time and space, silver moon. At the moment when the life circle was formed, the consciousness seemed to fly high into the sky again like a dream, seeing the whole world and touching the context of the world. Compared to an individual soul, the vast world is incomparably profound, incomparably terrifying, and incomparably huge. But before he could see anything, he immediately returned to his body, making Shade, who was sitting on the sofa, realize what he was doing.
There is no need to look back again, the meaning of the 2 spiritual runes will be known automatically. These 2 runes represent the soul's characteristics and the world's recognition of existence, which cannot lie.
The core rune located in the center of the life ring can only be the brass-colored, enlightenment, rune, at least for ordinary humans, because the most powerful power of human beings is civilization, and there is nothing special about it. But believers who are favored by God, depending on God's alignment, may obtain the golden, miracle, and silver, profane, core spiritual runes when they take office. Those people are usually called God's chosen people or sons, and through some special if you use the power of relics to become a ring warlock due to an imperfect induction process, you may obtain the black iron, whisper, spirit rune, but this has great hidden dangers for the soul. The doctor explained, and his low voice gradually brought Shed back to reality. Because Shade's inauguration was completed, Miss Louisa regained the qualification to speak, so she also added, "Of course, there are other exceptions, such as the power left by ancestors, but this has nothing to do with ordinary people like us."
Shade nodded. Seeing him looking at the two of them, Dr. Schneider motioned to Shade to take a sip of tea. "You look very bad." "This is normal. When the life ring is cast, the soul is deforming. The pain is normal. It takes a few days of rest to relieve it. I didn't feel anything at the time, but I fell asleep in pain that night. I couldn't sleep, it was like someone was tapping a gas pipe in my head." Although Shade didn't feel bad, he still followed the doctor's instructions and picked up the teacup, letting the slightly hot steam hit his face. "Then Mr. Schneider, Miss Louisa, the number of core runes, because of the voices in their heads, outsiders dare not easily confirm that they are normal, so they dare not determine the normal number of core spirit runes." At this moment, Shade was trying hard to suppress his joy of successfully contacting the mystery, but he maintained the most basic sense and vigilance. He has gained trust and cannot show his abnormality.
The doctor showed an expression like you really would ask that. The number of core spirit runes is generally less than 3, but according to the data of the Academy, 80% of them are more than 2. After all, a soul cannot have only one outstanding trait, but there are also unusual situations.
The highest record is about the universal one in the early 6th age.
In the calendar year 306, there was a ring warlock with 7 core spiritual runes in Zala's Academy of Literature.
Shade no longer had to pretend, he really showed a surprised expression. How many levels of a warlock did he eventually become?
The blonde writer shrugged. "I don't know, this person is just a minor figure in history, and his accurate name has not even been recorded."
"Oh, I know what you mean, but the number of core runes has little to do with the level of achievement. This is a common situation with doctors."
The doctor then revealed his complete life circle again, with 2 brass spiritual runes, Light of the Soul, and Dream, in the center.
"Let me translate, this is the light of dreams and soul."
Generally speaking, the simpler the concept, the easier it is to interpret multiple meanings, and the more powerful it is to develop and create all-round thaumaturgy. So personally, generally speaking, Dreamland is stronger. Because the spirit runes were not in contemporary language, the doctor also translated it. He didn't know that Shade could decipher it at a glance.
"I have 3, but it's not very special."
As she spoke, white steam mist appeared behind Miss Louisa. Following the bombardment of the giant hammer, a rotating brass-colored ring with a square cross-section appeared, with 3 core spirit runes, writer, player, another princess, on it. She explained the meaning of the 3 core runes and believed that writer was the best core rune for her, and it matched well with her career as a writer. Miss Louisa is proficient in the element of brassy, enlightenment, and is good at finding strength in stories and legends.
The languages used in the spiritual runes are all languages of the past era.
If you cannot find a translation method, you can only ask the owner of the spiritual runes, and the owner will automatically understand the meaning of the runes.
So Shade, where are your spiritual runes?
Doctors and writers take the initiative to show their power, which actually means that Syade can feel at ease and there is no need to hide it. After all, the core spiritual runes are related to college and professional issues after admission.
Time and space, silver moon.
Shade thought for a moment and decided that there was no need to hide it. After saying these 2 words, I saw the surprised expressions of Dr. Schneider and Miss Louisa. He couldn't say that he was slightly proud of it, but at least he felt happy about it. They are all quite broad concepts, which is good. The Academy has recorded a lot about silver moon as thaumaturgy, and silver moon can easily develop various new thaumaturgy techniques. This the spirit rune is quite rare, but it is not unusual.
Time and space, are you sure it is time and space, and not time or space?
The doctor craned his neck to confirm.
Sure. Shade nodded.
Although he had not encountered the situation of exploding and testing the crystal ball due to his excessive talent, it was obvious that his talent was not of an ordinary kind. Shade controlled his emotions and showed just the right amount of curiosity instead of deeper thoughts. There seemed to be some coincidence between these 2 core spirit runes.
Especially, silver moon. Don't laugh, he said in his heart. Time and space never appeared?
After asking, the doctor and the writer looked at each other, and then the latter explained, of course it has happened, but it is quite rare, extremely rare. Even if all the recorded cases of possessing this core rune are added up, there are no more than 5. And through contact with mystery and past knowledge, after taking office, he obtained, there are probably no more than 100 ring warlocks with time and space spirit runes in history. The doctor looked at Shade hesitantly. If it were just Silver Moon, we would recommend you join the School of Mathematics, and you might become an expert in thaumaturgy and a master of spells. But since it is time and space, you will definitely choose the School of History and become a member of the investigators. Join the time exploration team to explore the secrets of the past. Even if I don't recommend it, the professors in the School of History will never let you join another school. There is no more suitable candidate for this profession than time and space. Step into the past, and you'll face more dangers, but you'll also learn more secrets about the fallen old gods.
Investigator or time and space explorer is not a special profession of St. Byron's Comprehensive College.
The core spiritual runes are time-related concepts, or ring warlocks who have obtained time-related spiritual runes can pass the level. The relic, time key, that fluctuates from the poet level, level 5, to the angel level, level 1, travels through time and enters the time point before the 6th era to explore the past. Time key is a one-time relic, and different keys can be opened in different eras. All time keys are related to the fallen old god, father of the infinite tree.
This is an extremely powerful old god who belongs to the good god camp.
If you come into contact with relevant knowledge and traces, you have a chance to obtain the golden, miracle, spirit rune. According to legends and records on some ancient stone tablets, the father of the infinite tree fell in the chaotic era of the Fourth Age, but he integrated his body into the continuous infinite time and space with the help of his own concept of infinity to communicate with the past and the future. The time key is the relic left by the fallen old god. Because the fallen old god exists in continuous time and space, the time jump that can be opened by borrowing his relic is not limited to the fall of the father of the infinite tree, the time point before the quaternary period. But for some unknown reason, so far, no time key has been found that can go back to the past time of the 6th epoch.
This is also an important topic for ring warlocks to study time.
In short, the doctor asked Shade to draw the 2 spiritual runes, and while conveying the news about Shade's core spiritual runes to the college, he briefly introduced the common sense in this area to him.
Spirit runes belong to the language of the past and are basically non-repetitive.
Unless you have seen spiritual runes with the same meaning, you cannot make it up, so you can use this to prove that you are not lying. But before Shade could ask questions such as, what about the stability of time, and will there be a time paradox, the college's reply actually came back. If Shad Suellen Hamilton is willing to join the history school is willing to list him as a key training target and provide him with a secret keeper-level relic for self-defense after he joins the school.
What's the meaning? Shade looked at the doctor.
We attach great importance to your talent, but it still does not change your identity as a correspondence magician. The key training targets are that you do not have to complete more mandatory practical credit tasks, and it is cheaper to buy books in St. Byron's. As for the secret keeper level, level 3, relic, literally. The doctor shrugged, they are always like this. They are not stingy with talented people, but they will never break the rules.
Then I should say yes? Unless you have a reason to say no.
The writer answered simply. She picked up her blonde hair on the temples. There's always some focus every year, but I guess there's no harm in that. As a result, Shade successfully became a first-year correspondence magician in the history school affiliated with St. Byron's Comprehensive College. To become a ring warlock, you need to be exposed to 4 elements, and to advance as a ring warlock, you also need 4 elements. For each ring, at least 1 golden, miracle, silver, desecration, brass, enlightenment, and black iron, whisper, spiritual runes must be engraved on the life ring to accumulate enough spirits to complete the sublimation of the rings. There is an upper limit to the amount of spiritual accumulation at a certain level, so engraving 4 spiritual runes is no different from engraving 400 spiritual runes and then sublimating it. Even engraving too many spiritual runes has its disadvantages, because the spiritual runes required for each level of advancement must be engraved at this level. Under normal circumstances, the engraving of spiritual runes is not a simple matter. It is also very important to correctly balance the contradiction between the number of spiritual runes and one's own research on thaumaturgy and incantation.
Warlocks from rings 1 to 4 are called low-level warlocks, those from rings 5 to 8 are middle level, and those above 9 are high-level warlocks.
This division is not because of numbers, but when the 4-ring sublimation and the 8-ring sublimation are carried out, in addition to the necessary 4 spiritual runes, it is also required that among all 16 spiritual runes at this stage, 1 for each ring is the same as the ring. The warlock's own core runes form a concatenation of meanings known as the Words of Ascension. Among Dr. Schneider's group, only the 5th circle doctor himself had completed 4 sublimations. When he was promoted from the 4th ring to the 5th ring, he used the black iron whisper at the 1st ring, running, the silver blasphemy at the 2nd ring, malice, the brass enlightenment at the 3rd ring, hound, and the 4th ring at the 4th ring. The golden miracle, light, and its own core rune, dream, construct a sublimation word that promotes the low level to the middle level. Hounds of light run through malicious dreams. There are no restrictions on the types of runes for Word of Ascension, the doctor just happens to meet 4. And if you do not meet the conditions of the word of sublimation, you will never be promoted from the 4th ring to the 5th ring, or from the 8th ring to the 9th ring. And because the 4 spiritual runes used come from different 4th rings, there is no chance to make amends. The choice of sublimation words can be based on past examples to form a sublimation book, with thousands of records. Ring warlocks look for examples based on their own core runes and prepare from the beginning of each stage, so each force regards its own Tome of Ascension as its most important secret. In the 3 stages of low level, middle level, and high level, you can use the same core spirit rune to connect the words of sublimation. Therefore, the large number of core spirit runes only means more options and does not have much impact on the difficulty of advancement. And if you don't want to rely on the past experience of words of sublimation, or if the core spiritual runes are really rare and there are no examples to refer to, then you can only try on your own. With luck, you can always meet the conditions for sublimation. But Shade would have to wait half a year before he would be eligible to view St. Byron's Book of Ascension and determine the choice of the most important spiritual rune for his 1st ring. The Academy is also worried about the reliability of the correspondence course magicians, and also wants to make sure that the correspondence students who become extraordinary will not regret it. Moreover, it is difficult to advance as a ring warlock, and half a year is not considered a waste. Although there is no limit to the number of spiritual runes in each ring, obtaining spiritual runes is quite difficult. In addition to the compulsory credits obtained through study examinations and practical credits obtained through college tasks, college grade promotion also requires that one's own grade corresponds to the number of rings. Therefore, it is quite normal to study for 2 or 3 years in a grade. If they cannot find the sublimation language spirit rune string planned for the 4th ring, people will still delay promotion even if they meet the conditions of the 4 spirit runes. Of course, regarding the teaching materials, the basic courses for ring warlocks, the secret keeper level relics promised by the history school, and the investigator tasks of the history school, these will all be discussed after the college has sorted out Shad's teaching materials in 3 days. At that time, not only will there be the syllabus and training plan given by the college, but all 4 people in the same group will also be present to give Shad suggestions. So after confirming that he would join the School of History, Dr. Schneider announced that Shade could leave.
Leave now?
A second ago, Shade was still remembering these common sense things, so he asked in surprise.
What else do you want?
The doctor also asked in surprise. I mean, since I joined the academy, I haven't. Miss Louisa, who is still a woman, understood what he meant. Mr. Hamilton, there is really only this in the admission process. I want to repeat what the doctor said. Please remember that we are correspondence magicians, and we are not closely connected with the academy. We train ourselves, obtain knowledge from the academy, and the academy gives us practice assignments to meet credit requirements.
We only teach by correspondence.
Oh well. Shade, who had been sitting for almost the whole afternoon, stood up, and the doctor and the writer also stood up to say goodbye to him.
The latter has something to see the doctor today, so he can't leave yet.
When Shade almost arrived at the door of the room with the 2 of them, the doctor suddenly said again, also, there are 2 taboos you need to remember. St. Lawrence Comprehensive College stipulates that all ring warlocks in this college are prohibited from setting foot on the New World.
This is a college taboo. A common taboo for ring warlocks is that ring warlocks are prohibited from committing suicide.
If you set foot on a new continent, the academy will consider you to have voluntarily given up your student qualifications. If a ring warlock commits suicide, it will at least cause a crisis no less than that of a keeper-level relic going out of control.
The New World refers to the great geographical discoveries made 50 years ago.
The land discovered outside the current Old World is somewhat similar to the great geographical discoveries of the previous world.
But there are no humans in the New World, but the products are extremely rich. Why? Shade asked in confusion. We don't know the rules of the college.
As for the prohibition of suicide, Miss Louisa looked at the doctor. The doctor thinks it may be related to the other me. If we commit suicide, the other me may do something. The doctor shrugged. That's it for the time being. We haven't encountered a ring warlock who committed suicide. Xiada, remember to come over in 3 days, that is, at 10 o'clock on Wednesday morning. In addition to the affairs of the college, you will also need to know about the regular study meetings within the group and our fixed academic year tasks. Oh, speaking of which, you can study your own spiritual runes in the past few days. I will lend you this notebook. Only then did he think of turning to the desk and taking out a black-covered notebook from the locked drawer and giving it to Shade. It looked quite old. As for the magic of developing spiritual runes, you can try it yourself first, but it may not go well after you have just gained strength. Your most important task in these 3 days is to rest. Taking up the role of a ring warlock is harmful to the soul and body. 3 days you will spend the day in bed reading notes. You will probably sleep until noon tomorrow. See you in 3 days. Remember, you need to pay back £10 within a month. The farewell was a bit too sudden, but Shade knew that he had been interrupting for too long, so he sorted out his chaotic thoughts and said seriously, see you in 3 days, Dr. Schneider, Miss Louisa, thank you. No need to thank me, I just came here today to bear witness. Miss Ryder said, but she seemed to be in a good mood. There's no need to thank me, I said, I just want to find the 5th ring warlock for the team. The blue-eyed doctor looked at Shade and answered very softly. After leaving the doctor's psychology clinic, the sun was already setting outside. The setting sun shone in the misty city, giving Xiada the illusion of being in another world while walking on the road. He was an ordinary person half a day ago, but now he can light a piece of paper with his thoughts. Actually, it's not much different. Thinking about it carefully, I got everything I have now without giving anything, which seems a bit too lucky. But according to the doctor, in addition to the compulsory credits obtained by studying, you must also complete the practical tasks of the college every academic year and obtain practical credits. Otherwise, you will have to repeat the grade even if you are promoted to the 2nd ring. Life seems to be really on the right track, which makes foreigners who were still considering receiving relief food yesterday feel a little unreal. His plan can be further updated. With the strength, the detective agency can continue its work. Shade has planned to complete the 3-month mission of his former detective. Of course, the premise is that he must complete at least one official commission to test whether he is suitable. Because I wanted to save money, I walked home, but to celebrate, I had dinner at a restaurant. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when I got home. I studied the doctor's notes for a while and learned that thaumaturgy and conjuration were actually taught in formal courses in the academy. But corresponding to the spiritual runes, everyone has different explorations, from which personal thaumaturgy can be born. You can use it for exchange, or you can just let yourself learn. From this point of view, instead of studying thaumaturgy on your own, it is better to wait for a textbook and learn some common thaumaturgy first. But Shade still couldn't bear his curiosity and spent the night exploring the spiritual runes. Thought affects matter, mind interferes with reality. As a result, before going to bed, the power of time and space could not be activated at all, and Shade could only make his fingertips glow slightly with silver light. This was the magic of the silver moon rune. The light was very peaceful, and staring at it made Shade feel at ease. It's useless, at least I can save some gas bills. Speaking of which, do I need to pay the water, gas and steam bills for this house myself? With such bad thoughts, he fell asleep in exhaustion. March was hanging high in the night sky outside the window. The brightest phase of the silver moon had passed, but the silver moon was still shining on him. Although both the doctor and the writer believe that the impact of the ring warlock's appointment cannot be easily ignored, the detective will probably have to stay in bed for 3 days. But when Shade woke up at 6:30 the next morning, he didn't feel any different from yesterday. He lay on the bed for a while, thinking about the relationship between the world and life, and then his embarrassment of financial conditions pulled his thoughts to a lower, more realistic level. Then he stretched his fingers to his face and saw the faint silver light on his fingertips. After staring at the light for a while, I let out a sigh of relief. My bad mood suddenly improved because of the thought of my shriveled wallet. I didn't even think about the gas bill that I had thought about before going to bed yesterday. I got up, washed up, and was waiting at the door for newspapers and milk at around 7 o'clock on time. I didn't see the newspaper yesterday because I got up too early. In fact, when I came home last night, I saw the Tobesk City Morning News and Kingdom Morning News thrown on the floor mat. Of course, starting from next month, you will have to pay for the newspaper yourself. After drinking 2 bottles of milk, I put the empty bottles into the milk box at the door when I went out to have breakfast. Although Dr. Schneider asked Shade to take a good rest for 3 days, Shade did not feel anything unusual about himself, thinking that this was a powerful characteristic of the outsider's soul. Therefore, today I still plan to try the commission left by the previous detective. If the commission does not go well, he will plan to pawn the detective's inheritance to pay off the debt. Mr. Lawrence doesn't plan to get involved in the investigation of his mistress for the time being. He will wait until 3 days later to ask the doctor and others about the pebble ring before making any plans. Among the remaining 3 tasks, there are still some difficulties in finding Miss White's missing sister and inquiring about a doctor who can treat eye diseases. Therefore, today's task is to find the lost orange for Miss Mia Sangold. Cat. In fact, the previous Detective Hamilton had already found the cat, but did not hand over the task in order to leave Shade with a simple task. So Shade just needs to pick it up and return it to the client. I had breakfast at a restaurant near St. Teresa Square, rolled up the newspaper and put it in my arm, and walked east along Charles Avenue. I waited at the next intersection and watched the crowds of people getting ready for work in the Monday morning mist. Then he turned left into the somewhat narrow Purple Iris Alley, glanced at the weeds in the corner that were extremely prosperous due to the arrival of summer, and was careful to avoid the barefoot children running wildly in the alley. According to the detective's notes, a stop was made downstairs in the building where Good Guy Peter's pet shop was hung. My nose had already smelled the smell of fermented animal feces, but just as I was about to knock on the door of the pet store opened by itself. A girl with long brown hair walked out. She looked very young, holding a red women's handbag in her hand. After seeing Shada, he was also stunned, then nodded politely, bypassed Shada and walked eastward along Purple Iris Lane. Shade followed her with his eyes, watching the brown-haired girl merge into the crowd of people in the alley. Of course, this was not love at first sight. The moment he saw each other, Shade suddenly had a strange feeling. It was like at that moment, the surrounding light suddenly dimmed, and only a spotlight shone on her. She was the protagonist of the stage. Those are people from the Church of the Sun. Young man, you'd better not make any unnecessary ideas. Only then did he notice that in front of the pet store behind him, a middle-aged man with a big nose was looking at Shade, who turned around. The middle-aged man's smell of fermented animal excrement mixed with food became even more serious. He was wearing a blue overalls, a coat with no visible original color on his upper body, and black boots stained with mud on his feet. "What's matter?" the middle-aged man asked. "Hello, I'm from the Hamilton Detective Agency. I'm here to pick you up, please wait." Shade retracted the wonderful feeling he had just had and looked at the note in the former detective's notebook, an orange cat, about half a year old, with a pure white tail. There are orange patterns on the left front leg. The other legs are pure white. His name is Mia. He described the characteristics of the orange cat. Unexpectedly, the expression of the man inside the door suddenly changed drastically. "You don't want to tell me that the cat is lost, do you?" Shade's expression also changed drastically. He pressed the doorframe and asked in a low voice. The previous detective had paid for the cat to be fostered here, and the client, described as a generous lady, had offered £2 and 3 shillings to find the cat, even allowing for reimbursement of reasonable expenses incurred in the search. This kind of bid is extremely unreasonable, but it also shows the anxiety of the cat owner. For such a high reward, if it were not for the fact that Good Peter's pet shop was not open on weekends, the first commission Shade chose would never be Mr. Lawrence's mistress. "Of course not, detective, you can't just be suspicious of people." "But that damn cat," the man inside the door gritted his teeth and said, as if the cat had eaten all his belongings. His expression was distorted. "Get that cat away now, I will never help take care of any orange cats again." "Okay, where's the cat?" Shade asked. He didn't like cats very much, but for the generous commission fee, he wouldn't object even if he walked through the streets with a cat in his arms. "On the roof." The man pointed upward. His expression of gritted teeth became more intense. "Since the detective came to foster the cat, this cat has not been allowed to be touched easily by anyone. It has scratched my wife and Miss Cindy at least twice. It won't eat cheap cat food and keeps bullying other pets here. I have been running this place for so many years, and I have never seen such an aggressive half-year-old kitten. At this time, it must be basking in the sun. Get it away quickly, I can't stand it anymore." Shade pretended not to hear the man's complaint, backed away from the door slightly, then looked up at the 3-story building. "How do you want me to climb to the top of the building?" "In the yard of this house, there is an escalator that can be climbed from the first floor to the roof. I will not go there. I never want to see that cat again." Of course Shade didn't want to climb so high, and he took safety issues very seriously. Just as he was trying to persuade the big-nosed middle-aged man, the latter directly handed him a 1-shilling note. "Detective Hamilton gave me 1 shilling and 10 pence to take care of it for 2 months.
Now I'll give you the shilling back, and get rid of it. Never let that cat appear in this lane again."
The sound was so hysterical that the children chasing him in the street and the woman leaning out to hang clothes in the building opposite looked over.
It's hard to imagine how much psychological damage that orange cat caused to him.
Following the middle-aged man through the house, he came to the backyard filled with empty pet cages. The middle-aged man was holding on to the long metal ladder, and Shade carefully climbed up to the top of the building. The roof of the building was filled with all kinds of garbage and debris. I don't know how these things were transported up when the only way up was through ladders. And in the southeast corner of the roof, the only piece of ground that was considered clean, Shade saw the cat lying lazily on a metal bar facing the summer morning sun.
It was indeed a young-looking kitten. Its body was as soft as a puddle of water lying on a pipe. Its body is not big, and can even be said to be a little thin. The color of the fur shines slightly in the sunlight through the mist, which is a sign of health. However, this is not so much an orange cat, but more like a white cat wrapped in a warm orange blanket. Only when the cat stood up did Shade realize that the even dazzling orange layer was really the color of cat fur. The cat was standing on a metal pipe that had been discarded on the roof of the building. One end of the pipe was resting on a broken sofa cushion, making the cat's position slightly higher than other surrounding objects. It stood up and turned its back to the morning sun.
Its amber eyes looked at Shade, eyeing the stranger warily. Shade had no experience in dealing with such animals, and because of the words of the big-nosed middle-aged man, he was a little worried that the orange cat would pounce.
But this orange cat, named Mia like its owner, doesn't look very fierce.
It was observing Shade, and Shade also knew that he was being observed, so he tried his best to be friendly, constantly reminding himself of the value of this cat. "I will take you to meet your master, Miss Mia Sangold." He found a place to stay among the waste, squatted down slightly and clapped his hands, with a deliberate smile on his face.
As expected, the cat didn't respond to this suspicious look. "Miss Mia Gold."
Just now was the most standard human common language of the Northern Kingdom, which is Delarian language. This time, it was a sentence with some Tobesque local accent.
"This is the skill that Shade learned in the past 2 days. I will take you to your master, Miss Mia Gold."
The orange cat's small ears swayed, and he raised his right front paw to lick it. After putting it down, he continued to look at Shade with bright eyes. Shade pursed his lips, looked around, made sure there was no taller building nearby, and then stretched out the index finger of his right hand. "Look." The silver light lit up on the index finger, and the orange cat's amber eyes immediately widened. It opened its mouth slightly, stood on the rusty metal pipe, its beard trembled and stretched its head slightly to look at the light. "Miss Mia Gold." Shade continued, then slowly approached the orange cat. He slowly stretched out his left hand, suppressed his worries about the wild animal, and gently picked it up with one hand.
"Orange cats are not heavy, at least not yet."
The cat still tilted its head and looked at the fingers of Shade's right hand, but after the light on the fingers went out, it did not escape from Shade's arms. It leaned back against Shade's chest, waving its 2 small paws with appropriate force, picking at Shade's glowing fingers just now, and seemed to be very interested in the new toy.
"Very good."
The detective breathed a long sigh of relief, stood up and prepared to leave.
The young orange cat Xiao Mia only squirmed uneasily, but did not struggle excessively.
Not ferocious at all, even very well behaved.
"It seems that I am also a person who can make other animals like me very well."
Shade thought happily, and then he saw something lying under the pipe where the orange cat was lying just now. So he held the cat in one hand, bent down and picked up the thing with his right hand, and then saw that it was a box of old Rhodes cards. When using Rhodes cards, you must collect a full set of 54 cards before they can be used. If there are special cards, they can be replaced according to the suit and card number, because the pattern on the back of all Rhodes cards is the same. The box of Rhodes cards in front of him was not a special one. It was similar to the one used by the 3 men Shade saw in the tavern. The patterns on the cards were extremely simple, and you could buy a box for about tens of pennies. Seeing that it was not an important thing, he put it into his pocket. Then he held the cat in one hand and carefully climbed back to the yard along the ladder. When the big-nosed middle-aged man saw that Shada was really going to take the cat away, he almost cried in front of Shada.
After leaving Purple Iris Lane, Shade did not walk around holding someone else's cat, but went straight to Miss Goth's house.
During this period, the orange cat Mia, apart from making a purring sound at the beginning, only kept using her claws to pick off Shade's sleeves and chest clothes, but did not try to escape from his arms. Since Miss Gold is willing to pay such a high price to find her cat, she must not be a poor person. She lives in Sandro Street, a quiet residential neighborhood in the south of the city. Every household here has its own small garden, and its gates are marked with their own name tags. Miss Mia Gold, the owner of the small orange cat, was not at home. Shade stood outside the fence door ringing the bell for a while, but no one came out to open the door. But the sound alarmed the neighbor next door. She was an old woman who walked stooped and wore glasses. Her gray hair was neatly combed together. She was well dressed and wore silver jewelry on her wrists. "Who are you looking for?" she asked with a thick accent, standing in front of the fence between her garden and Miss Gold's garden. "Miss Mia Gold, she asked us to find her cat." Shade also shook the cat in his arms. The orange cat meowed lazily, turned over and put its head on Shade's chest. This cat really liked Shade. Even though the healthy-year-old orange cat was not heavy, Xiada was already a little unbearable after carrying it all the way. "It's this naughty little thing." The old woman obviously knew the orange cat Mia, and then she said something that made Shade almost collapse. "Mia moved out last week." Fortunately, there is another sentence. "Are you the Hamilton detective who found her cat? You're much younger than Mia describes you. Don't worry, she left you a letter." After saying that, he turned around and went back to his house to get the letter. When he came back, he said, "There are some banknotes in the letter. Before you open it, check the wax seal. Don't say that anyone has touched the money." The letter was left by Miss Mia Gold to Detective Sparrow Hamilton. The letter mentioned that due to family matters, Miss Gold was moving to a large manor in the countryside on the east coast of the Kingdom of Delarian to live with her parents. So the property here was sold. But Miss Gold still remembered her cat and the detective who was commissioned. Without confirming whether the detective found the cat, she left this letter for the neighbor to keep. If the detective found the cat, he could get the letter. "I can't forget my little Mia, but it's really time to leave Tobesk. Detective Hamilton, if you see this letter, please temporarily take in little Mia and send a letter to the address below. I will go to your office to pick her up within 6 months at the latest. At that time, more remuneration will be paid." Note, in addition to the original detective fee, there is an additional £5 note enclosed with the letter as the cost of temporarily sheltering Mia. Please don't criticize my little naughty too much. The orange cat known as Little Mia squirmed in Shade's arms and seemed to want to sleep, unaware of the fact that its owner had left. "Why, I'm allergic to cats. Mia can't find anyone else to help her take care of the cats. And she didn't expect you to really be able to find little Mia." The old woman said that she had never met Sparrow Hamilton and recognized the young detective in front of her as the original detective. "Then I just adopt little Mia temporarily. When Mia comes, she won't give you less money. You see, she even named the cat after herself." "You didn't." Mia dictated the content of this letter before she left. I have been neighbors with her for so long, can't she still give me such trust? Okay, I'll go post the letter. Goodbye, ma'am." Shade had some doubts that the old woman could read minds. "Goodbye, detective. Remember, this cat can't drink cow's milk, but it can drink goat's milk." The old woman's voice came from behind, so Shade's expenses increased. Detective Sparrow Hamilton and Miss Mia Gold have known each other for a long time, and this is not the first commission incident, so Miss Gold has given the detective a lot of trust. This trust gave Shade another job as a cat caretaker, and his savings suddenly increased by more than £7. Miss Gold was really generous. Together with the remaining money from the pawn cane, Shade seemed to be able to collect £10 in no time. And if luck is better, Miss Goth can receive the letter and rush over within a week, and Shade may be able to pay off all the debts this month directly. Because of this good mood, when I walked back to St. Teresa Square with the cat in my arms, my steps were much lighter. On the way back, I happened to pass by the Silver Parrot Milk Distribution Company, which I had visited not long ago, so I went in to inquire and learned that goat milk could also be delivered here. The salesman who was in charge of contacting Shade even saw Shade's intention to feed the kittens with goat's milk, and therefore introduced him to more cat-raising techniques. But his enthusiasm did not make Shard give in on the money for ordering goat milk. Fortunately, number 6 Street Teresa Square in the city center is where the hard-working milk delivery man of the Silver Parrot Milk Distribution Company must pass every day. Therefore, there is no need to open additional detours to deliver to Shade, so the cost of goat milk is actually less than expected. Shade regarded the orange cat Little Mia as his lucky cat. When he left the Silver Parrot Milk Delivery Company, he was still thinking about being a little more luxurious and eating better food at noon. Just passing by the old dog lying at the door, a woman's voice, which had not made a sound until today, finally sounded in my mind, "Look at her ring." He immediately looked up and looked around, and almost a second later, he immediately saw Mrs. Lasoya, Mr. Lawrence's mistress, walking out of the alley opposite the milk company and turning in the direction of the silver shop where the battle took place the day before. She still wears the white pebbled ring.
Is she a boy turning into a girl, or a girl turning into a boy?
Seade guessed in his heart, but had no intention of following. He cherishes his life, and since he has decided to give up this commission, he will not change his mind out of curiosity. If he had the power of Dr. Schneider or the female writer Miss Dorothy Louisa, of course he would not give up. But people have to face reality and accept that they are still weak. With a happy mood, he walked leisurely across the street with the cat in his arms and entered the candy store opposite. Pretending to be curious, he asked about the price of the small cake in the glass display window. After confirming with his peripheral vision that Mrs. Lasoya had gone away, he immediately walked out of the store and entered the alley where Mrs. Lasoya appeared just now. The alley is not deep, and like most of the alleys in this steamy city, it is dirty and full of odor. After a few quick steps, we reached the end, where there were piles of abandoned pipes, and there was even a layer of disgusting green moss attached to the surface of the pipes. After going around the pipe, I saw that there was a wall behind the pipe.
This was a dead end.
It should have been possible to reach another block from the other end of the alley, but the store at the other end of the exit expanded its area without authorization and blocked the alley with its back wall. Between this pile of pipes and the wall, there is an excellent blind spot.
Mrs. Lasoya just walked out of the alley with no exit. Could it be that she completed another transformation of kissing the ring here?
Shade thought, very satisfied with his caution and strong ability to act. Although I dare not follow him, I still have no problem investigating what the other party just did. In a very safe situation, Shade obtained information that had nothing to do with him.
Satisfied, Shade planned to turn around and leave, and planned to tell Dr. Schneider what he had seen today.
But at this moment, the woman's elegant whispering voice sounded in my ears again, "You have come into contact with enlightenment."
He stopped and frowned.
The element of enlightenment is related to civilization, but strong traces of thaumaturgy and spells may also lead to its appearance. But here, standing in the narrow space between the pipe and the wall, because it is a dead end, there is not much garbage, but there is more animal feces.
Shade carefully looked at the wall in front of him.
The wall was almost covered with chalk and paint with various dirty words and shapes representing private organs. In addition, there were many strange marks that he did not want to imagine. The only two spiritual runes he had, neither of them had the effect of enhancing his eyesight for the time being, but what really set him apart from ordinary people was his ability to decipher almost all words. Below the sentence that insulted the gods, above Shade's waist, some strange patterns were caught by the young detective's eyes. He regarded them as words, and then he got the meaning and pronunciation of those words, appear. The ancient language used 6 syllables to express such a simple meaning. In the thin mist, a white light flashed in front of Shada. He stepped back, but still positioned himself between the gap between the pipe and the wall. The curious cat was awakened by the white light, and the person holding it saw a dilapidated stone statue rising slowly from the ground. Its base is square, and the statue is only half the height of Shade. It is an image of a noble man with bat wings and a cloak.
Shade closed his eyes and let blood and tears overflow from under his eyelids.
He covered the cat's eyes, turned around quickly, and heard a murmur in his ears. It was a murmur of joy, reciting a story he had never told. "You have come into contact with the remnants of the old god vampire Duke Lower. The old gods born from the original filthy blood are thirsty for blood and are driven crazy by blood. In the dusk of the old days, the curse of blood was used to develop relatives, and the soul was blinded by the curse of blood, roaring in the depths of the castle in the dark night. You listened to the story of the old god vampire Duke Lower, and you learned one of the miracles of the old god vampire Duke Lower.
Can you engrave spiritual runes?"
After confirming for a moment that there was only this information, Shade came out of the surprise and asked in a low voice full of expectation. The headache caused by the close contact with the statue of the old god was relieved. Then, Shade heard the woman's voice in his heart chuckle, "You have obtained the spell, Echo of Blood. You have not been given enough stories of this deity, outsider, and miracles are not so easy to come by." The whispering voice in his heart fell silent, and the statue of the old god conveyed new power to Shade. The life ring hidden behind the soul rotates, absorbing slight golden elements, allowing the brass ring to be stained with gold particles, and condenses the spirit that belongs to the soul. Shade's right eye suddenly turned blood red, and he gained the power to see the undetectable remaining blood stains. After fully understanding what was happening at this moment, Shade did not check the power he had obtained first, but first checked the cat in his arms. Although the cat and Shade saw the whole process of the appearance of the statue of the old god, fortunately, the cat's sight was attracted by the scattered white light at that time, so it did not observe the entire appearance of the statue of the old god at the same time as Shade did.
Appearance. Therefore, apart from being a little depressed, little Mia was not as mentally shocked as Shade.
As for the power that Shade has gained, to put it simply, his right eye can now see the imperceptible bloodstains remaining in the air and on the surface of objects when the spell is actively activated. This ability can also be achieved in Shad's world through certain technological means. But when he used the spell, he didn't need instruments, he only needed to open his eyes, and as long as there was blood left, no matter how weak it was, he could see it.
Although this is not a powerful ability, it unexpectedly matches Shade's detective career very well.
Shade had never heard of the name of the old god vampire Duke Lowell. In fact, he had never heard of the name of any old god except the father of the infinite tree. The story of this old god makes him sound less like a good god. This judgment was completely correct, so after obtaining the spell and story, the voice in his head also reminded Shade that he was coming into contact with the silver element, blasphemy, which is an element only possessed by evil gods. But maybe he didn't have a deep sense of the blasphemy of this old god, or maybe the power of this stone statue with a base was more towards miracle, but Shade didn't gain anything from blasphemy. But the gains from incantation are also very good.
Thaumaturgy requires corresponding spiritual runes to be used, while incantation does not require spiritual runes.
It is a common occult ability for ring warlocks. Because they are universal, the effects of spells are often not as good as thaumaturgy, but in fact some spells also have restrictions on their use. Judging from the doctor's notes, spells obtained through contact with the remnants of the old gods usually cannot be learned through other means. Therefore, Shade can be regarded as a rare spell for nothing, but unfortunately the effect is not very obvious.
Now that you have received the benefits, the next step is of course to leave immediately.
Shade couldn't take away the statue of the old god, and he didn't even dare to touch it directly with his skin. The existence of the stone statue is obviously related to Mrs. Lasoya, and the statue of the old god cannot exist naturally in the city. The other party must have brought it to this alley to hide it. Bringing the statue of the evil god into the city like this is a serious illegal act, so Shade finally judged that Mrs. Lasoya was not a good person. So he read the 6 syllables of the ancient text meaning appearance in reverse order, causing the statue of the evil god to slowly enter the ground again. Then he carefully slipped out of the alley, not even thinking about saving money, and boarded the carriage directly at the next intersection.
Without any hesitation, he took the cat and set off towards Dr. Schneider's psychological clinic in the East District of Tobesk City.
Unfortunately, Dr. Bill Schneider was not in the clinic. People in the clinic also knew Shade, who was invited by the doctor yesterday, so Dr. Clay, who was responsible for receiving him, informed Dr. Schneider's whereabouts. The wife and daughter of an earl in this city who cannot be named, recently suffered from bulimia. The earl's personal doctor believed that this was a psychological problem, so he specially invited Dr. Schneider to diagnose and treat it. Dr. Schneider will spend the night at the Count's manor outside the city and will not be back today, at least.
As for the address of the manor and the earl's surname, in order to protect the privacy of the patients, Shade cannot be told.
But Mr. Hamilton, you can leave a note for Bill and he'll see it when he gets back, Dr. Clay said in a friendly manner, but refused to reveal the location of the earl's manor. Dr. Clay is a middle-aged man who is slightly older, but less than 50 years old.
His body is a bit bloated, but it is well controlled under the limit of obesity.
It's just that he doesn't have a hair on his head, so he wears a very obvious brown wig. This makes his eyes involuntarily look up when talking to him at close range.
Dr. Schneider will definitely not come back today?
Shade, who was holding the cat, reluctantly confirmed that the orange cat Mia had probably never been to a similar occasion, and now she was looking around with her eyes wide open in great interest. Yes, when the Count's butler came to invite Bill, he already stated the time of this visit, repeated the doctor.
And do you know Dr. Schneider's friend, Miss Dorothy Louisa? Do you know where she lives? Shade asked again. If he couldn't find a doctor, then other ring warlocks in the same group could do it.
Regarding the statue of the evil god, he must find someone who can handle this matter carefully.
Yes, of course I know her. She is a frequent visitor to our clinic. She often comes to visit because of anorexia and insomnia. But I cannot disclose the patient's information at will,
Dr. Clay said apologetically. Shade also knew that his request was a bit excessive, so he could only choose to leave a message to Dr. Schneider. Although the statue of the evil god that contains the remnants of the old god is not a relic, its value is still considerable. Even though the college does not recommend that ring magicians obtain the 4 elements through contact with such weird items, those professors with tenured teaching positions of 9 or more rings in St. Byron's Comprehensive College may pass through the remnants of the old gods. The stories of the old gods are written in the language of power. This is definitely much safer than Shade being directly affected by the remnants of the old god today, so whether he is worried about Mrs. Lasoya's purpose, or just wants to make a contribution by reporting this matter, it is necessary to let Schneider as soon as possible. The doctor knew this.
But since the doctor is not here, we can only wait patiently.
It was impossible for Shade to report this matter directly to the church. It was not that he cared about the statue of the old blood god being taken away by the church, but that he really didn't know how to report it anonymously.
But the doctor will be back tomorrow, so waiting one more day will probably be fine.
With this thought in mind, he left the doctor's psychology clinic with the cat in his arms.
But there was always an uneasy feeling lingering in his heart.
This feeling made Shade almost hit by a carriage at the intersection because he was distracted on the way back to St. Teresa Square. Shade walked out of the house early in the morning, but because the task of finding the orange cat went so smoothly, it was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon when he returned home. He and little Mia had lunch outside, so they had nothing to do for the time being. Shade left the cat at home, and little Mia was quite adaptable to the unfamiliar environment. She rolled around on the sofa or went to every corner of the room to take a look.
Shade recorded the entire process of the cat search commission in detail in the account books and record books left by the detective, strictly following the format of the previous detective.
After finishing writing, I looked through the detective's past records and planned to complete the remaining 2 simple tasks, namely the girl who ran away from home and the matter of finding the doctor, in the next few days. In this way, after receiving the teaching materials from the academy on Wednesday, there will be time to investigate the detective's past acquaintances and find the secrets that Sparrow Hamilton may be hiding. So Shade spent the afternoon sorting through all the belongings of his former detective and valuing his own property. In the evening, I took the cat out to eat again. On the way back, I bought some breadsticks from a bakery near the square to have with the milk for breakfast tomorrow morning. Of course, we can't forget about the high-end cat food. Now that he has received the money, Shade will take good care of the orange kitten. Therefore, after only 2 days in this world, Shade became a young detective living in the central square of the kingdom's capital, with a cat and a job.
Thinking about it this way, I'm actually pretty lucky, but I don't have any money.
The night time is spent on continuing to study, Time and Space, and Silver Moon. Because I came into contact with the remnants of the old gods today, the accumulated, miracle, elements were transformed into more spirits, making the silver light on my fingertips even more dazzling. But it still has no attack power. But the lighting is enough. Shade also tried the ability to ignite paper, an ability that was also enhanced by the gain of power. Although the young orange cat was frightened by the heat of the paper in Shade's hand and hid in Shade's arms and refused to leave, Shade was very happy about it. This kind of study was terminated at almost 9 o'clock that night. At that time, Shade was sitting in the study reading the doctor's notes, troubled by the doctor's cursive writing, when he heard the bell downstairs ringing. The cat, which was still sleeping on the table, immediately got under the desk, as if it was frightened. Shade comforted the timid little Mia, walked out of the room doubtfully, and followed the stairs to the first-floor foyer.
Did the doctor return to the city early and read my message?
But no, after opening the door, there was a nervous short, yellow-haired middle-aged man in a black coat outside the door. He was looking for the client of Detective Sparrow Hamilton.
Shade's first official commission came to his door.
The man's name was Rejett Franklin, an accountant who lived west of Tobesk and worked for Hunter and Rolla's textile factory. This was not the first time he came here for a commission, and he was also an acquaintance with Detective Sparrow Hamilton. Therefore, after being invited in by Shade and served with black tea, he was very shocked by the death of the former detective. Sudden illnesses don't even receive effective treatment.
This was the former detective's explanation for his death.
Medical treatment in this era was not developed, and doctors' treatment methods had just moved away from the practice of bloodletting and indoctrination, so people they knew died of sudden illnesses, is not a very rare thing. I am the nephew of the detective in my hometown.
I have inherited this detective agency.
Uncle Sparrow entrusted this place to me before he died. Shade introduced the identity that the former detective had fabricated for him. Seeing that Mr. Franklin believed this, he asked, "Although Uncle Sparrow is gone, I can still complete the commission, and complete the commission more cheaply.
May I ask, why are you here so late?"
I don't know whether he was moved by Siada's sincerity or the cheaper promise, but the middle-aged accountant hesitated before talking about his own affairs. Although they live in the royal capital, Rajette Franklin's family is just an ordinary family in this northern pearl of the old world. Mr. Franklin, the husband, made a living as an accountant, and Mrs. Franklin had a job as a scribe in a nearby private library. The only child in the family, little Franklin, is the biggest headache for the couple. He was originally a good boy in the family, but since he met a group of bad friends on the street, he hangs out with them all day long and gradually becomes infected. He got into the bad habit of gambling, hanging out in nightclubs and underground casinos, stealing money from his family and squandering it. Mr. Franklin came here twice before for commissions. The first time he asked Detective Sparrow Hamilton to look for little Franklin, who had not returned home for 3 days. He was found in an underground casino in the slums in the north of the city. The second time was to ask detectives to bring out little Franklin, who had been hanging out in the Lucky Southern Cross Club for 3 days. The main business of that club is alcohol, but at night it turns into an underground casino. This time was Mr. Franklin's third visit to deliver a commission. The commission was also to forcibly remove little Franklin, who was addicted to Rhodes cards, from that illegal nightclub. Mr. Franklin has had enough. He plans to sell his property and quit his job in the near future. He and his wife will abandon the 30 years of hard work in this northern capital city. He will leave the rich and prosperous Tobesk and move his family to the kingdom. In the West, Artek City is known as the City of Art. Mr. Franklin's brother had lived in that city for many years and could introduce the family to new jobs. Of course, the more important thing is to keep little Franklin away from bad friends, Rhodes cards, and gambling tables. After bringing him back this time, I will lock him directly at home. After the moving is completed next month, I will directly take him on the steam train. So, Detective Hamilton, can you take my son out? That club? The client confirmed it. This only required Shade to enter the club immediately and persuade Mr. Franklin to leave with him, so the accountant's bid was 13 shillings and 3 pence, which was more than half a pound. For an accountant earning around £70 a year, this is roughly a week's salary. This commission fee includes club tickets and additional subsidies for night outings. Although compared with the commission from Shamia, this business was not even worth half a cat, but Shade thought about it and was willing to accept this commission. He had only recently seen the affairs of the Franklin family in the commission records of the former detective. It recorded the process of the detective persuading little Franklin to leave with him. It's a very simple task, there will be no mistakes. The orange cat stayed at home, worried that little Mia would be scared, so Shade reluctantly went out without turning off the gaslight. Mr. Franklin went home to wait for news, while Shade chose to take a carriage to his destination because of the long distance. The charging standards for taxis in Tobesk City have different rules depending on where the passengers get on the bus and their destination. The fee is 1 shilling for destinations less than 2 miles within 4 miles of the city center, and 5 pence for each mile thereafter. If you travel longer distances out of central cities, the cost per mile will be cheaper. And Siada's destination this time was in the lower city area in the usual sense, that is, North City. Including the extra tip he had to pay to the driver for driving at night, he paid a total of 3 shillings when he got off the bus at the dark alley. Fortunately, Franklin's family is also in Beicheng district, so there is no need to take a carriage after finding little Franklin. At the same time, the expensive price of using a taxi also made Shade aware of the gap between the rich and the poor in this complex and prosperous steam age. And, as a person at the bottom, how many challenges do I have to face? The night in the city was quiet, but Shade, who had become a ring warlock, felt a terrifying feeling from the long silent night, like staring into an abyss. Tobesk, the largest city in the north, has many secrets and unknowns hidden in it, shadows and alleys and mysteries in the corners of apartments. Fortunately, at least Shade did not encounter these tonight. The world is more dangerous than I thought. The main entrance of the club called Lucky Southern Cross is located on Glass Mountain Avenue. But if you want to enter the club's casino, you must enter through the back door in the alley. Following the records left by the former detective, Shade entered the alley and walked around half a circle in the dark before he saw the silver-gray rusty iron door. During this period, a wild cat suddenly jumped out of the wall, startling the detective, and he was annoyed by his cowardice. After carefully knocking on the iron door 3 times in succession and waiting for half a minute, a tall man with a beard, wearing a black coat and leather boots cautiously opened the door from the inside. This is not a place for young people to come. The detective glanced at the young man and reached out to push him, but surprisingly he didn't push. Even if he is only a first-level warlock, his physical fitness has been greatly enhanced. Are the rules here so barbaric? Shade showed a Rhodes card with the color Silver Moon 13, which was one of the cards he picked up on the roof of the pet boarding center in the morning, and then said, "I came to see Mr. Rhodes about something on the table."
3 more 1-penny coins were then given as admission fee.
"I thought you were here for the first time?" The bearded man glanced at the cards to confirm that the code was correct.
"I was introduced by an acquaintance," Shade replied in a low voice.
The bearded man looked at him again, and then gave way to the door, allowing Shade to enter the back entrance corridor of the club illuminated by dim yellow gaslights. The detective immediately raised the collar of his windbreaker to cover half of his face, and looked around the alley warily before walking in. "Although this is an illegal casino, it doesn't have to be like this," the bearded man muttered behind Shade. The corridor was quite dark, and the air was filled with a disgusting smell of sweat, alcohol, and tobacco.
After walking no more than 10 steps inward, doors appeared on the left and right sides of the corridor.
All the doors were ajar, allowing the dazzling light from the room to shine into the corridor, and chaotic shouts could be heard inside.
The sound of hands slapping on the table. Shade did not enter any door.
He walked forward cautiously and quietly used echo of blood to check the surroundings. No obvious blood stains were found, which meant that at least there was no more serious illegal activity here. Although it's not a combat spell, it's inexplicably useful. The corridor leads to the brighter east hall of the club.
Dozens of 4-legged wide wooden tables covered with tablecloths are placed in the hall.
There are all kinds of well-dressed gentlemen, drunkards who have just left the pub, and workers who have got off work at night. Such people gathered around the table, waving the bills in their hands around the still dim tabletop, looking excitedly at the gambling games on the table. The Lucky Southern Cross Club is divided into 3 floors, and only guests with sufficient status can access the casino upstairs.
Little Franklin obviously can only hang out on the first floor.
The last time Detective Sparrow Hamilton found a drunk young man lying in the corner in the East Hall. Because there were so many people, Shade only heard Mr. Franklin introduce Little Franklin's clothes and appearance, so he did not find the young man immediately. Holding a 1-shilling note in his hand, he quickly blended into the crowded hall. He kept stopping at different tables to see if there was anyone he wanted to find, but he would never throw the money at the gambling table. The cost of riding in the carriage already made him feel distressed.
Mr. Franklin would not reimburse the money spent during the detective process. No need to spend.
In half an hour, I almost looked through the entire East Hall, but I didn't find my mission target. Instead, while pretending to study the bets at the table, I heard the gamblers chatting about the interesting things that happened here an hour ago. A young man with small eyes wearing a gray hat, a sailor's shirt, and a face full of freckles was taken to the second floor and forced to pay off the debt because he owed too much money at the gambling table. Shade didn't know the meaning of paying off debt, but he thought it was not a good thing. He knew that Little Franklin had been found, and that the young man was in a bad way. To enter the second floor of the club, you need to show at least £10 in cash, and you also need to be introduced by an acquaintance.
Shade had no money or acquaintances, but he had to go to the second floor. Now was not the time to give up. After all, it was his first official commission.
After waiting for a while, fortunately, a group of dozens of drunkards stumbled out of the room on one side of the corridor and walked toward the second floor together.
Good chance.
Shade dodged to the side with a few people near the stairs, but when the drunkards passed by, he immediately supported one of them who was slightly behind, endured the smell of alcohol on his body, and helped him to blend in with the crowd.
The detective finally came to the second floor. Sure enough, making money is never easy. Compared with the noisy environment on the first floor, the second floor is obviously much quieter and the decoration is more elegant. Even at night, this is still a wine club rather than a casino.
The floor of the corridor was covered with red carpet. The staggering group of people were guided by the waiter waiting at the stairs on the second floor and went straight into the second room on the left. The interior of the room was quite large, and the gas lamp was turned on to its maximum power, illuminating everything in the room brilliantly. But similarly, after leaving the chaotic environment downstairs just now, the normal scene at this moment showed a distorted feeling. The interior of the room looks like an ordinary reception room, but a huge gaming table is placed in the center. The tabletop is wider and there are more seats. There was a wine cabinet standing against the wall, as well as 2 women wearing very inappropriate clothes and heavy makeup. Neither the drunk man nor the waiter who acted as the dealer noticed Shade, a guy who shouldn't be there.
The group moved to a new room and continued their enjoyment.
Shade stood next to the sofa trying not to attract attention, trying to find an opportunity to sneak into the corridor. He was thinking about whether he should use his ignition ability to create some small troubles to attract attention, when he heard the drunk man he was supporting just now say to a man with a scar on the corner of his mouth, who was sitting on the sofa with his head lowered. Captain Raids, tell us again about how when you were captured by those Southerners, in order to be loyal to the kingdom, you shot yourself 8 times in the head in an attempt to commit suicide. The drunkard laughed loudly. Captain Raids, who was laughed at, lowered his head and said nothing, just looking at his boots dully. Raids has just been redeemed, so let's not talk about this. Why don't we find a pistol and let him demonstrate it to us? Ha ha ha. The man holding 3 cards at the card table turned around and said the same, and the room was suddenly filled with a joyful atmosphere. Shade took advantage of the opportunity for everyone to laugh and take turns making fun of the Captain 8 gun who had just returned home after being captured, and successfully left the noisy room and returned to the corridor. The sound insulation effect of the walls and door was very good. After Shade took a few steps, he could hardly hear the roar of laughter in the room. He walked forward close to the wall. There was no one in the corridor, which was conducive to his actions. Although we don't know where little Franklin is, according to the records of the previous detective, there is an escape ladder directly leading to the outside world on the 2nd floor of the Lucky Southern Cross Club, so Shade is not worried about being caught. But with this thought in mind, I turned the corner and saw a man walking towards me wearing a uniform that was obviously different from that of the casino guard downstairs. Shade walked forward with his chest raised and his head raised, not letting himself show any timidity. But despite this, he was still stopped by the man. Sorry, sir, please wait a moment. I don't think I've seen you before. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Shade's shoulder. Although Shade had no experience in close combat, his instinctive dodge was unexpectedly successful. This made him realize again that the enhancement of the Ring Warlock had all-round implications. Yes, I was invited up. I just went to the bathroom, he explained.
But isn't the bathroom over there?
The man pointed in the direction the detective had just walked in and gave him a confused look. Your skills are really good. The bathroom over there is broken, and the toilet is blocked by the vomit of those drunkards.
Oh, I really don't want to describe that scene to you. Shade admired his agility, but the man who stopped him still frowned. Sir, are you not a guest on the 2nd floor? Although it is a question, the tone is already affirmative.
Shade smiled awkwardly. There was no need to continue to quibble. Fortunately, he had nothing dangerous on him, and he did not do anything bad in this club. Okay, I was just curious about the 2nd floor. I just took advantage of the guests to go upstairs and followed them up.
I left the club immediately, I understand.
Something unexpected happened, and Shade didn't have to compete with the gangsters who opened the casino for £50. As he spoke, he wanted to step back, but was stopped again by the man blocking the way's next words. Don't run around in the future.
There are VIPs above the 2nd floor.
You have to follow the rules when playing here.
You don't have to leave. You can continue on the 1st floor. Wait, you are not here to find a poor man Franklin's, right? He frowned. Okay.
After thinking about the current situation, Seada believed that there was no need to lie. The other party was still a reasonable person for the time being. If you're talking about the little freckled young man with the gray hat and sailor's blouse, yes, his father asked me to take him away.
His father sent someone here again?
Come with me and pay him back the money he owes, and then you can take him away. The man waved to Shade and led him forward along the corridor. You should have said it on the 1st floor. For guys like this who owe gambling debts, we are still worried about how to find someone to pay them back.
The guy who runs the casino is surprisingly reasonable. Didn't I think, how much does he owe? Shade asked this crucial question.
The accountant promised that if his son owed debt at the casino, the detective could advance the payment in advance and the money could be reimbursed, but Shade himself did not have much cash. £1 and 6 shillings, including the interest and his food and accommodation here these days. £2, you can take him away.
The bets on the 1st floor were actually not big.
Little Franklin was able to lose so much in 2 days, and he probably didn't win or lose even once. But these are none of Shad's business. Mr. Franklin can pay the debt within £10, and Shad has exactly £2. The man said again, of course, since you are here for his father. Then just like last time, if you are willing to give us £3 and 6 shillings, the casino can give you a receipt for £5 to bring to the poor man Franklin's father. It took Shade a few seconds to realize what the man meant. He had seen this kind of thing before in his original world, but he was still shocked by the business acumen of the guy who opened a casino in another world. He thought about it and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but let's forget it this time.
A long stream of water will last forever.
He just sympathized with Mr. Franklin, who was about to move his family, and felt that there was no need for him to make money like this. The man leading the way also paid attention, but agreed with Shada. You're right, a slow stream flows slowly.
Anyway, poor man Franklin will come again.
Shade admitted that he had very evil thoughts about the club's so-called debt repayment, but in fact, little Franklin was just forced to help wash the dishes in the kitchen, and he would be let go if he washed enough. When the man led Shade into the kitchen, he happened to see a fat man wearing chef's clothes punch the small-eyed young man to the ground. Little Franklin, who looked thin and frail, fell on the road's cards on the ground, and the blood from his fallen teeth splattered on the surface of the cards. There was a bloody pig's head at the end of the kitchen, and the steam pipe was spraying hot steam on the pig's head. The fat chef seemed to be dealing with this just now. "Stop fighting, someone is here to redeem him," the man leading the way said lazily. He first waved his hand to dispel the smell of the kitchen in front of his nose, and then stretched out his hand to ask Shade to give him the money. Shade also put the 2-pound note he had prepared into the man's hand, and then pulled up little Franklin from the ground. "It was your father who asked me, Mr. Knight, he can't leave now. This damn boy tried to escape and bit me," the chef said angrily, stretching out his chubby hand to show the bloody tooth marks on it. "Give me £50 or he can't go." Hearing the fat chef's request, Shade frowned. He looked at the man called Mr. Knight who collected the money. The latter shook his head. "This is a matter between you. The club will not prevent him from leaving, but you have to convince Fat Jack." "I don't have any money." Shade pulled out the pockets on both sides of his coat. There was indeed nothing inside except a keychain and a notebook, because his money was in the inner pocket. "I didn't expect that he could owe so much money." Little Franklin had already stood up, lowering his head and saying nothing beside Shade. Although he was a bit of a jerk, he also knew that he had to rely on this person who didn't look older than him to leave now. "No money?" The fat chef angrily bent down and picked up 4 scattered Rhodes cards on the ground, and showed Shade the suits, which were Sun 1, Sun 8, Star 13 and Emperor. The Emperor and Queen are independent cards other than the 4 suits. They are somewhat similar to the Kings and Kings in the world of Shad, but they play a very interesting role in the blackjack-like Rhodes card game. Draw one of the 4 cards. If you win the Emperor, you take him away. If you don't win, he keeps all his clothes and you keep your top. Speaking in a muffled voice, the fat chef started shuffling the cards behind his hands. Then he used his hand with bloody teeth marks to hold 4 cards with their backs facing forward and spread out in a fan shape. "Don't say I'm a bad person, he bit me," he said angrily, motioning for Shade to draw cards quickly. Shade blinked and reached out to stop little Franklin, who wanted to reach out. "If you were lucky enough, you don't need me to redeem you here." As he spoke, the life ring in his soul slowly rotated, the spirit stimulated the elements, and the elements affected reality. There are some red marks on the right eye that are difficult to detect, and the reverberation of the blood makes the blood marks reflected in Shade's eyes. The world in his eyes changed, and everything took on a magical aura. Even though little Franklin just sprayed a small amount of blood on the cards, and all of them were sprayed on the front, the echo of blood spell still allowed Shade to see the faint red traces in the air, and the fat different red mist glosses around the 4 cards in the chef's hand. He had just seen that the Emperor had the highest blood content when sprayed, so he knew almost immediately that the card he needed to draw was the second one on the left. "Am I bullying people? How dare you do this just after becoming a ring warlock? This is not right," he thought absent-mindedly, examining his morals and values. "Then stretch out your finger and place it on the rightmost card." His eyes did not look at the back of the cards, but instead stared at the fat chef's face. The fat chef immediately tightened his fat face and tried his best not to show an expression. Mr. Neat and little Franklin were attracted by this scene. "Not this one," Shade said softly, put his finger on the second picture from the right, and stared at the chef's face for a few seconds. "Neither is this one." Shaking his head, he switched to the correct card this time. After a few seconds, he slowly pulled it out with the fat chef's expression of uncontrollable surprise. "That's it this time." The cards slowly turned over, and it was Emperor. This should be considered bullying ordinary people. Still thinking in my mind. Damn it, I didn't realize that you are actually an experienced gambler. The fat chef was surprised for a moment, and then angrily threw the other 3 cards in his hand to the ground. "Take this damn boy away. If he doesn't pay back the money next time, be careful not to fall into my hands." A relieved smile appeared on the pale face of the accountant's son, and Shade nodded. He did not comment on other people's behavior, he only knew that the spell, Echo of Blood, was indeed very helpful to the detective career. After giving Shade a receipt, in order to prevent Shade and the dejected little Franklin from running around in the club, the man had to send them outside the club. But as soon as the 3 of them reached the stairs on the 2nd floor and were about to go downstairs, they were stopped by someone. She was a 30-year-old woman dressed as a maid. She looked very ordinary, but had a very good temperament. She came along the stairs from the 3rd floor. "The lady wants to see you." She looked at Shade and nodded slightly to him.
Is there anyone behind me? Shade thought and immediately looked behind him, but there was no one behind him.
Yes, sir, please come with me. Your friend can wait for you on the first floor temporarily,
the woman said. Shade didn't know why and looked at the man leading the way.
The latter shrugged. There is only one distinguished guest on the third floor tonight. If it is that lady, you'd better follow her up. She is a very distinguished lady. As for him, I will keep an eye on him and make sure not to let him get close to the gaming table. As he spoke, he slapped little Franklin on the shoulder hard twice. The latter was almost knocked down, but he did not dare to object to Shade's departure.
May I know? Who is that lady?
Shade asked hesitantly, suspecting that someone like the owner of the club, or even Mr. Lawrence's mistress Mrs. Lasoya, had discovered him. But he didn't understand the reason why the other party was looking for him. The only interaction between the previous detective and this place was the last time he came to collect someone. Other than that, Shade had no other social connections that might be related to this club. He was still thinking about the cat at home and wanted to go home as soon as possible to prevent the new cat from excreting on his bed or desk. That lady is a titled noble and is our most distinguished guest tonight. For the sake of her honor, you cannot know the lady's identity for the time being. The woman dressed as a maid said in standard Delarian language.
Shade nodded slightly, knowing that he could not refuse. Then why are you looking for me?
Sorry, I don't seem to know anyone with such a distinguished status.
Please follow me.
The woman who led the way turned and walked upstairs.
Shade hesitated for a moment and followed.
Compared with the relatively quiet second floor, the third floor is absolutely quiet. Judging from the decoration, if he hadn't come from downstairs, Shade would have even believed that this was a certain floor of the art museum. He followed the maid and walked along the carpet in the corridor while looking at the oil paintings on both sides of the wall. Stopping in front of a golden double-door door, the maid helped push the door on the left open enough for Shade to enter. The lady is waiting for you inside.
Shade nodded again and waited for a second.
He did not wait for the woman's voice in his head to prompt the elements to appear before entering the room. The maid closed the door from the outside. Shade turned his back to the door and looked at the empty reception room. The layout of the rooms here is very similar to that of a doctor's reception room and consultation room. The bookshelf took up an entire wall, and the floor of the room was entirely covered in carpet. The desk, coffee table and sofa combination, and closet are all made of brown wood and look very businesslike. It's just that the brass-colored metal box on the coffee table is eye-catching. It looks like a so-called gearbox. The six-sided large and small gears need to be rotated into a specific arrangement to open. The steam pipes and gas pipes on the walls blend well with the paint color of the walls. There are two gas lamps in the shape of angels blowing trumpets on the surrounding walls. The warm yellow light is no better than the crystal chandelier hanging from the top of the head. Bright. The three windows on the wall facing the door were covered by thick red-brown embroidered fabric curtains, but Shade did not consider the possibility of someone hiding behind the curtains. It was extremely quiet, and Xiada had a creepy feeling in his heart. Someone was spying on me, but it was definitely not in this room. It was extremely quiet. When Xiada saw no one, he walked towards the sofa. No sitting down, easy to leave at any time. But his eyes once again saw the brass-colored metal gearbox on the coffee table.
According to common sense, Shade would certainly not take the initiative to touch any unknown item.
But up close, in addition to seeing the large and small gear knobs on the brass cubic metal surface, he actually saw a line of twisted music-like text on the upward front. Although he had never seen it before, Shade still understood it. I'm watching you in the dark. Immediately, the murmuring voice in my heart reminded, you have come into contact with whispers.
What, is this a relic?
Shade was surprised, and at the same time found that the bright gas lamps and crystal chandeliers in the room had actually become dim.
An inexplicable feeling of terror made him look down at the brass gearbox.
The box was quietly opened at some point, and the front lid deviated from the box body. As the light became darker and darker, billowing black mist surged out from it, rushing around like waves.
Isn't this the plot of a horror novel?
This is, relic storage is out of control.
Shade didn't even have time to react before the black mist that poured out completely extinguished the light in the room.
The surroundings were completely dark, as if a layer of black ink was painted in front of his eyes. In the darkness, the fear became stronger and stronger, causing Shade's body to tremble subconsciously. In a world where darkness has fallen, the sense of direction is completely gone. Shade felt as if he had fallen into the most terrifying abyss.
His body and mind were invaded by fear.
At a certain moment, he even thought that he was being watched by a huge indescribable thing in the darkness. The extreme panic made him want to shout, but the stranger quickly calmed down. He knew what to do was the most sensible thing at this moment. In the dark space, reason and sensibility fight each other. This fear is not his emotional control, but an instinctive reaction. At the same time, in the moment of rising fear, a whisper came from the darkness. That was not a nice woman's voice in my head, it was the whisper of hatred and resentment that seemed to be the overlapping of millions of people. The sound was like crawling white worms rubbing in the ear canal, and there was even a layer of goosebumps on the back of the bare hands.
Ha! Why can I see the back of my own hand?
He looked down at his hand, and a faint silver light covered it, preventing his body from being completely swallowed by darkness. Yes, I am no longer an ordinary person, I am a ring warlock. He reluctantly calmed down in fear, looked at his hands, felt the slowly rotating brass life ring in his soul, and called it out.
The bell rings.
Behind the body wrapped in silver moonlight, the white steam and the dark space seemed to be dyed with silver light.
Whistle.
The distant time and space echoed with inexplicable screams, and the deep darkness was shaken by it.
Giant hammer. The giant hammer struck from the depths of steam and darkness.
Amidst the splashing of sparks, the brass life ring appeared behind it in a very high-speed spinning posture, sputtering sparks into the darkness.
Silver Moon. Even though he didn't master any of Silver Moon's magical skills, just relying on what he was thinking in his heart at this moment, Shade, standing in the darkness, still followed his own thoughts and raised his right hand high at this moment and shouted. The full manifestation of the life ring is the ring warlock's strongest posture.
The brass ring sputtering with sparks has been echoed by the owner, and the core rune of Silver Moon flashes.
Shade seemed to hear a woman's laughter at this moment. Then, on his raised right index finger, silver light bloomed like the dazzling sun.
The light of the moonlight gradually spread to the surroundings, making the surrounding darkness fade away as if going back in time. At the same time, Shade also noticed that in front of him, the golden light outlined the silhouette of a seated woman. Her light was also dispelling the terrible darkness that emerged due to the out-of-control relic.
This is the person who wants to see me, Shade thought in his mind, watching the light dispel the darkness and restore the surrounding to the appearance of a reception room. The darkness retreated unwillingly.
The darkness wanted to tear Shade apart, but it could not get close to the brilliance of the silver moon. Whispers are also cursing the people who emit light.
The voices overlap repeatedly and are almost indistinguishable.
But Shade still heard the most obvious voice among them. More than one whisper said that sentence. This was not a word directed at him, but an unintentional murmur of a whisper in the dark.
Foreigners understand this incomprehensible language, old gods. You damn thieves.
13. The darkness completely receded, and the silver light in Shade's fingers gradually dissipated. But he felt that if he needed it, he could still use such an ability.
This could be regarded as the first thaumaturgy he created, Silver Moon's light technique. Although it's not very useful. The last whisper kept echoing in his ears. Shade was surprised by the content, but he didn't know whether it was true or false. What is heard in the out-of-control whispers of relics is generally not believable.
He looked down at the brass cubic box on the coffee table, but it was already closed, as if the black mist that had just poured out was just an illusion.
Then he looked up in the direction of the golden woman's figure.
That was the wall where the bookshelf was located. There was a wooden door with a gap in the lower right corner of the large bookshelf. The handle of the wooden door is pure gold and blends well with the bookshelf, so Shade didn't notice it when he walked into the room just now and stepped on the red wool carpet a palm's width behind. He instinctively understood that he wanted to see his woman, and the golden lady just now was in the room behind this door.
The interior is a little cooler than the corridor.
You must know that the corridor itself is cooler than the city on this summer night, and the indoor temperature seems to be the season of late autumn.
The temperature seems to be a little abnormal. I remember that the temperature was normal at the beginning. Isn't the consequence of the out-of-control relics over yet? The power of a high-level warlock affects the environment, and the opponent is probably very angry. High ring? 9th ring or above? Wait, how do you know? Also, why is she angry? Shouldn't I be the one who should be angry? Shade was startled, and then the voice finally came from behind the door. Young sir, do you know how much trouble you have caused?
The poet-level relic, Dark Box, can only be contained when its own opening spell is recited and it possesses light and celestial body-related spiritual runes.
I just want to meet you, why are you doing this? This incident once again tells me that you must not leave relics lying around, otherwise you might meet some kind of person.
Her speech speed is not very fast, and it is a common northern language with an accent. Judging from her voice, she must be no more than 30 years old, but she may be just over 20 years old.
The tone was very elegant, and even Siade could hear the undisguised anger in the other person's tone.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm not trying to shirk responsibility, may I ask, what do you want from me? He didn't know how to explain it. The lady behind the door would definitely not have guessed that the invited guests could easily read ancient texts, let alone know the guests' spiritual runes. Therefore, what happened just now was indeed caused by Shade. He wanted to ask for compensation, but the other party was a high-level ring warlock, and he definitely couldn't afford it, so he could only ask the other party what he wanted to do. Just now, both he and the other party used the power of the ring warlock, but the lady behind the door was not surprised, which meant that she already knew the detective's identity when she invited him on the second floor. This made Shade very confused. He had only been a ring warlock for a day, and no one should have seen through him. But at least the woman behind the door is not Mrs. Lasoya. Even if he has never heard Mrs. Lasoya speak, Shade is very sure that someone who doesn't know whether he is a man or a woman cannot speak in such an elegant and calm tone.
"What do you call me, young sir?"
the woman behind the door asked. Shade couldn't see through the door and see the other person, but he thought the other person could see him. He could completely imagine the scene of the woman sitting behind the table, talking to him through the door.
"Chad Hamilton, currently a detective. Good evening, ma'am.
Best regards." Shade considered his words and tried his best to speak appropriately. Before knowing the other party's purpose, the right thing to do is to speak cooperatively. Moreover, he was truly sorry for what had just happened, and even that wasn't entirely his fault.
"I say it again, don't laugh,"
he said in his heart. "Then Mr. Hamilton, let's not talk about the out-of-control, dark box, for now. Even if the power of a high-level warlock can quell the danger caused by this poet-level relic going out of control, it is impossible not to be angry. However, the woman behind the door is very good at controlling her emotions. Shade was very lucky that the other party was the kind of reasonable person, otherwise his situation would not be good. I know that being able to understand all languages is definitely not a good thing in this kind of world. You must remember this lesson," Shade thought in his mind, and the woman quickly calmed down and continued to speak, her tone becoming soothing. "Detective, it's not a big deal to come to you rashly.
The dark box was just an accident.
I want to know from you where the statue is."
"Sorry, what did you say? Statue?"
Siade, who was still thinking about what had just happened, was shocked, but his words showed confusion.
He really thought that he had an excellent talent for acting. "The statue of blood, or the statue of the old god vampire Duplauer, where is it?"
The woman's voice has completely regained its composure, as if Shade was talking about the weather tonight, but the calm tone brought about no less pressure than before. "First-level warlock, there is no need to lie. The spell you used on the first and second floors just now smells too strong of blood.
But you are very clean, so I think you are not a believer of the old god,
nor a member of the Mercury Blood organization that holds the statue."
"Since he is a first-level warlock, the Righteous God Church? No, you don't look like a follower of God, but your induction seems very formal. Academy of Thaumaturgy? Which school are you? A new correspondence course magician? That's better. Correspondence ring wizards have no loyalty to the academy."
She seemed to know a lot about correspondence ring magicians, but she said softly without giving Shade a chance to speak, "Actually, this is not important. I don't care about your identity, and I have no intention of exploring whether you have any secrets.
Now, detective, please tell me, where is the statue of the old god?"
Shade looked at the ajar door in surprise, but he understood that at this moment, he had to remain calm. "Madam, I don't know exactly what you are talking about. You also know that I am just one link." Tobesk was also in a foggy state today. It was absolutely impossible for anyone to see him when he touched the statue in the alley. He never imagined that someone could smell the blood after he touched the statue. You know, even Echo of Blood can't see any traces on him. This should be just a simple request, and theoretically speaking, it is only possible to feel the fluctuations of the spirit and the gathering of elements at a close distance. There was no mention in the doctor's notebook that someone could accurately smell the traces of a specific spell through 2 floors of ceilings. Shade knew that he had really met someone special, but at least the person was not from Mercury Blood.
Is the other party a believer of the enemy god of the blood old god?
He could only make such a guess for the time being. "I have special spiritual runes and am very sensitive to the power of the old gods, so there is no need to panic."
"Detective, do you need me to reiterate my question?"
The temperature in the room seemed to be getting colder. Shade shook his head. He knew that the other party could see him through a door, so he said, "No, no need, the statue of the old god vampire Duke Lauer. I did come into contact with it, just today." "That's good. Even if you don't want to reveal your location, I think I can figure out your whereabouts today. But we can save some time, right?" The woman behind the door asked, her voice filled with joyful emotion, completely out of the angry mood just now. She was looking forward to the detective's answer and believed that the detective would not disappoint her. Shade pursed his lips. "So, can I take this as you entrusting me with finding the statue that contains the remnants of the old god?" This is not a detective role-playing game in which he indulges, but a tentative inquiry as to whether the other party wants to take it for free or trade it. Although he was sorry for accidentally causing the relic to get out of control, it did not mean that he was willing to hand over a valuable thing for free. Of course, he is also willing to compensate the other party. And the situation is better than Shade thought. Of course it can be entrusted. I have always advocated fair transactions. Moreover, you have no grudges with me, except for what happened just now. If possible, it is absolutely fine to do it in the form of a transaction. Then, detective, you will pay for the entrustment. How much do you need? Please name a number. If you agree to the deal, I can forget what happened just now. The possibility of getting rich instantly was right in front of him, and the woman at the door didn't look like he was joking. Noble woman, high-level warlock, these two labels together are enough for Shade to imagine how wealthy the other party is, and it can also resolve the small accident not long ago. Shade resisted the temptation of money and stopped imagining himself in the study room with the gaslight turned off, counting a stack of coins by the light of the lamp on the desk. He has more important things. I'm sorry that the relic got out of hand. The statue is in the alley diagonally opposite the Silver Parrot Milk Distribution Company. To the right of the entrance is a second-hand bookstore. Entering the end of the alley, in the blind spot between the pipe and the wall is the location of the statue, but a spell is required. Reciting a 6-syllable spell will make the statue appear. This is my sincerity. I don't want money. Not wanting money is naturally a lie, but it can also be regarded as the truth. As for telling such important information immediately, this is a method. On the one hand, it means that he is sorry for what happened just now. On the other hand, Seada believes that the other party can find this location by searching for his traces, so telling him in advance can gain favor. I want to use the location of this statue and the manifestation spell in exchange for the power I can use. It doesn't have to be an equivalent exchange, as long as I can use it. The statue cannot be saved, and Shade has no intention of holding such a dangerous item. He doesn't even have the ability to take away the statue. Then making appropriate adjustments in exchange for greater benefits is the best approach. The lady behind the door was right. There was no difference between trading the statue to the academy and trading it to her. Shade still remembered what the doctor and the writer repeatedly emphasized. They were just correspondence students and had no specific relationship with the college. Therefore, he would not think that trading the statue to others was a betrayal of the academy. Moreover, Shade also wanted to make up for the relic's loss of control. When trading with such reasonable people, it will be good for you to suffer some losses for the first time. Power? You are too weak. The power I have is not suitable for you. This once again shows the strength of the other party, which Seada is convinced of. The woman paused for a moment before continuing to speak, as if thinking. The indoor temperature has returned to the same level as the corridor, indicating that the other party's mood has returned to normal, but I happen to have a good relic in my hand, but its value is far less than that of the statue of the old god. No, it's not the dark box, it's just a poet level 5, toy, that's it. How about I give you a clerical level 4, relic and tell you the secret about mercury blood, to help you avoid danger in exchange for the address and the spell? No problem, thank you for your generosity, ma'am. Because there is no need to spend money to say nice words, Seada is happy to use the Northern Common Language gift pack in his mind to translate Chinese into other worldly words with a translation accent to praise the other party. But this time, Shade did not take the initiative to say the content of the spell. Of course the woman inside the door knew what he meant. Recently, a sage-level relic appeared in Tobesk City. The first sentence was a bit surprising. He originally thought that the woman was going to talk about the keeper-level relic, fake philosopher's stone, related to mercury blood. Shade had seen the academy's bounty from the doctor. But fortunately, it is only the sage level 2, not the angel level 1. But thinking about it carefully, it was unlikely that he would suddenly encounter an angel-level relic. After all, Shade still had a certain degree of confidence in his luck. The woman in my heart laughed again.
This is actually not a secret. At least the church and the academy know it, as well as other guys who have spies in the local area. That relic of the sage is the God's gift box, and someone has the ability to create an instrument once used by the old gods. The woman behind the door said in a teasing tone, the person currently in possession of this sage-level relic is the Blood of Mercury, and they are classified as an illegal organization. Due to some reasons, Mercury Blood is temporarily unable to move this relic, so the God's gift box is still in Tobesk City. The power of the relics is very powerful. Every ring warlock who touches the box for the first time will automatically know a synthesis formula. By putting specific relics into the box in a specific order, a more powerful relic that must be suitable for them can be synthesized. Detective, do you understand? I probably understand. Shade memorized this information carefully. This was the information about the first, sage-level, relic that he came into contact with. This is somewhat similar to the synthesis in alchemy, but the side effects of the sage-level relics. Dyak, the silver-eyed one with Mercury Blood, seems to think that he can master the angel level through that box. Level 1, the synthesis method of the relic, Mercury Blood. The woman was laughing, but the laughter was far less beautiful than the laughter in Shade's mind at the moment. The silver-eyed man attempts to use this sage-level relic that cannot be taken away to synthesize real Mercury Blood. This is also the original intention of the establishment of the Mercury Blood organization, in order to pursue a relic that may not exist. So, this group of people came to this city with some messy things, including that statue. It is said that there are also several very good relics, but unfortunately I only want this statue at the moment. Then what do you think of that sage-level relic, God's gift box? Shade hesitated and said that he was very doubtful that if what the woman said was true, whether the academy who knew about it would tell the truth to the ring magicians who taught correspondence courses in the area. If told truthfully, then the reward order seems to be a bit evasive. Therefore, the college reward order he saw at the doctor's office was probably the real purpose of looking for traces of the Mercury Blood organization, and the forged philosopher's stone was just incidental. The Academy currently does not plan to share this information with correspondence study ring wizards. I am not interested in that item at all. I know what the box is, so I will never touch it. It only appeared in the autumn of 1068 in the 5th epoch. It is very ancient and powerful. If I am you, and in the next few months, I will definitely be hiding from Mercury Blood in this foggy steam city, and those people are almost going crazy now. Okay, ma'am, thank you for the information. Here's the incantation. It took a few seconds to memorize what the woman said word for word, and then he took the initiative to say a 6-syllable mantra. After finishing speaking, he added that this was only known due to the effect of his core spiritual runes. But the woman didn't seem to care about this sentence, just like she didn't care about why Shade could easily make the dark box lose control. Very well, detective. I appreciate people like you. This is a pretty good commission. Then, please keep this relic. There was the sound of a drawer being pulled from behind the door, and then the sound of footsteps. But when the door was finally pushed open, it was only a young maid who walked out. She looks like she is in her 20s, wearing a classic thick black and white maid uniform. Her long black hair was covered with a white hair accessory. Since she was not working in the kitchen, there was no apron like Shade imagined outside her maid's dress. This was definitely not the lady Shade was talking to. The outline of the lady behind the door was described by the color of gold in the darkness just now, and she was very different from the black-haired maid. After the maid opened the door in the corner of the bookshelf, she immediately returned the door to its ajar state, preventing Shade from having a chance to see the noble lady inside. Then he very carefully held a small square box in front of Shada with both hands. The outside of the box was wrapped in red velvet. He held it with one hand, opened it with a click, and showed Shada that the box was embedded in the lining. Ring. The faint smell of blood was captured, but neither the naked eye nor the echo of blood could see that the ring itself was stained with blood. The ring has the texture of sterling silver, and the surface of the ring is made of yellow amber wrapped with unknown insects. The insect looked like an ordinary flying mosquito, but its body was red, as if it could come alive from amber in the next second. You came into contact with whispers. The clerical relic, vampire ring. If you wear the ring in an injured state and directly contact the skin of any humanoid creature, you can absorb the other person's blood to heal yourself. Diseases and curses cannot be cured, but can be alleviated. But if the injury that needs to be healed is too severe, it may cause the blood of the person being contacted to be drained out in an instant. But don't use the ring as a means of attack, even if you are willing to harm yourself. This is a clerical level relic.
Frequent use of the ring's ability to heal oneself will cause symptoms such as bloodthirst. This is the woman inside the door explaining that she did not hide the situation about this relic. In its uninjured state, don't wear it, at least don't wear it for a long time, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen. Of course, even if it's not because of the side effects of the relic, it's best not to wear it easily, because this is what I learned from Blood of Mercury. It was taken from there, they don't know who took it, so you should be so cautious. Shade didn't know for a moment whether he should complain about the conflict between the other party and Mercury Blood, or whether he should think about the relationship between Mercury Blood, collecting so many extraordinary items related to blood, and the synthesis formula.
Detective, you are lucky.
If I hadn't happened to have this relic in my hand, this transaction probably wouldn't have been so smooth. After all, for a weak ring warlock, 2 mysterious knowledge and 2 powerful weapons are equally important.
Danger. Detective, I won't care about the dark box anymore. Happy cooperation.
The lady at the door seemed to be saying goodbye.
Shade closed the ring box and took it from the maid.
When the maid walked towards the door again, he did not say goodbye and left.
Instead, he straightened his mood and said loudly, "Ma'am, I don't know if I have the honor to know your identity."
"You don't have this honor for the time being." The woman spoke very directly, and Shade seemed to hear the black-haired maid who was pushing the door accidentally laugh.
"I know what you are worried about. Now that I know your identity and your appearance, I can naturally find out your address and the identity of the correspondence magician who is in the same group with you. But so what? The most important thing for a correspondence magician is not to let the church know his identity, so do you think I am a member of the church?" Just like the woman thinks that Shade is not a devout believer of the righteous gods, Shade also does not think that the other party is a devout believer. You can tell the correspondence ring warlocks in your group what happened tonight. They will naturally know the rules of this city. Of course, you can also tell us about our transaction. Do you have any questions?
She was probably in a good mood now, even though she was a little unhappy at first, because she got the information from Shade.
Your presence here tonight, of course it's not for you. It was just an accident that I met you.
I showed up at this shameful place tonight because I heard that the club has a very rare Rhodes card in its collection.
I wonder which series it is. It doesn't matter anymore, it's a fake Rhodes card.
That's unlucky. Goodbye then, madam, and may you be able to touch that statue of the old god soon. This is to remind the other party to find it as soon as possible, so as not to give Mercury Blood time to transfer, so that they can't find the statue and blame Shade.
Goodbye then, detective.
Speaking of which, I really admire a young man like you. When the relic went out of control just now, your response was very good.
Most first-level warlocks don't behave like you.
If you need anything, you can contact me through this club.
But you know, all gifts have rewards. Yes ma'am, have a great night.
Shade clutched the ring box and turned around to leave, but when he was at the door, he suddenly looked back at the ajar door. "Madam, regarding the dark box, a rare relic of the Third Age. The relics are made from the accumulation of resentment and hatred at the end of the era, so don't be suspicious of what you hear. The Fifth Age is the era of witches. The war between the last 13 witch emperors almost led to terrifying existences outside the material world. The Fourth Age is an era of darkness and chaos. Darkness covers the earth, and strange things are rampant in the material world. In the Third Age, alien races coexisted with humans, but at the same time, terrifying and strange humanoid creatures occupied most of the material world.
They were evil spirits born in whispers. Human beings and other normal life forms live in a corner and protect each other."
She said no more, and Shade bowed slightly to express his gratitude for the free knowledge, and then walked out of the door. The maid outside the door was waiting for Shade and led him from the 3rd floor to the stairs on the 1st floor. Shade met a dejected little Franklin there, and the two left the club together. After returning from the noisy indoors to the mist-shrouded streets on a summer night, my depressed mood improved a lot. Shade was still immersed in the series of events just now, recalling the moment when his fingers bloomed with light, and thinking about the details of the transaction. Therefore, the two of them did not talk too much along the way. They walked along the street with gas street lights and walked towards the apartment rented by the Franklin family in the quiet night. But when he was about to reach his destination, little Franklin suddenly turned around and ran after stepping into the shadow of the sign of the antique store on the street that was not illuminated by the gas street lamp. Shade, who was well prepared, immediately chased after him.
The two of them didn't even run half a street when little Franklin was kicked down by the detective's boots behind him. "Who did my father find this time? Have you practiced long-distance running? Are you going to participate in the Tobesk Youth Games? Where is the detective from last time?
He was panting as Shade clasped his hands behind his back. His voice was hoarse and he kept asking questions. At the same time, he didn't want to break away. The young man was not good at running.
You still want to run? Weren't you caught by the detective last time?
Uncle Sparrow died and I took over his job, but I have never practiced long-distance running.
Shade felt the power in this body. Not only was it a ring warlock, the quality of the body itself was quite good.
I don't know how Detective Sparrow spent several months to make the homeless man look like this.
As for pretending to be someone else's nephew, it actually doesn't matter.
After all, Shade really inherited all the detective's inheritance.
Dead? The guy who put a gun to my head and asked me to leave the gambling table is dead?
Little Franklin was a little surprised, but his tone was full of joy. It would be nice for that kind of evil person to die. But according to the commission records left by the detectives that Shade found, he took away little Franklin twice from underground casinos and clubs in the slums, both with the power of words. Detective Sparrow Hamilton described himself as that kind of person.
A person who is full of charm and very good at persuading others. It seems that his records cannot be fully trusted, but he did have a gun, and threw it away? Or was it hidden but I didn't find it? Speaking of which, how about you let me go? I'll give you more gold pounds if I win the bet. Little Franklin still wanted to break free.
I feel so sorry for your father.
Come on, you came to arrest me for the money.
The young gambler sneered.
He was expecting the detective's verbal counterattack. Unexpectedly, the detective nodded. Yes, of course gold pounds are important too.
Otherwise, why would I come to catch you when I'm not at home with the gas lamp on to take care of your lovely cat in a thick foggy night? Although there was an accident in the club, at least the process of submitting the commission and getting paid was smooth. The Franklins did not embarrass their son, and Shade just received £50 of payment at the door and £2 of casino debt paid in advance, and left directly. Before leaving, he saw little Franklin in the house and made vicious gestures to him.
Shade was not angry, but he really felt sorry for Mr. Franklin. Every era and every family has its own story. I'd better take care of myself first.
He walked into the long night with his hands in his pockets, saying goodbye to his first official employer. It was already dark, and the detective who was in embarrassment for his wallet still did not take the carriage, but returned home on foot. He must raise £10 within a month. Even if the relics at home can be pawned, he must develop the habit of being stingy. Therefore, it was already late at night when I got home. When I left the hazy and foggy outdoors and climbed up the dim stairs, I felt extremely lonely. After entering the door, I was originally worried that the orange cat Little Mia would urinate everywhere, but fortunately, it was very obedient and left traces on the pile of sand prepared by Shade before going out in the corner of the balcony. As for the cat itself, it rushed over to the tired detective when he opened the door, grabbed his trousers and let him hug him, extremely excited about Shade's return. This made Siada, who had walked alone for several hours at night, feel particularly moved and warm in his heart.
Even if your master doesn't come to pick you up, I will adopt you. Meow, he said after picking up this very well-behaved cat.
The orange cat Mia rubbed her soft little head against Shade's chest to express her love for him. The detective then made a makeshift nest for little Mia in his bedroom, using a blanket on his desk. The night was already dark, so I stopped studying the vampire ring, but even though I slept very late that night, I woke up on time at around 6 o'clock the next day, and I didn't feel sleepy at all. The goat milk ordered yesterday was delivered together with milk and newspapers. Shade had breakfast with the well-behaved orange cat Mia for the first time in this house and made plans for today's trip. Today is Tuesday, and I don't need to see Dr. Schneider until tomorrow, but for the note I left yesterday, I definitely have to go to the doctor. Yesterday, 2 commissions were completed in one day, which also gave Siada a lot of confidence in taking over the firm's business. But today he did not plan to deal with the cases left by the former detective. After returning from the doctor, he planned to carefully check the house, look for the pistol, and continue to read the doctor's handwriting and past commission records, and study his own spiritual runes. It was still little Mia who stayed to look after the house. Shade took the relic, vampire ring, with him and walked through the city in the thin mist. The process of walking from the center of Tobesk to the doctor's clinic in the east district of the city took him several hours in the morning, but the unique scenery and European architectural style of the unfamiliar steam era made Shade very novel. Along the beautiful Runken Avenue in the wealthy district, when he saw a four-wheeled carriage parked outside the psychological clinic and a gentleman in a black top hat getting off the carriage, Shade was still worried about whether the doctor would come back. Fortunately, the few hours of travel were not in vain. The blue-eyed doctor came back, but he looked quite troubled when he received Shade. Shade remembered that Miss Louisa said that his luck was usually very bad, and he also encountered trouble this time, so I have always hated dealing with nobles. If it can be treated, they will not take the psychological problem seriously. If it cannot be treated, they will think that there is something wrong with my level.
There is a big problem with bulimia this time.
The lady may have hidden some secrets that she doesn't want to tell. People always don't trust doctors, Siade. If you encounter a commission from a noble, you will definitely be able to understand me.
It means, please sit down, I saw your note, but what exactly is it?
He still met with Shade in that clinic. Compared with that lady on the third floor of the club last night, Shade had a higher degree of trust in the doctor, so he told the whole story of what happened last night.
He didn't think so. Any details need to be concealed.
Of course, this also includes the matter of the dark box, but Shade blurred the conditions for the box to be contained and out of control. When the doctor first heard that Shade encountered a relic out of control, he stood up in surprise and paced around the room. Halfway through, when Shade mentioned the sage-level relic, he stood there and covered his forehead. When he heard the crazy thoughts of the silver-eyed one, he even groaned unabashedly, "What a madman! I used to know that Mercury blood was in the New World, trying to use the unique minerals there to make gold, but I didn't expect that it actually came to Tobesk." He was very satisfied with Shade's performance in facing the dark box, but he didn't think Silver Moon's light technique was of much value. There were too many such magic tricks. Although the light technique described by Shade is a bit too bright, it is not too unique. As for Shade's behavior of trading the statue with the remnants of the old god to others, the doctor thought he did the right thing. She didn't even care much about the possibility that a woman might learn about the 5-person correspondence group through Shade. There are actually many people who know about our existence. Otherwise, how can we exchange materials and knowledge with others, and how can we find talented people for help?
Do we have to cover our faces every time?
As long as it is not the Zhengshan Church, the other party is willing to work with you. Such a low-level warlock deal means that she is very friendly. As for the speculation about the woman's identity, the doctor couldn't think of who it might be, but he also believed that the other party's ring wizard level was very high, otherwise there would be no reason to discover Shade in that way, and he knew the specific information about the sage-level relics.
Anyway, this is a good thing. You got a rare spell and a very good relic, without risking your life. I think this should be considered lucky. This world is not safe, not it's such luck every time. The doctor finally concluded the matter. Is this considered lucky?
Shade asked, but after thinking about it this seemed really lucky. Possessing the remnants of the evil god statue of the old god, although Shade can only gain knowledge through the first contact, its actual value is definitely much greater than that clerical level ring. But if you add in the free information and knowledge, as well as Shade's actions that unintentionally caused the dark box to get out of control, there is no problem with this transaction becoming a fair trade. More importantly, that lady is so much better than Shade. The doctor doesn't care much about that lady in the club. After all, this is the capital of the northern kingdom of the old continent, and any kind of ring warlock may pop up. He cares about Mercury blood. In fact, the Academy has recently released a mission related to the Mercury Blood organization, and I am even preparing to participate. It seems that I still need to consider it, sage level, the doctor murmured to himself, then raised his eyes to look at Shade. Xiada, overall you handled this matter quite well. You were not in danger, and you handled the transaction with the unknown ring warlock properly, and provided the team with precious information.
You are already a beginner. This is what life in the future will look like. But this information is quite useful, maybe I should give you some reward. There is no need to refuse. Although the 5 of us belong to the same group and will most likely cross the northern ice cap together in the future, there are some things that need to be settled clearly. Ordinary information can be shared freely, but this time it is about this kind of thing. He thought for a while. How about £4, and each of the other 4 people will give you £1. The news is probably worth that much. Such important inside information would certainly cost more than £4 if sold on the black market. But sharing within a group of 5 people is impossible at that price. The £4 is not a return of benefits to Shade, but a recognition of his contribution to the group. There is of course an essential difference between the two, which means that the relationship between the 5 people is not a pure exchange of benefits. £4, that's equivalent to bringing little Franklin back from the club 8 more times, and it's equivalent to 1 more orange Katmia. Xiade calculated in his mind that these 3 relationships were equal. He was not greedy for more, so he smiled at the doctor. Of course, that's good. But doctor, I didn't tell Mrs. Lasoya's information last night. Will this matter have any impact? He then took this opportunity to ask for advice.
Dr. Schneider shook his head. Since the other party didn't ask, you don't have the right to tell. But don't contact the lady you mentioned again. She is probably a member of Mercury Blood. However, I haven't heard that they have the relic of gender transformation. I think it was also prepared for the synthesis formula of Mercury Blood, and the Academy Bounty Order was more difficult than I thought. The doctor frowned. In short, you should not have any contact with anything related to Mercury Blood. I'll probably do something in the near future, but I'm a 5-ring warlock, and you're not. Mercury Blood are a group of lunatics who always think they can create legendary angel-level relics, but how is this possible?
That's right. If angel-level relics could appear randomly, then the world would be crazy.
Shade also said so, and he really thought so. The blue-eyed doctor seemed to have had some experience with the group, but wasn't going to share it with Shade, so he changed the subject. Xiada, your task now is to learn more about common sense of life and start your detective career.
Get in touch with the ordinary world more.
Wait until you are promoted to the 2nd ring, or have enough power, and then consider participating in Tobes.
In the shadow of the city.
This crazy world will always be crazier than you think.
So doctor, does the Academy always hide critical information from us like this?
Shade took the opportunity to ask, but the doctor shook his head unexpectedly. Don't think too harshly of St. Baron's Comprehensive College. They usually share the right intelligence with us at the right time.
When is the right time?
Shade asked again, and then saw Dr. Schneider leaning back slightly on the single sofa. Then only they themselves know. After leaving Dr. Schneider's psychological clinic, except for hearing at noon that an unexpected gas explosion had occurred in the alley opposite the Silver Parrot Milk Company last night, nothing worthy of Shade's memory happened that day. No illegal organization came to his door, no generous client rang the bell downstairs, no acquaintance of Sparrow Hamilton came to him, but Shade's research at home alone actually paid off. He is still completely unable to activate any power of time and space, but for Silver Moon, probably due to the breakthrough use on the 3rd floor of the club, now in addition to the light spell, Shade can already make the light of Silver Moon adhere to it.
On external objects.
In one of the most successful attempts, he made the orange cat Little Nia, who was gradually getting closer to him, shine with light for 10 seconds. Such an action scared the cat so much that it ran around the house and even climbed up to the 3rd floor of the apartment through a broken staircase. It took Shade a long time to call the escaped cat back, and he therefore speculated whether the detective had hidden his gun in the enclosed 1st floor, the inaccessible 3rd floor, or the unoccupied room 2 on the 2nd floor. Unfortunately, he did not have enough tools in his hands to investigate these 3 locations. But exploring these locations has also been included in Shade's schedule. After all, he must confirm that the house he lives in is absolutely safe. In addition to the research on core spiritual runes, Shade also experimented with other simple attempts mentioned in the doctor's notebook. Dr. Schneider pointed out that the power possessed by ring magicians is the power of thoughts to affect reality, so they can use their own power even without learning any thaumaturgy or incantation.
This is the so-called mind is better than matter.
Among them, the power derived from the core spiritual runes that is used spontaneously was unified and called thaumaturgy in ancient times. The power that is only related to thoughts and is used spontaneously without learning was organized into a system and called spells. Of course, the Academy believes that the classification of spells also includes divine arts related to the righteous gods, which originate from faith and direct blessings from the righteous gods, but Shade and the doctor's studies do not involve these. The Church believes that the classification of magic should be separated from that of incantation, as the two are essentially different. In the early days of this era, after a series of fierce debates among various parties in the ring magician academic circles, the divine arts of the 5 righteous gods and the existing evil gods were officially listed alongside thaumaturgy and spells as the outermost part of the ring magician's power system.
In performance,
the magical arts of the extinct old gods are still spells because their believers have no say. Therefore, the spell Echo of Blood that Shade obtained from the old god vampire Duke Lower should essentially be the magic of this old god. Without the power of the old god, ordinary methods absolutely no way to learn. Therefore, the core of the ring warlock system is Spirit Rune, Thumorg, which is powerful and effective but must be learned through the Spirit Rune, Spell, which has a low priority but can be learned, and Spell, which is related to gods and beliefs. Divine Magic is the embodiment of the power of the ring warlock system. The upgrade of the ring requires one each of the 4 spiritual runes of Miracle, Blasphemy, Enlightenment, and Whisper. The relationship between spiritual runes and curses, divine arts, and thaumaturgy is similar to Tao and magic.
Sure enough, the balance of spiritual runes. Acquiring the knowledge of thaumaturgy is also very important. This is the understanding of foreigners. Shade tried to light a piece of paper with his fingers, which was the prototype of a simple spell. In this day's experiment, he also successfully realized the movement of extremely light objects with the power of his mind, which is the so-called moving objects through the air. He was probably extremely talented at using this spirit. In addition to moving a handful of little Mia's hair and a Rhodes card with his eyes almost bleeding, when he concentrated on looking at the target in front of him, he closed his fists and faced. When I typed the bound volume of the thick pirated book The Detective's Elegy, even if I didn't touch the novel, which was as thick as a dictionary, the book would fly a few centimeters instead of being carried down by the wind. This pirated detective novel was not bought by Shade with random money. It is a relic of the former detective. It is one of the few books he has, including The Queen and Her Lovers, The Silver Knight, and Collections of the Western Front. This novel. The first one is a colorful palace novel, the middle one is a very traditional knightly adventure novel, and the last one is a novel that prefers documentary literature. Detective Sparrow Hamilton often looks through these books. The inadvertently folded footers and traces of tea dripping prove that this is his hobby. As for the only relic in his hand, which is the clerical level relic, Vampire Ring, Shade couldn't find a living person to experiment with, so he couldn't understand its specific effect. But he had taken off the pocket watch chain and made the ring into a pendant and hung it around his neck. This was not considered wearing it, so as long as he did not wear it 24 hours a day, the impact on him would not be particularly great. Shade plans to consult doctors and others tomorrow. Correspondence ring magicians with rich experience will definitely be able to give good suggestions on how to use it. Wednesday finally came, but Shade woke up early not because of excitement, but because of the nightmare of having a heavy object pressed on his chest. It was only bright in the summer morning, and the extremely weak light shone into the room through the tightly closed curtains. When Shade woke up, he still felt tightness in his chest, and about 5 seconds later he realized that there was a cat lying there. There is currently only one foster orange cat in Shade's home, so it was little Mia who woke Shade up. It stared at amber eyes, lying on the quilt on Shade's chest and looking at him. When it found out that he woke up, it immediately jumped out of bed. Judging from the stomping sound, it ran towards the door of the house. "You only came here once yesterday and you already know? The milkman won't be here for half an hour." Shade shouted to the cat, imagining the books and courses worth £50 that he would get today, filling his chest with passion, and then left the bed. Room 1, located on the second floor of the apartment, is quite large, but has only 2 bedrooms. Shade lived in the smaller one, which was also the residence of the original owner who had a bad head. The larger room was the room where the previous detective died. Shade was not afraid of it, but he had no plans to move there. Only after he contacted the businessman who purchased the old furniture in a few days, transported the bed away, and asked Dr. Schneider about the method of detecting ghosts, would he consider moving into a large bedroom. After leaving little Mia at home to look after the house and setting aside enough cat food in the small bowl prepared for her, Shade went out. The appointment with the doctor was at 10 in the morning, and the clinic was quite far from St. Teresa Square. Shade thought he could arrive around 9:30, but probably because he was too much looking forward to it, he saw the sign of Schneider's Psychological Clinic 1 minute before 9. Without going anywhere else to kill time, Shade walked in directly. The doctor had already told the clinic's receptionist that Detective Hamilton, who was suffering from depression because of his uncle's death, would be here today, so he directly directed Shade to the psychological clinic on the second floor. After knocking on the door, the doctor immediately came to open the door, and by this time there was another person in the room. The gray-haired old man wearing a decent black formal suit stood up, nodded slightly and smiled at Shade. The gentle smile made people feel good. His eyes were the usual gray color and wrinkled. He was probably over 50 years old, but he looked very energetic. He is slightly taller than the doctor, but shorter than Shade. He is medium to thin and looks like he does not live a very prosperous life. Shade's eyes were attracted by the hanging ornament hanging on the old man's chest. The ornament itself was hung on a silver chain, and the appearance of the ornament was a brass-colored notched ring. "This is the righteous God, Mr. Dawn, the holy emblem of light and shadow, and it is a common practice for church clergy to hang the holy emblem on their chests." "Ha? Clergy?" Although the college is not hostile to the Orthodox Church, but, Shade wondered in his heart. "Let me introduce." Seeing Shade's confusion, Dr. Schneider said enthusiastically, "Shad, this is Priest Radagustus, the second-level sorcerer of this group, a loyal follower of Mr. Dawn. Although he is a priest of the church, he did not become a sorcerer through the church's channels, which is rare in the world.
A priest who awakened his talent at an advanced age and joined the academy due to some strange combination of circumstances. He has no prejudice against the college and will not disclose our identity to the church as long as we do not harm Dawn Church. He deserves to be trusted. Although the talent of ring magicians can theoretically appear at all ages, it is generally concentrated between the ages of 16 and 40. The old priest August is an extremely rare case. Don't worry, I can swear on the honor of myself, Bill Jane Schneider, that Priest Augustus is absolutely trustworthy. He joined us and was reviewed by 3 people, including me, and the college at the time.
With Augustus with the priest here, some of our actions will be very convenient.
The doctor said again, and the gray-haired old priest took the initiative to come over and shake hands with Shade. Shade naturally believed what the doctor said, so he hurriedly reached out his hand. The old man's palms are broad and quite strong.
Shad Hamilton, detective.
Shade also took the initiative to introduce himself when shaking hands.
Bill has already told me about you. Being able to join is both your luck and our luck.
The old man said happily. At this time, Shade saw the champagne in the ice bucket on the coffee table, which should have been prepared by Dr. Schneider, because the financial situation of Priest Augustus seemed to be only better than Shade.
Priest Rad Augustus is a second-level sorcerer in this group. He became a correspondence-level sorcerer 3 years ago.
He was not a local who grew up in Tobesk City, but came from a small town in the south of the Kingdom of Delarian. Influenced by his family, the old priest has believed in the righteous God, Mr. Dawn, since he was a boy.
He passed the examination of Dawn Seminary in Tobesk in his youth.
At the age of 23, he joined the Dawn Church in Tobesk City and has never married since. All contribute to the church. Although it took 30 years, Priest Augustus did not take any further step away from his identity as a priest due to various reasons.
But no one doubts his piety.
The old priest has a very high prestige in the church of this diocese. He is very trusted by the clergy and believers in the Church of Dawn Church. Even the archbishop of a large diocese like Tobesk Diocese will give a speech in a certain place.
Ask him for his opinion on some important issues.
Due to the awkward relationship between the correspondence ring warlock and the Orthodox Church, Shade will often need to hide his identity in front of the church in the future. Priest Augustus is the best person in the group to settle church affairs because he has connections with the Zhengshan Church. Although the ring warlock's talent is not very good due to his old age, he must not be left out of the 5-person team. As proof of mutual trust, Priest August and Shade also showed each other their respective life rings. The priest also belongs to the extraordinary situation among ordinary situations, but instead of having 3 like Miss Louisa, there is only one core spirit rune, Glimmer. The identity and core runes of Priest Augustus are in line with the requirements of the Theological School of St. Byron's Comprehensive College.
But the priest did not join the seminary.
He is now a member of the chemistry faculty and is proficient in the cultivation and picking of herbs and the preparation of potions.
In a group of 5 people, Xiade now knew one more person.
Among the remaining 2 people who have not arrived, Dorothy Louisa, a writer from the Folklore Institute, will probably take some time to come.
Another 3-ring warlock, Luvia Anat, cannot come today. Some things are not in Tobesk City for the time being. Miss Anat is actually different from us.
Strictly speaking, she is a ring warlock who belongs to the Prophet Association.
Anat wrote a letter and asked us to say hello to you.
She will not be back until next month, but in fact she has not. It's only a few days, next week. The doctor continued to introduce the group's situation and indicated that Shade, who had finished shaking hands, could find a place to sit down wherever he wanted.
Since she is also in our group, isn't that lady a correspondence student from St. Byron's? Shade asked doubtfully, choosing to sit opposite Dr. Schneider.
Although Priest August had a church background, he received adult education from the college, so he could be regarded as a correspondence student at St. Byron's.
This Miss Anat was completely different.
No, she is also a correspondence student of the college.
She belongs to the School of Astronomy and is proficient in the art of divination. As for why she has a dual identity, do you know about joint training? The doctor asked.
Shade was just confused when he heard the lady's information, but now he is truly surprised, confirming again that the force he joined is really a school. She still belongs to the Prophet Society, but she has been trained in both directions. In fact, St. Byron's Comprehensive College, and many friendly organizations, including Zareth School of Literature and Sussex Higher Medical School, but not churches, all have such joint training of students, as you will know later. But there is no need to think anything of Anat because of her identity, just treat her as an ordinary companion.
Need tea?
I drank some good black tea at your place last time, and I asked the maid to buy some.
The doctor asked, and Shade thought for a while. Okay, thank you. So, Miss Luvia Anat is actually the same as us? There is still a difference. Priest Augustus was playing with his old pipe as he spoke. Of course he would not smoke in the clinic. This was just a habitual action. In addition to Miss Anat being able to gain knowledge at the academy, the Prophet Association can also provide her with conveniences. She is very highly regarded by the ring magicians of the Prophet Association. So relatively speaking. The priest glanced at the doctor. The doctor shook his head indifferently and signaled to the gray-haired old priest that he could continue. Although she is only in the 3rd level and is only 1 level higher than me in the group, even the doctor is not sure that she can beat her without a heated confrontation. Of course, this also has the abilities of Schneider and Louisa, so it is not suitable for a heated fight. Reasons to fight. Priest August believes that although ring wizards have power, this profession is for studying the world and exploring themselves deeply, not for killing. In the old man's opinion, ring wizards are more like scholars than mercenaries. He had a similar idea to the doctor. After becoming a correspondence magician, he should not indulge his heart just because he gained power, but should be more modest and cautious. In other words, the two of them were gently reminding Siada to be careful when doing things and not to get involved in things he shouldn't be involved in. Reading patiently, carving spiritual runes to accumulate spiritual energy, reading the notes of predecessors, and learning more thaumaturgy and incantation are the correct living conditions for a correspondence magician. Shade therefore suspected that the doctor had told Priest August about what happened to him the day before yesterday. Priest August was worried that Shade would suddenly gain power through the remnants of the old gods and be eager to gain more power through similar adventures, so he said this. Priest Augustus is also a very nice man. Speaking of which, I'm actually quite curious about one thing. Since the relationship between ring warlocks and fighting and killing was mentioned, Shade asked, since the ring warlock collects elements himself, and even has spiritual runes engraved on the elements, then by killing the ring warlock, can he obtain the opponent's power, such as spiritual runes, dissipated elements, or turn the opponent's elements into artifacts? Something like that. Oh, that's a horrible idea. The gray-haired old priest shook his head, held the holy symbol on his chest and prayed with his eyes closed. The doctor shook his head seriously, looking at Shade with his blue eyes. Shad, I don't know where you got such a terrible idea. But if you kill a ring warlock who has nothing to do with you, all you can get is the body of the other person, and the guilt that will accompany you throughout your life. From Del Rayon to Carson, from the old world to the new world, from steam industrial cities like ours to dark country cemeteries. Ring warlocks can appear almost anywhere, but remember, this is a time of civilization, not a dark forest where the jungle can prey on the strong. If someone attacks you, you can fight back, but don't kill for pure gain, as this will make it easier for you to lose control. Shade also understood that what he said was inappropriate, and he was only so curious because of the fantasy stories he had read in the past. The foreigner doesn't want to gain power by killing people at all, he is just worried that others will do this. Sorry, actually I'm just curious. Yes, such a world is too scary. It's like people can live by eating people. Priest Augustus, who was holding the holy emblem tightly, looked at Shad. His eyes were not as harsh as the doctor's, and the wrinkled eyes showed a gentle meaning. Although our world is so weird and terrifying, with countless evil things entrenched, relics of the past era can be seen everywhere, dangerous and mysterious knowledge challenges the limits of normal people's reason at any time, evil gods walk on the ground and peer into the world, old and new. There are behemoths of the abyss hidden under the oceans of the continent, but we are still happy for the existence of the world. Come, gentlemen, respect this kind world. The old priest said he was moved and took the initiative to raise the teacup in front of him. The doctor nodded happily and raised the cup, while Shade smiled. No matter how bad his situation was after arriving here, it was as if the world was compensating him by sending him such good friends, to this kind world. The three of them spoke loudly together, and the stranger's smile at this moment came from the bottom of his heart. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open. The blonde writer who walked in without knocking did not hear the previous conversation. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw three men holding teacups high. One had a sacred face, one had a serious face, and one had a mouth with a smile. Miss Louisa looked at the men hesitantly, wondering whether she should withdraw. What were you doing just now? Although the blonde writer Dorothy Louisa also came, the college would still deliver the items that Shad needed to receive after enrolling as scheduled according to the original time. Half an hour before that, the four of them had time to continue chatting for a while. Dr. Schneider, as nominal moderator of the correspondence group of cyclomancers, was happy to stir up the conversation. As a result, Shade learned more common sense about ring warlocks.
For example, under normal circumstances, when you come into contact with relics with unfamiliar characteristics, you will not get the prompt of another me immediately. Therefore, it is unrealistic to rely on another self to find relics. The identification of relics is a key research content in the library management profession.
Shade was obviously not normal. Outlander, your soul is particularly sensitive to the 4 elements, which is why I can easily distinguish the relics. It's not my specialness, it's your specialness. The whispering voice in his ear explained this.
Shade thought it was an excuse at first, but after thinking about it, he felt that this explanation made sense. Even he himself is not sure whether the specialness of another self is really special, or whether it is special because he is a foreigner. The middle name of Suluan can be interpreted as the other party knowing his core runes in advance. The Northern Common Language gift pack given to him can also be interpreted as the other party gaining what he has not obtained because of the characteristics of the other me, the incomplete memory of the original owner. The reminder to look at the ring was only because she found that strange relic. Thinking like this, Seade himself was confused.
No, why do you have a female voice? Shade was almost confused by himself. Perhaps even you yourself cannot fully understand your own character. Don't talk nonsense.
Shade thought this was a hint from the other party that he was a bit effeminate. In addition to the fact that the relics cannot be easily found, Shade also learned that Dr. Schneider's group usually meets every Saturday afternoon to share learning experiences, ask questions, and contact the college through Dr. Schneider's manuscript pages. Even if there are no such urgent matters, you can still share some information, exchange items, or complain about the heavy workload of studying.
This last item is usually the main content. The group will not give members mandatory tasks, but if someone needs help, such as doing some academy tasks that can earn practical credit, then others must first consider whether they have time. Seeing that 10 o'clock was coming soon, everyone cleared the coffee table and asked Dr. Schneider to put the page of the poet's relic there. When the clock in the corner began to ring the first bell at 10 o'clock, as the light on the page flashed, a parchment rolled into a tube and tied with a red ribbon appeared. Shade picked it up with quick eyes and hands, pulled open the ribbon and unfolded the paper. This was Shade's first-year correspondence education plan. St. Byron's College often conducts a unified grade promotion assessment at the end of every winter.
It is definitely impossible for Shad, who enrolls in the summer, to complete all his studies this year, so it will probably take more than a year and a half to complete the courses tailor-made for him.
Courses in the training program. Actually, the first grade usually takes 1 to 3 years to complete. After all, it is a basic course.
Oh, you are very busy. Priest August sat next to Shade, so he clearly saw the first-year compulsory courses he needed to complete listed in the training plan. Herbs we know, Basic Potions, Introduction to Elementary Alchemy, Introduction to Astronomy, Introduction to Occultism and Ritual, Theoretical Basis of Spiritual Runes, Part 1, Basic Course for Ring Magicians, Thaumaturgy, Basic Course for Ring Magician Spells, Introduction to Ancient Languages, 5th Age 0-2000, Introduction to Ancient Languages. 5th Age 2000-4000, Introduction to Ancient Languages, 5th Age 4057-93, Ancient Literature, choose 1 from 3, Serious Literature, Popular Literature, and others. Complete before 5th grade. Folklore, Religion and Civilization History, 1, Basics of Time Travel Theory, Academic Core Course, Time Travel Practical Training, Academic Core Course, Containment and Management of Relics, Academic Core Course, Basic Theology, Part 1, College History and General Education at St. Barron's Comprehensive College. There are 19 compulsory courses and 53 compulsory credits. At the end of this year, with 15 credits, Seade can pass the year-end assessment and continue other first-year studies in the second year. Subsequently, more than 100 books were sent, including textbooks, required reading materials and some course supplementary literature. Shade, together with the other 3, kept taking down the textbooks that appeared from the poem pages and stacking them aside. Looking at the ever-increasing height of the book mountain, the foreigner's anxiety about the future life suddenly disappeared, and he seemed to have returned to his hometown and school life.
How about it? The £50 tuition fee is worth it, right? These compulsory courses are tailor-made for you by the school. They are quite basic. After all, the first grade is when you lay the foundation. But don't worry, in addition to the core academic courses, other courses are chances of failing the assessment 3 times. If you fail 3 times, you must defer the assessment for 1 year, and you need to pay the tuition again. You will not be expelled. The old priest August thought that Shade was afraid of so many books, so he comforted Shade. In this era of STEAM industry, the illiteracy rate is still high, and as ordinary citizens,
they probably will not have access to so many books in their lifetime, so the priest will comfort the young detective who has never seen the world. However, it is this kind of life that outsiders are familiar with. There are 19 compulsory courses for first-year students at Shard, which require the submission of several papers or coursework after self-study, and some require examinations or practical assessments. The end-of-grade assessments are all at the end of the year, but the exam season is in the summer at the end of July and in the winter in December. If Syada learns quickly, he can pass part of the exam 1 month later at the end of July. The above are only the compulsory courses for correspondence courses. If you want to complete a whole grade of study, you need to obtain enough practical credits. The first-year practical credit requirement is 40 credits, but the School of History has strict regulations on the source of these 40 practical credits. At least 10 of these credits must come from time exploration activities. The College of History is the college with the smallest number of students among St. Barron's Comprehensive College, and most students change majors in their senior years. Because the core of the History Academy is to rely on the relic, time key, of the old god, father of the infinite tree, to travel through time, which requires spiritual runes related to time.
Shade's academic core course, Time Travel Practical Training, is to use the key provided by the Academy to conduct a time travel under guidance, and then submit the report to complete the course.
However, no practical credits will be awarded for nearly completely safe time travel through the course. Find relics, time keys, of different levels from the Academy on your own or purchase them from the Academy. If you can bring back valuable information, history and knowledge, you will receive high practical credits and other rewards, such as relics and the Big Book of St. Byron's. Thaumaturgy, spells or precious knowledge collected in the museum. Therefore, the School of History, School of Library Management, time travel and relic storage can be regarded as the easiest schools to obtain practical credits and college awards. Although these basic courses seem complicated, once you start, you will know that they are not very difficult. Look, this is the list of elective courses you are allowed to choose. After more than 100 books were finally delivered, a brand new parchment roll appeared on the table. The doctor opened it for Shade, took one look at it, and stuffed it into him. Elective credits can be converted, and 10 points can be converted into 1 practical credit. And these elective courses are the truly valuable courses and the real skills of the professors. Of course, the elective courses cost gold pounds.
Elective courses cost gold pounds? Shade was startled and immediately realized that this was not the world of the past. Moreover, even in the past world, elective courses in hometowns were free of charge, but elective courses in some schools in Western countries also cost money. Shade looked at the elective parchment with a sullen face, which was more like a price list. Based on his actual situation, city, occupation, age, the academy he joined in the core spiritual runes, the academy was open to him in the first grade. There are nearly 200 elective courses, including inspiration divination and easy obtaining the 4 elemental spirit runes, which are quite useful at first glance. Some courses require completion of basic courses or elective courses before you can choose them, otherwise Shard will see more elective courses. The cheaper courses cost more than £20, and the most expensive ones cannot even use currency, but use relics or other requirements and tasks as the fee. Fortunately, you can choose elective courses at any time. When you come to the doctor every Saturday, if you want to pay, you can just contact the college directly. Dr. Schneider suggested that Shade should familiarize himself with basic courses for a period of time before considering elective courses. The old priest recommended some more useful courses. Miss Louisa helped Shade cross out some of them directly, and she was in the first grade. At that time, because I had just received a large sum of royalties, I spent a lot of it on the course, so I knew what was not needed for the time being. You don't have to pass the elective courses. The college and professors don't care about this. But the elective courses are a good opportunity for those of us who are correspondence courses to get in touch with and get familiar with the professors in the college. You need to know whether some valuable elective courses are open. We still need to communicate with the professors. It's about your own wishes. Miss Louisa then introduced that Shade was very familiar with this set of rules. Although it was slightly different from the past, he was very adaptable to such rules. Read the list of elective courses in your hand and subconsciously turn to the opposite side when you reach the end. I thought there would be no words on the reverse side of the parchment, but I didn't expect there to be. Mr. Shade Suellen Hamilton, the first circle warlock, please prepare 4 wooden chairs in an empty room with no one at midnight today. They should not be decorated with holy symbols of gods. Place 4 chairs facing each other in the 4 directions of due east, due west, due south, and due north, and surround a non-sterling silver basin filled with clean water.
You need to sit on a chair due north before midnight, light the roll of paper and put it into the basin of water. Please dress formally, turn on the gas lights, close the curtains, and do not tell anyone, including fellow ring wizards, about this.
Professor Harms Sanchez from the School of Library Management and Professor Hessinger Garcia from the School of History want to see you. St. Barron's Comprehensive College Student Management Office. Professor Harms Jane Sanchez, what's wrong?
Seeing Shade looking at the back of the parchment in a daze, Miss Louisa also looked at the back of the parchment. What's so cool about an empty page?
Oh, I get it, you probably haven't used parchment before. Common sense is that we don't usually use parchment on both sides, so there won't be anything on the back.
Miss Louisa was perfectly positioned to see these words, but she showed that she saw nothing.
Only I can see this? What does the Academy mean? Is there a secret mission for me? If you talk to me alone, is my identity as a foreigner exposed? Shade thought to himself, wrote down the information, re-rolled the parchment and put it on the sofa.
Because of Shade's time and space core spirit rune, the History College promised to provide him with a secret keeper level relic for self-defense after he joins. The relic only appeared after all the books and documents had been delivered, and after a note acknowledging receipt. The upper limit of the items that poet-level relics can transfer is limited to keeper level, and only some keeper-level relics can be transferred. Therefore, it took a lot of effort to come to the School of History for Siada. The relic was placed in a cubic rusty bronze box, less than the size of a palm. The patterns on the surface of the box depict incomprehensible vine-like patterns. Under the bronze box is an instruction document describing the function of this relic.
The relic is not given to Shad.
If he leaves the School of History or breaks away from St. Byron's Comprehensive College, he will need to hand in this relic again, but it is not required if he graduates normally.
You came into contact with whispers.
According to common sense, Shade should not know immediately that this is a relic because he does not know the characteristics.
20-sided dice of fate? Shade did not shy away from others and directly opened the bronze box that looked like an antique.
The inside of the box is almost solid metal, except for a bronze-colored dice embedded in the center. The surface is stained with rust. It is a 20-sided die.
The numbers are sunken into the metal surface of the die.
The numbers are all golden, and some are almost integrated with the rust.
This is a sign of time. I know this.
Miss Louisa said in surprise, raising her hand as if to touch her earlobe, but she shook her head. No, it should be said that the other me knows this.
Maybe I accidentally scanned the information about this dice in the book. But why would the Academy give you such a dangerous relic? All relics are dangerous, the monstrous remains of the whispers of a bygone time.
Priest August reminded, but Miss Ryder shook her head, her blonde hair shaking slightly. This one is particularly dangerous because of its characteristics in two ways. On the one hand, when carrying the dice, most divination will not work on the carrier, but only while carrying it. Carrying this dice for a long time will cause a permanent decline in one's own luck.
I know luck is an immeasurable concept, but the whisper element can really interfere with luck.
On the other hand, the dice is actively thrown.
There is only one chance per day.
When the dice is thrown, one thing related to the thrower will be determined by the size of the dice.
The bigger the number, the better the luck, and there is no way. Use any tricks to determine random numbers. Anything to do with the user? Dr. Schneider grasped the point.
He was considered by others in the group to be often unlucky and therefore took special care of such relics. Yes, so usually after throwing it once, you won't know immediately which thing is affected, but you will definitely understand later.
This is also one of the characteristics of the 20-sided dice of fate.
The blonde lady moved away from the bronze box in Shade's hand with some fear, but in most cases, it can only throw out numbers below 10 that favor bad luck.
This is based on statistics.
And it is said that if one is thrown, something more terrifying than death will happen.
What about the history school? Would you hand something so horrific to a detective?
The information given by the Academy is similar to Miss Louisa's words. This dice can only be contained in the bronze box made of special materials, not in a contained state. The dice will always lure the holder to throw it out unintentionally, and the probability of throwing it is not average for each number, below 10 the greatest possibility of causing terrible things. Therefore, Miss Louisa strongly suggested that Shade should not use the active effect of the dice and only treat it as a relic that interferes with divination.
The Academy probably thinks so too.
After all, I haven't heard of any new correspondence class magician who can obtain a keeper-level relic at once.
Dr. Schneider also agreed with Miss Louisa.
When it came to fate, the ring magician was quite cautious after all. Just staring at the dice, Shade had a strong urge to take it out of its setting. But fortunately, dice is still under containment, and Shade can completely resist this temptation. But he still put a finger on the dice, wanting to feel its cold metal touch. In my mind, a murmuring female voice suddenly sounded, although the road of destiny diverges at your feet, if you have useful tools, you may not be able to choose the right path. From 1 to 20, and then from 20 to 1, you see your own unique destiny from the rolling dice.
At this moment, it is the time to flip the dice. Are you sure you want me to throw the dice now?
Shade asked in surprise, and a murmur sounded in his ears. Outsiders, when you embark on this road of destiny, the choice is always in your hands.
But sometimes, some reasonable attempts can help you understand your destiny more fully.
I sought interesting things for you through my vision. Do you have the courage to challenge your luck? Shade thought for a while, and he was quite aware that there was something strange about his other self. Although I don't know if this is a trait of a foreigner or if it's something wrong with the other person.
But any behavior of the whispering voice so far is credible.
Although he is full of worries and suspicions about this mysterious and weird world, Shade is also willing to give out some trust occasionally. Before the doctor and others could object, he rolled the dice and let it fall on the coffee table. The sound of the metal dice hitting the wooden coffee table startled everyone present. But the dice soon stabilized, with the number 20 toward the top. Shade felt that he was not that surprised. He just heard the pleasant laughter of the woman in his ears.
Although you always don't believe it, I am you.
The four of them looked at the number and said nothing. It took a long time before the doctor reminded him seriously, this time it's 20. This is your relic, we have no right to interfere.
But I must remind you, Shade, people are not always so lucky. This impulse brings destiny gift, but it won't necessarily be the next time.
Every gift that belongs to fate has already been marked with a price.
This time 20 will probably consume your luck for a long time. I have always believed in the law of conservation of luck.
The writer also said that, but as a clergyman, the old priest Augustus pointed out that the conservation of luck is an unfounded superstition. Shade accepted these admonitions, but he was not prepared to explain his motivations for doing so. The uniqueness of the woman's voice in his head is a secret that belongs only to him and is the characteristic of a foreigner. It was enough for him to know this, at least for now. He would not tell anyone else about it. The good thing of throwing 20 points cannot be observed yet, but according to the characteristics of the dice, Shade will know it sooner or later, so he just needs to wait. After all the matters concerning Shade's formal joining of the academy were settled, the doctor opened the bottle of champagne to celebrate that the group finally had 5 people.
Shade didn't really like drinking, but since it was a celebration, he didn't refuse.
While the doctor was pouring wine for everyone, he curiously asked if these books would be regarded as revealing the secrets of the academy if he took them back and accidentally lost them. However, the doctor told him not to worry about this. First-grade textbooks and materials do not have any precious value. It does not mean that this knowledge is not precious, but it can be obtained through other channels, so even if you lose it, you will only need to spend more gold pounds.
Go to the college and buy another set. Some books won't be encrypted until your second year.
Now Shade felt more at ease. Doctors, writers and priests all encouraged Shade to study hard as people who had experienced it. They all agreed that his main task now was to carve the first spiritual rune for himself. The Theoretical Basics of Spiritual Runes, Part 1, course will give recommendations for inscribing the first rune based on the talent of the Ring Warlock.
What recommendation did the Academy give you? Is it light?
Yes. Shade said while flipping through the book in his hand. Generally speaking, the Academy recommends that the first spiritual rune be engraved with the runes representing the elements, because it will be easier. You have Silver Moon, yourself, and the compatibility with light and stars is quite good, and even I took the initiative to create light technique. But stars was too complicated for first graders, so it turned out to be light. The doctor smiled, then stood up and took out a book from the pile of books and handed it to Shade. Crazy Light Chaser, a crazy novel written by an unknown writer in the Fifth Age, has enlightenment because of civilization.
This is a translated manuscript.
Reading it to try to engrave light is the most appropriate means. Of course, few people can directly obtain light.
If you can obtain any extended concept spirit rune, you are considered qualified.
Before today's party, the doctor had already shared the news about the sage-level relic, the Box of God, and the Mercury Blood organization that Shade had obtained through letters in advance to other people in the same group. They all agreed to this news. Each person paid Shard a fee of £1. Shade did not take the £4, including Luvia Anat, who was not in Tobesk, but used the money to pay off part of this month's arrears of £10. The remaining £6 will have to wait a while. After all, he still needs gold pounds to support himself and little Mia. It is said that orange cats have good appetites, so Shade should be prepared. The doctor was very efficient. Before the meeting ended that morning, he told Shade another piece of good news. I found out from the real estate agency that the house at number 6 St. Teresa Square, the entire 3-story house including the land, was the property of the original detective Sparrow Hamilton.
Did he leave a suicide note?
He stayed, locked in the cupboard by me. Shade was in a daze because of this good news, and couldn't believe that he had inherited the entire house. All the haze after coming to the steam age seemed to dissipate because of this news. He didn't know in his heart that he was so eager to have a home of his own. Priest August's expression was normal, and Miss Louisa looked at Shade in surprise. Mr. Hamilton, you will never be short of gold pounds in your life.
But Shade did not get too happy too soon, but looked at the doctor.
As expected, the doctor continued to talk using this conjunction. His expression was tangled, and he didn't know what tone he should use to say, but don't be too happy.
There is something wrong with that house.
Number 6, St. Teresa Square, was bought by Sparrow Hamilton for £300 when he came to Tobesk 2 years ago.
Is this cheap?
Even if it's a haunted house, it won't, Miss Louisa frowned and asked. Although £300 is a lot, you must know that this is Tobesk City, the capital of the Kingdom of Delarian, one of the 2 major human kingdoms in the material world. It is the Pearl of the North, the City of Fog, and the civilization of the Old World.
Convergence Point, these are the names here.
As for number 6 St. Teresa Square, you can see the Jodel Palace building complex directly from the window. The soil there is more valuable than gold. Doctors have clinics, priests live in churches, and only female writers now live alone in rented apartments in the Tobesk University district, and are very sensitive to housing prices.
Not counting the land, it was just the entire house in St. Teresa Square.
Not to mention £300, there was no place to buy it even for £20,000.
I actually didn't find out about the abnormal prices.
It was the information that Augustus helped find in the church. The doctor motioned to the gray-haired old priest to speak, and the latter nodded. His gray-white hair looked particularly decayed under the dim light of the gas lamp. About 100 years ago, a horrific murder occurred at number 6 St. Teresa Square. According to church information, 2 Ninering warlocks of unknown origins fought there and died almost at the same time.
Subsequent investigation reports showed that they got out of control because they read a lot of ancient books.
Although the church believed that this would not affect the house itself, most of the successive owners of the house have died in the house since then.
This is kind of like the beginning of a horror story, Shade thought in his mind, and then realized something. Wait, the protagonist seems to be me?
The old priest paused for a moment before continuing. The church couldn't find any problems with the house, so it had no choice but to buy it and seal it up about 30 years ago. It wasn't until after repeated inspections 2 years ago that it sold the old house at a low price.
But I tried to inquire about the house price in St. Teresa Square.
Rich people all care about this taboo thing. Poor people who don't care about this kind of thing will not ask about the house price of St. Teresa Square. In the end, for some reason, it was bought by Sparrow Hamilton.
House.
It sounds like the previous detective got a huge deal and then died.
Does the detective know anything about the house? Miss Louisa asked curiously. Miss Ryder was very interested in this kind of thing.
Of course I knew that the church would not hide such a thing, so it informed the house of its past at that time. For safety reasons, before the detectives bought it, they sealed off the first floor where the accident happened 100 years ago, and cut off some of the traces that had not been maintained for a long time. There was a safety issue on the 3rd floor stairs, and the 2nd floor room number 2 where a mass suicide occurred 70 years ago was locked.
Unexpectedly, the current owner also died in that house.
The old priest couldn't help but hold the pendant on his chest and pray for Mr. Sparrow Hamilton, may his soul rest in peace. Shade, who thought he had too much imagination, was already a little worried. Outsiders have seen many such stories, but I think Sparrow Hamilton's death was not due to a curse, which is different from before. The previous owners of the house all died suddenly within a few months, and no reason could be found, and the detective's death was what happened after 2 years of residence, and even the cause of death can be found out. Dr. Schneider said, looking at Shade with his blue eyes, of course, you can sell the house if you think it's not comfortable to live in, but because of Sparrow Hamilton's death, the price will probably fall further. His advice is quite pertinent. I don't plan to sell it for the time being. If the detective agency hadn't been opened in the city center, no one would be willing to believe a detective with no reputation like me.
And after selling the house, I can't use the money to buy it in Tobesk to a better house.
I know from the newspaper that there are low-priced houses for sale in the Tobesk University district, but the price is really more desperate than a relic out of control. He said this, and Miss Louisa immediately showed an expression of agreement, and the blonde girl who lived alone was also paying attention to the news in this regard. Shade has no money to move at the moment, so he plans to live there for a few months to try it out, and then move out immediately if there are any problems. Judging from the information given by the priest, the previous owner heard strange noises and saw suspicious shadows in the house before his sudden death. Those who were alerted and moved away did not suffer any accident, but all the people who had been living there died. This time it's more like a vulgar horror story, and the protagonist is still me. He thought in his mind, and then asked, although the house belongs to Detective Sparrow and I have the detective's will, I have seen no title deeds for the property or land. The old priest waved his hands after hearing this, with a relaxed expression on his face. Those documents are in the Dawn Church where I am, and the detectives kept them there. After all, the church also has concerns.
If you want to get them back, just come with his suicide note.
The Dawn Church is in the central city of Tobesk, about 10 kilometers from Street Duras Square is half an hour's walk away.
The boulevard near the church is very nice and there are many public carriages.
But in order to prevent the church from being suspicious of the detective's death and re-investigating the house or even you, I will help you get a death certificate of Sparrow Hamilton. This is not a fake document. What I got must be real, just think of it as a gift for joining us.
I won't charge you any money for this help.
Thus, the death of Detective Sparrow Hamilton was completely concluded. With the proof documents that are enough to deceive the Zhengtian Church, no one will know the secret about the detective's death except Shade and the doctor. Before ending today's meeting, Xiade mentioned his clerical relic, vampire ring. Unfortunately, none of the 3 people present had ever touched this relic. But the doctor said he could check the parchment in the academy library, but that would probably not yield results quickly. Since Shade now owns 2 relics, and both are relics with a higher danger level, he can be considered a relatively wealthy ring warlock. The doctor suggested that after he mastered 1 or 2 powerful thaumaturgy and spells for defense, he could start reading Crazy Light Chaser. No one will supervise your self-study progress, you are responsible for yourself. This was the advice the blue-eyed doctor gave Shade before the 4 of them said goodbye. But after leaving the clinic, the old priest August told Shade not to care about the doctor's attitude. Bill is always like this. Although he seems to be strict with others, he is actually kinder than anyone else. He said as he filled his pipe with tobacco, looking like he had been patiently patient at the clinic for a long time.
We've all experienced his admonitions, spend more time with him and you'll understand. Miss Louisa also said the same.
She boarded the carriage at the entrance of the clinic and left directly.
However, the relatively less wealthy Shad and Priest August plan to leave on foot.
Shade will find a carriage to take his books back later, but an ordinary taxi may not have enough space, so he will go to the nearest taxi company.
Shade noticed that Miss Louisa was frequently trying to touch her earlobes today, but there were no decorations on the lady's ears. She didn't have this weird behavior when we last met.
He informed the old priest who was traveling with him about his discovery. When the 2 parted ways at the next intersection, Priest August told Shade not to worry about it. It's normal for ring magicians to occasionally behave strangely because of the existence of their other self. But as long as they don't lose control due to contact with relics and ancient knowledge, you don't need to worry about those strange things.
The priest smiled and walked with Shade on Röntgen Avenue in the wealthy area. The people who work here are decently dressed, and the attire of Shade and the priest is barely acceptable. Since a year ago, Louisa has become a little weird every few days. It's still normal now. Last summer, we even suspected that she was occupied by other souls while reading ancient fairy tales. Shade's face froze, and he did not dare to continue discussing the possibility of the soul occupying the body. But he also knew from this that even seemingly normal ring warlocks might have strange behaviors that were unknown to everyone. Ring warlock has never been a safe scholar profession.
After parting ways with the old priest, Shade found the 3-story gray building of the taxi company's office 3 streets away based on the map. The main business here is to book carriage services in advance for important trips, but there are also carriages that can carry cargo.
Shade knew that it was best not to let ordinary people see his books, so he specifically asked the coachman if he would check the goods. We are a professional taxi company.
Even if you are pulling a corpse, no, even if you are pulling a whole cart of corpses, as long as you don't leave any traces, it has nothing to do with us.
The middle-aged accountant who took the money from Xiade emphasized with drooping eyelids, we are very professional. A carriage carrying goods is much cheaper than a carriage carrying people, even though it also has to carry Shade back.
When Shade personally moved the books into his home at number 6 St. Teresa Square, he spent less than 8 shillings in total. Although room 2 on the second floor used to look very big, after moving in so many books, you can feel that the study space is not enough. While controlling Mia, the curious orange cat, from touching his books, Shade thought that if he had time, he must develop the remaining space in this house.
He didn't go out again that day. The exaggerated foggy weather outside the house made it unsuitable to go out, so he stayed at home and read the books he bought for £50, consuming gas and steam whose price was unknown. Most of the first-year sorcerer's courses only involve knowledge, not transcendence, so most of them are memorization test subjects. As a foreigner who has experienced a complete education system, Seade is very good at this and believes that he is confident that he will complete most of the first-grade courses during the exam season at the end of this year. As for those courses that require practical operations, he maintains a great curiosity about strength and believes in his self-learning ability, so he thinks it will not take him too long to complete those courses. Now that he has obtained the textbook, of course Shade is most concerned about spells and thaumaturgy. These two are the direct ways to obtain power. Although he kept the doctor's warning in mind, Shade still believed that he needed to have the most basic power to protect himself. As a first-year ring wizard who has just entered the school, St. Byron's Comprehensive Academy did not directly mention too many thaumaturgy and magic in the two courses: Basic Course for Ring Warlock's Thaumaturgy and Basic Course for Ring Warlock's Conjuration. Spells, and a few of them are relatively common just by looking at their effects. St. Byron's Comprehensive College provides first-year correspondence courses for ring magicians, offering 3 types of conjurations and 4 types of thaumaturgy free of charge. There is a standard system for free spells. No matter which college students are from, the first spell they come into contact with is the same. Among them, the first spells recommended to be learned and used are ignition, calling water, and moving objects. This is the most primitive manifestation of mysterious power since ancient times, and it has more superior spells, can be extended. Moreover, the learning methods of these 3 spells do not require much materials, and they do not require casting materials when casting spells. They are the most convenient spells. Shade learned and mastered them in half a night.
His eyes were fixed on the newspaper in his hand. The newspaper finally emitted a wisp of burning smoke, frightening the orange kitten who was playing with the pages on the other side of the newspaper and ran towards Shade's arms.
Ha!
He kept shaking the empty water glass with his right hand, and when he shook it, the inner wall of the water glass became wet. Shade wiped the sweat from his forehead and put the water glass back on the table, but before he could check it, the soft orange cat Mia in his arms pounced on the glass curiously.
Ha! He looked at the water glass with eyes that were about to bleed. The glass automatically moved back on the table.
The orange cat that rushed towards the cup changed direction in the air, kicked off the table with its little paws, and jumped back into Shade's arms again, looking frightened again.
This is a timid cat, and its ferocity towards strangers is just a way to protect itself.
The thumorg, provided by St. Byron's Comprehensive Academy for first-year students, is determined based on the core spiritual runes of the Ring Warlock.
Shade's talents are quite good.
Although Time and Space and Silver Moon are rare, they are not exclusive. In the basic course thaumatology, the suggestion given by the Academy is to prefer Silver Moon-related thaumaturgy. After all, for mystical scholars who are just getting started, time and space, spiritual runes are both dangerous and complicated. Therefore, among the 4 free thaumaturgy provided by the Academy, the only thaumaturgy related to time and space is Perception of Time, which gives Shade the ability to know where he is in time at any time.
Although this thaumaturgy may not sound very useful, it is quite troublesome to learn. As the basic thaumaturgy provided by the Academy, the materials required for learning are naturally provided by the Academy.
Among them, the century-old pocket watch is easy to find, but the 4-leaf clockflower is a unique plant. Although it is grown in a nursery in the School of Chemistry, the picking process is very troublesome, so Shade will not be able to get it from the doctor until next month. As for the thaumaturgy related to Silver Moon, the Academy provides 3 items: Cindy's Silver Moon Gift, you can gain healing ability under the light of the silver moon, you can heal yourself and others.
This is a magical technique that can only be learned and used by the holder of the Silver Moon Spirit Rune, and can only be used at night.
It can be seen from the naming method that this is a thaumaturgy developed by academic ring magicians, so the name is used as a prefix. If the silver moonlighting technique, invented by Shade, is strong enough, he can name it Shadow Silver Moonlighting Technique. Illusion of moon shadow. On any night, use the power of moonlight to cast some simple illusions. Any holder of a spiritual rune related to the moon can learn this miraculous magic, but depending on the spiritual rune and the user, the illusion has slight differences, and it can only be used at night. Silver Moon Slash pulls out a silver moonlight in the air to attack the enemy.
It has a very good damage effect on enemies with enlightenment and blasphemy elements.
This thaumaturgy can only be learned by the holders of Silver Moon, but other holders of conceptual spirit runes of the moon, stars and even the sun also have similar thaumaturgy, but the effects are different.
This is the only offensive thaumaturgy among the 3 thaumaturgy.
There are 3 moons in the night sky of this world, silver, yellow and red. The 3 moons have different meanings in occultism. The red moon is related to flesh and blood and reproduction, the yellow moon is moonlight and guide, and the silver moon is guardian, holy and mysterious.
Synonym for.
Therefore, the thaumaturgy associated with the concept of the silver moon is different from that of other moons. If Shade's spiritual rune was a higher level concept like moon, he would actually be able to learn more thaumaturgy. The 3 magic arts are also specially selected by the Academy, focusing on treatment, illusion, and attack.
They can be said to be very comprehensive.
The learning materials are still given with the book, including the mercury-like liquid moonlight of the silver moon in a large thumb-glass bottle, a piece of silver silk cloth embroidered with an unknown old sacred emblem, and a silver knife with only the blade broken off.
The blade is engraved with a waxing moon.
But it is not possible to learn with the materials. Shade also needs to prepare the corresponding environment and master the corresponding spells. None of this can be solved in one day, so as of this night, he had only learned the Silver Moon Slash. The learning requirement for Silver Moon Slash only requires that the ring warlock be able to attach the moonlight of the silver moon to the broken silver knife, which is quite simple for the current Shade. He repeated this process under the moonlight at night, and each time the moonlight attached to it, the knife became shorter. When the silver moonlight is attached to the 13th time, the broken blade in the light completely disappears. Shade looked at his slightly glowing hands and realized in his heart that he had learned this attacking magic technique. Using Silver Moon Slash does not require casting materials, you only need to use your limbs to draw light trails in the air. The silver light trace can be slashed forward to use it as an attack form. Before midnight, Shade tried many times in the room with the curtains drawn, making light marks appear one after another, and then making the light marks slash forward.
He was very excited.
Although he had tried teleportation, echo of blood, and light spells before, Silver Moon Slash fit his imagination of power and mystery. It's a pity that Shade is just a beginner. He doesn't have a deep understanding of the Silver Moon elemental runes, and he has very little spirit, so those light marks can't even leave obvious traces on the wall. But if you just want to hurt the fragile human body, it is enough to do it at close range. Although the power of this thaumaturgy was mediocre for the time being, the trace of light left in the sky was extremely beautiful, even more elegant and noble than the form recorded in the book, which attracted the curious orange Katmia.
Of course, the above 4 kinds of thaumaturgy from the courses are only provided by the Academy for free.
And if Shade wants to get more thaumaturgy from the Academy, he can go to the library to inquire, and then pay to get the knowledge of those thaumaturgy. Each professor also has a different collection of thaumaturgy and incantation, and getting high marks in their courses is also a way to get free thaumaturgy and incantation. Regarding the college's thaumaturgy and incantation, Dr. Schneider believed that the library's price was unreasonable and that it was the college's exploitation of correspondence students. Instead of buying it at the Academy, Shade would buy it from the same group and local ring warlocks. The Academy is only used as a channel to obtain rare magic and spells. But no matter what, outsiders have completely stepped into the mysterious and extraordinary door of the weird steam age. The foreigner summed up his current situation and found that what he lacked most was neither time nor experience, but gold pounds. So he became more determined to run this detective agency. This was the best way to make money that he could currently access. Rely on commissions to earn gold pounds, and then obtain knowledge from St. Byron's.
Obtain the 4 element runes and continue to advance. Even if you can't go back, you still have to witness this mysterious and magnificent world. Because he has his own house, Shade is no longer as depressed as he was in the past few days. As for copying books from the past world, or using the knowledge of the past world to make profits in the steam age, he can only make detailed plans after he has established a foothold here and gained more strength. The whole day was spent playing with cats and reading books. Shade, who had mastered his first thaumaturgy, was still very happy even though he had no income today. In this way, the night came. Looking at the clock showing that it was already 11 o'clock, Shade first locked the nocturnal orange Katmia in the bedroom, and then moved the coffee table and sofa to make room.
Arrange the 4 chairs next to the dining table into the living room, use a compass to strictly correct the direction, and finally take a basin full of water and place it in the center of the 4 chairs. He put on the only formal suit in the closet, closed the curtains, and turned the gas lamp in the living room to a slightly illuminated warm yellow state. Then he sat on the chair due north, holding a match in one hand and a scroll with a list of elective courses in the other. Staring at the clock as it finally reached 12 o'clock, he quickly struck the match on the armrest of the chair. Because of too much force, the match broke in the middle. Shade was slightly startled, and immediately took out a matchbox from his knee. Matches from this era were not safe matches, and there was no rough area on the side of the matchbox for sliding. It is a common practice to pull out a match and light it on the ground, shoe soles, or walls. The second match was finally lit successfully. Shade looked up at the clock and immediately lit the scroll after hearing the first bell. The parchment scroll almost caught fire at once. Seeing that the flames had appeared, he immediately threw the scroll into the water in front of him. Although he had been prepared for a long time, Shade was still a little surprised when he saw the scroll that entered the water turning into dots of blue light scattered in the basin. "What's this?" As he was thinking, the woman's voice in his head unexpectedly said, "It's not thaumaturgy and incantation, it's the more ancient occult power, this is some kind of ritual." Ceremony? Without waiting for further explanation, he saw that the entire basin of water began to radiate light. There is wind blowing in the room with the windows closed at this moment. In those winds, 3 beams of light are projected from the basin to the east, west, and south respectively. As a result, 3 blue transparent human bodies gradually became clear from blur and appeared on the chair prepared by Shade. Shade even saw characters swimming in their transparent bodies, but even deciphering one of them made his head hurt, so he learned the lesson of the dark box and did not maintain that strong curiosity. The appearance of the 3 people made the room suddenly become colder. Sitting directly across from Shade in the south was an old man wearing round glasses. He was wearing a formal black suit and was even taller than Shade. A watch chain protruded from his chest pocket and was tied to a button on his chest. Professor James Sanchez, Vice President of St. Byron's Comprehensive College, Director of Student Affairs, and School of Library Management. Professor Sankey introduced himself in very standard Delarian language and nodded slightly to Shade. This name was the name given in the message, and it was this person who made the appointment with Shade through this method. Sitting on the chair in the east is a middle-aged man who looks to be in his 40s, thin but with a determined expression. The same black formal suit is paired with a white shirt. On the buttons on the cuffs is the school badge of Byron's Comprehensive College and books locked in chains. His ears seem to be a little pointed, different from normal people. Associate Dean of History, Professor Hessinger Garcia. His Del Rayon language is obviously not as good as Professor Sanchez's standard. In today's world, the Southern Casanlic language and the Northern Del Rayon language are widely spoken. Perhaps Professor Garcia was originally from the South. The last person sitting on the western chair is a beautiful lady with curly hair in her 30s. She wears a monocle in her right eye, wears a common blue female clerk's uniform, and holds a writing pad and pen in her hand. He nodded to Shade in a friendly manner and spoke less solemnly than the 2 professors. "I am Lux Jones from the college secretariat. According to regulations, when college professors communicate with correspondence ring magicians in non-teaching situations, a secretary from the secretariat must record the conversation and archive it. This is to protect you and St. Byron. See secret." "I understand, Professor Sanchez, Professor Garcia, Miss Jones, good evening. Do you want hot tea? The black tea I have here is very good." After being slightly surprised, Shade said politely to the 3 transparent figures. I wondered if this ritual was similar to the principle of a projector. The cold atmosphere at this moment showed that perhaps the original function of the ceremony was not to hold meetings remotely. "Good evening, Mr. Hamilton, don't bother with the tea. First of all, congratulations on joining the School of History at St. Byron's Comprehensive College, but tonight is about 2 other things." Professor Garcia, the Deputy Dean of the School of History, said. After gently clapping his hands in congratulations, he stretched out 2 fingers without giving Shade a chance to speak. This professor was quite resolute. "First of all, it's about you. Please show your core spirit rune." The heavy hammer fell, the life ring appeared in the scorching steam mist, and the brass-colored, time and space, appeared in front of 3 translucent figures. Every time Shade summons the life ring, he feels that this power system is really fashionable. Professor Garcia nodded with satisfaction and said in unskilled Delarian, "Very well, Mr. Hamilton, this is indeed time and space. You have now been included in the list of key training by the history school. In addition to the relic that has been handed over to you, Your time travel practical training is personally guided by me.
The Academy's charter is that this course will not start until you carve the first spiritual rune. But you are the key training target, and the time travel point can be advanced, in advance? Shade blinked. Yes, tonight. To be more precise, after talking about everything tonight.
There was no emotion in Professor Garcia's words, which gave Shade a serious and stereotyped impression, but Shade admired professors with this personality. Most of the correspondence magicians don't actually understand the key training objects.
You are different from ordinary correspondence students.
Although you cannot go against the rules and let you enter the college directly, St. Byron's will provide you with many teaching conveniences and provide you with more training resources, but it will also propose more require.
Mr. Hamilton, the School of History looks forward to the day when you officially enter the school.
I rarely take the initiative to praise students, but please don't waste your talents. Generally speaking, ordinary lecturers are responsible for the time travel practical training in the School of History. After saying that, Professor Garcia gave Shade a strange smile.
This professor probably didn't smile often.
Shade nodded with a sullen face. Of course he was happy about this kind of thing, but he was just worried about time travel for a while.
Before the class starts, there is a second thing.
This thing has nothing to do with our history school and has to do with your group. Professor Garcia pointed to Professor Sanchez, who was sitting opposite Shade. Although both of them were professors at St. Byron's, the latter obviously had a higher status. Mr. Shade Hamilton, I hope you can promise that you will not tell anyone else what we are going to talk about. Professor Sanchez, who had a pocket watch chain on his chest, said.
In other words, can we talk about preferential treatment for key training targets? Shade thought in his mind, and didn't say anything like what you say next cannot violate morality, but just nodded.
His ears seemed to hear the sound of cat claws scratching the door, and he was very worried about little Mia destroying family property. I'm sworn to secrecy.
Okay, what we're going to talk about is your group of 5. Your group has a big problem.
Miss Jones lowered her head to record. Professor Garcia sat upright and listened to the conversation, and Professor Sanchez, who seemed to be over 50 years old, had a serious look in his eyes. He opened his mouth to continue speaking, but suddenly he was stunned, and almost together with Professor Garcia, he looked toward the window of the living room.
Shade closed the curtains as requested. The thick fabric curtains could completely block the warm yellow light of the gas street lamps in the ring square.
And now, from under the curtains, a faint silver steam mist appeared out of nowhere and was slowly spreading throughout the room.
Mercury mist?
Even though the main body was not in the living room of the detective agency, the 2 tenured professors still recognized what it was.
Mr. Hamilton, someone is trying to invade here. Professor Sanchez said, but still sat there without moving. He frowned and looked at Shade. Have you done anything in the past 2 days?
The detective, who was covering his mouth and nose worried that he was suffering from mercury poisoning, nodded immediately. He understood when he heard mercury. Knowing that now was not the time to hide anything, he told everything about the statue of the old god. But he did not say when and where he met the lady, only that he had found a reliable buyer. The professors didn't care that he sold the statue of the old god instead of giving it to the college. The 2 professors looked at each other, and Professor Garcia from the School of History said in his not-so-standard Delarian, then the matter is roughly clear. The buyer you found helped you solve the mercury blood tracking of the person who found the statue, but there are still subtle traces. They originally just wanted to test it, but they didn't expect that you just turned it on. Perform a ritual to let the other party confirm that you are a ring warlock. Shade didn't know the professor's reasoning methods, let alone how to describe this bad luck. But don't worry. It was I, Mr. Hamilton, who chose the meeting place tonight.
I will take care of it.
Professor Sanchez said, looking at the secretary, who answered clearly, it complies with the regulations of the academy, but I must remind you, Professor, that during the ritual projection, even a high-level warlock's own power will be reduced.
It doesn't matter.
Although the Mercury Blood organization is ancient, their strongest contemporary is just the 9-ring warlock Silver-Eyed One. Professor Sanchez said, and by the way, he also gave Shard some common sense. There are 13 rings of warlocks, but there are very few 13-ring warlocks in this era, and they all have their own names. The 13-ring warlocks of St. Byron's are our Dean, Silver Watcher Professor Pigman, and St. Ms. Denister, the administrator of the Byron's Grand Library, the Red Moon Witch. Under this, ring warlocks of level 10 or above are qualified to serve as guardians of the Orthodox Church's archdioceses, or as professors with tenured teaching positions in the college. And outside of churches and academies, warlocks above the 10th level are rare. Mercury blood has an ancient heritage and is said to have been born in the late Fourth Age, but has now declined. The main body is attached to the blood spirit school, which is being hunted by the Five Gods Church. The heirs of Mercury blood are too obsessed with the angelic relic Mercury blood. The professor did not stand up. While he was speaking, the mercury mist was almost spreading from the window to everyone's feet. Shade didn't know whether he should remind the professors that the professors were projections and didn't have to worry about being poisoned, but he was an entity. But what is blood spirit school? He believed that the professor at St. Byron's would not wait to save him. The madman who inherits an older and more powerful heritage, will you come or shall I? The deputy dean of St. Byron's asked the deputy dean of the School of History. The latter thought for a while and said in calm but unskilled Delarian, "First let me do it. At least I need to know who the other party is and how much information they have on Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton, please watch, this is the power of space." The four of them were still sitting on the four chairs. While Professor Garcia raised her hand, Miss Jones began to record the next thing at a faster speed. There was a layer of light in the hands of the professor with pointed ears. While the former was whispering a mantra, Shade saw colorful blocks of color filling his living room with the gaslight on. The entire living room is divided into two. The normal part is the east side where four people sit, while the west side is gradually blurred by the color blocks, but gradually becomes clear. Only the half of the living room that became clear turned into a dark, low room. The low room was also divided into two and joined with Shade's living room. The lights in the room were extremely dim. There was a low bed covered with dirty yellow sheets, a desk with a metal typewriter with rusty gears, and bookshelves filled with various other reagents. Those reagents were soaked in large and small human eyeballs, and there was even a small primate corpse with eyes closed and curled up, which made Shade very uncomfortable. The room was extremely dark, and the old gas lamp above the desk seemed to be extinguished in the next second. The middle-aged man, who was thin, bald, and wearing a brown coat, huddled on the chair in front of the desk like a mouse. He turned his head in shock and looked at the strange living room and the four people who suddenly appeared. His face was pitted and his big red nose was dotted with blackheads. His pupils narrowed in fear, and the bottle he held in his left hand was pouring mercury onto the table. "What I'm using is thaumaturgy, space division and space joining. It takes at least 11 rings to learn," said Professor Garcia from the School of History. "Please tell the truth." Professor Sanchez, who had a serious expression, stretched out his hand and pointed at the man in half of the low house. There was an ambiguous pink light on his finger. "Who are you?" the professor asked loudly. "Peter the Little Mouse of Mercury Blood." The short man's eyes were glazed over under the light of the professor's fingers. His accent was very similar to Professor Garcia's, and he was probably both a former Casanlic person. The mercury bottle in his hand fell to the table without him noticing. "What are you doing?" the professor asked again, and the ambiguous pink light between his fingers became stronger. "We lost an important item, the statue of the old god vampire Duke Lowell. We wanted to use the secret keeper level relic to retaliate against the person who took the statue, but the other party was too strong. So, I was asked to pass the strange technique, mouse companion smell, find clues. The alley smelled very bad, and there was a battle last night. I searched for it all day, and then I found out that one of the people who had been in the alley was using a ritual, and his own power was very weak. I am currently using thaumaturgy, mercury poison mist, to try to kill him directly." Professor Sanchez nodded. Shade looked at the pink light on his fingers and felt a little dizzy. Professor Garcia explained, "This is a spell to charm humans. The effect is not as good as this. Only Professor Sanchez's spiritual rune system and regular practice can exert such characteristics. I want to make the disobedient young students in the academy. It's really not easy to tell the truth about homework. Who else knows about Mr. Hamilton?" Professor Sanchez pointed his normal finger at Shade, and Short Mouse Peter replied slowly with his eyes dazzled, his voice getting softer, as if he was speaking to his lover. "It's just me. I haven't had time to report it yet, so I want to take all the credit. I've never made a mistake with this move, and even those with silver eyes have praised my thaumaturgy." "Have you ever killed anyone?" asked the professor. "Yes, many have been killed, and many thaumaturgic techniques require fresh human organs as, oh well." The pink light on Professor Sanchez's finger went out, and then a black light flew out from the fingertip and crossed the dividing line between the two houses. The body of Peter the Little Mouse fell to the ground, and he fell into a permanent sleep. Siade opened his mouth slightly, gaining a new understanding of the professor's resolute actions. It took him a few seconds before he remembered to say, "Professor Sanchez, Professor Garcia, thank you for your help." This completely solved the trouble caused by the statue of the old god for him. As for the dead man, Shade didn't feel sorry for him. He was a bad person and wanted to harm him. He was even glad that he didn't have to get his hands dirty. "No need to thank you. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to see you today, he wouldn't have discovered your identity," Professor Sanchez said, and then motioned for Shade to stand up. "Go and see if there are any important documents on his desk, and don't touch anything. Our party cannot leave our seats during the ceremony, otherwise the projection will be interrupted unilaterally." Shade nodded and stood up. He heard little Mia scratching the door louder. The curious but timid cat probably wanted to know what was going on outside. He left his seat and walked towards the other part of the living room that was divided into two. When his body crossed the center line and entered the low house, a stench and rotten smell that had not been ventilated for a long time immediately hit his face. He crossed from the second floor of number 6 St. Teresa Square to a cramped and cold rental apartment somewhere in Tobesk City. Instead of checking the row of reagent bottles on the bookshelf, he went straight to the desk. In addition to a puddle of mercury on the table, there are also 2 magic spells of finding clues and pouring mercury, and the casting materials required for use. The only copy of the document that was on the typewriter was unfinished. It was a letter, in Kasenlik, with an unfinished ending. Most of them consist of Peter the dwarf mouse complaining about the troubles of his job, the dangers he encounters, and the foggy weather in the city of Tobesk. The last paragraph is only the beginning, mentioning their cooperation with the cultists of the evil god, Lord of Bloodfeast, Mercury Blood, trying to obtain some materials from the cultists. Another organization, Blood Spirit School, promised to help them, but it seems to be busy with some delivery room matters in the New World. Therefore, so far, it has only sent a keeper-level relic as help. This makes the silver-eyed person get furious. The cultists of Lord of Bloodfeast, Mercury Blood, and Blood Spirit School are now involved in 3 organizations. Shade wrote down this part, returned to his living room, sat down, and reported it exactly as it was. The 2 professors did not comment on this. Professor Garcia cancelled the abnormal state of the space and returned Shade's living room to normal. Even the mercury mist disappeared, as if it was just an illusion. This way, cautious outsiders don't have to worry about dying of mercury poisoning. In short, Mr. Hamilton, as a first-level warlock, you should try to be as little involved in such dangerous things as possible. Where did we just talk? To the 2 professors, what just happened was nothing worth mentioning. Shade was also happy that there was no hidden danger. After writing down the Lord of Bloodfeast and Blood Spirit School and what he had just seen and heard, he sat up straight in his chair and said, "We mentioned 2 things just now. Professor Garcia said that he is here to guide my time travel practice tonight and wait until everything is discussed before proceeding. The second thing is what you want to say about our 5-person group." Professor Garcia nodded to Shade, while Professor Sanchez patted his head. "Oh, yes, about the 5-person group, someone in your 5-person group has a major problem. One of you, the other me, is different from the ordinary situation, and the college considers that to be a major hidden danger." Xiade, who was still happy just now, suddenly felt a sudden change in his heart, and his expression changed drastically. After Professor Sanchez finished saying this, he paused to confirm that Miss Jones continued to record, and then said, "It's Mr. Bill Schneider." Shade held his breath and didn't dare to spit it out. He was really frightened just now. This habit of half-talking is really bad. Mr. Schneider's problem was only discovered by us in the 3rd grade. He is a psychiatrist himself, and his own ring magician system is also related to dreams and the soul, but he has a very dangerous thing hidden in his heart. The Academy cannot accurately determine what it is, but there are some speculations at the moment, and it is quite dangerous. The college needs someone to monitor him, or in other words, pay attention to his situation. Once Bill Schneider loses control, the college needs to be notified immediately to deal with it. Professor Sanchez looked into Shade's eyes. Shade knew that the person with the problem was not him, so he relaxed a lot, but he was very worried about Dr. Schneider's situation. Dr. Schneider, will he lose control? The doctor is a very nice man. His mental stability is currently rated very high, but we do not rule out the possibility of losing control, but it is only a possibility. Maybe there will be no problems throughout his life, not to mention that we have not fully confirmed what is in his heart. So there is no solution. Mr. Hamilton, are you willing to do this job? There is no need to do anything extra, just make sure that if there is a problem, the college will be informed as soon as possible. Shade did not answer immediately, but turned to Professor Garcia, who nodded at Shade.
Shade himself also thought about it. If he just reported it at the last moment, it would actually be nothing. I think there is no problem, but please tell me, have you told other people about this? I am just a new member of the group, it would be more appropriate for someone else in the group to do this. Later August has a problem too. Compared with the serious Professor Garcia, the old Professor Sanchez from the School of Library Management was funnier. He showed a regretful expression to Shade. You may know the story of Priest Augustus, and several other people in the same group should also know it. But I can guarantee that he never told the reason why he is still just a priest after so many years, because even he doesn't know. The professor with round glasses suddenly lowered his voice. 30 years ago, in the third year after Lade August joined the Church of Dawn, he, as an ordinary person, was involved in an incident where the containment of a high-level relic went out of control. The whole story of that incident was only the Church of Dawn and nature. The Church knows that Priest August was one of the few survivors, and the Church of Dawn has erased that memory of the survivors for the sake of their psychological and soul stability.
High-level relic? Is it an angel level, level 1, relic?
Shade asked in surprise. Even the God's gift box he heard about recently is only sage level, level 2. But the professor shook his head. Higher level. The young detective opened his mouth. So, it does make sense that angel level, level 1, relics also have standard measuring objects.
I appreciate your sensitivity.
Yes, the angel level is level 1, and there is still level 0 above it, the unknowable level. The incident that August was involved in was an incident where the containment of unknowable level relics went out of control. Professor Garcia from the School of History said, while Professor Sanchez added, the Academy generally regards the arrival of evil gods and the loss of control of unknowable level, level 0, relics as disasters of the same level. The college suspects that Priest Augustus gradually recovered that memory in the past 30 years, and in order to find the truth about the accident that year, he joined St. Byron's instead of the church after awakening his talent. We are not sure whether the unknowable relic will have a lasting impact on him, so although the priest's problem is smaller than that of the doctor, we must still pay attention to it. Of course, all the above are speculations, and the college will not treat this old gentleman differently. Then, do I also need to report the information to the college in a timely manner when there is a problem with Priest Augustus? Shade asked. Professor Sanchez nodded. Augustus' problem is a little smaller. If it's convenient for you, you can monitor him together. In this case, Shade looked at the other party hesitantly and thought of another question. Miss Dorothy Louisa and Miss Luvia Anat, don't you have problems too? Unfortunately, you're right. While Professor Sanchez nodded, Shade seemed to notice that the secretary who lowered his head to record was trying not to laugh. If Shade hadn't been involved, he thought he would have laughed too. But these two women's problems are relatively minor. Luvia Anat is a ring sorcerer jointly trained by the Prophet Association and us. Of course, it's not because of this relationship that I remain distrustful of her, but the Prophet Association has revealed some information that Miss Anat is very weird. She is a fortune teller herself, but some of her predictions are too accurate. This is not a good sign. You will understand when you have a preliminary understanding of prophecy. In short, Miss Anat's problem is not serious, but she cannot leave the task of monitoring doctors and priests to her. You don't have to be wary of Miss Anat either. Professor Sanchez said. I understand, just pretend I didn't hear what you just said about her. Professor Sanchez nodded with satisfaction. I admire people like you, Mr. Hamilton. Yes, that's what I mean. Finally, there is Miss Dorothy Louisa. This female writer has the least problem. It's just that the Academy suspects her of being a spy. Professor Sanchez's tone became more relaxed when talking about Miss Writer. Spy? Shade didn't know why. Miss Louisa has a connection with the royal family of the Kingdom of Delarian, and we can't find this connection. We can't find it at all. The royal family of the Kingdom of Delarian, only on the royal level, has a relationship with the Zalith Academy of Literature. There is a relatively deep connection, so the Academy suspects that she may be a spy sent to St. Byron's by the Zala's Academy of Letters for our knowledge and secrets. Professor Sanchez raised his eyebrows at Shade. You understand, although the three major thaumaturgy academies have a good relationship with each other, actually this is not a big deal, because we will do the same thing, ahem. It's just that we can't give her too many secrets. Of course, this is still just suspicion, so the Academy will not treat her differently, but the task given to you cannot be given to her. So, the college wants me to stay in this group where everyone has problems and be responsible for reporting some things in a timely manner? Shade thought for a while before concluding that he probably believed the information given by Professor Sanchez, but he did not feel bad about the other 4 people in the group because of it. He just lamented that there would be no peace around outsiders. The rest of the group looked obviously normal.
The woman's voice in her heart chuckled.
No, it's not like everyone has a problem group and you don't have a problem.
Professor Garcia, who had been listening to the conversation, corrected, the History Institute has done a major investigation on your identity.
Your identity is very clean.
Whether you were a homeless person in the past, or you were taken in by Detective Sparrow Hamilton, or you awakened your talent and returned to normal intelligence, there is no problem with it.
That's why the Academy will fully trust you and tell you these secrets. Trust me fully.
Shade repeated with a straight face, nodding while continuing to listen to the chuckle in his head. Yeah, I'm totally fine, I'm trustworthy, said the outsider carrying the secret.
Shade actually didn't have many secrets.
He was an outsider, the voice in his head was occasionally unusual, and he could understand any text he came into contact with so far, so it wasn't a big problem.
Yes, it's not a big problem.
He convinced himself so. As long as you understand, the college has been considering the issue of Bill Schneider's group for many years, and has even thought about splitting the group.
But fortunately you are here.
In fact, relatively speaking, even if you compare all the students who have entered the Holy See in the past 10 years, as a correspondence magician from Lens, your identity and background are also the most trustworthy. Your past is very simple, and you have never had any connection with mystery or other forces. Professor Sanchez said with a smile.
Since this issue was mentioned, Shade asked, Professor, since you have investigated my past, does the college know how I became a homeless person? I'm sorry, I almost don't have that memory anymore.
Judging from the physical scars and physical fitness, the original owner could not have been a homeless person since he was a child. As he asked the question, his ears moved. Little Mia seemed to have given up scratching the door completely, and no sound was heard for a long time. Professor Sanchez coughed and cleared his throat. As for your past, you have had brain problems since you were a child. As for your wandering life, you probably started when you were 16 years old. Mr. Hamilton, your hometown is a green town in Carlton County in the south of the Kingdom of Del Rayon. That year, the entire southern region suffered from a famine. Your family died on the way to escape, and you came to Tobesk alone. Sorry, if you are curious about this issue, the report can be late.
I'll give it to you sometime. Professor Sanchez showed a regretful expression. Shade pursed his lips and shook his head, saying nothing.
His curiosity about the past of the original owner was limited to worrying that the other party also had any major secrets or worries. For example, he is actually an illegitimate son of the royal family, or a descendant of a great noble. But now it seems that those plots that only exist in night novels are indeed impossible to happen to him. The original owner did not leave behind any interpersonal relationships, but instead benefited the outsiders who did not inherit any memories. Then Professor, please allow me to ask another question, since you have investigated my matter.
So about Detective Sparrow Hamilton, does the Academy know about him?
He looked at Professor Sanchez expectantly, and the professor nodded. The Academy has also investigated things about him, which is really not easy. But don't worry, Sparrow Hamilton's secret has nothing to do with the Ring Warlock and the mystery.
I don't plan to tell you directly about him.
But let yourself explore.
This is also an important stage for you to integrate here. I think you will understand. It really has nothing to do with the supernatural?
Shade confirmed. On my honor, Sparrow Hamilton's secrets are only related to ordinary people.
Is this okay? The professor smiled and joked, and Shade immediately said it didn't have to be like this.
By the way, since we just talked about the issue of the report, in order to facilitate your monitoring of the doctor, monitoring of the doctor, the Academy will give you a poet-level relic, the poet Cohen's manuscript. But this page can only be used when necessary. Normally, you still use Bill Schneider's one to contact the college.
Professor Sanchez said again. Then how can the paper be given to me?
If it is through the doctor's channel, the secret will be exposed.
It has been sent. It will probably be in your hands tomorrow morning.
Send it?
Through the post office? From the far north to here?
What about security issues, or if it is lost in the middle? Shade never thought that the Academy would use such simple and crude methods. Of course not sending it from the college, which would waste a lot of time and is not safe. St. Baron's Comprehensive College has many industries in the old world, and it also serves as a transfer station for off-campus internships for formal students, as well as a means of profit for the college. Since we are talking about profit, I think we can talk about the compensation for the doctors you are responsible for monitoring. The topic suddenly turned to this, but Shade didn't think this required payment. He regards doctors as friends and guides, and is willing to contact the college to deal with them when they lose control. This is actually good for all three parties. But since the academy wanted to give it, he had no reason not to want it, so there was no hypocritical rejection. Because this job does not require much labor, the pay is not very high. But the School of History attaches great importance to you. After negotiation, the Dean of the School of Astronomy conducted a divination for you this afternoon. The divination will be in the next few days. Rough destiny for a few days. After taking up a job as a magician, he will always get lost in the heavy studies, and divination can effectively point out a way. Professor Sanchez said before taking an equally translucent note from his translucent dress pocket. He read in standard Delarian, like a parliamentary speech, "I saw the silver moon, and I saw the young detective holding a Rhodes card. I also saw blood. Young detectives should stay away from situations full of blood." After reading, put the note away. Divinations and prophecies usually do not have direct direction, but require interpretation. Mr. Hamilton, do you understand the meaning of this divination result? Yes, I understand. The warning at the end is not very clear, but it probably guides me to stay away from danger and disputes. At least the first sentence, I understand it very well. Shade suppressed the throbbing in his heart and nodded. He understood it when he heard Rhodes cards. A certain possibility, a possibility that he regarded as almost zero, was infinitely magnified by this prophecy. He doubted whether this was the influence of the 20-sided dice that cast fate during the day, but thinking about it carefully, the fact that the professors happened to help solve the statue tonight seemed like a stroke of luck. I'll go to the Prophets Association for identification tomorrow morning after feeding the cat. It's good that you understand, but I would also like to remind you, Mr. Hamilton, although Rhodes is fun, don't be addicted. The night is already dark, and today's meeting ends here. I will go ahead with Miss Jones. Go away, Professor Garcia will be in charge of your course, and I wish you sweet dreams. Tonight's meeting ended in this atmosphere. Miss Jones also put away her pen and stopped recording. She smiled at Shade. So Shade stood up to say goodbye and watched as the two transparent bodies stood up from their chairs and gradually disappeared into the air on the second floor of number 6 St. Teresa Square. Professor Garcia was still sitting there and motioned for Shade to sit down and talk as well. Now is the time for the two of them to be alone, but Professor Garcia still looks so serious. Now that everything else is over, let's get started with the course content. It's been a long time since I set foot on the old continent south of the extreme north. I'm not very used to talking to students from ordinary people like you. Please forgive me. But the night is already dark. I think we don't need to say more. Mr. Hamilton, you will start your time travel journey soon, please. Sorry, you won't come with me? Shade heard a different meaning from that sentence. Yes, a key only allows a single time travel by a single person. Professor Garcia really seemed to be giving a lecture at the moment, and Shade thought that maybe he should turn up the gaslight a little bit to make it more like a classroom. About the rules of time keys, this is mentioned in your Basics of Time Travel Theory course. In addition, there is no need to worry about any trouble caused by time travel. Our world is not as fragile as you think, and mortals are not as fragile as you think. So powerful. In a world where thoughts can influence matter, the world itself is the most powerful. Now, please take the key out of the basin. He solved all of Shade's questions in one paragraph. Probably every student who is traveling through time for the first time will have similar questions. Basin? Shade looked at the glistening water basin, squatted down and put his hand into the water that was somehow warm, and then actually took out a key. It was a wooden key, so small that it was not even as big as Shade's thumb. The flat key has an ordinary shape, with teeth on one side and very smooth on the other. The wood grain on the surface of the key was extremely obvious. After rubbing it carefully, I found another line of words that were carved out and were no bigger than a grain of rice. Although lessons were learned from the dark box incident last time, it is obviously safe this time. So Shad once again used his talent for translation and read it as, "The world tree protects you in time." World tree? Shade was surprised in his heart, but he didn't show much expression on the surface. The Academy has many ways to transfer relics, and the poet's manuscript is the most basic one. Although the method used now is expensive, it is safer, and the objects that can be transferred are of a higher level. Professor Garcia still seemed to be lecturing. The levels of time key range from poet level, level 5, to unknowable level, level 0, coming from the God of the past, Father of the infinite tree. Because this is just a course teaching, the poet level is provided this time, key to time. The professor did not use the title Old God, but vaguely God of the past, which made Shade pay attention. What do you know about this God? Asked the pointy-eared professor.
Just know the name. The father of the infinite tree is a very special deity. What is special is that he himself is also a world tree. Had Professor Garcia been able to say it before Shade could decipher the notches on the key, Shade's surprise at this moment might have been more sincere. You don't need to know about the world tree for the time being. As for using the key, align it with the keyhole of any door, turn it and push the door open, and you can go to the past time. Each key can be known before opening it. Time, the trick is to put the key under the pillow and fall asleep. The message left in the key by the father of the infinite tree will be displayed in the dream. We search for the major events of the old gods according to the era corresponding to the message, and use this to determine the level of the key. Make a judgment. So which period of the fifth era does this one correspond to? Shade's fingers rubbed the wood grain on the surface of the key. The fourth era of chaos is too dangerous. The keys of the first three eras are strictly prohibited from being used by ring warlocks below level 9, so this key can only be from the fifth era. Autumn 1068 of the fifth age. The time point corresponding to each key must be related to the old gods. Therefore, the school of history will be proficient in the element of blasphemy, because only the school of history has the opportunity to avoid contact with the existing evil gods themselves. Come down and get the silver, blasphemous, element safely. Shade doesn't think traveling through time is safe at all. We are time travelers and investigators. When you enter the past time, you cannot carry any items with extraordinary power. Even if you want to bring them, they will fall before you step into the open door. Professor Garcia looked at Shade, who hurriedly shook his head to express that he did not have it now. Whether it is a blood-sucking ring or a 20-sided die of fate, they are all placed in the study. When we enter the past time, there will be a lot of white fog in our field of vision. The other self will also give him hints of the time point and event information obtained from the relic key of the fallen god. The white fog will not dissipate during the entire investigation, and the investigators can only move to a location where there is no white fog to witness what happened. During this period, as long as you don't take the initiative to come into contact with the past, no one will notice you. We are investigators, witnessing and documenting past events and bringing them back to fill in the missing pre-epical history. You mean, we are actually going to see a realistic electric opera? Shade gave an example. A very good metaphor. A smile finally appeared on Professor Garcia's face. Although this professor with pointed ears looked stern, he was a very nice person. With a very small probability, the fallen, father of the infinite tree, will issue some tasks to you, but the probability is negligible. Then Mr. Hamilton, let's start now. Now. Shade swallowed and looked at the bedroom door. Little Mia was probably tired, so the sound of claws scratching the door hadn't been heard for a long time. Do you have anything else to prepare? Oh, don't worry, each period of time that is turned on will allow you to stay for up to 3 hours. And when you return to the correct time, it will only appear 3 seconds after it disappears. I mean, isn't it too hasty, this kind of thing? Seada thought that the instructor would give some systematic training, but he didn't expect that it would just be such a simple introduction. The ring warlock must rely on himself, of course, on his other self, but he cannot rely on others. There is no need to hold a pen and paper to record. Any material you bring to the past time and space will be restored to its original state when you return. Even if you really have the ability to intervene in the past, it will only be a small ripple in the long river of time. Don't underestimate time and the world. Okay, Professor Garcia. He stood up and walked to the bedroom door, letting the light of the brass-colored gas lamp on the side wall shine on his head and shoulders. The small key was aligned with the keyhole, and unexpectedly it just went in, but the two obviously didn't match. Remember, you have to recite the incantation when turning. It can be recited in any language. The world tree protects me in time. Mr. Hamilton, see you in 3 seconds. Please relax. The Academy has specially investigated and found that nothing dangerous happened in the year 1068 of the 5th era. This is very safe. Please cherish your first-time journey, it will be a very memorable and interesting journey. Okay, see you in 3 seconds, Professor Garcia. Shade, who was feeling uneasy, gently turned the wooden key in his hand and said, "May the world tree protect me in time." There was a clicking sound, but it was clear that the door lock of his bedroom had no possibility of making such a sound. Shade took a deep breath and finally opened the door. But behind the door is not the tired orange Katmia and the bedroom. Silky white mist is slowly crawling behind the doorframe. Behind the door is a fog door covered with hazy white mist. He swallowed, heard Professor Garcia's encouragement again, and thinking about the cat in his heart, he bravely walked in. Entering the white mist door, I didn't feel anything unusual, I just walked forward normally. There is still solid flat ground under your feet, and everything around you is shrouded in white mist, as if you have entered an illusory dream world. And in this hazy and strange fog, just like what Professor Garcia said, the whispering in the ears seemed to have never said so many words at once. Outlander, you have stepped into the corridor of time. Message from the ancient god father of the infinite tree, autumn of the fifth age, 1068, in the southern continent, Hope Town. Event, the old god innocent creator fell. Duration 10 minutes. Except for the sudden appearance of the proper nouns time corridor and ancient god, the information so far is the same as what Professor Garcia said. You have obtained additional information. The figure of the father of the infinite tree is watching you. The ancient god of time gives you a test. Witness the last wish of the old god, the innocent creator, before his death. The father of the infinite tree will give you rewards. Thaumaturgy blade of time disarray, miracle spirit rune echo. The sound stopped, Shade's eyes widened, and he stood in the white mist and said in surprise, Ancient God? Time corridor? What are these? Your soul is very sensitive, so I get more information than the other self of an ordinary ring magician. I don't understand the meaning. So the mission? The ancient god of time gives you a test. No need to repeat what I heard, I know you're not a repeater. I mean, what does this mean? Have I encountered the rare situation that Professor Garcia mentioned? Also, this ancient god, why is he looking at me? Has he always existed and not fallen? He stared into the depths of the white fog with wide eyes, but could not see any clues, as if this world called the corridor of time was only fog and endless nothingness. Thinking of this, Shade felt inexplicably creepy. This world is definitely not as simple as what you see now. The ancient god gives you a task, complete it and get the reward from the ancient god. This at least seems harmless. Also, there are still 9 minutes and 23 seconds left. Can't you make it clearer? I want to tell you too, but I can't give an answer. Shade lifted his legs and walked forward. With just one step, the white mist around him disappeared. Professor Garcia clearly said that it is normal for investigators who travel through time to be surrounded by white mist. What was even more serious was that Shade found himself standing on the streets of a town that looked like a backward medieval town. The streets were filled with sewage and gravel dust, and the air was filled with the smell of animal feces and rotten food. The houses next to them were low and dilapidated, and the sky was unusually gloomy, covered by dark clouds that were about to rain. The thin and indifferent townspeople wearing dark rags turned their heads to look at the well-dressed young people. It's not like you won't be connected to the past if you don't initiate contact. A person in the past time, a person who has observed the future time. This is again, look up. Looking up, he saw the huge colorful signboard of Hopetown Toy Store in front of him. It seemed like the only color in this black and white shabby photo. Shade understood his purpose in his heart. Before the townspeople gathered around him, he reached out and pushing the door open and entering the interior of the store. The townspeople were isolated, and there were two worlds inside and outside the door. The bell at the door rang, and the sweet smell of candy spread throughout the store. All kinds of colorful wooden, metal, and ceramic toys almost filled the shelves. The sleepy young man behind the counter raised his head. He was neatly dressed and wore a ridiculous red clown hat with white dots on his head. It was completely different from the costumes of the numb townspeople on the street. If it weren't for the fact that you could see the outside from the toy store window, Shade would doubt whether this was still the Hopetown. Welcome to the Hopetown Toy Store, may I ask? The young man wearing a ridiculous hat stopped abruptly. He looked at Shade, who was standing at the door and did not dare to move. The detective from the future time and space suddenly felt like his heart was about to stop beating at this moment. Huge pressure came from the man behind the counter. The feeling of falling as if facing the abyss and the infinite sky made Shade couldn't help but take a step back and lean against the door. Blood color suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and then he realized that his eyes were bleeding. When he reached out and touched it, blood started to flow from his ears, nose, and even the corners of his mouth. The internal organs were in severe pain, the head was swollen, and even the spirit was gradually becoming lax. Although the space occupied by the being in front of me is only the size of a normal person, the position of the world occupied by the being in front of me is definitely not that of an ordinary person. The toys in the store came to life in front of my eyes, and the children's voices made up the oozing smiles in my ears. Saint, the knowledge about God was the first thing Shade read after getting the textbook. Gods are high-dimensional existences. If they do not want to distort the rules of the material world after their appearance, they must have a support object in the material world before they can descend. This is called the saint form of the gods.
The person behind the counter was undoubtedly the saint form of the old god, creator of innocence. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had no ill intentions and his power was at its lowest level, Shade would definitely have suffered more than that. He held the door behind him, almost unable to stand. Hallucinations and auditory hallucinations occupied his senses, but his spirit was particularly concentrated at this moment, and he even had the illusion that he was about to leave his body. He actually heard singing at this moment. The song, composed of childish voices, kept tempting his spirit towards madness. The presence of the miracle element reminded by the murmuring voice in my ears, but the absence of blasphemy, shows that this god is a good god.
Interesting, future man.
The young man behind the counter spoke softly.
It was certainly not Delarian, but Shade understood it. Didn't Professor Garcia say that all you need is a witness?
Why did I directly face the old gods? He leaned his back against the door in pain, and the woman's murmur in his ears seemed to be saying something, but he could no longer distinguish it clearly. However, the woman's whisper seemed to have some kind of power, helping him at least not to fall into unconsciousness immediately.
What do you want to do?
The old god asked softly. Although he looked like a young man, it made Shade feel that he was already old for some reason. Seeing Shade's painful look, he stretched out his hand and pointed at him. There were no light and shadow effects, but the pain of flesh and blood and senses actually disappeared. When Shade woke up from a dream, he felt that his whole body was soaked with sweat, and only a slight sense of pain was remembered in his brain.
I want to witness your last wish. Thank you for your treatment, Shade said with a trembling tone.
Although the pain was no longer there, the terrifying pressure he felt still made his body instinctively uncomfortable. The gods of this world are truly high-dimensional beings, not powerful mortals. Mortals cannot look directly at gods.
The saint shook his head. I'm just protecting you from the essence of God. This protection won't last long. As for my wish?
No, you are still too weak. You need at least the afterglow of God to do such a thing.
Go back, at least now, you shouldn't be here. What is the afterglow of God? I can't tell, this is God's secret.
Knowledge has weight, and you can't afford it. The saint's voice was gentle.
Well, can you at least answer one of my questions, just one question? Shade held out a finger. This was a rare opportunity that he couldn't let go. Although he now feels like his head is swollen due to lack of oxygen, he is still awake and understands what he wants to do. What is an ancient god? Oh? Because of this problem, the gods of the past looked at the people of the future with some surprise. You actually know this?
I thought that in the future, such names would have disappeared. The ancient gods are the original 13 gods, the gods who were truly born with the world. They represent the origin of the world and the power of the world. But the ancient gods have long since fallen, there is no doubt about this, but their power is extremely powerful. Even if they fall, their power still exists. You must be here because of the power of the ancient god of time. And we old gods, in the language used by the saint in front of him, in addition to the common meaning of old gods in the Delarian language, the outsider also interpreted the meaning of god of sin.
What happened in the past?
In this world, what exactly? His confused mind was almost unable to think. Leave, the past history will also burden the souls of mortals. Those stories have long gone, ashes to ashes, soil to soil, all gone. It is not a good thing for mortals to look at us. Leave, people of the future.
But,
this is for your own good, but I am the god of innocence and the protector of children. Children from the future, since you can appear here before I leave completely, it means that our fate must be involved.
Since you still don't want to leave, do you want to hear a story? A child from the future? Shade didn't understand the reason for this title. Is it because my soul has been in this world for too short a time that it thinks I am a child?
But he at least understood the meaning of story to the ring warlock, so he cheered up and nodded, allowing himself to listen to all the information that followed. The old god, who was obviously very young but had an inexplicable aging temperament, sighed softly. My story is actually very boring. I was born from the infinite illusions of children and possessed their purest thoughts. Once, I used my own power to create an eternal fire and an eternal spring for the most beautiful witch princess. But she asked me to live forever, but I couldn't do it because this was not a wish that a child should have, so I left her.
You listened to the story of the innocent creator of the old god, and you learned one of the miracles of the innocent creator of the old god. You have obtained the spell, false immortality. You have the ability to prevent a seriously injured person from dying within half an hour. Mortals are mortal, and false immortality is just ridiculous comfort.
The old god sighed, and then pushed forward. The shocked strangers in the toy store flew backwards like puppets on strings.
See you next time, future people. May the power of time and creation bless you.
He broke open the store door, passed through the thick white fog that followed, and then fell heavily on the floor of the living room of room 1 on the second floor of number 6 St. Teresa Square.
Outlander, you have returned to the present time. Message from the ancient god father of the infinite tree, mission not completed.
Time key, 5th age 1068 innocent creator, 1/3 damaged.
You need to wait a week for the next activation time. Don't you mean disposable items?
Although Shade looked pale, he immediately put his hand in his pocket and touched the cracked key.
Mr. Hamilton, how was the journey?
Professor Garcia's curious voice came from behind.
He didn't see Shade's face and couldn't guess what happened just now. Shade's heart was beating loudly.
In just a few seconds, he had completed all his thoughts.
He turned around very slowly, not hiding the paleness of his face.
In the year 1068 of the 5th era, the event was the fall of the old gods. Although after leaving the toy store, the huge pressure brought by the gods disappeared, the injuries suffered by the gods just now still had an impact.
But Professor Garcia's expression suddenly became even uglier than Shade's now.
If it weren't for the fact that he was in the projection ritual state at this moment, he would have almost jumped down.
What? How could it be? The old gods have fallen.
He opened his mouth in shock, but then he looked at Shade with concern, and his unstilled delirium spoke so fast that Shade almost couldn't understand. I have never heard of this happening in 1068 before.
Mr. Hamilton, are you okay? If so, this key is not poet level. It is definitely more than angel level.
The professor wanted to help Shade, but he couldn't.
He clenched his fists and asked anxiously, Mr. Hamilton, do you need the college to send you a medical team? Oh no.
Professor Garcia's concern and anxiety were real, and so was Shade's shock. But what he showed was the tiredness on his face. He walked hard back to the chair and sat down, slowly describing his experience. I came to a street and saw a store and can't remember exactly. He still felt pain in his head, but he still described the general appearance of Hopetown in detail, and claimed that he wandered the streets for 10 minutes before finally seeing the shops in the white mist. Then he came back here and even obtained a new spell. But this time the investigation seemed to involve just seeing that store.
Fortunately you didn't go in. Shade spent 10 minutes describing what he had seen and heard in 10 minutes. Professor Garcia was full of fear. Shade actually saw sweat on the professor's transparent cheeks. It's a good thing you didn't go in. It's a good thing you didn't go in. Damn it, I'm going to make the student who investigated the time point of 1068 of the 5th era where this key is located, repeat the grade until 1860. He actually said that that time point was completely safe and there were no it's a thing. It is now 1853 in the 6th age, and Shade is worried about the unknown St. Byron student. You don't need to write the investigation report on this incident. I'll write it for you. I will tell the college exactly what you are going through this time travel. The college will not let you suffer. Damn it, there is a moth in the history college. What on earth is it? Who said 5th epic 1068 is safe? Mr. Hamilton, are you really okay? When he was angry, he even said a few words in Kasenlik, but fortunately Shade could understand them. I'm trying to sleep. I'm feeling lethargic and can't concentrate. Oh, sir, I'm just so tired. Shade slumped down in his original chair, but in fact, because he recovered quickly, the innocent creator gave him appropriate blessings. Okay, you rest first, and wait until you get the poem manuscript pages in the mail tomorrow. If you feel any physical discomfort, please contact the college immediately. Damn it, I must let the guy who wrote the 5th epic 1068 investigation report repeat the grade. Repeat the grade. By 1870. Suddenly, 10 more years of student time were gained. Sorry, Professor Garcia, I'm just too tired. Shade said something very disgraceful to drive people away, and the point-eared professor understood what he meant. You don't have to worry. As long as you return to the present time, all the harm you suffered in the past will disappear. So the harm you received is just because you thought you were harmed. It's just that you actually saw the abode of God. Mr. Hamilton, go and have a rest. Remember to contact me if you have any questions. Be careful and pay attention to your health. Oh, poor young man, this happened to him. He looked at Shade worriedly, but still got up and left. Although Professor Garcia seems strict, he really cares about his students. After Professor Garcia left, Shade continued to slump in the chair with his eyes closed. After several minutes, he quietly squinted his eyes and looked around the silent living room to confirm that the other party was really gone, and then he sat upright. He touched the sweat on his forehead, and under the light of the gas lamp, his face showed an expression as if he had just woken up from a dream. The look just now was of course an act,
and it seemed that the deliberate performance was correct. According to the professors at St. Byron's, even just seeing the abode of God should not be easy. Then he lowered his head and looked at the basin. Under the light of the brass gas lamp on the living room wall, there was not a drop of water left in it. Only the dry elective parchment roll lay quietly inside, without any words behind it.
What happened just now? He asked his head, taking out the keys from his pocket. Sure enough, it was still the same time key, but the surface of the key was full of cracks. Why can the key be reused? Why did I encounter the mission of Father of the Infinite Tree when I traveled through time and space for the first time? Why is that God called the Ancient God? The 13 original gods mentioned by the old god, Outlander, I am you don't know, and I don't know either.
The woman chuckled. All the differences from the normal situation that I have shown so far are all due to your specialness. The knowledge of the Delarian language is the broken memory of the previous soul in my body that I absorbed. Being able to perceive the relics at close range is the specialness of the soul of a foreigner.
I am you and this is your specialness. You don't know, and neither do I. The explanation she gave was completely consistent with Shade's thoughts during the day.
After hearing what he heard, Shade leaned back on his chair and looked at the ceiling. I finally saw a god with my own eyes in this world. He sighed, and after he completely recovered, he thought of more things. 13 ancient gods, why have you never heard this statement?
The Father of the Infinite Tree, the 13 founding series of Rhodes cards, the last 13 which emperors of the Fifth Age, what exactly is this? What kind of coincidence is this? The number 13 must have some special meaning. Does everything originate from the ancient gods? Maybe you can guess by yourself. I think you should already have an idea.
Yes, but there is no evidence for this idea. Sighing and summarizing tonight's adventure, this time, at least I didn't lose anything.
You also obtained the spell, False Immortality.
But I did not complete the task and received the reward of thaumaturgy and spiritual runes.
You still have 2 chances. I don't understand the power of that afterglow of God that the old god called.
But at least you are still alive and you still have unlimited possibilities. Shade sat on the chair and laughed. Actually, I am very grateful that you can speak in my ear. Although I am still not sure who you are, it feels good to have someone by my side all the time. There is no need to comfort me, I am not such a fragile person.
Since when I see the opportunity to gain power, I won't let it go. God's afterglow. Maybe Priest August will have an opinion.
He looked at the bedroom door, which was slightly open. Mia, the orange cat who was tired from playing, squeezed sleepily out of the crack in the door, but the cat was obviously not that narrow. He looked at Shade with his big amber eyes, took a run with his short legs, and jumped onto Shade's knees. After lying down, he didn't feel Shade touching him for a long time, so he slapped Shade's legs with his paws very dissatisfied.
Shade then reached out to touch the soft fur on Mia's back.
The orange hair was unusually soft and warm, like holding a small stove. Miawa turned over on Shade's legs, kicking its 4 calves wildly, exposing its white belly to Shade, tilting its head and looking at Shade from below with its big eyes. Only then did the stranger feel that he was completely free of the thing just now.
The mental impact of the incident, thank you too, Mia. Thank you for liking me so much.
He played with the orange cat with his hands, raised his head and looked at the window covered by heavy fabric curtains. God, murmured the stranger. Little Mia is running. The next day was Thursday, the 4th week of the sunshine moon. When he was getting newspapers, milk and goat milk in the morning, Shade received a letter from the Taylor and Wanda United Mining Company in the southern part of the kingdom. It was the poem page that allowed Shade to contact the college directly. It was exactly the same as the one from Dr. Schneider.
When having breakfast with little Mia, Shade hesitated for a while.
Although Professor Garcia said that he could ghostwrite the report, Shade finally wrote another one himself, and then described his physical condition and passed it to the college through the pages of the poem manuscript. The college's reply was also very fast, and it seemed to be the reply written by Professor Garcia.
The cursive letters in the handwriting looked like continuous vines. He asked Shade to pay attention to rest.
The credit award and other rewards for this investigator mission will be decided after the college meeting of the School of History. This kind of investigative incident that almost led to a meeting with a god raised the level of the time key from the 5th era 1068 to angelic level. Shade therefore guessed that if he really saw a god, he should be classified as unknowable level 0. After dealing with these things, I whispered good morning to the woman in my head for the first time, and then sandwiched the pages of the poem manuscript into the novel Silver Night. The broken key is now locked in the drawer of his bedroom desk.
The spell, False Immortality, obtained yesterday can only be used when the person is seriously injured.
Shade is unwilling to hurt himself or the cat to the point of being seriously injured and dying, so it cannot be used for the time being. But at least I got a new spell, and the effect is extraordinary. He still didn't understand what happened last night, and planned to try to open a new time key again after the history school summarized the incident to confirm whether last night was a special case. Although he really wanted to get the mission reward from the 5th age 1068, Thaumaturgy Blade of Disarrayed Time and the spiritual rune, Echo, the old god, creator of innocence, said that he must at least have the power of God's afterglow to complete it. Task. So before he understands what God's afterglow is, Shade will not waste the other two opportunities of the key in his hand.
Is this caused by the special nature of my soul? I don't want to think about that much for the time being.
Today's target is the Prophet Association, he said while adjusting his clothes in front of the floor-length mirror, while Mia rolled and played on the bed behind him.
Outlander, your soul is very special.
This is still a problem caused by your characteristics.
I am you, no doubt about it.
The murmuring voice said, the sound pleasant. This was the first time that Shade heard the other party talking like this. She seemed to be in a good mood, probably because Shade said good morning to her. Little Mia stayed at home to look after the house, and Shade set off directly to the Tobesk branch of the Prophets Association in the city center at around 8:30.
The Tobesk City Prophet Association is an important branch of the Prophet Association across the entire continent.
In addition to its headquarters in Lane City, the capital of the Principality of Lagsun in the middle of the United Kingdom of Kasenlik in the south, the Tobesk City Association is the most important organization in the entire association and also manages all other associations located in the Northern Kingdom.
Branch.
Together with Yodel Palace, it is located on the Silver Cross Avenue in Tobesk City. Together with the buildings towering in the city center, it forms the most popular part of Tobesk City, the steam capital of the misty Northern Kingdom of Del Rayon.
Bustling street scene.
There were many pedestrians and carriages on Silver Cross Avenue. Although it was still early, newsboys, coachmen, nobles, vendors, clerks, policemen, and all kinds of pedestrians filled the street, and the association was already open. Standing on the street in the early morning, avoiding the flow of people in the hazy morning fog, I looked up at the three-story building where the association is located. The walls were recently repainted, and steam pipes and gas pipes covered the outer walls. Even though it was only 8:30, there were still people coming in and out of the association gate. Most of them are well dressed, and if they say that this is a club for nobles, I'm afraid there will be no one who doesn't believe it.
Therefore, Shade deliberately arranged his clothes before walking inside the association. Fortunately, no one will block guests from entering because of their dress.
Entering the foyer, you looked up and saw a circle of Rhodes oil paintings hanging on the wall, alternating with brass-colored gas lamps decorating the wall. One of the oil paintings was clearly the face of the founder Silver Moon, card holding Silver Moon sideways, which shocked Xiada. After looking at the nameplate, I realized that these 13 oil paintings were what the Rhodes plates of the Genesis series originally issued looked like.
The association hung these oil paintings as a commemoration.
And because of the knowledge of the 13 ancient gods last night, Shade suspected that the ancient gods had any involvement with the 13 founding Rhodes cards, so he carefully wrote down the card faces of the 13 oil paintings, thinking about Prophet Association, there are more speculations. He passed by an old gentleman with his head down and counting cards in his hand, and almost bumped into a sad-looking young man wearing boots and a brown vest. Turning around and looking at the notice board on the inside of the door, there were various notices posted there, most of which were privately posted in an attempt to acquire certain special cards. The largest and most central notice stated in handwriting that this fall will be the Big City Players Rhodes tournament held in this city will bring together Rhodes players and enthusiasts from all over the old world.
Only when civilization advances to the Steam Age can so many idle people have time to engage in these entertainment activities.
Shade stood among the bustling crowd at the door and whispered in his heart, finally seeing the popularity of Rhodes cards in this world.
The entrance hall extends to both sides with curved corridors.
A row of counters facing the hall are used for consultation and guidance of the association. Next to the counters are stairs leading to higher floors. The metal handrails are decorated with 4 colors of Rhodes cards.
The decorations are embellished in turn.
But compared to the bustle on the first floor, there was no one going up or down the stairs. Shade held the former detective's diary, but came to the counter with some nervousness and excitement. A young lady with long brown hair wearing a brown-red uniform immediately greeted him with a business smile.
Appraisal of Rhodes cards.
As he spoke, he placed the 5 copper coins, or 5 one-penny coins, stacked up in his palms that were almost water-filled.
No problem, sir. Are you a member of the association? The appraisal fee for members is lower.
This kind of words vaguely made Shade feel like he was back in his own world again, and he raised his eyebrows. Member registration fee, £1 a year.
Identify first.
Shade said, checking that there was no one else around the counter. Then he opened the diary and displayed the Founding Series Silver Moon card with the color Sun 3 sandwiched in it. Even Dr. Schneider, who is not a fan, can recognize what this is just by looking at the card face. Of course, the young lady who is the receptionist of the association can also. She just glanced at it and reminded Shade with a smile, "Sir, do you know that once a Rhodes card is identified as a forgery by the association, the forgery must be destroyed on the spot?" Shade didn't know this, and Dr. Schneider and Miss Louisa probably didn't mean not to remind them, but they didn't know either.
The association's approach is similar to a bank destroying counterfeit banknotes, which is understandable. If he hadn't heard last night's divination, Shade would probably be quite hesitant.
But he trusts the divination skills of the Dean of the College of Astronomy. The other party should be regarded as a powerful divination expert in St. Byron's Comprehensive College. Yes, if it is a forged Rhodes card, of course it must be destroyed, but I am willing to identify it. Although he said this, he was still a little nervous. Xiada believed that this was normal. No matter who picked up a big prize ticket to redeem the prize, they would feel this way. Probably because she has seen this kind of scene too many times. The receptionist handled it very skillfully, and the smile on her face did not change. She is probably not a native of Tobesk City, and her southern accent makes people want to believe in her professionalism. Shade saw the brass symbol on her chest, which was the Ouroboros, the symbol of the Prophet Association. "Sir, please wait in the waiting room number 13 on the first floor.
There are not many customers in front of you." Of course, the identification of the Rhodes card cannot be out of sight of the owner, otherwise unnecessary misunderstandings will inevitably occur if it is identified as a forgery.
But it is impossible to do the appraisal here, so the association has a special appraisal room.
Shade took the card with the number written on it and went to the room in the east corridor on the first floor.
After opening the door, he found that the room was not a separate reception room, but a crowded reception room filled with coffee tables and sofas.
Even tea was not available. Not offered.
In addition to the door connecting the room to the corridor, there is also a door on the side wall leading to the next room. Shade, like everyone else here, was given a hard card with numbers written on it, and the appraisal room next door would call people over every few minutes. The Tobesk City branch is the largest Prophets Association branch in the north of the Old World. There are many appraisers here, so Shade will wait up to half an hour before his number 29 comes. Even though it is early in the morning, there are still many people coming to appraise and waiting in the reception room. Men holding number plates gather in groups of 3 or 4 and chat about Rhodes cards and current affairs, and occasionally talk about interesting facts about royalty and nobility. A few people unfolded newspapers, as leisurely as if they were in a private club. No one paid much attention to the strange young man who walked in.
While waiting, Shade found an empty single sofa and sat down.
Next to him, a group of strange men who seemed to have just met each other gathered together because of current political issues. Shade also listened attentively and found that they were discussing the possibility of another all-out war between the northern kingdom of Delarian and the southern kingdom of Carsenric. But after a while, the topic shifted to the topics of sailing trade and pirates in the Old and New Worlds.
One of the middle-aged fat men participating in the conversation seemed to be the manager of a certain trading company.
He was familiar with the situation in the New World and believed that adventurers could always win wealth as long as they had the courage to go by ship.
The New World is rich in products. Although there are no indigenous people, many civilizational relics can be found.
Coldwater Port City, the most important port city in the western part of the Kingdom of Delarian, serves as the connection point between the Old World and the New World, and there is no shortage of opportunities there. After the middle-aged fat man was called to undergo an appraisal, everyone's conversation finally shifted to the Rhodes cards. Men who did not know each other compared their decks, showed off to each other the special cards they had recently obtained, or laughed at the interesting stories of the Rhodes card collectors in the city.
The
middle-aged man with a mustache, wearing a black top hat and placing a gold-encrusted cane next to the sofa, is the topic leader among the group of people because he has more special card-faced Rhodes cards, one of which reads, Northland, Flower 13 of Artex City, the City of Art. Even his special rules, when used, throw out a 20-sided die.
If the number of the die is equal to 20, you can redraw the card unconditionally.
This is a genuine card that has been authenticated by the Prophet Association, so although the effect is very ordinary, it is still excitedly touted by many Rhodes card enthusiasts. The man with the mustache called himself Mr. Lavender. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting warmer and he had nothing to do now, he suggested, how about we play roads, using the simplest rules? If I win, you need to give me 5p. If I lose, you can give the winner 10p. Oh, gentlemen, let's kill this boring thing. Early in the morning. The so-called simplest rule means that each person draws 3 cards in a row and wins or loses according to the rules of blackjack. If both sides bust their cards, then 3 more cards are drawn until one side wins. The stakes were not very high, and chatting here was really boring, so the busybodies gathered around Mr. Lavender to watch the fun. Shade also went over to watch the excitement, but he had always hated gambling and was unwilling to participate in even such small bets, so he just watched. Note: there were 3 men willing to play cards with Mr. Lavender. The first is Mr. Luke, who works at Chengnan Tobacco Company. He just mentioned the tobacco trade and tax issues of Del Rayon and Carson Rimmer, but unfortunately he was eliminated directly with a figure of 25 points. The second one is Mr. Ponton, who makes a living by collecting rent from local real estate. He has thick knuckles and a crooked right eye wearing glasses, but his Rhodes playing skills are top-notch. After fighting fiercely for 3 rounds with Mr. Lavender, he finally won 10p, which won the applause of the onlookers. Finally, there is Captain Serwell, a stout man. His ship plies the old world water system, mainly for inland shipping. He was a regular visitor and was known to many people, including Mr. Lavender. Unfortunately, Captain Sewell was really unlucky. The first 2 cards added up to more than 21, so he could only lose 5 pence. Does anyone else want to play? Mr. Lavender seemed to be in the mood, and after defeating his third opponent, he extended an invitation to the onlookers. He often visited the local Profits Association in various Rhodes clubs, and was a well-known card player in the city, so the gentleman who joined in the fun just made fun of him, but no one wanted to leave. After all, 5 pennies is money. Mr. Lavender looked around, and finally saw the unfamiliar face of Shade in the crowd, and also saw that it seemed like it was his first time in this kind of place. Sir, would you like to play cards with me? The middle-aged man kindly extended the invitation. Sorry, I don't gamble. Shade shook his head, but Mr. Lavender was not angry either. Instead, he smiled and said, how about we stop gambling and just play 1 round? My waiting number is 21. It will be my turn soon. Let's just play 1 round and give it a try. People around him were also cheering, pushing Shade to the front row. Shade thought for a moment, and since he wasn't gambling, he could just play it once and treat it as a way to pass the entertainment time. So he took the opportunity to sit on the single sofa opposite Mr. Lavender, and handed his business card to this very wealthy gentleman, Shed Hamilton, detective. The detective profession is said to be very good at playing cards. Mr. Lavender took the business card and was surprised when he saw the address of the detective agency. He obviously did not expect that the young detective had the money to open an agency in that location. But I barely played it. Shade said as he took out his own deck of cards, which was the one he picked up when he went to pick up Little Nia. Each player shuffles the opponent's cards, and then draws 3 cards from the top of their own decks. Mr. Lavender opened his cards with an excited expression. His deck contained many special cards with exquisite faces. One of the 3 cards he drew was, look, the sun is 5, the silver moon is 8, and the stars are 4. It's 17 o'clock. You're really lucky. The people behind him also whispered congratulations. Since he didn't gamble, Shade didn't feel any pressure. He turned over the first card and threw it on the table. It turned out to be Sun 13. People around him immediately made a sound of regret. Under the rules of blackjack, if you draw 2 more cards, the probability of busting the cards is quite high. Shade revealed the second card, which was the 7 of stars, which added up to 20 points. But under simple rules, he cannot suspend the cards and must draw 3 cards. People were infected by the atmosphere and exchanged their opinions on the detective's last card. Shade was also curious about what his luck would be like today, so he picked up the last card, stood it up and looked at the numbers on the card carefully. The people behind him also stretched their heads to check, and then exclaimed together. Even the woman in his head chuckled, reminding Shade that she was always there. A smile appeared on Shade's face, as if the stress of last night's incident had disappeared at this moment. Playing cards was indeed a good way to spend time. Throwing star 1 on the table, Mr. Lavender, who was sitting opposite, immediately leaned on the coffee table and stretched his head to look, and then showed the same exclamation expression as the onlookers. Oh, blackjack. Beginners always have such wonderful luck, but Detective Hamilton, do you want to play another round? I haven't been beaten by blackjack in a long time. Even though Shade won a clean victory, Mr. Lavender was still very excited. But unfortunately, his number had already been called, and he could only stand up and leave with regret, but he put away Shade's business card solemnly.
After the card game ended, there was no organizer and no one wanted to play cards anymore. Shade sat there and was confusedly invited to join the discussion of royal anecdotes. He was forced to talk to Morgus Cavendi, who didn't understand anything. Prince Su expressed his opinions on the conflict between Prince Su and the commander of the army's 3rd Steam Equipment Division, Marquis de Collard. Fortunately, his number was finally called. Seeing that he had an excuse to leave, he hurriedly stood up and handed out his business cards to the people around him. This was a good opportunity to attract business for himself. Everyone who played Rhodes, it's a rich man. I pushed open the side door of the room and walked in. Of course, I didn't forget to close the door. The last Rhodes collector who entered here had already left through the main entrance of the room. At this time, there was only an old man behind the desk. He yawned and asked Shade to sit down. The room is not big, it can even be said to be a bit small. Only some picture frames on the walls were considered decorations, and the Rhodes appraiser's table occupied almost a quarter of the room. When he sat down, Shade also noticed that in addition to several gas lamps and various lenses, there was also an obvious black metal box on the table. The box was filled with torn Rhodes cards. On the top is the Flower 1 card from the Delarian Heroes series that Mr. Lavender showed off to everyone. It has no special effects, but the card surface is very beautiful, but unfortunately it is also fake. Do you know that the counterfeit Rhodes cards will be torn up? The old man wearing glasses asked.
After seeing Shade nodding, he signaled that he could show the cards to be identified. Carefully open the diary, take out Sun 3, Founder Silver Moon, and place it on the soft cushion on the table.
The old man wearing gloves reached out and took it, glanced at it and frowned. Silver Moon from the founding series?
He looked up at Shade, as if looking at a mental patient, obviously not believing that anyone would come to identify this. But he still dutifully pulled the gas lamp near his lotus mouth, adjusted the light to the strongest, picked up the magnifying glass and examined the details of the card under the lamp. Shade sat there waiting for the lottery ticket he found and suddenly felt less nervous. But the person sitting on the other side of the table became nervous over time. It was almost dozens of minutes later that he raised his head and looked at Shade seriously. His forehead covered by his hair was already sweating.
Silver Moon from the founding series?
It was exactly the same question that Shade had asked when he sat down, but the tone was completely different. Shade, who probably understood the result, just shook his head. Probably. He said very reservedly, even though he thought he could control his emotions, he still couldn't hold back his joy at this moment.
Oh, sir, please wait, please wait. I can't identify this card. I'll go get someone else.
The old appraiser returned the cards to Shade tremblingly, took off his glasses, picked up a towel from the shelf nearby and wiped his face, then walked around the table and ran to the door.
Sir, don't run away. I'll be right back. Give me 3 minutes.
His voice began to tremble when he spoke.
Why did I run? Shade thought to himself, watching the door close.
Then he looked down at the Origin Silver Moon, Sun 3 and looked at the lady on the card holding the silver moon sideways. Speaking of which, Inoue and I really have an inexplicable fate.
It didn't take 3 minutes or even 1 minute for the old appraiser to rush back.
He held the doorframe, looking like he was about to suffocate. That's great, sir, you're still here.
Why am I not here?
Shade thought to himself, picked up the cards and stood up. Only then did I hear the sound of running again in the corridor behind the old appraiser, and soon I saw a tall, thin, middle-aged man wearing black leather shoes running over. He was wearing a black formal suit and a brooch with the Ouroboros logo. Cynthia Mark, vice president of the Tobesk branch of the Prophets Association. The middle-aged man passed the old appraiser while panting, and came over to shake hands with Shade. You'd better catch your breath first before speaking.
I won't run away. Shade said, and then asked in a low voice, so, is this card of mine real?
Mr. Mark invited Shade to the 3rd floor of the association for talks. This time it was a very formal reception room, and there were even servants hired by the association to prepare tea for the guests. Shade sat down on the sofa in the reception room and saw that after Mr. Mark also sat down, 2 more appraisers who were probably older than Priest August walked over in a hurry. We need to do further appraisal on this Silver Moon from the founding series, but it is here, in front of you.
Sir, can you wait a little longer?
Vice President Cynthia Mark wiped his sweat as he spoke, and Shade keenly noticed that the collar of his shirt inside his formal suit was soaked with sweat. Of course it's no problem, but the cost of the appraisal. Shade hesitated deliberately.
Of course it's still 5 pence, so you don't have to spend any more.
Mr. Mark said, taking the business card from Shade. He was as surprised as Mr. Lavender just now at the address of number 6 St. Teresa Square.
Asked again, Mr. Hamilton, would you like any refreshments? I guess that won't be necessary for now.
Shade waved his hand. Although the Prophets Association is a very formal worldwide organization and will not kill people to seize cards. But as a foreigner who is helpless and has little influence or strength, it is better to be cautious when going out. He looked at the three old appraisers who had been hastily summoned. The three of them had already laid out densely packed tools and lenses on the long table on the other side of the reception room, and opened all kinds of strange-looking glasses sent by the servants. Light fixtures. The grand floor-to-ceiling window curtains in the reception room were tightly closed, shutting out the silhouette of Yodel Palace and the morning mist. About this creation silver moon, if it is real, I think the association will not spread it everywhere.
Shade did not look at Mr. Mark, but said unconsciously.
Of course, the association is absolutely impartial when it comes to Rhodes cards and will never harm the interests of any collector.
This is our purpose.
Mr. Cynthia Mark assured that Shad, who owned this card by default, was a collector. He looked at Shade from the corner of his eyes. He was well dressed but did not look like a rich man, but he had a unique temperament.
After hesitating for a moment, Vice President Mark asked, then can you please tell us the origin of this card? There is no other meaning.
It is just that the last time the association saw it was the Big City Players Rhodes competition about 127 years ago. That year, Stevie by Baron Lowen entered the finals with this card, and it can be said that he stole the show. The association wanted to record the whereabouts of this card over the past 100 years, and I never expected that I would be lucky enough to see it. The origin of the cards is somewhat inconvenient to reveal. Shade said cautiously, and Mr. Mark also showed an apologetic expression.
The middle-aged man is very good at eliminating embarrassment with a smile. It doesn't matter, after all, this is your secret too. This is certainly not Shade's secret. Although he has many secrets, they do not include this. However, Shade didn't know where Detective Sparrow Hamilton got this card. He only roughly understood why the detective specifically told Shade to keep this card in the last 10 minutes before his death. Detective Sparrow is a true Rhodes enthusiast. A private detective who likes Rhodes cards and novels, has a good taste in black tea, possesses secrets, and is good at investigating extramarital affairs. What kind of person is Sparrow Hamilton? Shade thought to himself. It took nearly 2 hours for the three appraisers to give a preliminary conclusion. This, creation silver moon, sun 3 is most likely to be real. The three old men looked as if they had gone through a long run. They were all very tired, but they were very confident in their conclusions. Therefore, the Tobesk City Association is willing to give Shad an authentication certificate to prove that the cards in his hand are genuine. In those official organized Rhodes card competitions, such as this fall's Big City Players, each special Rhodes card must hold an official certificate issued by the association before it can participate in the competition, in order to maintain the competition of fairness. But the appraisal did not end there, Mr. Mark told Shade very apologetically.
Although the Tobesk City branch believes that this card is the genuine silver moon of the founding series that has disappeared for 100 years, according to the regulations of the association, the identification of this type of special series of cards issued 100 years ago still requires Prophet Association General Assembly, dispatched professional appraisers from Kasenlik in the south for further appraisal. In other words, Shade can currently hold the appraisal certificate, but he must come here again in about a week for appraisal to be completely sure that this card is authentic.
Of course, that's no problem. Shade accepted this arrangement.
He had taken back his cards, his heart was full of excitement, and he had put aside all the resentment he had towards Sparrow Hamilton for not leaving his wallet. Of course, Mr. Hamilton, we must remind you that the value of this card is immeasurable.
You'd better not use it in unofficial Rhodes matches unless necessary, after all. You understand.
Mr. Mark gave a kind reminder, and Shade nodded. I actually don't plan on playing any Rhodes tournaments at all.
He has always hated gambling.
He didn't gamble in his hometown, and he didn't know how to gamble in the dangerous and weird Steam age. Even though the card in his hand could be called the official Rhodes cheating device, he had no intention of gambling on it. I don't know if the association is willing to acquire it, I mean after the appraisal in a week. He shook the card in his hand to Mr. Mark, and the latter's eyes followed the card unconsciously.
Due to the academic problems of the Ring Warlock, Shade is now in urgent need of gold pounds.
He knows how valuable the things in his hands are, but he does not intend to hold them for a long time. Maybe it would be fun to have a special hand of Rhodes cards and defeat opponents in various card games. In this mysterious Steam era, it would be fun to travel around to collect Rhodes card decks, but Shade prefers mysterious power.
You want to sell it? Selling the founding series cards?
Mr. Mark seemed to have heard something incredible. He slightly stretched his head forward and explained, I'm sorry, because collectors who have held founding series cards in the past, those fanatical guys will not let go even if they die.
Okay, I understand.
But sorry, the association never will acquire Rhodes brand.
Why?
Vice President Mark regretfully explained, to explain it in the words of gamblers, the association is a banker and cannot easily interfere with the circulation of Rhodes cards.
Otherwise, even if I lose everything, I am willing to buy it in my own name. Then the association is willing to act as a broker and introduce buyers to me? Shade asked again.
In fact, the museum that Detective Sparrow mentioned before his death was probably also a sales channel.
But compared to unknown museums, Shade believes in such official organizations more. Of course, this is also one of the association's businesses.
But you have to understand that it is impossible to easily find a buyer who can afford the money for a card like this. Of course, all this will have to be discussed after the appraisal in a week.
You can think of a psychological price this week.
By the way, this is the fee standard for the association to introduce buyers.
You may not be a member of the association yet, but it doesn't matter. You are now and you don't have to pay for 10 years. Dues.
Mr. Mark took out a silver badge from his pocket and handed it to Shade. This was the symbol of the membership of the Prophet Association.
But the badge is not the Ouroboros logo, but the image of a card.
The Ouroboros emblem can only be used by internal members of the association. The middle-aged man took out his small notepad again, hurriedly wrote down a number, tore off the page with a squeaking sound, and handed it to Shade. If it is this founding silver moon, this is the charging standard enjoyed by association members.
Of course, we will only charge after the transaction is completed. You can rest assured. Shade looked at the terrifying number written in pencil and took a breath unconsciously.
I calculated how much this orange cadmia was worth, and then found that the unit of measurement was too small, so I calculated that just the broker's commission would be enough for me to study the first grade of the Ring Warlock many times.
The woman in my heart laughed. Bah, how can you think of such an unlucky thing? So he nodded lightly. I understand, this commission is very reasonable. Then we'll see you in a week, Mr. Hamilton. Please be careful not to use this card lightly. You probably know what I mean. Vice President Mark warned here. Yes, thank you, of course I understand.
With a sense of satisfaction in his heart, Shade put the appraisal certificate and playing cards in his diary and was sent to the stairs on the third floor of the association by Mr. Mark.
Since coming to this world, almost everything has gone wrong, and even the residence that was finally obtained may contain dangers. But this Rhodes card was like a ray of light in the fog, giving Shade hope for a better life. He returned to the first floor of the association with this feeling of relief. Since he had nothing else to do, he planned to leave directly and planned to take Mia to a restaurant for a good meal at noon. But in the lobby on the first floor, I met Mr. Lavender again, who I had just played cards with. As if he was waiting for Shade, when he saw Shade coming down from the stairs, he greeted him enthusiastically. Oh, Detective Hamilton, do you mind if I take you some time? I have a commission for you. The middle-aged gentleman said while holding the gold-encrusted cane and looking at Shade expectantly. Shade subconsciously clamped his notebook and thought for a while, of course. The detective agency is always open. Do you want to talk to me? Number 6 St. Teresa Square is not far from here. Even if the cards in your hand are valuable, you can't do without other income. Oh, I don't think so. Please come over here. I have rented a reception room on the second floor of the association. We can talk here. Mr. Lavender led the way, and Shade followed him toward the stairs again. Because the things I carried were too valuable, I couldn't help but ask in my mind, is there something wrong with this person? Are there traces of elements nearby? Are there any relics on him? Follow closer, they are ordinary people. Sometimes you are just too cautious. Aha! How do you know the other person is an ordinary person? Shade asked immediately, and a whisper answered in his ear, your soul is sensitive, I have already said this. It's always right to be cautious. After all, you know that I am a foreigner. I have encountered enough strange things in less than a week since I came here, note. He replied in his mind, but all he got was a woman's laughter. The main business of the Prophet Association is Rhodes. The association itself does not open gambling games, but it will hold competitions to promote exchanges among Rhodes enthusiasts, so it has a reception room that can be rented. The two sat down on the sofa. Shade stuffed his notebook into the inner pocket of his clothes. Mr. Lavender put down his cane and introduced himself again. The middle-aged man with the mustache turned out to be not an ordinary citizen. I actually have the title of Baron, but you also know that in a place like Tobesk City, nobles are actually worthless.
This is not a countryside, and it is not a place where a rundown nobleman with little property can control a village. Although this statement is somewhat it's an exaggeration, but if you shout Baron on the street, more than one person will turn around. He shrugged at Shade, and Shade also understood what Baron Lavender meant. After all, this is the capital of the kingdom of Del Rayon, and barons, especially barons with little property, are not unusual. Relatively speaking, I am not very wealthy, but I have met some great people playing Rhodes. This commission is related to Rhodes. The thing is, this Sunday night, I was invited to attend a banquet at Lakeview Manor belonging to Earl of Crown outside the city. It's just that kind of ordinary open-air banquet, and there will be a lot of people there, including men who are looking for beauty, ladies who are greedy for pleasure, idle people, or guys with other agendas. My friend Baron Rwanda organized a Rhodes game at the banquet, a game in which a special card was used as the bet. The middle-aged man with a mustache looked at Siada and looked at his expression. Siada thought for a while and asked, "So, you want that card?" "Of course the Rhodes cards are important, but I want to beat that guy more. Do you know how he laughed at me last time after I lost the special card in my fairy tale-themed deckstick girl? So, Detective Hamilton, I had planned to find several good card players before the banquet to help me defeat him at the banquet." The lavender man nodded to Shade. "Detective Hamilton, are you willing to accept this commission?" "As much as I'd like to accept it, I really can't play poker." Shade quickly shook his head. Although he wanted to make money, he would not accept a commission beyond his ability. No, Rhodes is actually a game that tests luck. You can get started if you know the rules." The Baron also shook his head. "Sometimes luck is even more important than skill, and we generally believe that novice players always have good luck. For example, you just beat me. But that's just luck, and please don't be superstitious." Shade emphasized that he did not want to get into trouble for entrusting him with it. Moreover, he successfully obtained the appraisal certificate of Founder's Silver Moon, and the final appraisal result was equivalent to becoming rich immediately. Although the identity of a detective must continue to be maintained, there is no need to accept risky commissions. I not only found you, but also found several other gentlemen. If you help me win the game, £1, I only need to win one round, and I can give you a reward of £1, even if I lose, I will give you £1. I can give you 10 shillings. And the cost of traveling to and from the manor will be reimbursed. You can also have fun at the banquet for free, and if you are lucky, you can meet a beautiful girl. Baron Lavender continues to raise his stakes. Now Shade hesitated. If the other party didn't mind him losing, the commission was actually acceptable. He could earn at least £50 in one night, which was unmatched by some special professions. Of course, he still had questions. Shade was very self-aware. "Sorry, Baron. Just because I beat you in a round, do you think I can help you? I mean, it's just the first time we've met. Actually, my first thought was that I saw the location of your detective agency, so it's definitely not easy to judge you. Just now, I noticed that you and Vice President Mark went to the 3rd floor together. I think you don't understand Rhodes. The card is definitely not an ordinary detective. The 3rd floor of the Prophets Association is not so easy to get up to." The mustached man smiled, and then took out his deck of cards. "Since you don't agree to this, it shows that you are a very responsible detective. How about this, we still draw 3 cards. If it is less than or equal to 21 points, you accept my commission, how about it?" Now Shade also became interested. The risk of this commission was even smaller than Mr. Franklin's, second only to finding the temporary member of the family, Shamia, sure. He took the Baron's deck, shuffled it, and pulled out the top 3 cards. This time it is not a coincidental number like blackjack. The cards in hand are displayed on the table in sequence: star 1, sun 2, moon 3. Baron Lavender and Shade raised their eyebrows at the same time. "Look, detective, I'm just saying beginner's luck is pretty good. Don't touch Rhodes again before Sunday, it'll drain your luck." This statement is probably as common a superstition as the law of conservation of luck. Baron Lavender grabbed Shade's hand. "Detective, you must help me. Damn Rwanda, I will definitely win this time." Strictly speaking, this should be regarded as the second commission that Shade has received. Note: in order to be more formal, he asked for paper and pen, handwritten an entrustment contract, signed it after inspection by both parties, and kept it in duplicate. Shade thought that the rigorous habits of the previous Detective Sparrow were very good, so he planned to continue using the account books, notepads and file books, and record any formal commissions. This also makes it easier to pay taxes. Baron Lavender will send the invitation letter to the Lakeview Manor night banquet to number 6 St. Teresa Square later. The two of them should not meet up at the dinner party, but pretend to be friends who met by chance, and then go play roads together. Baron Lavender hopes in this way to prove his luck to his friend Baron Rwanda.
Shade expressed concern about Baron Lavender's thoughts, but all he wanted was the half-pound. Winning or losing was not actually important to Shade. However, I don't know whether the food for the dinner can be taken out, and what the dress code is. You can ask the doctor on Saturday. He will look like a so-called upper-class person. This morning's luck was so good that Xiade doubted whether he really had a good fortune. After bidding farewell to Baron Lavender, Shade did not go home immediately. Instead, he walked to old John's pawn shop where he pawned his cane, and redeemed the natural snow cedar from the Deladu Mountains from the owner. An expensive cane made from the heart of a tree.
There was still only the owner in the store, and the pawn shop was a little cool at noon in this early summer, and the temperature was just right. The owner, John Jones, expressed regret for Shade's decision and repeatedly emphasized that if Shade was short of money, he could sell him the cane. Compared to the pawn price, old John was willing to spend more money to acquire it completely.
So how much are you willing to spend? Shade did not reject the offer.
If he wanted to use a cane, he could buy a cheaper one.
Well, how about £7 and 6 shillings?
The old man, who was still wearing a red woolen vest at noon in the summer, thought about it and made an offer.
The fingers with age spots twisted slightly. This price is not low. £10. Xiade immediately raised the price.
The other party would definitely not accept this price. He was waiting for the other party to bargain. According to the current purchasing power of money, £10 is even enough to dig out Detective Sparrow Hamilton and bury him in glory.
Such a price is definitely not appropriate. Make a deal.
Old John agreed immediately. After agreeing to the transaction price, seeing that Shade's expression was wrong, old John said again, "This price actually doesn't take you to a big advantage.
I can even give you a new cane for free, so that everyone is even."
He pointed to the one behind Shade that was hanging on the wall of the store for decoration.
The top of the cane looked like a lion's head.
"The dust on this thing makes it look like an antique. I can guarantee that even if you go to other places to ask about the price, it won't be better than this.
Come take care of my business next time and I can give you a better discount."
Shade stared at him, and the old man John Jones smiled and took out 10 one-pound notes from the biscuit box under the counter. "You can think about it carefully." After several arguments, Shade finally walked away with £12 and 5 shillings, a new cane, and a membership in old John's pawn shop. With enough money in hand to pay off this month's debt, Shade has basically solved all the problems he has encountered since he came to this world. A new life beckoned to him, and he was full of hope for the future. So when I went home at noon, I packed a meal at a restaurant and shared the meal with the cat Xiaomia, who was fostered at home.
Of course, only feed your cat what it can eat. Shade discovered that detective might be considered a home-based occupation.
He did not go out on Thursday and Friday.
He just stayed at home and read books.
However, he did not feel that his career development was restricted at all. This made Shade very satisfied with his choice of career.
The 2 days of study were very productive. Xiade had a basic understanding of all the 19 required courses.
As for the learning of thaumaturgy and incantation, perception of time cannot be carried out due to insufficient materials, and Cindy's silver moon gift cannot be continued due to the influence of the always cloudy nights these days. The thaumaturgy of Moon Shadow's illusion was mastered by Shade.
The moonlit night was a good opportunity to learn this thaumaturgy.
He complied with the request and lay flat on the floor of the dark living room, with his head facing the window. He covered his face with the piece of silk embroidered with the unknown old sacred emblem given by the academy, and then induced little Mia to jump over his face. After the cat jumped over the face, keeping the lower body still and sitting up with the upper body, the piece of silk was naturally oxidized and corroded, and Shade also learned this thaumaturgy. The silver moon in mysticism also means the protector of cats. Fortunately, there is a cat fostered by the client at home, otherwise Shade would have to find the cat by himself. Although the above steps are strange, Moon Shadow's illusion was mastered by Shade. Unlike the unconditional casting of Silver Moon Slash, the illusion must be cast at night, but does not require casting materials.
Try it.
He turned on the gas lamp, summoned the life ring with anticipation, and used the illusion to the maximum extent. But as the core runes flickered, all he could do was create a thin silver mist in the room, slightly restricting his vision. This can at most confuse low-intelligent creatures like little Mia, but it may be difficult to have an effect on people.
He still needs more practice and increased understanding of Silver Moon.
But the orange cat, Mia, was confused by the hazy silver mist for a while, and was frightened by this strange sight.
After the silver mist dissipated, it immediately threw itself at Shade's feet.
Shade hugged the cat and comforted it for a while before it stopped being frantic. This is a kitten that is not very courageous, but Shade likes it very much. If there is no news about its original owner, Miss God, Shade is willing to adopt the cat.
It's good to have a cat at home. At least you don't have to be afraid of mice. These were his thoughts before going to bed. But an unexpected letter early Saturday morning declared Shad's idea of taking the cat an impossibility.
That was a reply from Miss Mia Gold, the original owner of the orange cat Mia. She had received information from Detective Hamilton. When she learned that the orange cat had been found, she also learned that Sparrow Hamilton was dead and now Syada Hamilton is running the office. But this rather wealthy lady told Shade in a letter that she would not be able to cross half the kingdom and go to Tobesk City to take away little Mia in the near future. She also felt uneasy about shipping the cat by mail. Therefore, Miss Mia Gold once again entrusted the young successor detective to continue to take in and take care of little Mia. She will find time to go to Tobesk City as soon as possible, but that will definitely be in half a year. Miss Gold's family has had some changes, and she needs to deal with troublesome family affairs. In addition to letters, Miss God also sent £10 in cash to Shade through a post office account. She hoped that the young detective would not harshly criticize the naughty orange cat and treat it as kindly as possible.
Miss Goth really trusts me? Could it be that the old lady next door sent her a letter describing my reliability? Also, why does everyone think you are naughty? Shade was sitting on the sofa, holding detailed explanation of herbaceous plants in the northern region of Pangaea in one hand, while using the other hand to touch the orange cat lying next to him. The cat squinted its eyes, twitched its beard and gave a soft meow to express its satisfaction. This should be regarded as the most obedient cat Shade has ever come into contact with. Did I pick up the wrong cat? He thought with surprise, but this cat is really little Mia. The £10 from the cane and the £10 from Miss Goth made Shade, who was still a little poor, suddenly rich. However, Shade did not intend to use the £10, but would save it and spend it exclusively on little Mia. He is a very principled person. If he does not urgently need money in his life, this large remittance should be used for cats instead of people. This behavior brought Shade an inexplicable sense of self-satisfaction, so much so that when he received the second letter of the day, which was the gas bill, steam bill and water bill for this apartment, his mood also changed. Not much affected. It is now the end of June and these fees should be paid. But Hamilton was very thrifty, so the 3 bills totaled less than 7 shillings, a figure that Shad was satisfied with. Because this afternoon was the study gathering time at Dr. Schneider's clinic, Shade had lunch early and fed the cat. He wanted to set off as early as possible, but the doctor's clinic was far away. But before he could go out, a visitor came. It was a woman in her 30s who was almost as tall as Shade and wore a wide-brimmed hat. She took a carriage directly to the gate of number 6 St. Teresa Square. She stepped on her high heels and climbed up the steps to the door aggressively, but when she saw the young man opening the door, she was very surprised. "You're looking for Detective Sparrow Hamilton?" Shade asked, equally surprised.
"Yes," the lady said, looking up and down at the young man who opened the door.
"Uncle Sparrow has passed away, and I am now responsible for all his tasks. Are you, Mary Lawrence?"
He should have immediately realized who this was, but because he no longer planned to complete the commission, Shade was stunned for a moment before he realized that this was Mrs. Lawrence, the one commissioned to track his husband's mistress, Mrs. Lasoyat Pliant. It can be seen that although Mrs. Lawrence regrets the death of Sparrow Hamilton, she is also dissatisfied, and her words express her distrust of the young detective.
Shade didn't mind, because he was really untrustworthy as a detective. But since the other party has taken the initiative to come to the door, he can only let the client go in first, and after both parties sit down, hand her the report that the previous detective has compiled. Although the unexpected visit caught Shade off guard, fortunately Mrs. Lawrence was also a reasonable person. After reading the detailed report in full, the disappointment of today's visit was not that serious. Now that the investigation is over, why wasn't the report given to me immediately? Is it because of Mr. Sparrow Hamilton's sudden illness? The lady asked politely, placing the report in her hand.
She is dressed fashionably, and her ruffled neckline really sets off her fair neck.
Although she looks much older than Mrs. Lasoya, her temperament is outstanding. After I took over this firm, I sorted out the remaining commissions from Uncle Sparrow. The original idea was to add at the end of the report the last follow-up investigation that was not completed due to Uncle Sparrow's illness, so Lasoya was tracked again last Saturday. Shade looked embarrassed, and then chased away the worried orange cat that came over. He sat on the single sofa and said to the client in a very worried tone, "In my investigation, the background of Mrs. Lasoya seems not simple.
The other party seems to be related to local illegal social organizations.
He glanced at the armrest of the sofa with his fingers, showing his anxiety. Very dangerous.
Then he looked even more embarrassed and did not continue.
Mrs. Lawrence nodded understandingly. Shade didn't know what she understood.
You thought it would be dangerous to continue the investigation and that filing a report might allow that shameless woman to discover your stalking behavior with Sparrow Hamilton, so you gave up continuing the investigation.
The noble lady concluded, almost guessing what Shade was thinking. Yes, that's it. I don't want to get into trouble for this. Of course, by doing this, I actively terminate the investigation.
If you need it, I can return the advance payment collected by Uncle Sparrow to you. This investigation you can take the book with you, but I have nothing to do with it. I'm sorry for saying this, but I also hope you won't have too much to do with it. Mrs. Lasoya is related to the illegal organization, Mercury Blood, and this organization is planning to make big news recently. Now that the professors have helped Shade cut off all ties with Mercury Blood, Shade no longer wants to have any contact with illegal organizations.
Detective, thank you for your kindness, but I don't care what background that kind of woman has. Don't I have any background?
Mrs. Lawrence, who was bent on finding evidence of her husband's infidelity, raised her head and said.
But that lady Lasoya, Shade didn't know how to express himself. He really didn't want this poor woman to suffer misfortune because she misunderstood him. Not only does she have connections with the upper-class nobility, but she is also connected with local gangs. Do you understand? She is the kind of person who can make us suffer misfortunes, whether through legal or illegal means. Shade tried his best to exaggerate the opponent's power. Detective, I understand your good intentions, but I am not a housewife who only wants to stay at home. Upon hearing this, Shade immediately recalled the basic information about the client. Although Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence are not nobles, they are large factory owners, and their combined wealth is enough to frighten foreigners who do not know enough. The two did not start from scratch. They both have prosperous families, and their marriage is mixed with interests. If it weren't for Detective Sparrow's reputation for being good at investigating extramarital affairs, a client of this caliber wouldn't have found him here. Therefore, Mrs. Lawrence claims that she is very capable, but she is not bragging. Seeing what Shade wanted to say, the lady shook her head and said mysteriously, Detective, the world is actually not as simple as we think. The ordinary woman said to the ring warlock from out of town that the perfume on her body was very strong, but surprisingly it was not very offensive. At least little Mia did not show any dissatisfaction with the client. The world is like an island, Detective, but outside the island is the reality. In this world, there are some very magical people who are powerful, effective, strange, and dangerous. I met some such people at the housewives' afternoon tea party. They can solve my troubles. Of course Shade understood what she meant by not wanting to elaborate. He was so shocked that he didn't know what to express for a moment. The kingdom has a deep cooperative relationship with the Orthodox Church. Although the three major thaumaturgy academies are hidden outside civilized society, they are also more or less related to the nobility and the royal family. This is what Professor Sanchez said about Miss Louisa. Mentioned. Irregular ring magicians may also appear around ordinary people for gold pounds or other reasons. Therefore, when Mrs. Lawrence said that she knew a ring magician, she probably did not know a liar. Is that so? He believed that his expression at this moment must be very strange. That's good, but Mrs. Lasoya is really dangerous. No matter what means you have, please be careful and cautious. The young detective nodded. Yes, of course I understand that. If I really want to do something, of course I have to be very cautious and I will not let myself show up in front of the other party. This investigation report is very good and I can borrow it. This will lead to the whereabouts of that shameless woman and my husband. She rolled up the report and put it in her small lady's satchel. Then he took out his wallet, opened the brass buckle, took out 2 golden coins representing £1 each and placed them on the coffee table in the center of both parties. He tapped the coins with his fingers painted with red nail polish. I'm sorry for the death of Detective Sparrow Hamilton. He was a very reliable person. This is the final payment of this commission, Detective. The rest of the matter has nothing to do with you and will not involve you. The lady smiled politely at Shade, then straightened her skirt and stood up. The original balance was £1 7 shillings, but now it was £2. Shade didn't know whether he should express his gratitude. He stood up and said goodbye to his client. While being polite, he vaguely understood that the client would never appear in this house again. Mrs. Lawrence, in the foyer on the first floor, Shade still called the lady who was about to walk out. Of course, he could not reveal his identity as a ring warlock, but he also did not want her to suffer bad luck,
be careful. Even if you have a very good friend, Mrs. Losoya herself is not simple. She is a very dangerous person. Mrs. Lawrence turned to him and smiled. Detective Hamilton, you are such a good guy. But I think that compared to your uncle, you are actually not suitable to be a detective here. Ha! Why is Sparrow Hamilton's evaluation so bad? Little Franklin seemed to hate him last time. Shade thought to himself, standing on the stairs and watching Mrs. Lawrence open the door of the apartment on the first floor and board the carriage waiting for her at the door. The young detective walked to the door and stood on the stone steps of number 6 St. Teresa Square. He watched the private carriage, under the gloomy sky, circle the streets of the square for half a week and then go away. He was worried about what might happen next. Things are very worrying. It seems like it's going to rain in the dreary city of Tobesk in summer. Worried about the development of subsequent events, Shade went to Dr. Schneider's clinic on Saturday afternoon. Because I set out early, I came very early, so neither Miss Louisa nor Priest Augustus arrived at that time. Shade shared this matter with the doctor, who was also very concerned about the commission related to Mrs. Losoya. We have basically concluded that Mrs. Losoya is a member of the Mercury blood. But this does not mean that the helpers mentioned by Mrs. Lawrence must not be the opponents of the unknown Mrs. Losoya. Dr. Schneider said while sitting on the sofa. Seeing that Shade was puzzled, he explained, the helpers mentioned by Mrs. Lawrence are suspected to be acquainted through noble ladies. And you have to know that although extraordinary people are not obvious in this era, for the great nobles, ring magicians are not very secretive things. Even the royal family is closely related to them. It is related to the Academy of Thaumaturgy. To be fair, Mercury blood is not a very strong organization. Although I don't know the Mrs. Losoya you mentioned, she should not be twice as strong as me at most. Ring. Dr. Schneider pointed to himself, not showing too much boastfulness. In other words, there is also the possibility that Mrs. Lawrence was too cautious and the help she gathered was amazing. Shade asked. Yes, although most of the magicians with a level of 10 or above come from the Zhengshan Church and the 3 major academies and will not be hired by ordinary people, the low-level magicians with informal backgrounds are very willing to rely on them for various reasons, mainly gold pounds. With the great nobles. The doctor said, but after thinking for a moment he added, of course, it's just a possibility. After all, no one knows what kind of powerful person Mrs. Lawrence knows. Shade, don't be too curious about some things. Of course, the task-delegation relationship has ended, and I have reminded my employer as much as possible. Shade nodded, forgetting this matter for the time being. Speaking of which, I still owe £6 this month. Let's pay it back together now. Miss Louisa also came to the doctor's clinic not long after, but after waiting for a long time, Priest Augustus never showed up, so the 3 of them went to the doctor's reception room on the 2nd floor to start the study session. This was quite strange for Shade. It was his first time to participate in the mystic study meeting, but after experiencing it, it was no different from ordinary study activities. The 3 of them each shared the difficulties they encountered in learning the ring warlock and exchanged their new thoughts and experiences. Because of what happened at Mercury Blood that night, Shade shared his private meeting with Professor Garcia and claimed that this was preferential treatment for the college's key training targets. He concealed the bizarre encounters in the past time and space, but did not mention that he had really seen God as he told Professor Garcia. But even so, Miss Louisa and Dr. Schneider were also taken aback. Because there had never been students from the School of History in the group, they didn't know if this was normal, but they just told Shade to be careful. Professor Sanchez was not mentioned, nor was it mentioned that the professor pointed out that the other 4 people in the group had problems. He talked about the dwarf mouse Peter of Mercury Blood, talked about the followers of the evil god, Lord of the Blood Feast, and finally talked about things about magic and magic. Not counting the self-invented light spell, Shade currently has 3 basic spells, Blood Echo, and False Immortality. The only magic spells are Silver Moon Slash and Moon Shadow Illusion. Doctors and writers both believe that Shade should consider obtaining thaumaturgy and conjuration from other sources only after he has fully mastered the remaining therapeutic thaumaturgy and determined his area of expertise as a ring sorcerer. The current problem mainly lies in the learning of thaumaturgy. You don't understand your own spiritual runes well enough. This is why thaumaturgy is so weak. Miss Louisa stretched out her hand and gestured and said, she was sharing her experience with Shade, you need to truly understand the power of Silver Moon, or at least have some experience with it, rather than just understanding it literally. To learn thaumaturgy, you can just follow the standard process, but the way to master it is different for everyone. Same. Miss Louisa asked Shade to demonstrate the effect of Silver Moon Slash. The gorgeous silver light traces also made the writer and the doctor slightly dazed, but the destructive power was just cutting an apple, but it made them all wrinkled.
Frowned. Without letting Shade demonstrate the illusion again, Miss Louisa touched her earlobe, tilted her head and leaned on the sofa and asked, Hamilton, what do you think of the silver moon in the night sky?
Just like the book says. Shade had only been exposed to the moon for less than a week, and he really didn't have a deep opinion. At most, he thought the silver moon was very beautiful.
This is not possible. Maybe you can try other methods.
For example, come into contact with items related to silver moon's power to deepen your understanding. The doctor suggested that this was something that ring magicians often did. If there are no spiritual runes, go to the corresponding books and objects.
If you don't understand thaumaturgy enough, go to the power related to thaumaturgy. Loan books from the college? Shade asked, mentally taking stock of his meager savings.
It's possible, but it's too expensive.
Let me think about it.
Miss Louisa was very enthusiastic about helping Shade find a solution. She frowned and looked at the doctor first. After the latter shook his head, she said to Shade, there are currently no items related to moonlight in our group, but there are many ring warlocks in this city. After giving it some thought, Miss Louisa gave Shade a note with the address, go to this store.
Old John probably has what you need. After you meet him, don't forget to say that I introduced him. In this case, will he give me some discounts for your sake? Shade looked at the address on the note and found it quite familiar.
No, old John will give Louisa a commission. The doctor said with a smile, and Shade finally knew why this address looked familiar. This was the pawn shop where he sold his cane. Old John was the owner of the shop, John Jones.
The topic of thaumaturgy ended here. The doctor was more concerned about Shade's engraving of the spiritual runes of light.
Shade has not been lazy in the past 2 days and has read the 43-page Crazy Light Chaser in its entirety. If I were to give my impressions, this book would be like illogical ravings, or the crazy imagination of a mentally ill person. The text has no main thread, and there is no connection between the previous sentence and the next sentence. If he didn't know the power of this book, Shade would never read it a second time.
So after reading this book, do you feel like you have a headache? Dr. Schneider asked again. Is there any?
Probably, he observed the expressions of the two people. Probably, I fell asleep after reading it.
Shade said hesitantly.
In fact, he played with Mia for a while in the evening and lost some time. He stayed up too late while reading and couldn't hold on anymore, so he fell asleep. It is true that I have a headache, but most likely it is because I went to bed too late and was woken up too early in the morning by a hungry cat.
This is normal.
Reading these books with crazy knowledge will be affected. Even if the ring warlock has another self that blocks the direct power of knowledge, the ring warlock himself will still be affected. Shade, actually, you don't have to worry, obtaining spiritual runes requires a process. The doctor comforted him kindly. Shade closed his mouth and nodded, and asked in his heart, my spirit is strong, and you are still helping me block those influences.
You are me, I am you, there is no difference.
At the study meeting, Shade could only understand half of what Dr. Schneider and Miss Louisa raised about the difficulties encountered in learning as ring warlocks. Dr. Schneider recently participated in an elective course called Ether Mechanics. The course itself is only open to warlocks above the 5th ring, but it does not teach power and only studies theory. The standard name of the course should be The Mechanics of Spirit, which is the study of the interaction between spirit and matter that exist in idealism. But Professor Rutherford, who teaches this course, likes the other name for spirit in the past era, which is ether, so the course name is Ether Mechanics.
This course is extremely difficult to understand and is at the forefront of the Ringman's theoretical curriculum.
Of course, the doctor was not interested in theoretical research, and he was not interested in the course itself. He just wanted to get acquainted with Professor Rutherford.
This professor from the School of History is quite powerful, and he has considerable attainments in the thaumaturgy of time and space. Shade will also be in contact with him in his senior year.
Dr. Schneider was almost completely unable to understand the content of the course. While doubting his own intelligence, he hoped to discuss completely different theories of the spirit, Hilbert's ether space and appearance changes with Miss Louisa, who was a grade below him. Such topics, looking for new ideas.
Shade believed that Miss Louisa's blank expression at that time was very similar to his initial foray into the field of occult theory. Compared to the doctor who overestimated his ability and took ether mechanics and fell into deep distress as a result, Miss Louisa's problem was much simpler.
She is preparing for the exam season in July and plans to complete her 4th year of non-practical courses. Therefore, recently I have even temporarily put aside my main business, that is, the writing of novels, and focused on reciting and understanding the theoretical knowledge.
The blonde writer's biggest problem at the moment is ancient languages.
Courses like Shad's are just introductory, but Miss Louisa is already applying them in practice. She has already learned that the approximate content of the exam will be chosen from the book The Four Elements of Chase, Wind and Fire. This book is written in the southern tribal language of the 4th season Zayawike language. The book itself is also inscribed with the element, wind. One of the occult books on fire. Miss Louisa hoped that the doctor could help her with a preliminary translation of this thick book of more than 100 pages, but the doctor just heard the title and immediately shook his head. I have studied more than a dozen ancient languages and passed the exams with passing scores.
Louisa, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's that I can't help you.
He was obviously thinking of the scene when he was preparing for the ancient Chinese exam many years ago, and he was running away from the book in Miss Louisa's hand. Shade, who was sitting aside, took advantage of the two people to argue about how to pass the exam.
He stretched out his head and glanced at the old blue ink handwritten book that was open to page 29.
He immediately understood the content of less than 200 runes on both sides, which roughly described the story of the anthropomorphic wind element traveling in the abyss of madness.
Feeling a slight pain in his temples, Shade looked away. Sure enough, he once again understood a language he didn't understand at all, but the power of language itself was hurting him. I think I can help you translate,
Shade said softly. The so-called golden finger of a stranger in this world, that is, a special ability, apart from the woman with a nice laugh in his head, is the only one that can understand all languages. This ability is quite dangerous, because the older and more mysterious the language, the more dangerous it is. Not long ago, the loss of control of the poet-level relic, Dark Box, is a good example.
Maybe one day Shade will be killed because he failed to translate it. Something to be translated, and his head exploded and he died.
But for the learning of ring magicians, this ability is quite useful. He considered hiding this from everyone, but obviously exposing part of the secret would give him more benefits.
Xiada, do you understand?
Dr. Schneider asked hesitantly. He had just leaned back on the sofa because he wanted to avoid the pen and paper handed over by Miss Louisa.
Now he sat up straight and pointed at a rune on the page. What does it mean?
Abyss. Shade said, then looked at the doctor, and the doctor looked at the writer. Is the translation correct? I'm just passing the level, I can't understand these.
Probably, right. Miss Louisa, who didn't even have a passing level, said, but how do you understand this?
I don't know either. Just now the time and space spirit rune suddenly flashed on the life ring, and then the other me reminded me that I understand this language. The doctor and the writer both showed expressions of realization. The moment you came into contact with the ancient language, the power of time and space guided you to obtain the knowledge of the past. It turns out that this is it. They explained for Shade. This is not nonsense, because spiritual runes do sometimes work on their own without being touched at all.
Well, Mr. Hamilton, could you translate this book for me?
Miss Louisa handed the pen and paper to Shade again. 2 weeks, before mid-July, just a simple translation, no need to be very precise.
On the one hand, it is for your mental health.
I don't want to make the ring warlocks in the same group lose control because of my exam. On the other hand, if the exam I got a particularly good score, but I couldn't answer the professor's questions at all.
She is very thoughtful. I think 2 weeks should be fine.
Shade nodded, and the blonde writer finally showed a relieved smile. I won't let you do it in vain.
I can give you a rare spell, Frog's Leap.
This can give you stronger jumping ability in a short period of time, except that it requires disgusting frog legs as a spell. Apart from the materials, this has almost no shortcomings. This is a very rare spell, and when I contributed it to the school library, I received 2 practical credits at once.
Of course Shade didn't refuse.
In addition to communicating and complaining about their studies, the 3 of them also exchanged recent plans with each other.
Shade did not tell the story about Founder Silver Moon and planned to wait until the final appraisal next week before mentioning it.
However, the doctor had already accepted the Academy's reward for obtaining the Keeper-level relic, the Forged Philosopher's Stone. Even though he knew that this matter was related to the Sage-level relic, God's Gift Box, and the crazy plan of the Mercury Blood organization, the doctor still planned to get involved. He planned to invite Miss Louisa to participate in his plan, but told Shade not to have anything to do with this matter.
This matter will eventually lead to a battle between ring warlocks. Compared to the 4th and 5th ring warlocks, Shade is almost just an ordinary person. Miss Louisa's plan for next week was much simpler.
In addition to assisting the doctor, she made up her mind to study at home and never go out. During the exam season at the end of July, she must pass at least 5 exams so that she can hope to be promoted to 5th grade at the end of this year. The blonde girl has already gathered 4 different spiritual runes for the 4th ring, and now she is just waiting to perform a ceremony to connect the sublimation words of the low-level ring sorcerer to advance to the 5th ring in one fell swoop. These matters have been reported to St. Byron's, and the college will send tutors to Tobesk this fall to assist in this critical sublimation. Therefore, the exams in cultural and theoretical classes were the biggest obstacle preventing her from entering 5th grade. The fortune-teller Miss Anat still has not returned to Tobesk City, and Priest Augustus has not appeared until the evening of this day, so Shade has no chance to ask what that afterglow of God mentioned by the old god in the past is. What? He did try to mention it once in front of Dr. Schneider and Miss Louisa, but neither of them responded at all, taking it as some kind of religious metaphor. Sure enough, if this kind of thing can be found out casually, it is not in line with the difficulty of the incident corresponding to this matter. Just like a simple entrustment, it is impossible to get a high reward, except for Mia. Shade comforted himself in his heart and planned to go to Dawn Church to visit Priest August in person when he had time. Of course, the priest's failure to show up was not due to bad luck or an accident. A little later, he asked someone to deliver a letter to the psychological clinic, explaining that the church had temporarily arranged a meeting this afternoon to discuss the arrangements for the Holy Prayer Day of Dawn Church to be held in July. Dawn Church holds a grand religious celebration in late July every year, which is the day with the longest daytime. It is called Holy Prayer Day by believers and Holy Prayer Day by pagans. Therefore, Priest Augustus will probably be very busy in the next month. An old priest like him who has participated in countless Holy Prayer Days is an important organizer of events. And like today, it is very common for only 3 people to attend a study group meeting that should be attended by 5 people. Everyone has their own life and plans, and life is always full of bizarre accidents. This is what Miss Louisa, a writer, said. Ha, this sentence is not a quote. It is what I said myself. It was written in my short story A Midsummer Night's Wish. The blonde writer said slightly proudly. After returning home to St. Teresa Square that night, Shade immediately learned the spell, Leap of the Frog, which included 3 basic spells. The number of spells that Shade mastered rose to 6. The materials for learning spells are the supernatant of ground frog entrails and 4 complete frog skins, all provided free of charge by Miss Louisa. She even provided more than a dozen dried frog legs for Shade to use as casting materials. Shade will have to prepare these things by himself in the future, so the doctor told Shade to clean up a special room in his home for alchemy, potion preparation, and herbal cultivation. Shade plans to take apart the wooden boards on the first floor after a while and go to the basement to see if there is space. And that night, both he and the orange cat Mia couldn't sleep well most of the night because of the smell of the frog material. But at least he learned the spell and applied 3/4 of the supernatant of those grinding materials to his 2 legs, and 4 pieces of frog skin wrapped his ankles and knees respectively. Prick the wrapped knees and ankles with steel needles until they bleed. In this injured state, recite the incantation provided by Miss Louisa. Shade once again used his ability to understand both listening and reading, but cannot speak or write. After reciting those strange syllables, he understood that this was a way of using witchcraft to pray for the help of the killed frog. Kill them and ask for their help? Although he didn't understand this behavior, he finally learned this 6th method after enduring the feeling of nausea and vomiting, drinking the last quarter of the supernatant, and constantly beating with wounds while feeling retching. Spell. Since you are me, can you complete these terrible studies for me? He was still in the mood to ask in his heart, but the woman's murmur that usually appeared in his ears did not appear this time. Now that he had learned it, he wanted to give it a try. After Shade cleared the furniture in the living room and left enough space for movement, he recited a mantra and rolled the dried frog legs with his fingers. As the feeling of strength in his legs gradually became apparent, he seemed to see a cyan halo appear on his legs. He threw the frog legs down casually, and with the completion of the spell, he jumped up suddenly, and the whole person flew into the air. After turning 360 degrees in the air, his feet landed smoothly with a thud. Oh! This is really awesome! Shade smiled and thought that the sense of power had not weakened yet, which meant that the power of the spell could last for a long time. Just when he was about to try again, he saw the orange cat lying on the sofa staring at him with big eyes. Then, Mia stood up on the sofa, tried to jump slowly a few times, and then suddenly jumped up hard. The whole orange cat imitated Shade's behavior just now, made a beautiful turn in the air, and then fell to the sofa. The sofa was soft, and Mia didn't jump very high. So it struggled and stood up,
looking up to see Shade looking at it. So he turned around and lay down again with Shade on his back. The whole cat shrank into an orange cat ball in the corner of the couch. It seemed that he had made up his mind not to talk to Shade. In fact, the joy brought by having a cat at home is enough to offset the cost of cat food and daily care. At least Shade would be happy seeing those high-end cat food money placed on the coffee table, but he wouldn't have this kind of heartfelt happiness. Of course, there were unhappy things this night. The smell of frog skin and supernatant liquid did not completely disappear until the next morning. As for the taste in his mouth, Seada suspected that he would remember it for a lifetime. Sunday's Lakeview Manor dinner was the most important event of Shade's day. Yesterday, he asked Dr. Schneider about the attire for an open-air banquet. The doctor told Shade to just freshen up. This kind of open-air banquet that allows strangers to enter is usually quite large, so there is no need to dress too formally. However, if you are going to a party for a beautiful girl, then of course you should dress decently. Shade still remembered Miss Louise's teasing when she said this, and she seemed to be very familiar with this set of rules. Because Baron Lavender promised to reimburse the round-trip expenses, Shade did not need to leave too early. I spent the morning playing with the orange cat and reading books, and of course, waiting for the client to come to my door. Little Mia is the most obedient pet that Shade can imagine. These days, she has basically adapted to life at number 6 St. Teresa Square. Shade is very relieved to have her at home. After lunch, I thought I had no luck waiting for the client, so I went out again and went to Old John's pawn shop. The address provided by Miss Louisa was indeed the store not far from the Silver Parrot Milk Distribution Company. When Shade opened the door, the drowsy old man sitting in the rocking chair immediately woke up. Oh, he's a regular customer. I won't use that cane again. He stood up to welcome the detective, and Shade whispered, putting aside the cane thing, I want something interesting this time. He looked around at the crowded store. The four walls were covered with brass-colored wallpaper, allowing the weak gas lamp to illuminate the interior as much as possible. Gas pipes climbed up the wall, and objects such as broken lanterns and long swords with only hilts hung from the pipes. Most of the store is filled with wooden shelves, and items that look like garbage are placed on the shelves. Shade couldn't figure out what the meaning of putting ordinary Rhodes cards in empty glass bottles here was. The owner of the shop, Old John, has returned behind the counter. There is a stack of old books on the left side of the counter, and a small steam engine furnace on the right side. The left half has been wiped clean, and the right half is still covered with ashes. It was not there last time. This thing. Old John did not show surprise at Shade's words. Everything here is interesting, he said, then looked at Shade quietly behind the counter. The old man is slightly fat, but his eyes are very powerful. So Shade cleared his throat and said the secret code Miss Louisa told him. If you want to buy occult supplies or even relics from here, you must be introduced by an acquaintance, because 1 + 1 = 2, the sun will rise in the west. Oh, my Maria, I'm going to kick your ass hard. Don't go barefoot or the curly baboons will eat it. Lose your cavities. This is the store's contact code, indicating that Shade was introduced by a regular customer and is also a ring warlock. But Shade doubted whether Miss Louisa was joking with her. She might have plagiarized the crazy words of the patients in Dr. Schneider's clinic. But Old John understood and waved his hand at Shade. Oh, it turns out you were introduced by Dorothy Louisa. I haven't seen her for a long time. How is her new book, The Mystery in Scarlet, going? Last time, she said she would give me a copy after it is published. Woolen cloth. The Mystery of the Scarlet Letter is a detective novel that Miss Louisa is writing recently. She plans to serialize and publish this book in a newspaper and has already contacted the newspaper. Unfortunately, the exam season interrupted her writing plan, so she only wrote the beginning of the book. At yesterday's study meeting, Shade heard young female writers complain about this. If I said last time that I was introduced by Miss Louisa, would the price of the cane be higher? Shade asked. Of course not, that was the highest price. Detective, are you doubting my credibility? Old John's pawn shop never deceives customers. Yes, never, no need to doubt, that's it. Facing the young detective's suspicious eyes, Old John coughed and quickly changed the topic. Speaking of which, detective, I didn't expect that you are also a ring magician. Well, what do you need? Because of the friendship with the cane last time, I can give you a discount on the first transaction. Shade had given Old John his business card, so he knew Shade's occupation. Old John Jones was, of course, a ring wizard, but neither Miss Louisa nor Dr. Schneider knew his specific identity. They only know that this is a channel for a large organization to recover relics and other precious items in Tobesk City. As for whether Old John belongs to the Orthodox Church,
the Academy of Thaumatology, or other organizations, no one is sure. Dr. Schneider, a group of 4, was not even sure whether John Sr. was also affiliated with St. Byron's Comprehensive College. The old man who always smiles when he treats his customers is tight-lipped about his identity, but at least he has a good professional ethics and has a rich collection.
Unless introduced by an acquaintance, no unfamiliar ring warlocks would be received here, which is also a convenience of joining Dr. Schneider's group. I've been studying thaumaturgy related to Silver Moon recently, so I thought, I understand, so what price can you pay?
The old man asked, twirling his right index finger and thumb.
After paying off the first month's debt, Shade's savings were actually running low.
His biggest income so far was the commission related to Xiaomia. But, Silver Moon, as thaumaturgy is related to whether he has the power to protect himself, so coupled with the money from selling the cane here, he is still worried that it is not enough. After much hesitation, I misappropriated 10 pounds of Xiaomia's living expenses without permission. Before going out, I held the cat in my arms to apologize and promised to pay back the money as soon as possible.
Of course the orange cat didn't understand. The sleepy cat didn't react at all. About 15 pounds.
Shade said cautiously, and old John nodded. This price. He took out the heavy account book from under the counter and looked through it. After a few minutes, he raised his head. I do have a poet-level relic in my hand that suits your situation, but it only costs about 15 pounds. You probably understand that it won't have any big effect, but it can only help you feel the power of Silver Moon. Relics are usually very expensive. Shade nodded to express his understanding. So old John left through the back door of the store and came back after about dozens of minutes holding a wooden jewelry box. Putting the jewelry box on the counter and opening it, Shade saw a ball bead placed on the red velvet cloth. The top of the bead is connected with a tiny golden hook, and a thin thread is tied to the hook. The beads are milky white, like pearls in color, but very small in size. If it is not connected with a wire, it may not be found if it falls to the ground.
You came into contact with whispers.
The voice came belatedly, as if to illustrate the weakness of this relic.
This is a poet-level relic, the Orb of Silver Moon.
The last time it was contained was by Circassius Medical College, one of the 3 major thaumaturgy academies, to record its information, but that was at the end of the 5th era, so even if it is taken out it won't be treated as stolen goods. Old John pushed the jewelry box to Shade, and Shade stretched out a finger to touch the small bead. A cold feeling immediately came to his heart, and he actually saw the silver moon in front of his eyes. The only characteristic of this relic is that when touched with any finger of the right hand, the toucher will see the silver moon. Depending on the moon phase, the shape of the silver moon will be different.
This characteristic actually has some effect. If you touch it when you are in a hallucination, you may be able to get out of the hallucination. After all, the symbolic meaning of the silver moon itself.
14 pounds, you take it with you for 14 pounds. Probably because he knew that this relic was of little use, the price offered by old John was not very high.
But what about the negative effects of it? And the containment methods? Shade asked, already planning to buy it.
Don't touch it for a long time, otherwise you will have dreams at night, strange dreams about the silver moon, and then fall into eternal madness.
The containment method is very simple. Just immerse it in a colorless liquid for more than 3 seconds before midnight every day.
If it cannot do this, it may directly interfere with the holder's dreams.
The negative effect was not very big, but Xiada did not immediately say that he wanted to buy it, but looked like he was thinking about it, and asked after a long time, can it be cheaper?
That's the discounted price, for that cane. The old man shrugged, I usually don't discount.
5 pounds. That's impossible. Is this how you usually bargain? 5 pounds and a penny?
I learned my lesson last time when I sold walking sticks.
Remember not to bargain with others like this in the future. Not everyone is as good-tempered as me.
13 pounds and 10 shillings. Old John shook his head and said,
6 pounds. Shade made the number 6 with both hands. 12 pounds and 17 shillings, that's the lowest price. Detective, there's no lower price.
I can give you a message as a bonus, that's all right, right? Said the old shop owner, who seemed to not want to continue cutting prices.
So Xiada thought for a while and made an expression of reluctant agreement. Okay then, deal. But you have to explain what the news is first.
I don't want to hear the news that vegetable prices are going to rise recently.
Young people always do that. The shop owner behind the counter shook his head. I got the news. Does Mercury Blood know about it?
Of course I know, the news about them is almost everywhere now. The Academy has issued bounty orders to the Correspondence Ring warlocks, which means that there is no need to cover up the matter of Mercury blood in Tobesk. Mercury blood, and a group of cultists seem to be busy with something recently.
This is not the point.
My news is that Mercury blood has a very good relic in his hands. You know, since I am recycling relics, the business dealing with dangerous goods is very sensitive to this kind of news. But in order to raise the materials to synthesize the angel level 1, relic, Mercury blood, that illegal organization had a lot of good relics in hand.
What exactly does it mean? Shade asked, and the old man said perfunctorily, if I was so well informed, do you think I would still be the owner of a pawn shop?
I would have gone to the black market to buy and sell information a long time ago. It is a keeper level 3, relic, but it is actually an angel level relic. A part of level 1, whose properties have declined after being disassembled. It is believed to be related to destiny and can be used to easily find lost items.
Destiny? Shade raised his eyebrows.
For some reason, he thought of the letter from Peter the Short Mouse which mentioned that the Blood Spirit School sent a keeper level 3, relic to the old world and handed it over to the Mercury blood. Although the silver-eyed man was very dissatisfied with the other party for not sending someone in time, he knew that the sacred keeper level relic must be extraordinary.
But what could it be?
Convenient for finding items, and also related to destiny. Unexpectedly, seeing that there was no more news about old John, he paid the money to buy the relics. Moonlight Orb is already the 4th relic owned by Shade, but like 20-sided Dice of Destiny and Poet Cohen's manuscript pages, this cannot enhance Shade's combat effectiveness and survivability, can only be regarded as auxiliary supplies. He didn't know if other ring magicians would have many relics in their hands, but he made up his mind to buy a powerful relic for self-defense when he became rich. In this beautiful vision, Shade boarded the carriage to Lakeview Manor. The manor is located outside the city of Tobesk, in the south of the city, and is named after the manor is located next to Lake Schluch.
This is one of the properties of Earl Crown.
The Earl holds a high position in the kingdom's army and belongs to a wealthy and powerful noble. This dinner was hosted by the Earl's second son, Little Crown, and was a pastime on summer nights. A flat dirt road leads directly from the city of Tobesk to the manor. The carriage carrying Shade arrived at the destination when the sunset appeared on the horizon in the evening. After leaving the city, the burning smell in the air disappeared. The air outside the city was quite good. The young detective, who was tired from sitting in the carriage for too long, was invigorated by the fresh air. Wearing his best black formal suit, a hat and a cane, he stepped onto the stone road at the entrance of the manor, and entered the courtyard of the manor with the guests who arrived one after another.
The night had just begun and there weren't many guests.
Everyone was scattered in every corner of the courtyard, labyrinth garden, building and manor, chatting with familiar people. The arrival of summer has also changed the way of dressing, but in this relatively conservative era, it is still impossible to see a certain scenery. Of course, if Shade had access to certain salons and parties, he would surely be surprised by the activities of the nobles. The young detective didn't know anyone here, but he had already made a reservation with Baron Lavender at the meeting place, which was the stone table under the grape trellis on the east side of the fountain at the back of the manor, where the Baron and his friends competed at Rhodes.
But it's not time yet, so he can only wander around the manor alone. He knew in advance that dinner would be served at the dinner party, so Shade didn't eat much at noon and mainly fed the cat. Now I see a long table set up in the courtyard from the manor house to the gate of the manor. The table is covered with a white tablecloth. The shining metal tableware and candlesticks illuminate the surroundings and also illuminate the food on the table. This makes the original Shade, who was not very hungry yet, felt that his stomach was thirsty. He was also a decent person, so he didn't get the food regardless of his image. Only take a few at a time, but you can take them multiple times from different positions on the long table. This is Shade's strategy. Of course, while eating, he did not forget to distribute his business cards to attract business for himself. This requires skill. Shade usually leans in silently when people are chatting, and then waits for an opportunity to say a few words. When the time is right, introduce yourself and hand over the business card. Because the address of the business card is Street Teresa Square in the city center, people who get the business card mistakenly think that Shade is a very powerful detective. No one will refuse such a business card. Shade became even more determined that he would never move out of his current apartment unless absolutely necessary. Although he didn't know many acquaintances in this world, Shade actually saw a familiar figure after the last ray of sunset disappeared and night fell. It was a black-haired maid,
But her clothes were obviously different from those of the maids in charge of meals and receptions in the manor. The black-haired maid hurriedly walked from the door of the manor along the gravel walk in the courtyard to the magnificent three-story mansion. If Shade remembered correctly, this was on the third floor of the Lucky Southern Cross Club, where the Miz gave the relic, vampire ring, to his maid.
That lady is here too? Shade stood at the long table and looked up at the manor house not far away.
He could only see a few young girls in formal dresses standing on the terrace on the second floor chatting with each other. One of them, a girl with long red hair holding a glass of wine, noticed Shade's gaze and pointed Shade's direction to her friends. He saw that the girls on the second floor terrace were all looking here. Although he didn't want to get into trouble, Shade still nodded slightly to express his greetings, and then left the place as if nothing had happened. It's a really novel experience to see so many hair colors at once, he thought to himself when he came to the courtyard behind the manor. Shade didn't know the specific area of Lakeview Manor, but even if you don't count the racecourse connected to the manor and the nearby farms, the area here exceeds the imagination of outsiders. At the rear of the house is the garden, divided into different parts. Walking towards the back, the manor was directly connected to Schlech Lake. There was even a small dock and cruise ship on the lake. Shade had already seen young men and women boating on the lake with candles. He didn't get too close to the lake, not because he didn't want to appreciate the beautiful scenery of March in the night sky, hanging above the blue waves, but simply because it was too cold by the lake. The garden itself is enough for Seade to see the world, but he doesn't know if this is a common practice.
There will always be young lovers burrowing into the depths of the garden.
Although they didn't do anything dishonorable and just expressed their feelings to each other on the bench, it still embarrassed Shade, who was wandering around. He wanders around simply to gain more experience and better adapt to life in this world. I deliberately found something to do to kill time, but unknowingly the business cards I brought were down to the last few. They were prepared for Baron Lavender's friends, and there was no need to hand them out anymore.
So I wanted to find a place to sit.
I saw that there were already many gentlemen and girls walking among the flowers in the garden maze, so I left this area and wanted to take a rest under the tulip bush statue over there. But before they had walked a few steps, they saw a group of people emerging from the path surrounded by flowers on the side of the manor, which was the side entrance from the manor garden to the racecourse. They were hurriedly guided by an old man dressed as an old housekeeper who held a kerosene lamp.
Came in.
There were more than a dozen church personnel with serious faces and uniform black coats. The reason why we judge that this is a member of the church is because not long ago, Priest August mentioned the dress and weapon-wearing requirements for the church's ring warlock team. Although Shade didn't see the church's holy emblem, so he couldn't tell which Orthodox church these people belonged to, but they were undoubtedly dangerous. Thinking in his mind, he naturally turned in another direction on the path in front of the garden and passed a group of people. As they passed each other, the voices in their heads simultaneously reminded them of the presence of miracle, enlightenment, and whisper elements, which once again confirmed Shade's guess about their identities. However, if every ring warlock who passes by the Zhengshan church team can be reminded so clearly, then what secret actions do they have left? You can't be the only one who can do it, right? Self-proclaimed to be my other lady.
Do I need to repeat it again? It's because of my sensitive soul,
Shade said in his heart, and then heard the woman's pleasant laughter again. Among the team of more than 10 people, the leader is a middle-aged man who was about the same height as Shade, but is so strong that he can kill a Shade and an orange Katmia with one punch. Most of the team members behind him are men. Among the two women, one looks to be around 30 years old with purple lips, the other is probably less than 18 years old and has long brown hair. Even if she is Seade, it can also be seen that she seems a little nervous compared to others.
Is this your first mission with the team? Why does it look familiar?
Oh, yes. I met her when I picked up little Mia at Purple Iris Lane that day. There was something strange about her at that time.
Note. Shade thought in his mind and did not look back at the group.
But the voice in his head spoke, and of course it was not teasing Shade about paying attention to a strange girl. Outlander, you have seen your destiny.
Ha? Did I see it? When did I see it?
He thought in his mind in confusion, but kept moving forward, for fear of being regarded as bad guys by the ring warlock team of the Righteous God Church.
But think about it carefully, why am I nervous? I don't seem to have done anything bad, so what are you afraid of? I am a good person.
The pace slowed down, but still did not look back.
It's hard to explain.
Meeting her many times has made you realize that the strange girl is different. Even if I didn't say it, you should have felt the difference in her. The voice whispered.
Can you express it in a way that I can understand?
Shade asked back, his eyes pretending to be curious about the blue-winged butterfly and the flowers in front of him. I thought I still wouldn't get an answer, but I didn't expect that this time the woman's voice turned out to be understanding. The appearance of the chosen man of destiny seems to indicate that something big is about to happen. That lady arrived, and the Zhengshan church team also showed up.
Something is indeed wrong, so do I need to leave?
He asked in his mind, but did not get another answer. Shade knew that he had to make a decision and could not rely on the voice of the woman who claimed to be IMU.
But after thinking about it, I didn't leave.
This was certainly not because of the at least half a pound of remuneration and the Yetoba reimbursed fare, but because leaving suddenly would be very eye-catching, and he had made up his mind not to go near any dangerous places or take the initiative to get into trouble.
This place is so big. As long as I don't wander around and deliberately pursue danger, can the danger still affect me if there is a team of ring warlocks from the Zhengshan church present?
He thought to himself as he returned to the long table filled with food. Even if strangers gather together, they can still talk about common topics. Shade, who was thinking about finishing his late-night snack in advance, was also unknowingly involved in the discussion about the feasibility of immigration to the New World. The New World, which was discovered due to the great geographical discovery 50 years ago, is vast and rich in products, and the hidden places are dotted with strange ancient civilization relics and even tombs.
But so far, no traces of living aboriginal people have been found in the New World.
Therefore, scholars from the Dalarian Kingdom in the north of the Old World and the United Kingdom of Kasalik in the south agreed that this was abnormal and that the population could not be easily moved there. For this reason, there has been no large-scale official colonization operation between the two continents so far. There are only a large number of military pioneers, adventurers and careerists, bringing their families and friends to the prosperous land.
Kingdom officials are also considering this issue.
It has been more than 50 years since the great geographical discovery, and the first generation of adventurers who set foot on the New World are all old. Some have even spent their entire lives in the New World, but there have been no problems. Therefore, whether official population migration can be carried out has become a hot topic again in the past decade. The men at the long dinner table at Lakeview Manor, dressed in decent formal attire and enjoying the cool night breeze of early summer, had a heated debate on this issue without any substance. The novel viewpoints made Shade nod frequently and knew that no matter what era it is, people always enjoy this kind of conversation. Shade also said a few words on the immigration issue, but he was actually rubbing the small box containing the relic, 20-sided dice of destiny, in his pocket. My ears were listening to the conversation about the feasibility of immigration, but my eyes were looking around unconsciously, and then I saw Mr. Lawrence. There was a photo of him in the report left by Detective Sparrow, and Shade had seen him in front of the club not long ago.
Ha! Why is he here?
Are all my acquaintances here? Lawrence is a big factory owner, so of course it's okay to be invited to such a banquet. Shade thought to himself, looking away, wanting to see if there was still that delicious goat's milk pudding on the table, and thinking of bringing some back to the orange cat fostered at his home. But suddenly, the young detective thought of another question. Since Mr. Lawrence is wearing such a formal dress to attend the Lakeview Manor banquet, there is no reason why he should not have a female companion by his side.
Is Mrs. Lawrence here too?
I glanced carefully with my peripheral vision and saw that standing next to Mr. Lawrence, it was Mrs. Lasoya in a red floor-length gown. The neckline of the skirt was ruffled, and Jean still wore the pebble.
The woman in the ring is extremely gorgeous on this night. Oh, really something big is going to happen. The helper Mrs. Lawrence has found won't want to fight with Lasoya here, right? He looked away, wondering if he should leave here. But suddenly he was tapped on the shoulder from behind, which startled Shade, thinking that Mrs. Lasoya was looking for him. But when he turned around, he discovered that it was Baron Lavender, tonight's employer, and behind him were several gentlemen of similar age to him. Oh, my Mr. Dawn. It's really Hamilton, we haven't seen you for a long time.
The middle-aged man who loves roads said in a very exaggerated tone, winking at Shade and reaching out to hold his hand.
Yes, long time no see, Mr. Lavender. Shade immediately understood what he meant. The last time I saw you and played roads with you was 3 years ago, right?
In order to show that he attached great importance to the commission, Siade also said in a very exaggerated and enthusiastic tone, "What a coincidence!
I didn't expect to meet you here." Yes, what a coincidence. This must be God's arrangement. Speaking of which, these are my friends. I want to go over there with them to play roads. Do you want to go together?
If there is anything else, as he spoke, Mr. Lavender shook the hand held by Shade. Siade believes that if he doesn't agree to the other party, he will never be let go easily.
Of course we can go together.
Oh, gentlemen, let's play roads together to kill this boring night. The banquet is certainly interesting, and Lakeview Manor is also very good, but after all, Rhodes is the best. This is me business card. While handing out business cards to Mr. Lavender's upper-class friends, Shade saw the Baron secretly giving him a well-done gesture. While greeting Baron Lavender's friends warmly, he saw Mr. Lawrence and Mrs. Lasoya walking towards the Lakeview Manor house out of the corner of his eye, so he walked with Baron Lavender and his entourage with confidence.
Behind the manor, the exciting Rhodes competition is about to begin.
The group of people on the road also exchanged anecdotes about their own Rhodes cards, discussed the news of special cards on the market, and speculated on the number and theme of the special Rhodes cards that the Profit Association will launch this summer. In order to better complete the commission, Xiada also participated in it. I even heard rumors that a Rhodes card from the founding series appeared in Tobesk City.
He said to everyone in an exaggerated tone.
Although several people believed that this kind of thing was difficult to say, people still showed surprised expressions. The group of people are all Rhodes card lovers, so it is impossible not to know about the Foundation series cards. Not long ago, I went to the Profit Association for Business, and I heard Vice President Cynthia Mark talking about this matter with others on the third floor. But it's hard to tell the authenticity. After all, it was a card from hundreds of years ago.
But, if there is a Founding Series card, I would really like to take a look.
Shade shared anecdotes about himself, and because of his interest in Rhodes cards and his extensive network of contacts, he quickly turned from a stranger into an accepted friend. When the group of people came to the stone table under the grape trellis, no one thought about why Shade came to join in the fun.
Baron Lavender is very satisfied with the young detective he hired.
Baron Lavender's Rhodes opponent, Baron Rwanda, is a middle-aged gentleman of similar age to him but very short.
Shade didn't want to use words like dwarf to describe others, but in fact this word was quite appropriate.
Although there is some problem with his height, Baron Rwanda, whose facial features are all rubbed together, looks like an extremely shrewd person. Like Baron Lavender, he also brought a group of friends who loved Rhodes cards to participate in the card game. When the group of people met under the grape trellis, nothing unpleasant happened. The two barons exchanged a few polite words, introduced their friends to each other, and talked about the dinner at Lakeview Manor and the weather today, before sitting on both sides of the stone table. The men they had brought immediately surrounded the stone table instead of just standing behind them. Everyone's face was full of excitement, as if the atmosphere had changed at this moment. It's not like gamblers are simply pursuing excitement, but more like they are looking forward to a wonderful story series or an interesting opera. Shade stood closest to the stone table because of Baron Lavender's special arrangement. He saw the two barons taking out their own bets respectively. Baron Lavender's was his only Rhodes card with special rules. It belonged to the Northern City series of cards, Flower 13, which was the one that the dice cards that can be redrawn at 20 points. The card face is a silhouette of Artek City, the capital of art. Of course, the bet that Baron Rwanda took out was also a Rhodes card with special rules. He very deliberately placed his two special rules cards on the table. After all the gentlemen watching saw it, he picked out one of them and put it on the table.
On the side as a bet.
It was a card from the Ancient Fairy Tales series, Star 6, and the card surface was exactly the match girl that Baron Lavender mentioned last time. It's just that the conditions for using the special rules of Ancient Fairy Tale Match Girl are more stringent than Baron Lavender's, Northern City Artek City.
You must roll 10 or 20 on 20-sided dice twice in a row.
The card number can be adjusted between 6 and 7. Although Rhodes cards have special rules, most of them have strict usage conditions. Only in this way can we ensure that the Rhodes competition can be full of fun while ensuring relative fairness. Like Shade's original Silver Moon, it is very rare to find a card with special rules that can be used directly after being drawn.
The Profit Association will issue no more than 3 sets of special series of cards every year.
The number of each set is variable, but there will only be a maximum of 54 special rules cards mixed in, that is, a maximum of 1 card of each card suit and number. It is even possible that there will be only 2 special cards in the entire set, and they will not go through the market but will be given directly to people who have a special relationship with the association. Therefore, it is difficult to get a card of a special series. If that card has special usage rules, you will have to have money to get it without luck. Although Baron Lavender and Baron Rwanda are richer than Shade, they don't have that much money to buy precious Rhodes cards.
But they are all Rhodes masters, relying on their card skills to win cards from friends and out-of-town Rhodes enthusiasts. This is not the first time this has happened today. The gambling game is conducted in a best-of-3 game format, and Baron Lavender and Baron Rwanda must play at least once each,
and their friends can complete the rest of the games. Because there were only 2 people participating, each party used a deck of cards to compete. Mr. Candela, a friend of Baron Lavender and working at the Prophets Association in Tobesk City, was responsible for shuffling and dealing the cards. 2 cards are dealt for the first time, and both parties decide whether to suspend or continue. In each round, one side wins 5 times. The round ends and 1 point is counted. The first side to get 2 points wins and gets the opponent's bet. Bets can be placed on the deck, so after both parties issue a Rhodes card identification certificate to prove the authenticity of the cards, the game officially begins. I have been using this deck for 5 years and have won more than 100 games for me. Baron Lavender, who was waiting for the shuffling process, leaned sideways on the stone table and said, "My deck of cards once went to the battlefield with me. Although there are no traces of it now, it has been stained with my blood." Baron Rwanda clenched his fists and retorted unceremoniously. Shade activated the life ring in his soul, used the spell, Echo of Blood, to glance at Baron Rwanda's deck, and then kept a straight face without showing any expression. The atmosphere under the great trellis reached its peak at the moment when both sides were talking harshly. Baron Lavender and Baron Rwanda both chose to play in the first game. The warm atmosphere also attracted banquet participants near the garden great trellis, but after discovering that it was a Rhodes tournament, only a few gentlemen chose to watch. Shade was forced to stand next to the stone table, but in fact he had no interest in this fancy gamble. After he memorized the rules, he paid attention to the distribution of bloodstains on the Baron of Rwanda cards, and then stopped watching the game. Even though everyone around him was nervous and smiling, he was not infected by this atmosphere. What's so fun about playing cards? Shade doesn't quite understand the thoughts of people in this world, and thinks that this is caused by cultural differences. Therefore, while I was only distractedly paying attention to the progress of the card game, my main focus was still looking around, trying to find out what the big event that the woman in my mind mentioned was about to happen. In the middle of the first game, when Baron Lavender began to sweat while holding the cards, Shade saw another group of Orthodox church members on the side path that was not illuminated by the elegant garden gas lamps and candles. The Ring Warlock team appeared. They came from the direction of Schlutch Lake. They were probably at the lake a long time ago, but Shade didn't notice it. There were only 6 people in this team, but Shade knew 3 of them. The 2 met at the entrance of the explosive silverware store not far from the Silver Parrot Milk Distribution Company. One of them was unusually strong, one had the temperament of a scholar, and the other, on the afternoon when Siada first came to this world, handed him a church leaflet where he could receive relief food. "This is the Ring Warlock of the Church of War and Peace, of the true God, Peace Father." Shade looked away from the group of people to prevent them from being discovered. Although the ring wizards also noticed the crowd gathering under the great trellis, they did not go this way. Instead, they walked around the inconspicuous garden path to the courtyard in front of the manor. Now 2 teams of ring warlocks have appeared, probably from different churches. What will happen? He was thinking to himself, and then he was startled by the exclamations of the men around him. It turned out that Baron Rwanda had drawn the special card, Ancient Fairy Tale Matchgirl. Of course, both parties who came to the Rhodes competition brought dice. Although Baron Rwanda rolled 13 for the first time, which meant that he could not use the special rules, this still made the onlookers extremely excited. The Baron himself was quite proud of himself. This is something that Shade can't understand. After all, he didn't trigger the rules at all. Baron Rwanda continued this good luck and defeated Baron Lavender with 5 first wins in the first game. The latter pursed his lips and looked in a bad mood, but when he stood up, he forced out a fake smile and praised the other party for his good card skills. His funny expression made the joyful atmosphere under the grape trellis even more intense. Although Baron Rwanda won, he did not choose to continue playing the game himself. Instead, he asked his friend Mr. Sick, a local factory owner who ran a flower factory, to compete. Similarly, Baron Lavender also invited his friend, Sir Thorol, a gardening artist who worked as a garden manager at Cold Spring Palace. These 2 are their true friends, who have appeared many times in the past, not hired friends like Shade. The game started again, and Baron Lavender was extremely nervous because he had already lost a game. But the garden artist was so laid back that he even held a toothpick in his mouth and twirled his mustache while explaining that he was quitting smoking. At this time, night has completely fallen, and 3 moons hang high in the night sky. The lighting under the grape trellis is mainly provided by the elegant gas lamps in the garden and the candlesticks fixed on the table. Under the warm yellow light, the Rhodes players squinted at their hands, and the men watching were also looking forward to every draw. Only the bored Shade was not attracted by this card game. He looked at the purplered grapes hanging on the grape trellis and wondered if the owner of Lakeview Manor would mind if the guests took away some of these plump fruits privately. Speaking of which, can cats eat grapes? Shade's thoughts diverge very quickly, but his main focus is still on observing whether there is anything strange nearby. While looking around, I saw two middle-aged gentlemen in black formal suits passing by the garden path next to the grape trellis, holding wine glasses. They talked about psychiatry, roughly whether hitting someone on the back of the head with a holy silverware could cure more serious mental illnesses. Shade saw Dr. Schneider, the same Dr. Schneider, holding a wine glass. While chatting with friends, I accidentally glanced under the grape trellis and caught a glimpse of the youngest detective in the group. The moment the two sides looked at each other, both Dr. Schneider and Shade's eyes widened. Shade even read the meaning of "why are you here" from each other's eyes. When Shade asked about his attire, he did tell the doctor that he had to attend a more formal dinner recently due to a commission from the firm, but he did not mention that it was a dinner at Lakeview Manor, and the doctor did not ask him where he was going, probably didn't think Shade would show up in this place. He wanted to leave the card table and go to the doctor, but the doctor shook his head sternly at Shade. At the same time, the conversation with his friend about the difference between silverware and goldware did not stop. They passed by the grape trellis in this way. There were also friends of Dr. Schneider's companions at the card table, and they greeted each other a few words. The doctor did not have any conversation with Shade. Instead, he used his hands to perform a series of relatively complex movements very covertly. After confirming that Shade could see clearly, he left with his companions. But what do those gestures mean? Shade stared at the grapes hanging from above and thought in confusion. Although he saw it clearly, he didn't understand it at all. He didn't understand sign language or cues, and it was useless no matter how clear Dr. Schneider's signs were. However, now that Mrs. Lasoya of Mercury Blood, the Ring Warlock team of the Righteous God Church, the High-Evil Warlock that Lady of Unknown Rank, and Dr. Schneider have all appeared in Lakeview Manor, what exactly is going on here? What will happen? After playing cards, try to find the doctor. Will Miss Louisa and Priest August be here too? The second game of Rhodes between the gardening artist Sir Solar and the flour mill owner Mr. Sick was obviously more interesting than the first game between the two barons. The two were almost locked in a stalemate where you win a round and I win a round. By the end of the fight, both of them had sweat on their foreheads. And when the second game ended with 44, not only the participants, but also the onlookers did not dare to take a big breath. I won this round. Sir Solar used the face-up flower 12 to pick up the backup cards, took a long breath, and turned the sun 9-inch to the front. Mr. Sick, who was sitting opposite him, sighed deeply and turned his clothes over on his back. Lien Shade couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Mr. Thick's face-up card didn't matter, because his backup card turned out to be the queen. In the rules of Rhodes card competition, once one party draws a queen or king, the cards must be suspended. Although the other side can continue to draw cards, unless they can finally get exactly 21 points, they will be the losers in any situation. And if both sides draw a king and a queen, and compare the size of the other card under the same situation, the king will be greater than the queen in different situations. If a player holds both the king and the queen in his hand, he automatically wins, but this situation is only possible when the cards are dealt. Therefore, Mr. Thick drew the queen, but lost to Sir Solal's blackjack. This kind of card game was enough for people to talk about it for months. Sir Lavender's face was glowing and he stretched his head to look at the cards on the stone table. He slapped Sir Solar's shoulder heavily with his hand, almost knocking out the toothpick that Sir was holding. Both players stood up and left, and compared to the atmosphere in the first game, the atmosphere at this time was obviously much better. Sir Solar and Mr. Thick had no conflict of interest. They shook hands in a friendly manner, and the latter continued to express his regrets. So the game became a win-win game for each player, and the final choice was particularly important. Baron Rwanda, who seemed very shrewd, decided to play again. Baron Lavender thought carefully, and finally took out a deck of cards and asked his friends to each draw one card. Finally, for some reason, the King's Summer was drawn. Da comes on. Now even Siada was speechless, but this kind of luck is already a bit strange. But Baron Rwanda had something to say. He was a bit shorter than his friends around him. After sitting down in advance, he looked more like a glowing potato. Lavender, we have agreed to play fair. We will invite our respective friends, not the Rhodes masters who have paid for them. Otherwise, this game will be meaningless. He did not directly say that there was something wrong with Shade, but he obviously did not approve of Shade, a stranger, playing against him. Yes, this young detective is my friend. We had a great chat just now. Baron Lavender said without changing his expression. Shade took the opportunity to hand his few remaining business cards to the somewhat short Baron. After the latter saw the address of number 6 St. Teresa Square, he was like the others. Somewhat surprised, he put the business card away seriously. You see, I'm a native of Torbesque, not a Rhodes player from out of town. If I were a very powerful player, you wouldn't have heard of me. Oh, Baron, if you don't believe it, I can tell you I swear to God, I am definitely not a master of Rhodes. Shade said seriously. Baron Rwanda still looked at him suspiciously, but he still nodded to indicate that the game could begin. But before Mr. Candela of the Profit Association could start shuffling the cards, Baron Rwanda said to Baron Lavender, since Detective Hamilton is your friend, why not give him my bet after he wins, and I will give you £20 as another bet. Baron Rwanda was all smiles. Since you're friends, I guess this must be okay? You don't need to up the ante. Although £20 is a lot of money, it is not as valuable as the ancient fairy tale match girl. According to the market price that Shade knows, once the match girl, with special rules, can be found to find a suitable buyer to sell, its value will not be less than £50. This is a true collection of rich people. Of course Baron Lavender doesn't want to agree, and there is no reason to agree to such a request now. But when he saw everyone looking at him, his heart skipped a beat, and the issue of face suddenly took over. He raised his head and said, of course, Detective Hamilton is my friend, and if he wins the bet shall be his, and your £20 will go to Sir Solol. As he spoke, he patted Shade heavily on the shoulder, who had already sat down. Shade understood that Baron Lavender would definitely take the cards over afterwards, but he would pay a sum of money as compensation. I don't have any objection either, Shade said, and Sir Solol, who was standing aside watching the game, nodded indifferently. So the third game officially began, and the deck was still the deck of the two barons, so after the shuffling, Shade, who had a faint red light in his right eye, roughly knew the contents of the opponent's first two cards. Of course, it was impossible for him to remember the bloodstains on all 54 cards, but after using the spell, Echo of Blood, not only did he have a keen observation of the subtle bloodstains, but his memory of the bloodstains was also strengthened, so he dared to confidently think that the bloodstains were roughly no. The opponent's first two cards are 10 and 9. There is a high probability that they will not ask for more cards, Seada thought to himself, seeing that his up card was Sun 1, and when he turned over his whole card, it was Star 9. He stretched out his hand to signal Mr. Candela to continue giving cards, and it turned out to be Moon 11. No, this luck is definitely not right. What happened? He was horrified at the blackjack in his hand, but on the surface he just shrugged and tried to keep his face calm. Except for Baron Rwanda, the other people watching had already begun to congratulate him. In the second round, Shade saw that the opponent's first two cards totaled 11, and the third card directly exceeded 21, so the two cards in his hand totaled 16 and gave up asking for cards. The expression on the opposite side of Baron Rwanda was already wrong. In the third round, Shade couldn't remember clearly what the opponent's card was, but when he saw that his bright card was the king, he was horrified again and almost couldn't help but check his surroundings. Because the open card was king, I didn't touch the whole card again. Baron Rwanda, on the other hand, was not lucky enough to draw the king and queen, nor was he lucky enough to draw 21 points, so he lost again. In the fourth round, Shade's bright card is the queen. Are you tampering with me? Even he couldn't help but ask the voice in his head. The Ring Warlock's other self cannot interfere with reality. But you're not the usual case. I am special because of you, and I cannot directly interfere with reality. And even if I could, why should I interfere with the game? The murmuring voice answered in my mind, still so sweet. Shade also thought that the other party was not that boring, so he believed what he said, but Baron Rwanda obviously did not believe Shade. He gasped for air, looked at the queen on the table amid the excited discussions of the people at the table, and it took him a long time to ask to recheck Baron Lavender's deck. After the inspection, another person shuffled the fifth round of cards. The original shuffler, Mr. Candela, who was under suspicion, was very unhappy and stood sulking under the grape trellis. Detective, I don't care if you are lucky or otherwise, at least I won this time. After only getting two cards, Baron Rwanda said, opening the whole card and showing the king. Cards that have just been used cannot be added to the hand, at least not in this round. Therefore, it is impossible for Shade's deck to have a king and queen, so unless he gets 21 points, it is impossible to win this round. Shade's up card was Sun 13, and the revealed whole card was Flower 13. People immediately exclaimed in excitement, not because the young detective finally lost, but because the Flower 13 in Baron Lavender's deck was a special rules card, Northern City Artec City. According to the rules, Shade can roll a dice, and once the dice reaches 20 points, he can draw a new card. In the current state, if it were not for 20 points, he would indeed have lost this round. Of course, Shade would not play this kind of game with the 20-sided dice of destiny he held, the relic.
He twisted the one used by Baron Rwanda just now.
This was his first time coming into contact with ivory products.
The people around him immediately held their breath. Shade didn't understand their excitement. After all, even if the dice number was not 20, he was leading the third round 4-1. With a slight toss, the white ivory dice spun on the stone table. People craned their necks in unison. When the number 20 stopped upward, Shade was really worried that Baron Lavender on his left would have a heart attack due to being too excited. This matchup will be something we talk about until the end of the year. Sir Lavender, who had a beautiful mustache, trembled and said, "I haven't rolled 20 once since I got this card." Shade shrugged, not questioning the other party's bad luck. He took his next card and already knew the result in his mind without turning it over. If the card had been an 8 of any suit, I would have collected 21 and 1, but this kind of luck is definitely not right. With the dim light of the candle on the candlestick on the stone table, he tilted his head and glanced from below. He hesitated to observe the expression of his opponent, Baron Rwanda, and made sure that the opponent would not have a sudden cerebral hemorrhage before turning the sun 8 over. Maybe this game can be talked about by the Rhodes players watching on the scene until next year. "You really didn't interfere in the game?"
he asked softly again, and then it seemed like a woman was whispering in his ear. This phenomenon is very strange, because there is obviously no such space behind him. Even if I have such ability, why would I do such boring things?
But the current situation is obviously not normal.
While he accepted people's congratulations with a smile, he thought in his mind that all ring magicians are probably proficient in this kind of multitasking.
You can think about it. What is the reason that may cause such abnormal luck? Shade got the answer almost immediately. It was too obvious. He had not experienced much when he came to this world. 20-sided dice of fate? The 20 points that are thrown will definitely lead to good things? But why is the Rhodes card luck getting better? What is the connection? Moreover, the meaning of the dice must be clearly shown in front of me. This is just speculation right now. Shade's victory also meant that Baron Lavender won 2 of the 3 games.
Although he did not win the first game, he did win this Rhodes card. Although Baron Rwanda was very angry at Shade's last 8 son, he graciously followed the agreement and gave Shade the Rhodes card, Ancient Fairy Tale Match Girl, with special rules and a special card face.
Gave £20 in cash to Sir Solal. The Baron actually brought so much cash to the open-air banquet.
Although Baron Rwanda lost, he had no negative opinion of Shad. On the contrary, he shook hands with Shade enthusiastically and invited him to play Rhodes together sometime. Of course, Shade agreed perfunctorily. "I spent a lot of effort to win this card."
The Baron handed the match girl to Shade while glancing at Baron Lavender.
Baron Lavender was the previous owner of the cards, and Baron Rwanda was obviously deliberately trying to piss him off. "You must keep it well, and I hope to see it in your hands next time we play cards together. Detective Hamilton, if you don't want to keep this card and want to sell it, you must contact me first.
Even if I borrow money, I will definitely buy it."
Of course, Rhodes card enthusiasts like us cannot sell special cards at will. As he spoke, he glanced at Baron Lavender, obviously warning him that once he took this card from Shade, his reputation might be in jeopardy. The mustached Baron, who was receiving congratulations from his friends under the great trellis, raised his head slightly. "Of course, Shade, you must take good care of this card." His relationship with Shade should not be good enough to call him by name, and this sentence means that Shade will temporarily act as the card keeper for a period of time. "Of course, I will take good care of it."
Shade put the cards in his notebook and put the notebook back into his coat pocket.
Of course, Baron Lavender would not talk to Shade about Ancient Fairy Tale Match Girl at the banquet, but he wanted to invite Shade to spend the rest of the banquet together after this game. Unfortunately, Shade was still thinking about Dr. Schneider, so he could only decline the Baron and his friends. After leaving the great trellis, while thinking about his inexplicable good luck, he walked along the road that the doctor had just left. Dr. Schneider and his friend who were traveling together were heading in the direction of Lake Schlutz. It was already 7:30 in the evening, and there were many young men and women in formal suits and beautiful long skirts walking by the lake. The magical 3-round full moon and stars are reflected in the lake, and the sparkling lake surface seems to overlap with the night sky. This picture made Siada, who emerged from the flower path and suddenly came from the dark environment into the moonlight, stunned. No matter which period of his life, he had never seen such a scene. Under the cool summer night breeze, the outsiders actually had some feelings about this picture. he was walking hurriedly among civilizations, and at an accidental glance, he seemed to be about to touch the power of the great nature. In this relatively idealistic world, this wonderful feeling represents power.
Don't you want to say something?
He stood on a high place far away from the lake, looking at the calm lake reflecting the moonlight and stars, feeling the summer night wind, and could only see vaguely rolling mountains in the distance. This picture is really beautiful.
Are you expecting small feelings to gain strength? No, not to this extent yet. I'm curious, what kind of element should the power perceived from nature belong to? That is your enlightenment.
While the two were talking, the life ring in the soul rotated slightly, and brass-colored particles adhered to the life ring.
During the rotation, the elements were transformed into spirits, stimulating the enhancement of the body and soul.
Every wonderful feeling has meaning, even if it is just a humble power. Active and in-depth contact with the four elements will enhance your spirit and refine your soul and body. While looking at the lake in the distance, a whispering voice sighed softly in his ears, like a woman putting her head on Shade's shoulder and whispering. That is to say, theoretically speaking, even if I have always been a first-level warlock, if I can frequently come into contact with the four elements, can I still defeat a high-level warlock with physical strength? Shade asked, then heard the woman's laughter. The sound was quite pleasant. He might have misunderstood the connotation of his previous laughter, but this time it was definitely mocking. Outlander, you haven't understood the strongest point of the Ring Warlock system, the power of elemental spirit runes.
You still don't understand. What is that? How do you know?
My vision is different from yours, and what I see is different from yours.
So, is the sudden feeling a continuation of the luck just now? Shade still hasn't forgotten this. The result of the dice of fate will be clearly displayed in front of you.
All you need is to wait patiently.
The woman is chuckling. I thought you had noticed it. Do you remember what I said when I asked you to throw the dice?
Shade thought for a while, looked at the lake with his hands behind his back and repeated, I see interesting things for you through my vision.
Yes, at that moment, I saw someone killing you through the means of fate. Who is it?
Oh, it must be Mercury Blood.
Is this what Peter the Dwarf Mouse said about using a keeper-level relic to retaliate against failure? What did you do? Are you able to affect reality?
He was a little surprised. Of course it cannot affect the world.
But you are outside of destiny.
I just used your strange destiny to fight back with the power of that dice. You can regard this as my unique power, born from your power.
At present, this is the only power I have. This is what makes you unique. So you can help me resist all attacks from fate?
Shade frowned, actually curious about whether the other party had other abilities. It is not unusual for the other self to have some special abilities, but most of these special abilities are very weak and not worth mentioning. They are the elements of the other self as the other side of the soul passively accepting the original self and becoming a ring warlock. After the spirit is reconciled, the special function is produced.
However, the power shown by Shade's other self is really amazing.
Your power is just power, you also need tools, such as that dice. Shade nodded slightly and took a breath, still worried that someone wanted to kill him. My eyes noticed that the cruise ship on the lake in the distance was shaking slightly, but I couldn't see the people on the boat, and I didn't know what was happening.
But he had no intention of caring about that. Is this the reason for tonight's good luck? But it's still unclear. Then just wait. The person who tries to kill you will eventually appear in front of you. This is destined by the die. How can you make me believe that you are me?
But it does come from your power.
Soon you will understand that I am with you.
Walking along the side of the back garden of Lakeview Manor near the lake, I saw no trace of Dr. Schneider. When he gave up the search and wanted to return to the courtyard in front of the manor, it was probably because his good luck really continued, so we saw Priest Augustus in the maze of garden fences. The priest wears a white robe, with the holy emblem pendant of the righteous god, Mr. Dawn, hanging on his chest.
This looks like the attire of a clergyman.
When Shade saw him, the old priest was talking to an old gentleman holding a cane. The old gentleman was wearing a somewhat outdated brown suit, and the large gold ring on his finger made Shade's eyes linger for several seconds.
Because he didn't want others to find out that he was acquainted with Priest Augustus, Shade did not approach rashly.
Instead, he pretended to walk by the two of them casually, allowing Priest August to discover him on his own initiative. 10 minutes later, Shade, who was standing under the statue of a knight riding a horse and holding a sword high, successfully waited until the priest came.
Mr. Hamilton, why are you here?
Priest Augustus was surprised. He strode over, and his vigorous appearance did not suggest that he was an old man.
This matter is very complicated to explain. To put it simply, it is for roads.
This is not important.
I just saw Dr. Schneider. He immediately got down to business. What, Bill is here too?
The old priest took a few steps closer, allowing the circle of candles placed under the statue to illuminate both of them at the same time. The cool night breeze of the summer night made the candlelight sway, and the breeze blew through the grass in the garden, making a rustling sound. It was not midsummer yet, so there was no sound of silkworms chirping for the time being, and it seemed to be a very peaceful night.
Don't you know? Shade was even more surprised than Priest August. Just now I saw 2 teams of ring warlocks from the Zhengshan Church.
One team I don't recognize, and the other team is Warring Peace Church. He briefly described the characteristics of the first ring warlock team, and Priest Augustus immediately understood that it was a ring warlock team under the Church of the Sun and Earth, of the righteous God, Old Man with the Lamp. This sentence also reminded Shade that he vaguely remembered the shopkeeper in Purple Iris Lane talking about the identity of the young girl with long brown hair.
How did this happen? Is something going to happen at Lakeview Manor?
Priest August asked uneasily, looking up at the Lakeview Manor with Shade, but nothing happened now.
Maybe something is going to happen. I even saw Mr. Lawrence and his mistress Mrs. Lasoya just now.
Shade added that he thought this was the key, and therefore suspected that being able to meet so many people he knew was part of tonight's inexplicable good luck. Sure enough, saying the correct keywords allowed him to get new information from Priest Augustus, and the priest suddenly realized, I see, now I understand. Mr. Hamilton, although I am not a ring magician of the church, I can also get some information about the church's ring magicians.
You mentioned Mrs. Lawrence's plan at the study meeting yesterday.
When I went to see the doctor last night, I heard him talk about this matter.
Can you guess where Mrs. Lawrence found the magician for help? The old man asked. Shade thought for a while and asked incredulously, she found the Orthodox Church?
Yes. Priest August nodded. The aristocratic lady your former client met at the tea party once encountered mysterious events, so she knew the power of the church. She introduced Mrs. Lawrence to the church. The somewhat reckless lady, before she was sure whether Lasoya was really with a background as a ring warlock, she directly told the church her information. This was probably similar to a false alarm.
Mrs. Lawrence only wanted revenge.
Later, Lasoya's information was fully investigated, and he is a member of Mercury Blood, and the church has been looking for him for a long time.
Is Mrs. Lasoya a man?
Even though he had already guessed it, Shade still couldn't help but be speechless.
Yes, it is indeed a man.
As he spoke, Priest August also showed an awkward expression. The 6-ring warlock, whose original name is Jack Daong, is male. The ring that can achieve gender conversion, according to the intelligence, comes from the blood spirit school you mentioned. They are always good at thaumaturgy of flesh and blood, possessing a large number of strange relics. Damn it, those crazy people have all gone to the New World, and they haven't forgotten to cause trouble for us. The professors of St. Byron's once said that the ancient organization, Blood Spirit School, was hunted by the Five Gods Church. The church has known about his sneaking into Tobesk City for a long time. Some time ago, it has been suspected that he was hiding in the Lark Club, which is the place you mentioned. However, he did not expect that he could completely change his appearance, so the church has not been able to find him. As for him and Mr. Lawrence, it is unclear whether their orientation was distorted by the influence of the relic, ring, or for other reasons.
The relic can also distort its orientation? Shade asked, and the old priest showed a regretful expression. Relics may distort any human personality and thoughts, depending on the function of the relic itself. For example, if there is a relic that uses excrement to make food, then it is possible. Forget it, I can't even speak anymore.
He and Shade adjusted their expressions together, and then the priest warned the detective, now that Mrs. Lasoya and the Zhengshan Church's team have appeared, tonight is probably when the church will make the arrest. You must not get involved in this matter, it is very dangerous. But it's possible that the doctor doesn't know that the church's ring warlock team has appeared. Should we tell him? Having said this, the chatter and laughter of young girls came from the garden path opposite the statue. The old priest and the young detective immediately went around to another path behind the statue. It's possible that Bill didn't know. Priest August thought deeply, then looked at Shade. I also saw Louisa just now. I thought she was invited by chance just like me, and she must be here to help the doctor. Now that Lasoya has entered the mansion of Lakeview Manor, don't get close and go to the courtyard in front. Find Louisa and inform her of the current situation. I'll go to the mansion to find the doctor. Since he can't be seen in the garden, he should be inside already preparing to do something.
Okay, no problem. Shade nodded solemnly, and Priest August asked again, "Do you have any relics or casting materials on you?" "Some." He patted his pocket. "That's fine, but as a last resort, don't use the power of a ring warlock in front of ordinary people. Detective Hamilton, be careful. Priest August, please pay attention to your safety. Speaking of which, I seem to have good luck tonight." He wanted to get inspiration from the old man, but apparently Priest Augustus failed to understand how good Shade's good luck was. The gifts of fate have a price, detectives and ring wizards cannot rely on luck. So the two of them acted separately. Because they didn't know where things were going now, they were all in a hurry. After Shade walked out of the garden maze, he turned around the end of the path and followed the shadow of the mansion to the courtyard in front of the manor. Before he had time to look around, he was grabbed by the strong drunkard next to him. "I've seen you. Tell them, am I a deserter?" The burly middle-aged man, smelling of alcohol, forced Shade to the long table. Under the light, Shade saw that the drunk man was Captain Raids. The last time he met him at the Lucky Southern Cross Club, he was shooting 8 times in the head and trying to commit suicide to show his loyalty to the king. Being laughed at by peers. The situation this time seemed to be similar. The drunk captain somehow recognized Shade. It was more likely that he just grabbed a person and pulled him into the crowd in a daze. "Raids, what you did is ridiculous enough. Do you still want to embarrass yourself at the banquet?" Captain Raid's friend, a brown-haired man in his 30s holding a wineglass, said. He was very tall and wore a black formal suit. He smiled apologetically at Shade while speaking. Others wanted to help the innocent passerby leave Captain Raids, but they were all pushed away by the drunken officer. He was already somewhat unconscious, and his big tongue when speaking made it difficult to distinguish the words he spat out. "I'm not a coward. I really didn't want to suffer the humiliation of being captured, so I shot myself in the head. That gun was an antique I bought some time ago. I originally just brought it with me as a decoration. Want to use it." "But did you succeed in inspiring that antique pistol?" asked the man holding the wineglass. "Of course, the bullet happened to be the same type as the one I had," the drunken captain replied. Under the dim light of the candlestick, Shade noticed that his front was soaked. "How could you still be alive now that the bullet triggered it?" "How did I know? Is this God playing a joke on me? I held my head and shot 8 shots. 8 shots. The bullets actually hit the people next to me. I collapsed. I really collapsed. Oh, God, don't you want to look at me anymore?" The captain finally let go of Shade, leaning on the table and crying. Shade wanted to leave, but suddenly saw the captain put his hand into his arms, and then took out a completely black revolver. "This looks like an antique. Although it has been well maintained, the power of time will not be diminished by mortal efforts. You came into contact with whispers. Ha! Is this really a relic?" Shade thought in surprise. "Oh, why did you bring this thing to the banquet?" Captain Raid's friends hurriedly approached, fearing that the captain waving the antique gun carelessly would disturb other guests. But they were not worried about the muzzle pointing. There should be no bullets in the revolver. "Take it back quickly." People persuaded, and the captain stumbled to grab the people next to him, and then grabbed Shade before he could leave. "Sir, look, it's this thing, not me. I really shot. I pointed it at my head, but I couldn't kill myself. The enemy grabbed the gun and pointed it at me, but he gave himself." The drunk captain used force, and with a stabbing sound, he completely pulled off the right sleeve of Shade's formal suit. Shade was originally immersed in Captain Raid's magical story, but now he couldn't react for a moment, and kept thinking about how expensive this dress could be. Captain Raids' friends finally couldn't bear it anymore. They worked together to control the drunk captain and seized his antique revolver. "Sir, I'm so sorry." One of them apologized to Shade, popped up the bullet chamber to confirm that there was indeed no bullet inside, and then handed the cold antique in his hand to Shade. "Raids is really drunk. Take this gun as compensation for your clothes. Sir, don't refuse in a hurry. We think that by keeping this gun away from Raids, maybe he can come out as soon as possible. We were not laughing at him just now. He talked about it again when he was drunk. Who can explain this kind of thing clearly?" The other party didn't even give Shade a chance to refuse, and thrust the revolver into him. "Sir, if you are not satisfied with this compensation, I will leave you an address where Raids is temporarily rented. You can go to his apartment tomorrow and use this gun in exchange for more compensation." Shade couldn't refuse and had no choice but to put the gun away. Looking down at the gun in his hand, his fingers actually touched the raised and imperceptible lines on the surface of the gun body, and interpreted them as words, which meant the gun of kindness. It took him a long time to nod his head, wondering what happened to his luck tonight.
Then he got the address of Captain Raids, and talked with a group of people about courage and loyalty, and then continued to look for Miss Louisa. Of course, you can't wear formal clothes, but wearing a white shirt is not particularly rude. But what exactly is the purpose of this gun?
Does it definitely miss it?
He wrapped the revolver in a coat with one sleeve missing and thought as he walked. But after all, it is something for free.
Shade likes such free items and plans to ask about the St. Byron's Library next Saturday.
Just now, when Shade was playing Rhodes under the grape trellis in the garden, the host of this summer open-air banquet, the youngest son of Earl Crown, had already appeared in the courtyard. It was already dark now, but the atmosphere of the party was still good. People gather in small groups, and young men and women go to the garden together amid the ridicule of their peers. Even if you don't like the atmosphere here, you can still enjoy the night alone with a glass of wine.
Lakeview Manor was so big that Shade walked around but didn't see Miss Louisa.
But while looking at the manor house at the table, worried about Dr. Schneider and Priest Augustus, he suddenly glanced and saw a girl with blonde hair passing by near the stables on the side of the courtyard. The stables of the manor were in the corner of the courtyard. It was not a banquet venue, so no candles were lit and the gas lamp was not turned on. It was dark nearby, and ordinary guests would not go there unless they wanted to do something private and undisturbed. There was more than just Miss Louisa with blonde hair, but Shade thought that the back he saw just now was very similar to that of the writer, so he avoided the nearby site and followed her. The manor itself is connected to the Earl's horse farm, and most of the stables inside the manor are prepared for the manor's own passenger carriages. After leaving the banquet area illuminated by candlelight and gas lamps, darkness fell around Shade, giving him an inexplicable creepy feeling. But this feeling soon disappeared, because he was choked by the choking smell of the stable. It turned out that the stables were built against the wall and deliberately away from the courtyard for this reason. He felt like his eyes were about to shed tears. The young stranger had never been in contact with a stable, so he naturally did not expect such a situation. He listened to the woman's laughter in his head and held on to the innermost wall of the courtyard. His tears were blurred and he didn't know if he should get closer. The courtyard without lights is already dark, and coupled with the unstoppable tears, even if someone is standing 10 steps away from him, Shade will most likely not be able to see. It's really bad.
This body seems to have night blindness.
He couldn't help but think that when he looked at the open-air banquet venue in the distance, he could only see a blur of yellow light. Looking at the stables not far away, although I didn't believe that a lady like Miss Louisa would approach such a place, I still cautiously took a few steps forward.
Although this body suffers from night blindness, its hearing is quite good. He stood by the outer wall of the stable and held his breath, and then he really heard the sound inside. It was a man and a woman talking, but Miss Louisa was obviously not there. Now that they are here, Shade wants to hear what they are talking about. This is of course not that he is eavesdropping on the dating of men and women in a bad way. After all, even if it is a date, he will not come to a place with such a smell. This is not the countryside with nowhere to go, the dense grass in the garden of Lakeview Manor. The park at Shirley, the cruise ship next to Ye Lake, is a better open-air bed for couples. Jenny, are you sure there are really people from the Parliament in Tobesk?
It was the voice of a man, who sounded about the same age as Dr. Schneider. His voice was dull, as if his throat had been injured, and his accent was not native to Tobesk.
Parliament? Political conspiracy?
Shade thought to himself. Whether it is the Kingdom of Delarian in the north or the United Kingdom of Cassandric in the south, driven by the steam industrial revolution, they have completely emerged from feudalism and even slavery.
The political system here is similar to that of the Western countries in the Shade world. Although the royal family still holds absolute power, the nobles have also formed a parliament.
Yes, there is definitely a great witch from the witch council in Tobesk City, and even the Orthodox Church is not aware of this. This is information I almost sacrificed my life for. Absolutely. Shade did not continue to listen, but covered his mouth and left carefully. The word witch used by Miss Jenny just now has a special usage in the Delarian language. This word only refers to female spellcasters of the Fifth Age. The Fifth Age is the era of witches. Only women can become spellcasters, and the witch emperors are divided into separate kingdoms. As the Fifth Age ended inexplicably, all the 13 most powerful witch emperors died, and the Sixth Age officially began. Shade had never heard Dr. Schneider and others mention the organization Witches' Council, but after thinking about it, he understood that any organization that dared to name itself in this way either didn't understand anything, or it was really related to the Fifth Age. Related to those spellcasters. That's why Shade slipped away immediately. He would not participate in something like this that could tell there was big trouble at the first sight. The young detective longed for a peaceful life. Besides, there was an orange cat named Mia at home who needed his care for the time being, so he couldn't just die casually. However, this kind of large-scale open-air banquet is really dangerous, and all kinds of people may show up. Shade thought as he returned to the long dining table of Lakeview Manor, but instead of getting any more food, he carefully sniffed the cuffs of his shirt, feeling that his clothes were also stained with the smell of horse manure. After walking around the manor again, there was still no trace of Miss Louisa. Instead, they met Viscount Lavender and his party, but Shade did not join their discussion about the card game under the great trellis. Due to Priest August's instructions, Shade did not dare to enter the Lakeview Manor easily, so he thought of returning to the garden to try his luck. It was getting late at night, but only a few guests left. The garden area behind the manor house, which is much larger than St. Teresa Square, seems to be even more secluded than when Shade left. His footsteps also slowed down a bit. After entering the garden, he did not dare to pick up the flowers or grass for fear of disturbing others. Unknowingly, I returned to the great trellis again, but at this time, the stone table where everyone was playing cards had been occupied by a young poet who was crying while holding a wineglass. Shade had seen him at the long table in the courtyard before the sun had completely set, when the poet was trying to strike up a conversation with a young girl who was alone.
You have been exposed to blasphemy. What?
I wanted to go around the great trellis, but unexpectedly, a voice suddenly appeared in my head. The blasphemy element is mostly related to evil gods. Dr. Schneider said that once you come into contact with this element, the right thing to do is turn around and run away. Shade also wanted to turn around and run away, but there was another person in front of him. The tearful poet didn't seem to notice Shade walking nearby.
Is the bard a ringmancer?
He continued to move forward, asking uneasily in his heart.
No.
Shade breathed a sigh of relief, sighing in his heart that the other me was so useful, and at the same time, his steps became easier. He didn't look around, but walked straight under the great trellis. When he was completely away from this area, he relaxed and stopped holding the flower bed. Just now, he was really worried that a pair of hands would suddenly drag him into the darkness.
Is there something hidden under the great trellis?
Oh, it seems we can't run around anymore, otherwise something will really happen now. Tonight's weird luck was really hard to understand. Shade thought it was best for him to find a safe place and stop running around. After calming down, he looked around.
This was actually the maze area of the garden.
The garden maze built using fences and bushes makes it easy for people not to get lost, but once you walk in rashly, you will definitely not be able to get out without spending some time.
Shade looked at his pocket watch.
It had been almost an hour since he parted with Priest August. He didn't know if he would be able to play a role in the next big thing, but at least he couldn't sit here all night. Continue walking forward and turn left when you encounter a fork in the road between a fence and a tree wall. Not long after I heard the conversation, I felt happy and thought about following the others out, but I stopped when I heard the content of the conversation. Nightingale, do you understand?
You are not a gray-headed eagle. How can we who are hiding in Tobesk City not be afraid of MI6? How dare you contact me here? Everything is just for the glory of Kassenric. Wait, did I hear someone approaching? Spies from the United Kingdom of Kassenlik?
I have met countless acquaintances, frustrated officers, strange ring magicians, and foreign spies this night.
What kind of crazy night is this? Did the Rhodes card just now ruin the whole day? My luck is overdrawn? How does the 20-point dice affect me?
He turned around and left, unwilling to be involved in such trouble.
Turn right at the next intersection and soon heard footsteps again.
The footsteps this time were very dense, and it was obvious that there were more than just one or two people.
Now Shade was relieved and walked quickly forward.
Then he turned at the end of the hedge and saw a team of ring warlocks under the Church of the Sun and Earth.
Shade had seen them at the beginning of the banquet. There were dozens of people in the group, and now there were many of them.
He was also surprised by the young man who suddenly appeared from the corner. The strong man at the head looked like a captain. He looked at Shade, and then suddenly asked, "Sir, why did you attend the dinner at Lakeview Manor?" It was obviously an ordinary narrative in ordinary language, but Xiada had the urge to blurt out the thoughts in his heart.
The power of a ring warlock.
Fortunately, he didn't expect that I am not an ordinary person. While thinking in my heart, I didn't suppress the urge to tell the truth, because the truth doesn't matter, for playing Rhodes, of course. He spoke without thinking, but immediately after he finished speaking, a deliberately fake look of surprise appeared on his face.
What kind of power is this?"
As he spoke, he covered his mouth and backed away.
Shade thought that maybe he was really good at acting.
The captain of the ring warlock team, the man who looked quite strong, looked at Shade, then took a step forward, patted his shoulder in a friendly manner, and looked into his eyes at close range. The eyes of this middle-aged man were brown. "Sir, forget you've ever met us and do what you're supposed to do." Shade felt slightly dizzy. "Pretend to be confused." The murmuring voice prompted Shade to immediately narrow his eyes and shake his body clockwise like a Rollipoli. He thought his disguise was ridiculous, but the ring magicians of Church of the Sun and Earth obviously believed it. So he ignored Shade and hurried past him with a group of people. Shade noticed that the youngest girl with long brown hair in the team glanced at him as she passed him, but did not recognize that Shade had met her in front of the pet store a few days ago. He left in a hurry. Shade still maintained that ridiculous look, and did not leave until he was sure that he could not hear the footsteps of the Ring Warlock team. Luck seems to have suddenly turned bad. Whether it was the eavesdropping near the stables, the encounter with spies from other countries just now, or the encounter with the Ring Warlock from the Zhengshan Church here, is this the price of good luck? However, meeting the captain that's a good thing. Xiada was thinking in his heart, but the woman in his heart asked, why can't these be part of good luck? What's so good about these things? He asked in confusion, lowering his head and walking hurriedly along the courtyard path illuminated by the elegant brass gas lamp. Suddenly someone tapped him on the back. Shade thought that bad luck was coming again, but when he turned around, he saw the smiling blonde writer Miss Dorothy Louisa. She wore a beautiful long dress, but the style was relatively conservative, and the pleats on the skirt were decorated with white lace accessories. Oh, that must be good luck. If it weren't for the fact that the two parties were not familiar with each other, Shade would have wanted to hug her. What good luck? What do you smell like? The blonde writer asked with a smile, his green eyes looking up and down at Shade, wondering why he was wearing a shirt and holding his coat. Shade thought there was still a lingering smell of horse manure, so he patted his clothes in embarrassment. Detective, why are you here? By coincidence, I just met Luvia. She actually came back from Kasenlik yesterday, but she just didn't go to our study meeting. Let me introduce you to her. Shade thought for a moment in confusion. Luvia? Who is that? Oh, it's Miss Luvia Anat. Miss Luvia Anat is the only ring sorcerer in Dr. Schneider's team who has not met Shade. Sanoan, whose job is to be a staff member of the Prophet Association, is a jointly trained student of St. Byron's Comprehensive College and the Prophecy Association. Let's talk about this later, there are more important things now. The two of them left the lighted courtyard path together and entered the dimly lit grass on the side. Shade briefly talked about his encounters with various strange characters tonight, skipped the Rhodes card part, and then talked about the conversation with Priest August an hour ago. Priest August said that the church is very likely to close the net tonight and arrest Mrs. Lasoya of Mercury Blood, that is, Jack Dion. The priest asked me to inform you to leave as soon as possible, and don't do it for fake virtue, stone, adventure. When Miss Louisa heard this, her expression became serious. Tonight is really not the right time to do anything, but you are really lucky. When the Zhengshan Church's Ring Warlock team goes out for operations, they usually avoid ordinary people. You actually encountered them 3 times in one night. Detective, you never go near the mansion. Since you and the priest will be separated for an hour, then, Dorothy. They all heard someone whispering Miss Louisa's name. They looked towards the courtyard path under the gas lamp and saw a young lady wearing a blue dress and short brown hair, walking away with 2 glasses of wine. Come. Inexplicably, Shade understood that this woman who looked slightly older than him was the fortune teller Luvia Anat. The last member of the Ring Warlock team finally appeared. Instead of being happy, he thought in surprise, wait, they're all here? Oh, what on earth is going to happen? The fortune teller with short brown hair also caught sight of the 2 people in the shadows. He was stunned for a moment, but did not walk into the grass. Miss Louisa's dress is relatively simple, but Miss Anat's dress cannot be scratched by the grass, the champagne you wanted. She smiled and said to Miss Louisa, and then looked at Shade as if she were looking at a rare animal. Detective Hamilton? Good evening. You were mentioned in the doctor's letter. It turns out that the doctor has really found a new gifted person. Did he use some rare relic to overdraw his luck? Several people's evaluations of Dr. Schneider were surprisingly unanimous. After greeting each other, Shade once again briefly told what happened tonight. Miss Anat, the fortune teller, was not as surprised as Miss Louisa. If that's the case, I actually have something to say. She seemed a little too calm. Anything else? Miss Louisa asked hesitantly. Actually, I shouldn't have said it. This is information from the Prophet Association. According to regulations, we cannot tell other people, but everyone is here, and I can't put you in danger. That's it, don't you think so? Don't you want to know the reason why Mrs. Lasoya attended the banquet as mentioned by the detective?
Is it really that she was deeply affected by the relic ring and just came here to accompany his lover?
Miss Anat's index finger tapped the glass goblet between her thumb and slender middle finger.
What's that for? Shade already had a bad premonition.
Under this inexplicable luck, if something important didn't happen, it would be a shame for this wonderful night. If you want to use the Sage level, Level 2, Relic, God's Gift Box, to synthesize the Angel level, Level 1, Relic, Mercury Blood, you need more powerful materials to support it. Lasoya attended the banquet just for it. One piece. Mercury Blood plans to call the evil god, Lord of the Blood Feast, in the mansion of Lakeview Manor. They need the power given by the evil god. Lord of the Blood Feast? Miss Louisa said in surprise. Evil god? Coming? Shade didn't even know what expression to make. The night the professors arrived home, he heard about the name of this evil god and knew about the cooperation between the cultists and Mercury Blood. I just didn't expect that Mercury Blood would actually call him, and it would be tonight. Miss Luvia remained calm. She seemed to think the situation was still under control. I just learned that when I went to bring champagne, the association sent me information and asked me to leave here as soon as possible. But don't worry, the ritual of calling the evil god will only take effect at 11 o'clock sharp, and I'm afraid the Righteous God Church will also get it. The news is out, a warlock above level 10 should be here soon. Shade took out his pocket watch. It's 10:20 tonight. Dorothy, I will enter the mansion with you and bring out the priest Augustus and the doctor. Detective, you stay here. Leaving hastily may arouse suspicion, but do not go near the mansion. According to the intelligence, the cultists mainly go the members of the Mercury Blood, who entangled the Ring Warlock team of the Church of the Righteous God and came to execute the plan. In addition to the Silver Light Rothode you mentioned, there was also a high-level person called the Heart Collector High-Level Magician. Be careful. The short brown soothsayer raised her slender white neck, drank the champagne in her hand with her red lips, and then with a stab, tore off the hem and petticoat of her dress, turning this expensive dress into a regular skirt for easy movement. Miss Louisa also nodded, raised her hands to tie her long blonde hair, which she had carefully taken care of, behind her head, and then stepped hard on the heels of her high heels. Miss Louisa turned to look at Shade. Detective, remember, do not approach the mansion under any circumstances tonight. If we all die, you will be responsible for informing the Academy of the situation. Is this a possibility? He was slightly worried. It is commonplace to always consider all possibilities, and we cannot but save doctors and priests. Detective Hamilton, Luvia Anat, a fortune-teller with short brown hair, stared at Shade, and then Shade noticed that this lady's eyes were actually light purple. The purple color is so stunningly beautiful that it gives the illusion of falling deeply into it. Although purple eye color can occur naturally, it is extremely rare. Note I am a soothsayer. Destiny is giving me revelations, and the other me is also giving me warnings. I see an abnormal trajectory of fate in you. Something big will happen tonight, so please be careful. In this way, Shade watched the two ladies leave in a hurry. This feeling of sending a woman to the battlefield and being powerless is really uncomfortable. I'm still too weak and can't do anything. Looking at their beautiful backs, Xiade couldn't help but think in his heart. But before the woman's voice in her heart expressed her opinion, she thought that she had forgotten to mention that there was a blasphemy element related to the evil god near the Great Trellis. Could it be that that's the point of the ceremony? According to records in history textbooks, the Ring Warlock system was only formed in the middle to late 5th era. Unlike the thaumaturgy and incantation that only exist in the contemporary Ring Magician system, ritual is an occult content that has existed since ancient times and can play a role in both past and modern power systems. However, in the 6th Age, due to the convenience of thaumaturgy and incantation, ritual science gradually declined, with only a few people still studying it. But this does not mean that rituals are useless. Although rituals require preparation in advance, generally require huge consumables and meet stringent conditions, the role of large-scale rituals is usually irreplaceable. Just like calling the evil god to come, no thaumaturgy or incantation can do it. This requires ritual. And since it is a large-scale ceremony, it will never only exist on a table or in a room. If the information from the Prophet Association is correct and Mercury Blood is really that crazy, then the scale of the ritual to call upon the evil god is entirely possible, covering a small area from the Lakeview Manor mansion to the garden. Perhaps I could try to disrupt the ceremony's arrangements in the garden. Shade immediately found the point and was happy that he might be able to play some role without taking risks. He has already seen a relatively friendly old god in the past time and space, and does not want to see the evil god in the current time and space. When he returned to the Great Trellis, the young poet at the stone table had already left. Now there is only a middle-aged man in a burgundy fashionable formal suit, sitting at the table and reading a small book in his hand with one hand. Shade walked over, trying to find some excuse to let the middle-aged man leave so that he could find a way to destroy the ceremony. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man actually put down his book, looked at him with a smile, and spoke first. "I've been waiting for you for a long time."
Not a Tobesque accent, it's not local. Wait for me? Sorry, sir, do we know each other?
Shade said in surprise. He was still some distance away from the stone table under the grape trellis, but he had already stopped. "Is it a ring warlock?" I asked in my heart, and the woman's voice also gave the answer. "Yes, the level is quite high." His heart seemed to have stopped beating for a moment, but Shade showed no panic on his face. "I think you must have the wrong person." After saying that, he wanted to turn around and leave, but was stopped by the man. The smiling expression was still on his face, but Shade felt the danger of his scalp going numb, as if he was facing a shotgun that was about to be activated. The other party's malice is no longer concealed. "No, I didn't find the wrong person, it was you. Although I don't know your name, your identity, your occupation, or your address, I am indeed looking for you." He pulled up the sleeve of his left hand, showing his black left arm that looked like it had been burned. "Have I used up the good luck I gave you?
It's a gift from fate, and now I'm going to receive my reward. Sir, I actually know a very good psychiatrist. Do you want me to introduce him to you?" Even though he was horrified, Shade still asked politely.
The man in a burgundy formal suit across from him is most likely the Mercury Blood ring warlock that Miss Anat mentioned just now. Just when he heard the news, he turned around and was caught. His luck seemed to have really run out. But there was no panic. Shade knew what he was going to do. "No, I'm just looking for you, this book told me." The man shook the small book in his hand towards Shade. The book was only palm-sized.
Small books of this size were usually used by people traveling for entertainment.
The cover of the book looks like crumpled leather, with nothing on it except the title and a sentence. The title and sentences were in a language that of course Shade had never seen before, but he still interpreted it. "The Puppet Operator's Playbook." Perhaps people think they can control their destiny, but they don't know that everything is already in their destiny.
"Do you need me to introduce you?"
The middle-aged man shook the book in his hand. He was still sitting at the stone table, at least 10 steps away from Shade at the edge of the grape trellis, but Shade did not dare to escape at all. "Our partner, Blood Spirit School, has not sent anyone here for the time being. They only sent the angelic relic, the puppet operator's script, they found from the delivery room. Of course, this is not a complete script, just divided. A part of the script that can be used 10 times, I think it is classified as a keeper level. It is said that this was written by a crazy puppeteer in the chaotic era of the Fourth Age, but the parts that people get are all blank. In a very strict under certain conditions, you can use your own blood to write content on the page and pay a price, thereby affecting reality." He explained like a talker, looking at Shade with his eyes, and Shade looked at his blackened left arm. The detective wanted to retreat, but the numbness in his scalp kept him from moving.
"Don't you believe it?
Although the people from Blood Spirit School have not arrived yet, it is enough to have this. It is fate that favors Mercury Blood, and our goal will definitely be achieved. Maybe you think that the synthesis of Mercury Blood it's crazy, but with this, it's not unreal, it's very convenient for finding things. This is consistent with old John's information, and the stingy shop owner's information is actually completely correct." The man motioned for Shade to sit across from him, but Shade did not move. "So, what does this have to do with me?" He felt his head running wildly, thinking of ways to escape. The man was still chattering, as if he had been preparing these words for a long time. "Not long ago, the statue of the old god vampire Duke Lol, which was one of the necessities for the synthesis of Mercury Blood, was stolen.
We tried to retrieve the statue through the pages of the script, but we did not expect that the statue would remain intact.
Some are too strong and are not affected by the incomplete script at all, and the short mousepeter also died because of the search. So, I wanted to take a step back, find and punish the guy who discovered the statue, but in a rare case, when I wrote the ending of Death for You, I actually failed to write it."
Shade heard the woman in his heart laughing.
The man in a burgundy formal suit waved his blackened left arm to Shade. "When I was about to finish writing that sentence, a drop of blood accidentally dripped from the wound on my finger during the writing process, changing the written words. The relic did not accept alterations, so it automatically modified the smeared part to become 'Please pay the price for me,' so that before midnight tonight, you will seem to be favored by the old god of fate. Among the 5 righteous gods, no one has destiny as their main priesthood. Therefore, the gods of destiny commonly referred to by ring magicians are old gods that have fallen. The smile on his face became distorted. It was a kind of hatred that turned into hatred after a long period of hostility towards the enemy. Although Shade didn't even know this person existed a few minutes ago, the struggle between the two has lasted for several rounds. You were so lucky, young man. Can you tell me how you made that drop of blood drip? The silver-eyed man asked me to be responsible for finding the lost statue. Do you know how much I paid for you? The man's voice gradually became deep and depressed, but Shade still didn't speak. He really didn't expect that someone would hate him so deeply. I have been looking for you tonight, through the 8th chance of this book, to increase the possibility of our meeting. But you are so lucky tonight, and I am very curious, why are you running around when you come to the banquet? Although the man in the burgundy suit has a distorted expression, his confused tone is not a disguise. I set up multiple locations for you and went to look for you, but you kept moving and even ran near the stables, which made me almost fight with others. You really came to the banquet, not are you here for the race? Shade opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer. He couldn't explain this matter. While I'm here playing Rhodes, this should be your chance, right? He was panicking in his heart, but his tone remained calm. Escape seems impossible, but maybe you can use the spell, false immortality, to pretend to be dead and get away with it. But there are too many people here. For the coming ceremony of the Lord of the Blood Feast, I can't disturb the Zhengtian Church before the ceremony begins. Your luck is even so good that I almost have to when I caught you. I frequently encountered the ring warlock team of the Zhengtian Church. Young sir, do you know how much I paid for your good luck tonight? His tone suddenly became cold. He shook his sleeve to cover his blackened left arm, and looked at Shade with yellow eyes like a snake creature. Look, you came to see me after all. Luck is just luck after all, and what I have is power. Damn it, I have to see the shape of your heart in a while. Do you know how much I have paid for you? This statement made Shade feel a little numb. The man placed the small book on the stone table, and then motioned for Shade to sit across from him. Of course Shade didn't want to do this, but as the man's increasingly terrifying aura appeared, the blood-red chains seemed to be dancing behind him. The chain snaked like a snake, and the tingling feeling in his heart forced Shade to walk to another stone bench next to the stone table. The man in the burgundy suit does not look like a human being, but instead gives him a violent and dangerous feeling like a wild animal. The current situation is almost a dead end. Still too weak, the depressing atmosphere made him breathless, but there was no despair in his heart. He would never lose faith in survival until the last moment. Okay, sir, take out all the relics on your body. Take your time and don't act rashly. After Shade sat down, the man said, and then took out the pen on his chest, there are still 2 opportunities left to use the script. For you, I am willing to waste one opportunity. But I will not pay the price and let you die directly. I will make you feel greater pain. He took off the cap of his pen and wrote on the puppet operator's script, reading out the content as he wrote, as if he was reciting poetry. Oh, the person opposite, please disarm. Disarm, throw away your strength, there will be nothing left. This script is not coercive and will not let Shade do something uncontrollably. But what is written on it will definitely happen and cannot be changed, just like the invisible hand manipulates fate, which is why Shade appears under the great trellis again. With his strength far weaker than the opponent's, Shade had no choice. He had never been so hungry for power. It is not that he has not strengthened himself in the past, but after all, the outsiders have just arrived in this world. In this kind of world, we still need strength. Taking a breath to relax, and suppressing his inner uneasiness, Shade stared at the other party, and then slowly took out the pendant with the Yi vampire ring hanging on it. The other party smiled after seeing it. It turns out this was stolen by you too. But no. Shade took out the box containing the 20-sided dice of destiny. The man was slightly surprised after opening it. Is this the Secret Keeper level relic? A rare relic that can interfere with destiny? So that's it. This is how you defeated the script. It's interesting and interesting. You are actually a correspondence magician from St. Lawrence Comprehensive College? He obviously knew these relics well. Shade took out the pendant with the silver moon orb hanging on his chest. The man took a look and shook his head. What is all this nonsense? It's really weird. Shade did not continue to move. The man looked at him with a fierce look in his eyes and tapped the stone table with his right hand. Also, there is something unusual about you. The other person told me, and he won't lie to me. So Shade took out the bag of dried frog legs, which were the casting materials for the spell, Frog's Leap. It's not this, what is this? Also, are you kidding me? The man was stunned for a moment, then he tapped his fingers on the table and urged.
Shade took out the diary and showed 2 Rhodes cards, but the man didn't even look at them. Are you still a gambler? No, Rhodes cards are ordinary items. Don't you even have this common sense? Quickly, take out the things you have hidden. I know you definitely want to rely on that thing to make a comeback. Shade thought for a while and looked at him with strange eyes, which made the man in the burgundy formal suit feel a little uncomfortable. Then, Shade took out the cold antique revolver from the rolled-up formal suit with one sleeve missing. The moment he rubbed the lines on the gun with his fingertips, the outsider seemed to really see his destiny. I had a wonderful premonition in my heart, knowing that due to strange luck, the plan to use the spell, false immortality, to fake death was no longer needed. Oh? What is this? The middle-aged man in a burgundy suit didn't recognize what it was, but after touching it and checking it repeatedly, he realized that it was indeed a relic. He picked it up and looked at it. After opening the revolver magazine, there were no bullets in the 6 magazine boxes, but it only shook slightly, and the bullet actually appeared in the magazine. The middle-aged man's mouth curved into a smile. This is good. It consumes souls to automatically replenish bullets. I have always wanted to have an offensive relic, and this is just right. It seems that I have good luck tonight. What you owe me must be paid back to me after all. Ha, fate is indeed fair to everyone. The law of conservation of luck is definitely not superstition. I think you must know the function of this relic, right? It's definitely more than just replenishing bullets. That's why you want to hide until the end, hoping that I won't notice and give you a chance to pull the trigger. Shade pursed his lips, wondering if he should praise the other person's rich imagination. Maybe the man sitting opposite should become a writer like Miss Louisa. Sorry, I don't know what this revolver is used for. Shade said honestly. The man smiled. He held the gun in his right hand and heard a metallic click. His stubby fingers pressed down on the hammer. Then he slowly raised his hand and pointed the black muzzle at Shade's forehead. I used a spell to prevent gunshots from being heard. Since you don't want to say it, why don't we try it and see what effect this gun has? Do you want to die? Or tell me the answer. The circular stone table was quite large, and the pistol was raised higher than the table and did not cross the center line of the round table. A gas lamp hung on the great trellis, and the round table was illuminated by candles brought by men. The dim yellow light shone on the faces of the 2 people at the table. In that moment of silence, not a single breath of wind blew. Shade looked at the muzzle of the gun, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Even though he had his own plan, he still felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his throat, and he felt sweat flowing down his face. This fatal moment seems to be just one step away from death. This is the most critical situation since coming to this world. But among thousands of thoughts, he thought of the possibility of his own survival. My idea must be right, my idea must be right. The good luck tonight should not be over yet. He kept repeating in his mind. What is the purpose of this pistol, relic? The man asked again. Shade shook his head. In front of the man, he unexpectedly reached out his hand and twisted the 20-sided dice of destiny in the open box. The good luck generated by the puppet operator's script cannot affect the 20-sided dice of destiny. If you want to rely on your good luck at this time to make yourself roll 20 again, you don't have to do so. You can't roll 20. Luck is no match for strength. Using the script, it is indeed possible to be misled by the trap of fate, but what else can you do this time? The man said in surprise, but saw that Shade was still making an action about throwing the dice. Shade felt that his back in his shirt was already soaked. Are you ready? The murmur sounded unexpectedly. She really understood Shade. Ready. The middle-aged man in a burgundy suit saw his actions and laughed. Since you haven't given up yet, young ring warlock, farewell. When the trigger is pulled, the antique revolver fires normally before the 20-sided die of fate is thrown. In the gunshot that failed to pierce the night sky due to thaumaturgy, the brass bullet flew out from the muzzle, passing through the dim light of the gas lamp and the evening breeze of the summer garden, leaving a cyclone in the air and flying over the round table. The center line flew towards Shada's eyebrows. This was the real moment before death. Shade did not think about the people he knew in this world. Instead, he closed his eyes while holding the dice that had not been thrown. This must be. There was a strange black iron-colored aura attached to the bullet, which prevented the bullet from continuing forward. Instead, it drew a perfect arc in the air and flew backwards. What? Bang! The bullet penetrated the gunman's head, and his head exploded like a watermelon being hit hard. Red and white things sprayed in all directions, and the man's sitting body fell in the aftertaste of gunfire and the white smoke from the muzzle. Shade, whose face was sprayed with brains and blood, remained motionless. The candle was knocked down by the flying blood,
and the kerosene lamp shade on the grape rack was also coated with plasma. The lights suddenly dimmed. Shade opened his eyes and watched the smoke from the gun flying into the night sky and dissipating in the evening breeze under the grape trellis. The night wind blew by, and he exhaled a trembling breath, the spear of kindness. The evening breeze passing under the grape trellis made Shade, who had narrowly escaped death, couldn't help but tremble. Even if he was a ring warlock, his head would explode like a watermelon, and he would definitely not be able to survive. He sat there motionless and watched the scene in front of him, and the voice in his ear murmured, "I thought you would throw the dice and try to throw another 20 points to turn the situation around." "No, I won't gamble on luck. I just use the action of throwing dice to force him to shoot. Otherwise, once he becomes cautious and uses other methods to kill me, I will really go to see the god of death," said Get Up. "The last time I rolled 20, it was because of the counterattack, the puppet operator's script, so if the Blood Spirit School sends me the pages of the script again, can you still help me?" "Certainly." The woman chuckled in Shade's ear, still sweet. A stiff smile appeared on Shade's face, and his mood gradually calmed down. Still sitting there, minding his own business, he said in his heart, "I'm not trying my luck. Since it's called the gun of kindness, and it can't kill suicides, with my luck tonight, it might work in the opposite situation." "Do you have any other plans?" The original plan was to fake death, but whether the fake death can be hidden from the other party also depends on luck. After saying this, taking another deep breath and exhaling, I felt that I could control my body that was paralyzed by the fear of death. My back was actually soaked, and my body couldn't help but tremble when the summer night breeze blew. Shade stood up, feeling as if he was alive again than when he sat down a few minutes ago. Calmly and carefully, he wiped the dice with the clothes of the headless corpse and put it back into his pocket along with the ring and Silver Moon's orb. When he took back the gear of kindness in the corpse's hand, he discovered that blood had soaked through the bullet chamber of the gun, revealing a circle of small inscriptions that were not found before. "Do no harm to yourself or others." He smiled dryly. His face and half of his shirt front were now covered in blood, but he did not forget to take away the puppet operator's script on the stone table. The leather of the small book seemed to absorb blood, so it was not contaminated. Unfortunately, the first 9 pages have been used, and the previous sentences have even been blacked out in order to prevent the holder from discovering the previously used content. Shade shook his head and held the small book in his hand. He did not deal with the blood and brains on the ground and table. He dragged the headless body away from the grape trellis with one hand and turned around and walked into the maze of the garden. Being blown by the night wind, my brain was completely awake. After the feeling of panic and calmness disappeared, I thought with some sadness, I must gain strength and never gamble my life again. I want to get the afterglow of God and the power of a ring warlock. I will bless you, stranger. He grabbed the body and walked into the grass behind the hedge without continuing to walk. After all, the blood marks on the ground could not be hidden. Shade sat down next to the corpse, breathing in the smell of green grass, recovering his strength, and thinking about what he could do. He didn't know how long he sat on the grass before he heard footsteps approaching. Before he could stand up, he saw Miss Anat, who had been separated only a few dozen minutes ago, parting the fence and appearing in front of him. The female diviner with short brown hair tilted her head and looked at the headless corpse, then looked at Shade, who was wearing a shirt and his face was covered in blood, and her brows with light makeup frowned slightly. "I didn't kill anyone." Shade, who was sitting next to the body holding a gun, said that he noticed that his voice had returned to its normal state. Fear away, he now just longed for power. Miss Anat looked at the body again and raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Although he has no head, judging from his attire, this seems to be the heart collector of Mercury blood. He died in your hands. What have you done in the past 10 minutes? Has it only been 10 minutes? It's very complicated to explain. This is a story about revolvers and luck, which may be more complicated than the matter itself. If you want to hear it, I can keep it short," he said, but Miss Anat with purple eyes shook her head. "Then there's no need to talk about it for now. Something happened in the mansion and we need your help." Handing out his hand to Shade, Shade looked at the blood on his hand, not embarrassed to contaminate other people's hands, and finally shook his head and chose to stand up by himself. "Can you divine that I'm here?" he asked while looking at the mansion in the distance. In the hazy night, there seemed to be an extremely thin blood-colored halo surrounding it unknowingly. Not only that, after he turned on the echo of blood, he actually found traces of bleeding in the air. This was a blood mist that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. The Lakeview Manor house seemed to be wrapped in a huge bloody cocoon. In his special field of vision, he seemed to see a huge and deep shadow crawling above the mansion, and a blood-colored blurred light pillar connected to the depths of the night sky that had darkened at some point. With a muffled groan, he immediately turned off the spell. His head was buzzing just from the mere glance. He was very familiar with this feeling. It was the breath of God. The power generated by the ritual itself was already amazing enough. No, the smell of blood here is too strong. I came to try my luck. Originally, I wanted to catch a cat to help me. Detective, now put on the clothes of a corpse and put on this mask.
I don't have time for you.
Flushed. The burgundy formal suit of the headless corpse is not obvious even if it is stained with blood, and the mask is a wooden instrument formed by twisting the branches after Miss Anat caressed the flowers.
It has an ordinary shape and is tied to the head with a straw rope. Has the evil god arrived?
Shade asked, feeling the beating speed of his heart. Looking at the mansion with the naked eye, he could only see darkness shrouding it. Deep and mysterious, Lakeview Manor seems to have completely changed at this moment.
Not yet, we encountered that Mrs. Lasoya, or Sir.
The other party is a 6-level ring warlock. Now the doctor, the priest and Dorothy have trapped him, or were trapped by him.
I need help. What bad luck, he thought to himself. Shade could imagine the dangers involved in entering the mansion.
He could choose to leave, but he couldn't watch all the friends he had just met die. Now that he has become a ring warlock, he must be prepared to face danger, and he will not escape. Always escaping, sooner or later there will come a time when he cannot escape. I'll go with you. At this moment, his mood was surprisingly calm, and the corners of his mouth even subconsciously curled up in pleasure.
He knew that he had made the right choice. Even if he really died in the mansion tonight, he would not regret this decision. Miss Anat observed the detective's expression. The fortune-teller understood Shade's current mood. This is the life of a ring magician.
Once you step into the extraordinary and mysterious, you can never look back. Detective, maybe you just experienced a life and death decision not long ago, but now you have temporarily forgotten about that matter. I'm sorry, although it is very dangerous, but you are about to experience life and death with me again. You can wait until the end of tonight to tell us your story.
Will the evil god come? Also, I noticed that there are traces of rituals in the garden.
Shade asked. After changing clothes and putting on a mask, he walked out of the grass with the heroic Miss Anat.
The latter shook her head in the moonlight, her purple eyes seemed to be shining. I don't know whether the evil god has come. We can only do what we can do.
The ceremony of the god's coming is very big, and the decoration in the garden is very peripheral. It is not important. What is important is the 3rd floor of the mansion.
Come with me, detective.
Only the headless body was left lying in the grass behind the fence. The clouds came from a distance and covered the 3 moons. The stars no longer shone. The headless body was gradually covered by shadows and blood mist.
Here again calm and peace were restored.
As Miss Anat walked through the garden, she discovered that there were no lively sounds in the manor, not even the chirping of insects on summer nights. As we got closer to the mansion, we saw the guests attending the open-air banquet falling asleep on the ground, but their lives were not in danger for the time being.
It looks like wearing a mask is no longer necessary.
Shade used Blood Echo to observe again and found that everyone had bloodlines on their bodies, but there were none on him and Miss Anat. This world is really dangerous for ordinary people. Although the ceremony has not completely started, the power has already begun to affect the surrounding areas. This is beyond the expectations of the association and the Zhangshan Church, but it is good.
There is no need to avoid ordinary people when fighting. Miss Anat explained. The closer you get to the mansion, the more you can smell the sweet smell in the air. When we actually came to the outside of the mansion, we even saw that the vines that were originally clinging to the wall actually grew blood-red monster flowers.
Miss Anat even picked 2 flowers and claimed that they were rare and extraordinary materials. There was no peace in the mansion as Shed hid behind the hedge thinking about life and waiting for things to be over. Although Mrs. Lasoya of Mercury Blood was accidentally trapped by the doctor and others, and the man in the burgundy suit was seeking revenge from Shade, in addition to this organization, believers of the evil god, Lord of the Blood Feast, also entered the Lakeview Manor. Moreover, the cultists are actually responsible for the main part of the ceremony of the coming of the evil god, and the blood of Mercury only provides assistance.
One party longs for the evil god's things, and the other longs for the evil god's coming. It's like each gets what he needs.
The ring magicians of the Zhangshan Church first came into contact with the cultists, who triggered the ritual in advance when they saw that something was not going well. Dr. Schneider, on the other hand, took one step ahead and contacted Mrs. Lasoya directly. After all, he only knew that this guy of unknown gender was a member of Mercury Blood. Because of this accident, Dr. Schneider now meets Mrs. Losoya in the banquet hall on the third floor of the mansion, while the team from the Orthodox Church is fighting the cultists on the lower floor. Later, Priest August and Miss Louisa were forced to stay on the third floor because they wanted to find a doctor. Miss Anat left the mansion not to escape the battle, but because she had a clerical-level relic in her hand that required 2 ring magicians to use.
We are going to use this relic to defeat Lady Losoya? While walking in a hurry, Shade asked the female fortune-teller about the plan.
Of course not. We need to use this relic to determine the nodes of the evil god's coming ceremony and destroy those main nodes. Otherwise, once the evil god comes, no matter how many people we defeat, we will not be able to escape.
The appearance of the Lord of the Blood Feast will lose the entire Tobesk. Every time this evil god appears, he will definitely launch a blood feast and devour at least an entire city. Miss Anat seemed to be quite familiar with the structure of the large house in Lakeview Manor.
She took Shade into the building through the kitchen and vegetable access passage at the back of the mansion. Then used the small stairs used by the servants to avoid the first and second floors where the situation is unknown and go directly to the third floor. Arriving from the stairs to the corridor, in the increasingly thick blood mist, the splendid passage seemed to be decorated with gold, but in fact it was just the lampshade of the elegant gas lamp on the wall, deliberately scattering such light. A red carpet stretches from one end of the corridor to the other, and exquisite and expensive portrait paintings hang on the walls. The doors are all made of yellow solid wood. Together with the smooth floor tiles and the corridor walls covered with wall tiles, they show the wealth of the owner.
It's extremely quiet here, as if no one is there. Shade instinctively felt the danger.
In the silence on the third floor, there seemed to be something indescribable peeping at the people in the light.
This feeling of danger was even scarier than the man in the burgundy formal suit.
Even though the Lord of the Blood Feast hasn't appeared yet, the power has already unconsciously affected mortals. The coming ceremony of the evil god was held on the third floor, so the owner of the manor, Little Crown, who was bewitched by the cultists, drove away everyone on the third floor in advance. Now the church's ring warlocks are downstairs, and the 5 righteous churches are in Tobesk. In the archdiocese, there are all magicians of level 10 or above. Although they don't know that the ceremony has been started in advance, according to past practice, they will arrive within 15 minutes. The city of Tobesk is the capital of the Kingdom of Delarian, one of the largest kingdoms of mankind. It is a veritable archdiocese. There is even a 13-ring warlock stationed here. That is the Iron Right Hand, under the righteous god, miscreation. Pilate, an old man in his 50s.
So how long will it take before the ritual officially takes effect? Shade asked. 7 minutes.
He blinked, suspecting that he heard correctly, but Miss Anat confirmed that he heard correctly. Yes, we are very unlucky.
We are the only ones who can stop the ritual now.
But fortunately, both the blood of Mercury and the cultists are entangled, so no one will stop our actions, and we are safe.
She noticed that Shade stopped. Detective, are you scared? Shade shook his head. I'm just surprised. Why have we become saviors? Logically speaking, this is the mission of the church.
Miss Anat's purple eyes showed a smile, and she did not show any fear. They were entangled in a premeditated way, and the other party did not expect that there was an academic ring magician.
Detective, we live in this city, in this world, and we are part of it. Some things can be escaped, but some things cannot be avoided.
The evil god summoned by the ritual does not appear in the form of a saint relying on human support, but in its true form.
This is a disaster, and no one can escape it. I know that since I came with you, I won't run away.
The fortune teller showed a soft smile. If it weren't for this level of things, of course we would have to escape.
We really couldn't escape this time. But don't worry, we just did our best.
We were unlucky enough to be pushed to the front. Now we can be free. We are the only ones taking action, and although it sounds dangerous, it is actually very safe. The Ring Warlock team of the Zhangshan Church undertakes the most dangerous mission. She stamped her foot with the high heel she had knocked off, signaling to the people fighting downstairs. Shade looked at her feet. Because he was wearing a mask, this action was particularly obvious, so he was patted by the embarrassed woman. In the fashion of this era, ladies could even cut their evening gowns to expose a small part of their backs, but exposing their legs was something only prostitutes would do. And staring at ladies' feet is naturally quite impolite.
So what needs to be done now?
Shade, who fully understood the current situation and adjusted his mentality, asked. The current situation seemed no more dangerous than when someone pointed a gun at his head.
Looking for ritual nodes.
Miss Anat pulled the hem of her skirt to cover her feet and took out a handful of sparkling powder from the small pocket at her waist. She put the powder in the palm of her hand and blew lightly on her lipstick lips. The powder scattered and seemed to be suspended in the air under the light of the gas lamp. The blood mist originally blurred everything in sight, but now with the addition of dust, the corridor became even more hazy. Miss Anat took off the ruby hairpin she was wearing, and handed it to Shade with a tap of her finger. I am going to use the clerical relic, truth dust, to enter the illusion, cooperate with another me, and find the ritual nodes through different perspectives, which will take about 5 minutes. During this period, you must hold my token and show me the way back, otherwise I will fall through the cracks of dreamland.
Just hold it? Shade asked, tightening his grip on the hairpin. You can't leave too far from the 3rd floor, otherwise I will lose contact with the token.
The token can only be held by conscious living creatures. If I didn't find you just now, I would go to the garden to catch a cat or a fish. Remember, detective, there are only 7 minutes until the arrival of the evil god, Lord of the Blood Feast, and I will stay in the illusion for 5 minutes. During this period, please do not contact anyone and wait patiently. She paused and her expression became serious. If I don't come back within 5 minutes, leave here through the main staircase.
The team of ring warlocks from the Orthodox Church below can protect your safety.
I'm sorry, detective, you shouldn't have been involved in this matter with only one ring. She pursed her lips.
It doesn't matter, I'm here after all.
Shade held Miss Anat's hairpin tightly, with a serious expression on his face.
He didn't know what would happen next, but since he was already here, there was no reason to leave. Although I have just awakened from blindness and ignorance and have not been in contact with this civilization for a long time, since I cannot leave, then I am also a part of it, and I should do what I should do. Of course, this is why it's not as dangerous as it sounds. The purple-eyed soothsayer girl raised a smile on her lips, blinked, and said as if she had made up her mind, if I don't come back and the doctor and the others are killed, then the only safe place tonight is the ring warlock team under the Church of the Sun and Earth, of the righteous god, old man with the lamp. They were the team of dozens of people, and Shade had encountered them twice tonight. To be more precise, the safest place is next to the youngest lady in the team, Iluna Bias. Why?
Shade also thought of the somewhat nervous girl with long brown hair, Miss Iluna Bias, whose hair color was very similar to Miss Anat, but the fortune teller had short hair. Because she is the chosen one, the protagonist in the first section of the poem, The Whispering Canto, one of the 13 chosen ones.
What? Shade raised his head and asked, vaguely understanding the importance of this information, 13 again? No, that's not the point. What is the murmuring poem?
I didn't even tell the doctors these things, but if we survive, I'll be happy to explain it to you later.
Right now, there are more important things to do.
The purple-eyed diviner shook her head slightly, then turned and walked towards the corridor where the crystal powder was suspended. Her figure disappeared into the bright yellow light and shadow together with the illusory powder and phantom, and the blood mist refilled the space just occupied by the crystal powder.
Only the surprised detective is left here. What do you mean? That Miss Iluna Bias is the chosen one?
Ancient gods, sin gods, witches, relics, sublimated words, murmuring poems.
What is going on in this world? I'll come at this time, it seems like something big is about to happen. At this moment, it seemed that the only living person left in the dead manor was Shade. There was clearly a battle going on the 2nd floor below, but there was no sound at all. Standing in the blood mist in the corridor, the numbing sense of danger forced Shade to find a place to hide. But Shade did not dare to enter any room. He only found the banquet hall on the 3rd floor, which was the room where Dr. Schneider and Mrs. Lasoya confronted each other. Just as he got closer, the voices in his head reminded him of the 4 elements in turn. And Shade saw densely packed rune chains on the imposing double golden door. He didn't dare to decipher those runes, for fear that he would faint at such a critical moment. In 4 minutes, Miss Anat will be back. Shade thought in his mind, nervously standing at the door of the banquet hall waiting. The banquet hall faced the central main staircase of the Lakeview Manor House, and he was very worried that the cultists would break into the 3rd floor after defeating the ring warlock team of the Righteous God Church. It's not past midnight yet. Can this be considered good luck tonight? He was thinking about unimportant things and kept looking at his pocket watch to check the time. I want to take out the Happy the Puppet Operator's script and look through it. Maybe I can find a solution to tonight's incident from the last chance to use this Secret Keeper level relic. But maybe Shade's luck finally ran out. Before he took out the little book, the silent manor finally made a sound. The next moment, a shocking explosion came from the banquet hall next to him, breaking the quiet moonlit night. The 2 golden doors were broken through in the fire and smoke, and Shade at the door was directly knocked out. He vomited blood and hit the wall on the side of the stairway,
and the bearded nobleman's portrait that was originally hanging on the wall.
The portraits tumbled to the cold ground. Oh!
He wanted to get up in the smoke and dust, but he felt that his body was no longer in control.
He must have suffered internal injuries this time.
At this time, the truth about the explosion was finally discovered. The blonde writer flew out of the banquet hall during the explosion, and it was her body that broke the 2 doors. Now Miss Louisa was lying at the foot of the stairs not far from Shade, half of her body lying in a pool of blood, her long golden hair gradually soaked in blood.
I knew it wasn't going to go well.
Shade endured the severe pain in his left arm and chest and got up, touched the blonde girl's face, and used the spell, False Immortality, to ensure that she would not die within half an hour.
He wanted to help Miss Louisa escape to the other end of the corridor.
Although the pocket watch had been damaged in the shocking explosion just now, he also knew that Miss Anat was about to return, and he could not leave the 3rd floor now. There was another loud noise in the banquet hall, and the white steam from the life ring dispersed the blood mist, almost blocking the entire doorway. Shade heard Priest August's roar in prayer to Mr. Dawn, and he couldn't see that this old man could have such strength.
Go quickly!
Dr. Schneider's voice spoke to Priest Augustus further away in the banquet hall, but the next moment, the life ring behind the priest was hit by a silver beam of light. He staggered out of the room and came to the corridor, and then he also saw Shade and Miss Louisa. Although Shade had changed his clothes and wore a mask, Priest Augustus knew it was him. How did you, things are very, ahem to explain. Not only Shade, but also Priest August coughed up blood, and the smell of blood in the air suddenly became stronger. No, the divine descending ceremony is about to begin.
Let's leave quickly.
The priest wanted to help Shade and Miss Louisa up, but he was also seriously injured and he was just holding them on.
He fell heavily after taking only 2 steps and actually fainted.
So Shade also reached out and touched the priest.
He now had a very bad premonition. This is bad.
After adding a spell to the priest, Shade took out the small book with difficulty. There is a price to pay for using it, so Shade did not dare to write anything too extreme. Instead, he dipped his fingers in his own vomited blood and wrote on the blank page, "Even if savage and evil forces plunge me into a deep sleep, I will be able to wake up at the right time." He was doing this to prevent himself from passing out and leaving no one who could lead everyone to escape. It is of course wasteful to use this precious relic like this, but this is the safest thing he could write if he dared to use a keeper-level relic rashly. In fact, he could also write Shad defeated the evil god, but this price would probably make him go to see Detective Sparrow immediately. Dr. Schneider, who was currently fighting with Mrs. Lasoya, retreated to the door of the banquet hall while Shade struggled to get up again, his boots stepping on the red carpet that was shattered by the explosion. Behind the doctor, a brass-colored metal ring with a pentagonal cross-section was rotating at an unprecedented speed. Spiritual runes flashing in 4 colors were floating on the life ring, but the doctor was still moving backwards.
He could no longer hold on. Why are you here?
Also surprised by Shade's appearance, and seeing that his companions had all fallen, the doctor gritted his teeth and used his body to block Shade's sight. "Shade, I have never mentioned to you the ring warlock's strongest power.
Logically speaking, you shouldn't know it now. But there is no other way.
Please watch my power. After using this power, I may fall into coma. If I can win, remember to take us all." A silver flash of light appeared from inside the banquet hall. The doctor took a step back suddenly, and a crack appeared on the life ring behind him.
Watch out, detective. This is not a power that can be used easily. The stage sublimation of a ring warlock is not that simple.
Dr. Schneider suddenly shouted loudly, and with the explosion of suppressed power, a brand new figure appeared in the hot steam mist behind him.
Shade's eyes widened. This is his other me. What is the doctor going to do? Wait.
Shade beside the wall twitched his nose violently, and in the breath of blood mist, he smelled a very obvious smell of sulfur. He seemed to hear wild laughter, he seemed to hear low sobbing, but heard nothing. Sulfur? Wait, Professor Sanchez said, the doctor may have something in mind. Shade didn't expect that his first exposure to the truth would be like this. The figure that emerged behind the doctor could not be seen clearly due to the presence of steam mist. He stood behind the doctor, almost symmetrically separated from the doctor by their life rings. Then, the tall figure blurred in the steam and Dr. Schneider raised their right hands. Their voices overlapped, but whether it was the doctor's Drarian language or the tall figure's strange and evil language, Shade understood them all. The roaring wind rushed into the corridor, and the light seemed to dim at this moment. A new power surged through the doctor, and this space changed because of this power. The two shouted loudly, "Hounds of light!" Shade's eyes widened. Behind Dr. Schneider, the Golden Miracle Spirit Rune, Light, and the Brass Enlightenment Spirit Rune, Hound, separated from the ring and floated to the center of the rotating brass ring. The voice deepened, and the last half of the sentence seemed like the last whisper of life, running through malicious dreams. The black iron-colored, whisper, the silver, profanity, and the doctor's own core spiritual rune, dream, gathered together in the center of the life ring. The 5 spiritual runes were connected into a whole, and then emitted the same silver light. At this sound, all the light around him disappeared.
Darkness has completely fallen. Shade completely lost his vision, as if someone was pulling him from the bright corridor into the abyss.
The cold wind blew around, and countless whispers and murmurs appeared in the ears. This was even more terrifying than the dark box, losing control. He felt like he was falling into a dark quagmire, and he felt like there were countless hands around him pulling him. But white light suddenly appeared, and he looked at the doctor who seemed to be standing in a puddle of black cement. The figure blurred, and what he saw in his eyes was the doctor, but what was reflected in his pupils was a hound exuding pure white holy light.
Is this the word of sublimation?
The hounds of the light rush forward along the dark road, pouncing on the enemy in this malignant quagmire dream. The power of this moment cannot be described by a foreigner with little knowledge, but at this moment he actually felt the aura of decay that was very similar to that of the old god, innocent creator, who was about to fall. The aura was majestic, but it also represented the end. This was not the power of a mortal.
What exactly is the ringman's word of ascension?
The running hound of light seemed to draw power from the earth beneath its feet and the sky above its head. It cut through the darkness and crashed forward. Mrs. Lasoya, who was also in this malicious dark dream, appeared and was hit heated by the glowing holy white hound. Damn it, it's the word of sublimation.
Where did you, this madman, come from?
The woman whose makeup had been worn cursed loudly, but when she came into contact with the hound of light, her whole figure disappeared into the holy light like a light explosion from within. The surrounding darkness receded in the next moment, and the cold wind also left together with the whispers and whispers. Shade once again smelled the strong smell of blood in the air, and saw the blood mist floating in the corridor like a curtain. Looking forward, the hound had disappeared, and Dr. Schneider, who had lost consciousness, fell straight on his back in front of Shade.
Shade had never seen this decent psychiatrist in such a mess.
He closed his eyes tightly and looked like Detective Sparrow Hamilton, who was about to die a week ago, but at least he was still alive. So Shade also reached out and touched the doctor. He didn't expect that his greatest role in this battle would be like this.
Why hasn't Miss Anat come back yet? Do I need to touch her later?
If it weren't for the fact that non-seriously injured objects don't accept the effects of the spell, Shade would definitely touch himself first. He struggled to get up and wanted to move the doctor, the priest, and the female writer together and take them away when Miss Anata came back. But at this time, at the door of the banquet hall, which was in a mess and was falling dust in walls, a voice sounded again. Shade looked up and saw that Mrs. Lasoya, whose head was covered in blood and seemed to be breathing her last breath, crawled over from the wreckage of the banquet hall door. Your friend is really crazy. She looked like she was dying, but she still looked at Shade wearing a mask with crazy eyes, and her tone was particularly scary. Then, Xiada saw that the woman's scarred left hand, which was almost turning into charcoal, was holding her broken right hand. She pressed the broken hand with her chin, took off the pebble ring on the broken hand with her left hand, and kissed it gently.
Oh no!
Shade's right hand drew a bright brilliance in the air, and Silver Moon's sharp blade cut through the curtain of blood mist, slashing towards the woman who was kissing the ring. But it did nothing but leave another gash on her forehead. The woman was laughing wildly at the last moment of her life. She recited the incantation that Shade could not hear clearly last time. The change between positive and negative is the beginning of a new life. She put on the ring, and smoke immediately erupted from her broken body. Mrs. Lasoya slowly closed her eyes, her life coming to an end. At this moment, the black smoke enveloped the woman's body. Shade, who wanted to stop him, heard the whispers again, heard the chewing in the black smoke, and heard the curses of countless voices. If you reach out and insert your hand into the black smoke, you should at least do something.
But the boots protruding from the black smoke kicked Shade back to the wall.
The black smoke disappeared, and the young man wearing a white pebble ring stood in the blood mist in the corridor. He turned his neck and snapped his fingers behind him. As the steam mist appeared and the whistle sounded, the six-ring warlock's life ring flashed behind the man, reflected in the eyes of Shade, who was sitting crookedly against the wall. Gender conversion can actually, the doctor's desperate blow failed to kill the enemy. This was not because they were too weak. At this moment, Shade actually felt what the man in the burgundy formal suit felt before he died not long ago. Yes, the keeper-level relic, metamorphosis ring, while changing gender, replaces a completely different body. Although this damn ring has given me some hobbies that I didn't have before, the ring itself is worth the price.
6-ring warlock Jack Doan laughed.
He was wearing a crisp black formal suit and his leather shoes seemed to shine under the gas lamp. The smoke and dust behind him, the messy corridor, and the fainted people seemed to highlight his pride. Huh? The clothes you're wearing look familiar.
Oh, that's not important.
I don't know where you guys came from. He spoke loudly, as if he was delivering a speech at a major public occasion, and his eloquent manner made Shade want to punch him. He was showing off. It was impossible for him not to want to show off this shocking reversal before his death, but this time, I obviously won. The spiritual runes flickered in the life ring behind him, and the black iron-colored spiritual runes that Shade interpreted as corpse experiment were triggering thaumaturgy. But this magic trick was actively suspended before it was released. The man looked at Shade and suddenly laughed. The living sacrifices required for the ceremony are not very sufficient.
The woman over there is menstruating, and filthy blood is not suitable.
These two men are too old, and the host of the banquet will not like it. Taking 2 steps forward, he picked up the seriously injured Shade, then raised his hand and threw him into the banquet hall, reuniting with dozens of people who were already unconscious here. The detective rolled on the blood-red wool carpet and finally stopped when he hit the leg of the long table. He opened his eyes as hard as he could and faced the door. He saw that the double golden doors that had been broken by Miss Louisa slowly stood up and closed again under the magic of the man's metal repair, spiritual rune. Shade, who was lying next to the long table in the banquet hall, saw only the man with his hands behind his back through the closed door. He ignored the other 3 people who fell down and walked along the stairs to the 2nd floor.
The team of ring warlocks below is his opponent.
The door slammed shut, and bloodlight flickered in the room, gradually blurring Shade's eyes. He didn't know that this was a sign that he was about to die, or that it was a sign that the evil god was about to appear. His vision gradually blurred, and he finally had the opportunity to cast a spell on himself, but the spell could only ensure immortality, but could not prevent him from falling into a coma due to serious injuries. But the small book in the pocket quietly exudes a soft light, and the sentences written a few minutes ago are taking effect. The poet-level relic, Silver Moon's orb, hanging on his chest was affected by the light and also radiated silver light.
This poet-level relic was extremely weak and would not lose control easily.
However, under the influence of the script, the orb cracked and the silver light rushed directly into Shade's head. If nothing unexpected happens, he will fall into permanent madness because of Silver Moon. Shade, who was in a coma, suddenly woke up from his dream. The chaotic dream was replaced by a familiar dream, and he felt the night breeze. Looking around, he was standing on the field ridge at night. Shade slowly raised his head and saw the huge silver moon hanging among the stars and above the sea of stars. He is under the silver moon, and the silver moon is in his eyes. The holy light fascinated Shade. The strange light traces of the silver moon in the night sky, and the power of the silver moon brought about by the loss of control of the relic, were deeply imprinted in his mind. He suddenly felt that he finally understood Silver Moon and this strange power. Stretching out his right hand, his fingers tried to touch the moon disk under the night sky. At this moment, the life ring hiding the soul rotated, and the core rune, Silver Moon, shimmered. The increased understanding of Silver Moon stimulates the resonance of runes and dreams, forcing Shade to wake up and prevent him from going crazy because of Silver Moon's dream. But the full power of the out-of-control relic was engraved in the memory of this moment, making Shade feel as if Silver Moon was in his heart. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious. When he woke up, he could only see the dark banquet hall, and the blood mist was so thick that it seemed to dye the world red. The air was cold and scary, and the blood seemed to be trying to penetrate the body from the pores. The crazy whispers seemed to indicate that something bad was about to happen. Holding back the severe pain and trembling of his body, he felt that the false immortality was actually consumed due to the serious injury, and the effect of the spell was actually reduced due to the severe injury. After being applied, it will be cancelled after being severely damaged again within a short period of time.
This is going to be bad.
You have to leave the banquet hall quickly, otherwise. He stood up holding onto the long table covered with white tablecloth, but at this moment ding-dong, a crisp sound seemed to ring directly in my head. Someone was hitting the bell with a small hammer. This was the cue for the start of the banquet. The oscillating metal sound vibrated the spirit and soul, and a phantom appeared before his eyes again, making it almost impossible for Shade to distinguish between reality and illusion. The bloody banquet hall was replacing the normal banquet hall, and the living sacrifices who arrived one step ahead of him were also awakened by the sound of bells at this moment. The blood feast has begun. Shade turned around and was about to run towards the door, but his body was completely out of control. When the power of higher dimensions comes, mortals are just mortals after all. Blood oozed from his facial features at the same time. He trembled and slowly turned to look at the main seat of the banquet hall and the end of the long table. He heard the bells ringing for the banquet, he saw silverware and goldware containing fresh human organs appearing on the empty table one by one, he smelled the sweet smell of food in the thick bloody fog, he came across bloody corpses hanging from the ceiling. He felt it. At the other end of the long table, a figure wearing a red robe seemed to have crossed over from a distant dimension, and the figure gradually became clearer.
Damn! Evil god!
Blood feast. If he hadn't faced a saint before, Shade would never have been able to survive the moment that figure appeared. Blurred vision, ringing in the ears, confusion of smell, taste, balance, loss of touch, memory loss, and emotional disturbance. Shade wanted to laugh loudly, cry uncontrollably, kneel down to pray, and curse at the sky. Although his mind was unusually calm, his body was completely out of control. The shadow of the high-dimensional existence moments before it appeared, and the essence revealed almost drove this body crazy. This is not coming in the state of a saint with the help of a prophecy, this is the direct coming of the evil god.
No, how could I go crazy so easily?
The doctors and the others are still waiting for me to take them away, Miss Anat is still waiting for me to keep her token, and Mia is still waiting for me to go home. A stranger came into this world with fear, but he was by no means a coward.
The courage of man is a hymn.
He has almost nothing in this world, but he cherishes everything he has even more. The stubborn will persisted, allowing him to bite the tip of his tongue and wake up from the pain, but more importantly, the blessing given by the innocent creator exerted his final strength at this moment, allowing him to finally barely control his body. Just the blurry figure arriving at this moment was about to drive Shade crazy. The gods of this world are really beings from higher dimensions. This is really bad. Shade thought in his mind that when the blood feast started, the other living sacrifices in the room had gone completely crazy. They tore each other apart, and the moment the god's shadow stepped here, they were already heading towards death.
Now that you are awake, do you want to escape?
The woman murmured, her voice caressing her soul, unexpectedly making her consciousness clearer.
Shade actually felt the gap between body and soul at this moment.
It was the body that was crazy, but the soul remained stable.
Even if I can leave, what should I do here? What should the doctors do? What should I do in this city?
I am not a messenger of justice, but now I can't leave no matter what. The figures of the wildly dancing monsters were looming in the blood mist, and the human body parts contained in silver and gold vessels on the dining table all called to Shade to taste them. He dragged his unruly body closer to the great figure in red robe that became clearer and clearer.
You still have a way. Even if I die, I can't die on the way to escape.
I still have a crazy idea, although it is just a clerical level relic.
But it's already your only thought.
Shade reluctantly nodded while trembling, and forced himself to put the vampire ring on his hand. The ring can help heal itself by touching humanoid creatures and absorbing their blood. All the living sacrifices have died, and the twisted monsters in the blood mist are definitely not humanoid creatures.
But here beside Shade, there is another one.
The vision in front of him was even more serious. The blood banquet with hanging corpses almost completely overlapped with the banquet hall of Lakeview Manor.
The evil god's shadow completely descended, and then came his true form.
Holding onto the long table, try not to touch the empty seats, the exquisite utensils and delicious food on the table. With every step he took, the Real banquet hall disappeared a little, and the illusory bloody hall became more real. When Shade reached the main seat of the banquet hall, the only golden chair at the end of the long table, almost unable to hold on, he even began to suspect that the new life he had experienced was just a dream.
Sorry, if I die, you will disappear too. You finally believe that I am you?
The impulse made Shade want to fall down, but the courage and determination in his heart still made him reach out the hand wearing the vampire ring, and touch the still very elusive evil god in red robes in the golden seat in front of him.
Reflection before arrival.
His consciousness was about to become silent, and the blood mist was hurting his body. The reflection of the great man was right in front of him, and he finally couldn't hold on any longer. He felt like he was trying to touch an abyss that was swallowing everything he had.
It doesn't matter whether you are me or not. I'm sorry that I didn't let you see more stories and more journeys.
At this moment, Shade completely figured out that it didn't matter whether she was him or not, but that it was important to have someone with her at the last moment of her life. She was really always with him, even now. The reflection of the old god shook slightly and turned to the side of the man who was about to fall. The huge pressure made him tremble, and the blessing of the innocent creator was about to disappear. Once he fell in this blood feast, he would become a part of the feast like those living sacrifices. The finger moved forward slightly, and in the blurred eyes, the finger was only the last step away from the shadow of the evil god. But there was a slight click, and cracks appeared in the amber of the ring. The ring could not withstand close contact with the gods. Sure enough, a clerical level 4, relic, cannot be useful to gods. He fell onto the ground crawling with blood-red germs. Of course it is useless in the hands of others, but you are different, a stranger, because, feel sorry. Why are you sorry? The soft and warm female body hugged him from behind, allowing him to stand firm. The woman's head was placed on Shade's shoulder, and her long hair caressed the side of Shade's face. Whether this is reality or an illusion, Shade can no longer tell.
Are you still unwilling to accept my existence?
She whispered in his ear.
Are you really me? He whispered in front of her. What does this have to do with anything? You came here and were supposed to accept this. If you can't even accept the status quo, how do you accept yourself? She asked quietly. Will you always be by my side? He asked with the last of his consciousness. There was a chuckle in his ears, and his hair touched his ears. Her hand held his, but Shade, who could barely open his eyes, couldn't see the appearance of that arm. Of course, stranger, I am with you.
The two of them stretched their hands forward together, and they both murmured together, You are me, I am you. Shade's hand touched the shadow of the old god, Lord of the Blood Feast, that had not yet fully appeared. The cracked ring on the finger absorbed power, and then the amber on the ring shattered into dust, and the ring quickly rusted and cracked. As the rusted metal fell away from his fingers and fell downwards, the illusory shadow of the evil god was absorbed into Shade's palm. He felt as if a mountain was stuffed into his arm, and the twisted and violent power impacted his soul. The blood feast in front of him became even more blurry, and his soul seemed to expand to the limit in an instant. In the blood mist, twisted monsters that did not exist were roaring. At a certain moment, he actually saw himself sitting on that magnificent golden chair.
Superior.
But he also felt the endless emptiness in his stomach, and felt the woman's sweet chuckle. You have come into contact with the shadow of the old god, Lord of the Blood Feast.
Existence is born in endless feasts, immersed in desire and pleasure, taboos and blasphemy.
In the dusk of the old days, I survived hiding in the shadows of people's hearts, walking freely through the joyful banquet. You listened to the story of the old god Lord of Blood Feast, and you learned about the miracles of the old god Lord of Blood Feast.
Outlander, you are engraved with the silver blasphemous spiritual rune Gluttony.
The endless hunger made Shade break away from the dying phantom.
The power extracted from the shadow of the evil god repaired his seriously injured body, and the price he paid for writing the script was not worth mentioning. Behind the scenes, bells buzzed, whistles sounded, steam surged, and giant hammers pounded. The rotating brass life ring reappeared in the material world. On top of the life ring, the silver spiritual rune, Gluttony, appeared dripping with blood. At the same time, a drop of golden liquid quietly penetrated into the life ring. Siade, maybe this is a blood feast to welcome you. After a moment of trance, it was like waking up from a big dream. Shade sat on the main seat of the banquet hall and stood up in the dark banquet hall that returned to normal. The bloody smell of the living sacrifices did not dissipate because of the departure of the evil god. But the blood mist disappeared, and even the body behind him disappeared, as if that moment of tenderness was just an illusion when he was about to die. Did you really show up? He asked in a daze.
The door to transcendence has been pushed open by you, and the road to sublimation is now unfolding. Stranger, you have discovered a special path to ascension, you have gained a drop of divinity. On the life ring that slowly disappeared behind him, the brass-colored ring was wrapped with an imperceptible golden flash.
What is the use? Shade stared at the silent banquet hall.
The moonlight poured in from the window, fell at his feet, and fell on the remains of the living sacrifices on the ground. Information obtained from divinity. Every time you are promoted, use a drop of divinity to wash away the spiritual runes corresponding to the words of sublimation.
When you advance to the 13th ring, if you complete the washing of the 12 spiritual runes corresponding to the 3 sublimation words, then recite those words of sublimation that belong to you, you will be promoted to a god. It was obviously something that was unimaginable, but Siade was surprisingly not too excited. Can everyone do this? He asked in his mind.
No, you are special. No mortal soul but yours is strong enough to withstand the power of divinity.
Did you just appear?
The power of divinity allowed me to possess a physical entity for a moment. That ring gave me the possibility of absorbing the power of the evil god for a moment. Of course, he will also watch you for this, which is something to be wary of.
Will you always be by my side?
Certainly. In this dead silence, Shade walked to the back of the banquet hall, opened the door and came to the third-floor terrace. The blood mist dissipated in the evening breeze, but the courtyard of Lakeview Manor was already in chaos. He felt that at this moment, he had unprecedented power.
What else does divinity do?
Using the life ring burning divine power as a consumable, you can temporarily transform into a god and obtain a short-term divine burning state.
You are not a god, but you are as good as any god. Shade was silent and looked at the courtyard of Lakeview Manor.
The blood mist that spread in the courtyard dissipated, and people were still lying on the ground. In the center of the manor courtyard, the long tables were scattered. Two teams of ring warlocks from the Zhengshan church were fighting against a middle-aged man with silver eyes. The middle-aged man was protecting the lasso that had just seriously injured Schneider and the other three.
Mrs. Yeah.
Shade on the third-floor terrace murmured to himself, the silver-eyed one of Mercury blood, he came to help that guy. But I think there is no need to use divinity for the sake of mortals. Within 10 minutes of acquiring divinity, due to the slight overflow of divine power, you have an almost immortal body and an almost infinite spirit.
However, once you use the overflow power, you will fall into a long coma.
This is divine power. Sexual overflow status. While holding divinity, the power of divinity is blocked in the life ring, and the dissipated glow will keep you in a state of divine afterglow. During this period, any thaumaturgy, spell, or ritual used will be strengthened. It turns out that this is the afterglow of God that the old god said.
So, my next mission in this life is to travel through the past and present time and space, just to collect 12 drops of divinity? For you, for me? There is no task, everything is up to you. Stranger, you are outside your destiny.
The 9-sided brass life ring behind the silver-eyed man showed his power. A team of more than 20 ring warlocks surrounded him, but no one could get close. The brilliance of Mercury appeared behind the silver-eyed person, and with the full exertion of thaumaturgy, the huge Mercury giant appeared. It holds up the person with silver eyes and the wheel of life, standing on the dirt of the courtyard. The power of thaumaturgy prevented people from getting close, but the young girl with long brown hair, Iluna Bayas, was brave enough to stand in front of the injured to protect her companions. Shade saw her, and she suddenly looked up and saw the masked stranger on the third-floor terrace.
So who is she? You should ask your friend Anat, not me. But obviously, even if there is a so-called protagonist in this world, it will not be you.
Outsiders, no one can interfere with the choices of people outside their destiny, but the audience of the story cannot become the protagonist.
With the path to the sublimation of the 12 divinities, I don't want to be a troublesome chosen one. But are you an old god with the Silver Moon priesthood? Are you the witch emperor of Silver Moon in the 5th era? Choose me. Is it so that I can help you when I become a god? This is my last inquiry. No, I am you.
Shade nodded, accepting that the other person was with him. Standing on the terrace, he took out a frog leg, rolled it with his fingers while reciting an awkward incantation, and used the spell Leap of the Frog. Then with a light jump, he jumped from the third-floor terrace to the roof of the mansion, standing under the bright starry sky, next to the stone statue on the roof. Everyone in the courtyard also noticed the young man under the starry sky. He was at a high place, bathed in the light of 3 full moons, but only the light of the silver moon seemed to be draped on his body. Shade's whisper sounded at this time, and the overflowing power of divinity and the memory of the silver moon dream not long ago prompted the silver moon spirit rune to perform a magic spell, Moon Shadow's Illusion. At this moment, the silver moon in the sky seemed to be separated from the other 2 moons. The silver moon disk grew larger and larger until it appeared behind him, as if shining through his head and emitting light from his right eye. At the same time, Shade's figure standing on the roof in front of the silver moon was reduced to a blurry black shadow. Shade once again recalled the dream of the silver moon just now, and thought of the traces of the silver moon's light in the night sky. He put his feet together, raised his hands slightly by his side, and jumped into the night sky with a light jump. The huge silver moon hung high in the sky. Shade's body turned in front of the silver moon wheel. When the body came to the center of the silver moon, he just raised his arms flatly, with his head down and his feet up, hanging upside down in front of the silver moon. Under the sea of stars. As the body fell, the left foot with the silver moonlight slid forward, driving the right foot downward to follow. Shade was hanging upside down in front of the silver moon. There was only a black shadow in front of the silver moon, but his feet drew bright and gorgeous silver light traces in the air. The dazzling light traces separated from the tracks of the feet and gradually grew larger in the night sky. Breaking through the night sky and splitting open this quiet summer night, under the stars, the slash of silver moonlight fell towards the courtyard of Lakeview Manor like a falling balian.
The color of the moonlight made people lose their minds for a moment, and everyone's face was sprinkled with silver light.
The church ring warlock team that besieged the silver-eyed man pulled the unconscious guests around to retreat. The mercury giant turned his huge body, raised his arms, and was evaporated by the gorgeous silver moon brilliance without any resistance. The silver-eyed person who was backfired by the thaumaturgy vomited blood and dropped Mrs. Lasoya to dodge. Ms. Lasoya, who had no idea about the current situation, was also evaporated by the moonlight, and the white pebbles ring fell below. Soya love. The gorgeous silver moonlight finally fell to the ground, leaving permanent moon marks on the ground of the manor courtyard in the earthquake that shook almost the entire southern suburb of Tobesk. The figure disappeared into the air, and Shade fell to the terrace on the third floor.
This time he really fell into a coma.
Miss Anat stretched out her hand and dragged him back into the shadow of the terrace, away from the site of the Orthodox Church, and then pulled him back to the banquet hall on the third floor where the corpses of living sacrifices were piled. The awakened priest Augustus is taking care of Dr. Schneider and Miss Louisa, who are still unconscious. Apart from his pale face, he seems to have completely recovered.
Does he really believe that we will take him away in time?
The lady with purple eyes looked at the detective's sleeping face and whispered. She was the only one who was not seriously injured tonight. Detective Hamilton is actually a young man who trusts others easily. He is too young and has just woken up from his blindness and ignorance. He still lacks a lot of life experience, which I will teach him in the future, but the detective is indeed a good person. The pale-faced priest August shook his head and said. His face recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, but he hesitated. That silver moon slash just now, we all have secrets, don't we, Priest Augustus?
Just like you, no matter how injured you are, you can always recover.
Miss Anat said, looking at the sleeping young detective with twinkling eyes. For example, my prophecies have always shown that there will never be a fifth person in our group.
He comes from outside destiny. Let's go quickly.
You take the three of them and I'll stop the church's ring warlock team.
The old man said tiredly, today, I am really lucky that you finally destroyed the ritual node and prevented the evil god from coming to our world.
Anat, you saved the world again. Yes, I did destroy the node, but, Miss Anat, who has short brown hair and purple eyes, looked at Shade, but before she succeeded, the shadow of the evil god had already partially appeared. Although it was only 3 seconds, in front of a god who can distort time and space, 3 seconds may not be 3 seconds. It was his good luck that he persisted in front of the shadow of the evil god for 3 seconds, allowing me to completely destroy the ritual. Shaking his head and preparing to leave, Priest Augustus straightened his clothes and looked at the messy banquet hall. I have a hunch that this is definitely not the end. The moonlight shone from the window, casting the priest's huge shadow onto the wall of the banquet hall. The shadow swayed, as if a pair of wings were flashing behind the shadow.
Miss Anat's purple eyes were glowing slightly.
She looked at Shade's face tenderly, as if talking to herself. Priest, this is just the starting point. The epic of the sixth age has begun. The yellow, red and silver moon hangs high in the night sky. There are no clouds in the sky above Lakeview Manor. The bright stars hang upside down above their heads, making people think that they can touch the glow of the stars with their hands. When the accident occurred, the aftermath of the seance put the dinner guests to sleep, so no one saw the unusual blood mist and fight that followed. This makes it easier to explain what happened tonight. The organizer of the banquet, Little Crown, teamed up with the followers of the evil god, Lord of the Blood Feast, to put sleeping drugs in the food and wine at the dinner. But fortunately, the Zhengshan Church, which represents justice, arrived in time to stop their conspiracy. As for the earthquake just now, it was a complete coincidence and has nothing to do with this place. Now, Lakeview Manor has been surrounded by a joint force of Tobesk garrison and police, and the awakened dinner guests were politely invited by the Orthodox Church to rest in the manor house and conduct inspections. On the one hand, this is to prevent too many people from seeing the moon marks in the courtyard of Lakeview Manor, and on the other hand, it is to try to screen out suspicious people who should not appear here among the guests. The two teams of ring warlocks from the Church of the Sun and the Church of Peace who participated in the battle still stayed in the courtyard. The police who arrived later were responsible for entering the mansion to maintain order. The ring warlock support team that came from the city comprehensively searched the manor, recording he also destroyed the ritual of the 6th Age 1853 Sun and Moon God's Descendants incident, and also picked off the strange blood-red flowers on the walls of the manor. This is precious material. Miss Iluna Bayas, a young girl with long brown hair, was in the courtyard with her companions, standing in front of the terrible scar that was still emitting silver light. The moon marks almost extend from the entrance of the straight mansion to the fence gate of Lakeview Manor, splitting the central axis of the entire manor, and the remaining power lingers for a long time. Even after half an hour passed, people still did not dare to directly touch the scratches on the ground. Miss La Niña Green, who belongs to the Church of the Sun, is the first 10-ring warlock of the Orthodox Church to arrive at the manor. Wearing a long blue dress, she stood next to the luminous indentation in the ground, playing with the relic, Ring of Metamorphosis, dropped by Mrs. Lasoya after her death, and listening to the ring magicians of the Church of the Sun describing what had just happened. Things. The long brown Miss Iluna Bayas had no right to speak and could only listen to the captain, Mr. Robinson, and after the captain finished speaking, she added to the 10-ring sorceress of our church, I think I was the first person to notice him, but I didn't see his face or appearance. But I thought it must be a man. Before he jumped into the air, I noticed him coming from the banquet on the 3rd floor. The hall came out. She is very confident about this. Miss Green smiled at her and nodded. After confirming that the team had no other clues, she lowered her head and looked at the traces of silver light on the ground. Is the other party strong? Miss Bayas asked uneasily while pinching the hem of her skirt. Judging from the remnants of his spirit, he is at least better than me. Everyone present couldn't help but frown. In the 6th age, although there are not a handful of high-level warlocks above the 10th level, it is still very difficult to appear. Miss Green, who will it be? Robinson, the captain of the team, the man Shade thought was strong enough to kill him and little Mia with one punch, asked with a frown. It's impossible to confirm, but it won't be from the Orthodox Church, let alone from the Academy of Thaumaturgy. Those professors will not easily set foot in the old continent. We need to send letters to the 3 academies for confirmation. The other party may know who this is. How could it be such a coincidence that Mr. Sari Pilot, the iron right hand of the Creation Church, just left Tobesk last week, and this happened immediately? The sorceress turned her head and looked aside. The team of ring warlocks from the Peace Church, who had also witnessed the scene just now, had also joined the 11-ring warlocks from the Peace Church. The 11-ring warlock of the Peace Church is an old man who looks older than Priest August. He has gray hair and wears the white robes of an ordinary clergyman. If you meet him by chance in the church, it would be difficult to believe that he has great power. The power of Mr. Modello, what do you think? Miss Green asked. Mr. Modello squatted down and directly touched the traces on the ground with his hand. Oh, this is really exciting. He immediately withdrew his hand, and then watched the silver brilliance on his cracked palm gradually fade. It's similar to your opinion, at least 12 rings, maybe 13. The opponent didn't show a life ring when attacking, which means it was just a casual attack. Everyone present couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and the old warlock from the 11th ring couldn't help but admire. It's really amazing. That gentleman probably knew from the beginning that Mercury blood, and the cultists planned to summon the evil god here. Not only did he get rid of the heart collector that the church hadn't discovered in advance, he also hid in the dark to observe our environment. The warlock team took action. After confirming that the church could not defeat the opponent and that the city's support could not arrive in time, he destroyed the ceremony alone on the 3rd floor with extremely exquisite techniques, then casually wounded the person with silver eyes with a casual blow, and then left quietly. Which one from the New World has returned? Or, which 12-ring warlock has been promoted? The old man's voice gradually became lower. He did not reach out anymore, but kept his squatting posture and looked at the glowing soil and said, perhaps we can use divination to seek enlightenment later, but tonight the evil god is coming, and the breath of God will disturb the traces of fate. The evil god. Miss Green looked up to the 3rd floor of the mansion, where the masked man under the silver moon that everyone pointed out just now appeared, but at least the other party is not a bad person. He prevented the Lord of the Blood Feast from coming, and even attacked the silver-eyed man and his companions. The headless body found in the garden of Lakeview Manor dozens of minutes ago has been determined to be the heart collector of Mercury blood. The other party seems to be very familiar with the movements of Mercury blood, the cultists, and our team. Tonight's actions are as if they are specifically targeting Mercury blood. The operation is very efficient. Could it be that the reason for coming here is, she did not directly name the sage-level relic, but the 11th ring warlock Mr. Modello also understood what she meant. No matter what, I want to check the participants of this banquet and look for suspicious persons. I think there should be at least a list. I want to see if there are any correspondence magicians present this time. With the current situation, even if the guests are there is a suspicious person who is proficient in divination and has an insider in the church, so he cannot escape. In addition, before we arrived and the silver-eyed man escaped,
Was there anyone who came down from the third floor of the mansion? He got the point.
No, Mr. Robinson, the leader of the ring warlock team of the Church of the Sun, said. He took out a small notebook from his pocket and flipped through it. We checked the second and third floors not long ago. Only the guests who were trapped on the second floor left the mansion after the battle. Several of them had sensitive identities and used their reputations to guarantee that they and the accompanying servants were fine.
After careful inspection, it was confirmed that they are all ordinary people. Identity sensitive? Which member of the royal family is here tonight? Miss Green inquired.
Karina, Duchess of Cavendish, who came to Tobesk from her fief just a few weeks ago. The ring magician of the Peace Church replied that the group seemed to be at ease with the Duchess, so they did not raise any suspicion about the people accompanying her. Since he is suspected of being a 13-ring warlock, of course he won't be found so easily by us. Miss Green said, looking at the 3 moons and twinkling stars above her head, issuing a bounty order to the members of Mercury Blood, and cultists who believe in Lord of Blood Feast, all over the world. This matter cannot end like this. Although the Iron Right Hand is not in this diocese for the time being, I think the Church of the Five Gods can always temporarily dispatch another 13-ring warlock to come and completely deal with the cultists and Mercury Blood. As for that man, Miss Green hesitated for a moment, then Mr. Modello of the Peace Church said, using the code name of the masked man under the silver moon, inform the Church of Dawn, Church of Nature and Church of Creation who are not involved in this operation about the identity of that person. Since the other party has prevented the evil god from coming, there is no need to regard him as an enemy for the time being.
You can maintain a wait-and-see attitude until the other party appears next time.
However, Tobesk Diocese has been strictly investigating unidentified ring sorcerers from outside in recent months.
Silver Moon, is it the 12-ringed magician from the Witch Council? The Great Witch of Silver Moon is here,
he said, but then stood up and shook his head. I'm really lost.
Where are the men in the Witch Council?
Miss Green mentioned the latest news. I just received information not long ago that those women were making moves in Tobesk Parish. They are not the only ones who have been making moves in Tobesk recently.
Besides, don't you know what these people are doing? As Mr. Modello spoke, he glanced at Iluna Beas who was standing aside, not knowing what the two were talking about.
In short, the world is going to be in chaos again. What happened tonight is very likely to be the beginning of a series of things to come.
How many years has it been since the evil god almost succeeded?
The old man said with concern. Sir, why is there such chaos?
Isn't it still a peaceful time?
The young priest from the Peace Church's ring warlock team who had handed Shade a relief food leaflet asked cautiously. Miss Green sighed, the great prophecy left by the witch emperors. She looked at the ignorant Miss Iluna Beas from her church, who looked at her in surprise. Miss Green shook her head. No, it's just a prophecy. In short, people who believe in prophecies will gather in Tobesk City in the near future to complete the first section of the Whispering Psalms. There will be some strange guys in the city recently. I think Silver the Masked Man under the moon was probably attracted by the prophecy of the resurrection of the old god, and unexpectedly set his sights on the Mercury Blood.
12 or even 13 rings, who is it?
When Shade woke up from his long sleep, he found an unfamiliar ceiling in front of him. The ceiling is not white, it is painted with bright and serious religious murals. He was in a daze at the image of the saints sitting by the river preaching to the believers, but before he could sigh like strange ceiling, a voice came from the side, You're awake?
Priest Augustus?
Turning around, I saw the priest sitting on the iron chair in front of the bed holding a newspaper, wearing a white clerical robe. Not far behind him was the wall, with brass-colored gas pipes and wrapped steam pipes clinging to it. The gas pipes were connected to the gas lamps that emitted a warm glow on the wall. The style of the gas lamp is very religious. The naked man raises his arms and the light radiates from his arms. Through the light, Shade saw that the newspaper in the priest's hand was the Tobesk City Evening News. Of the 2 pages of the open newspaper facing Shade, the one on the left reports on Princess Lesia's visit to Kasenlik, the upper page on the right reports on the frequent child abductions in the city, and the lower page reports an earthquake occurred in the southern part of Tobesk City. Judging from reports, the damage caused by the earthquake was not great.
Has there been an earthquake in Tobesk recently?
Shade, who had just woken up, thought, and then saw that the current date was Monday, and this newspaper would only be published in the evening.
Finally woke up? You've slept almost all day, and it's already 8 o'clock on Monday night. How do you feel now?
The old priest criticized jokingly.
Monday night? Oops. Little Mia.
Shade was stunned for a moment, and the next second he almost jumped up from the bed.
He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to go home on Sunday night.
Now the poor orange cat at home had been hungry all day and was probably going to die.
Where am I now? Church? Priest, I want to go home.
Little Mia, don't worry, you're in the Dawn Church now, it's safe here.
Look, your cat is here too.
The priest said, motioning Shade to look at the pillow. Sure enough, the little orange cat was lying there, awakened by the conversation between the detective and the priest, and seemed to want to lose his temper. But seeing that Shade was awake, she was very happy to rub the back of his hand with her soft face. The body temperature of a cat is slightly higher than that of a human being, and Shade felt the warmth and softness of little Mia, who had just woken up. Your cat is really obedient, at least when it's around you.
Is it Detective Sparrow Hamilton's pet?
I thought detectives would be more inclined to keep dogs with a keen sense of smell as pets. The priest asked curiously as he folded the newspaper and put it on the bedside table. No, it's the client's pet. It turns out that I just slept for a day, and I responded, he thought that using the divine overflow power would result in him being comatose for at least 2 or 3 days. If it's just for 1 day, then the price is still acceptable. Speaking of which, what's the price for using the last page of that script? Divinity even heals the damage you suffered when facing the evil god, not to mention the cost of using the relic? Judging from the situation at the time, the price seemed to be the gradual loss of hair. She was still whispering in his ear, which reassured Shade a lot. As he stroked the cat and breathed a sigh of relief, in a daze, the memories before his coma came to mind again. Scenes in Lakeview Manor seemed to flash before my eyes: roads, cards, grape racks, revolvers, evil gods, the path to the sublimation of the 12 divinities, the whispering psalms mentioned by Miss Anat, and myself before the silver moon. Is everything over? He sat up and felt refreshed and full of energy. If you mean what happened last night, it's over, at least for us. The old priest said. It seemed that he had already thought about these words, and was waiting for Shade to ask. We were almost discovered by the Orthodox Church, but with the help of your friends, everyone escaped smoothly, and no one knew what we did. I took you back to the church and said that you were my friend.
I'm here to take care of you. Louisa is under the care of Anat, but the doctor's situation is not good.
He forcibly used the power of the word of sublimation. Although he woke up in the afternoon, he probably won't be able to get out of bed for several weeks.
May God bless him.
Speaking of which, why did you sleep for so long? But just wake up, you seem to be in good spirits. The priest said, picking up the teacup and handing it to Shade.
He has been in a coma for a whole day.
Although he looks better than anyone else, he should add some fluids. Shade thanked the priest, holding the teacup in one hand and continuing to pet the orange cat, which was particularly energetic after being woken up. Looking at Priest August's attitude, we know that the doctor's problem should be solved. Priest, how are you doing?
It's pretty good. I'm probably the least injured besides Anat.
The old man said with a smile.
Shade was completely relieved and asked again, my friends helped us? Aren't my friends all of you? Is it Baron Lavender, but he still has such dignity? It's that lady you mentioned.
She proved that we were always with her and not in a sensitive place.
People from the Orthodox Church didn't even see us. The priest said, standing up and checking the door again.
After confirming that it was closed, he turned the steam lamp in the shape of a man with open arms brighter. It turns out it's her. While Shade listened, he held the cat on his lap with one hand and scratched its chin with his fingers.
The cat squinted its eyes and raised its neck.
However, before we left, the lady left a letter for you to read when you wake up. The priest took out the envelope from the pocket of his robe.
Shade took it and pulled out the letter paper.
What he saw was a short message written in floral letters. This way of writing in cursive letters is common among nobles and is a variation of the common Delarian language.
Oh?
She asked me to wake up and write to the Lucky Southern Cross Club to let me know.
She wants to see me. Is there something she needs me to do? Shade looked at the letter and raised his eyebrows. Isn't this great? If it's just helping you for nothing, then it's worth being vigilant.
It seems like this lady is not a bad person, said the priest, and then added, I have been in this city for many years. According to my opinion, that lady is probably related to the royal family. Being so powerful and able to protect us in last night's situation shows that she is not an ordinary noble. Although I couldn't see her face, there are probably no more than 5 women in the entire Tobesk, no, the entire kingdom of Delarian, who can do this. I have never heard of it before that there are some in the contemporary royal family.
High-level ring warlock, it seems our information is still not enough. Do you know who she is?
Shade folded the letter and put it on the bedside table to prevent it from being bitten by little Mia. Although I don't know, there are only a few possibilities.
I won't guess.
If she is willing to trust you, she will let you know sooner or later. Remember to send the letter early, although you have to be wary of strangers. But we shouldn't be too suspicious of well-intentioned helpers. The priest imparted his life experience, and Shade nodded. He understood these principles. Probably feeling that the room was a bit dull, after talking about these sensitive topics, the priest got up and went to the window and opened the heavy curtains. Opening the window, the cool night breeze blew in immediately, and the priest and Shade let out a long breath at the same time.
The summer nights in Tobesk are slightly cooler, it's July, and midsummer is coming.
In the night outside the window, there is actually the Garden of Dawn Church. Shade could see from the window a huge holy symbol of Mr. Dawn, made of blooming flowers in the middle of the garden. The holy symbol was illuminated by a circle of candles on the edge of the flower bed. He breathed in the air outside the window, and after a long time he said, "I was also present when the doctor used the word of sublimation. The power was a bit too scary." That's of course. Generally speaking, using the word of sublimation requires large-scale rituals and potions in order to exert its strongest power. And even if it is used with preparation, it will definitely lead to a permanent decrease in lifespan, a decline in strength, and short-term the internal mental resistance has declined, and there is even a saying that using the power of sublimated words will make it more difficult to inscribe spiritual runes. Bill used it with a death mentality this time. If it weren't for your spell, the situation could have been even worse. Probably the woman who confronted us at the time didn't expect him to be so crazy.
The priest sighed. So, how many times has the doctor used the word of sublimation? Shade inquired again and got the answer for the first time. After asking about the doctor, he talked about the other two girls in the group. Miss Anata's at Miss Louise's now? Do you know Miss Louise's address? I think I should go and see them. In fact, he couldn't let go of the matter of the Whispering Psalm and the 13 Chosen Ones, and he wanted to see the Purple-eyed Soothsayer immediately. When we go to see Bill tomorrow, won't we be able to see him? Although Priest Augustus said this, he still gave the address and continued the topic. The situation last night was not bad. Anat terminated the ceremony in time, and you did not collapse in front of the shadow of the evil god. Even that Mrs. Lasoya who saw our appearance was beaten to death by you. The conversation has progressed here, finally reaching the blow under the silver moon last night. Shade considered his words and wanted to speak, but the old priest shook his head with an "you understand" expression. Everyone has their own secrets, just like I also have secrets that I can't tell you, so if you don't want to explain, you don't need to explain, we will keep the secret for you, and no one will know that the person under the silver moon is you. But I want to advise you, young people, power comes at a price. I don't know what it cost you to do what you did last night, but don't be tempted by power. Yes, sir. Shade answered seriously, and couldn't help but ask, since you mentioned that Mrs. Lasoya is dead, what about the silver-eyed one? Will Mercury Blood be destroyed because of this? He still remembered that the silver-eyed one was protecting Mrs. Lasoya. The man with silver eyes was seriously injured, and then ran away from the church's siege before the 10-ring warlocks from this diocese arrived. Not long before you woke up, I heard the news that the church suspected the Ye Blood Spirit, who ran to the New World decades ago school, sent people to help them. Another group of crazier lunatics came. Shade heard the two professors from St. Byron's talk about the Blue Blood Spirit School, and the man who fired the gun under the Grey Trellis yesterday also said it. But no one knows what we have done, so there is no need to worry about being retaliated by Mercury Blood, or cultists who believe in the evil god, Lord of Blood Feast. Let the church's ring magicians worry about such things. The rest of the things have nothing to do with us. The ritual of calling the evil god requires meeting many complicated conditions, such as gluttony man, night banquet, etc. It won't happen again in a short time, which is good. The old priest nodded, but there was still some worry on his face. It's just that more than one person saw you kick that last night. The church actually thinks you are a 12 or even 13th level warlock. This is really a headache. In the next few months, I'm afraid you should be careful and don't let anyone associate you together. This kind of thing cannot be explained clearly. But you did a good job. You had a mask on your face and the clothes on your body were not yours. You even remembered to use illusion to pull Silver Moon behind you to cover your figure. The church now calls you the Masked Man under the Silver Moon, and pushed the headless ring warlock corpse in the garden maze onto you. The church believes that you are a ring warlock who is proficient in the miraculous elements of Silver Moon. Detective, have you wanted to do this for a long time? That's why you're so well prepared, even bringing the 20-sided dice of destiny with you so that the church can't divine your identity. When he asked the last sentence, the old priest's tone became more relaxed. No, it's just a coincidence. Shade shook his head and said that the cause of everything last night was just the good luck caused by the dice. Unless the attack of fate is rebounded again, this will never happen again. He stopped stroking little Mia and looked at his hand in the orange cat's dissatisfied eyes. The power last night, it is true that I can no longer use it. I don't think I will miss that power. The old priest showed an expression that was indeed true. Shade actually felt guilty for deceiving his friends, but the road to divine sublimation must not be known to others. Becoming a god is a temptation for everyone, and if he is the only one who can take this path, Shade will not let anyone know this secret. It's good that you understand the price of power, but having power is definitely not a fault. Your cake last night was quite good. I think after this incident, your understanding of your core spiritual runes will probably be deeper. Maybe there will be a chance to create thaumaturgy yourself. There was a bit more lightness in Priest August's tone. He walked to the clothes rack in the room to get Shade's coat. Note: so the ending last night was actually very good. We worked together to stop the evil god, and our identity was not exposed. You killed Mrs. Lasoya and experienced power, and the price was just a day's sleep. I really want to express my gratitude to you. The Lord, Mr. Dawn, prayed, this is really extremely lucky. Of course, there are also some flaws. Dr. Schneider failed to get the forged Philosopher's Stone, and he would definitely not be able to get the high reward on Ms. Lasoya killed by Shade, or even the relic ring. But nothing is perfect. Everyone is safe now, which is pretty good. Moreover, he now has a more important goal than the gold pound and the ring, a more important goal than becoming very rich in this steam age, divinity, 12 sublimations, becoming a god. The priest didn't know what Shade was thinking, and was still talking to himself. Speaking of which, it was a coincidence that all 5 of us showed up there last night without any prior discussion. Yeah, what a coincidence. This shouldn't be caused by his luck. After all, it would be better if the other people didn't show up. But it turns out that Bill has the worst luck. The priest shook his head and sighed. Priest, what does this mean? Shade asked curiously. Same as before, if everyone goes together and one person is injured, there is a high probability that it is Bill. If many people are injured, then there is a high probability that the most seriously injured person is Bill. He can meet you and let you join us smoothly. The group is probably the luckiest thing he has experienced this year. Oh, may God bless him. While Shade was in coma, the priest took the keys from his pocket, went to number 6 Street Teresa Square, and placed items that were inconvenient to bring into the church at his home. He also brought back a change of clothes, and used clothes stained with Shade's scent. The one-sleeved coat attracted little Mia, who had no one to feed her for the time being. When I opened the door to your second-floor room this morning, your cat almost rushed up and scratched my face. The little guy probably thought I was a thief. The priest said this, but he would not be angry with the orange cat because of it. He probably also likes cats, but it is indeed very well behaved when it is around you. If you don't have time in the future, you can foster it in the Dawn Church. Not only does it catch mice, the young nuns here are very fond of cats. Now that Shade had woken up and confirmed that there were no sequelae from facing the evil god, the priest allowed Shade to go home. Of course, since it was already getting late, he entertained Shade for dinner at the church, during which time he also tried to ask Shade if he was interested in learning about Mr. Dawn's beliefs. Shade is actually very interested in the righteous gods of this world, and has a lot to say about religion, belief and culture. But I was not in the mood to talk about such things at the moment, so I said goodbye to the priest after dinner. The two parted in Dawn Square where Dawn Church is located. The priest did not forget to tell Shade to get up early tomorrow morning so that they could go visit the injured Dr. Schneider together. I took little Mia and left Dawn Square on foot in the dark, but did not return directly to number 6 Street Teresa Square. Instead, I paid for a carriage on Greta Street east of the square and went to Quill Pen in the University District of Tobesk City. Main Street. The city of Tobesk is the capital of the Northern Kingdom, and there are many colleges and universities in the urban area. Among them, there are both STEAM and machinery-related Dalarian Royal Mechanical College and comprehensive colleges such as Tobesk University. These schools are concentrated in the eastern part of Tobesk, forming the so-called University District in the city. Miss Louisa rents an apartment in Building B, number 211 Quill Street, Tobesk University District. Although she is renting, the environmental conditions nearby are no worse than those of St. Teresa Square. The winding streets are adjacent to the Dalarian Union Theological Seminary. Most of the residents nearby are students or school lecturers and professors. That's why when Shade saw Miss Louisa for the first time, he thought she had something. May often live in school.
The night was already quite late, and when I left the carriage with little Mia in my arms, I was at the intersection of the broad Seminary Boulevard and Quill Street. There is a lawn on one side of the avenue, and there are several young couples walking under the gas lamp. In the city of Tobesk, only around the Yodel Palace and here, the security is so good that you can take a walk at night. Take a few quick steps and look for your destination while reading the house numbers. But soon I found Miss Louisa's address in the middle of the street with apartment buildings on both sides. But before he walked over to open the door, he saw the door of the apartment opened. The female fortune teller with short brown hair opened the door and walked out. Miss Louisa, who seemed to have returned to normal, stood at the door and said goodbye to her. Miss Louisa was wearing a homely blue dress, with her long golden hair spread behind her. The fortune teller with short brown hair wears a very smart lady's waist-length skirt, which really highlights her figure. Miss Louisa first saw the detective holding the cat in the night. After Shade approached, Miss Anat discovered him belatedly. The three of them greeted each other in the light of the foyer, and after exchanging a few words to make sure each other was in good health, Shade explained that he had something to talk to Miss Anat. Oh? Miss Louisa looked at the two of them curiously, but did not ask any unnecessary questions. She just said that she would see Dr. Schneider tomorrow. She seemed to have really recovered. The fortune teller knew what Shade wanted to ask, but after bidding farewell to Miss Louisa, the two did not chat on the street. Miss Anat's profession is a fortune teller who belongs to the Seer Association. She also wanted to return to the city center, so she and Shade boarded the carriage back together. You can talk now. After the sound of horse hoofbeats trampling on the Treeline Avenue, the woman in the carriage said. She just recited a spell in a low voice so that the coachman would not hear any unnecessary words. Are you and Miss Louisa okay? The narrow carriage made it easy for Shade to smell the perfume of the girl with purple eyes. He held the cat and asked, and little Mia showed her paws towards Miss Anat. The timid cat is showing courage in this way and telling others not to hurt it. Although you have already asked it again, I am still very happy that the first sentence you asked was this. We have no problem. The priest's potion helped a lot. Miss Anat said. She did not sit upright in the carriage like Shade, but relaxed and leaned slightly on the side of the carriage. Even if you don't do divination, I know what you want to ask. Please ask. She was keeping her promise, and if everyone survived, she would explain it all. The carriage turned in the middle of the boulevard, and Shade in the carriage looked serious. What is the Whispering Psalm? An unknowable relic? He came here so late just because of this problem. Do you still know about agnostic-level relics? Professor Garcia from the School of History said that? Miss Anat raised her eyebrows, but shook her head. The Whispering Canto was not a relic, but a great prophecy. Around the end of the Fifth Era, people discovered some relics of the last 13 witch emperors. Not all of them are relics with whisper elements, most of them are relics of ordinary objects. There are some strange sentences on those relics, pieced together in the languages of different eras. According to the diary left by the last witch emperor, it is inferred that those sentences can just form a complete poem, which is named murdering poetry. What about the content? Shade asked, but Miss Anat did not answer immediately. Instead, she tilted her head and looked at the night view outside the window. Shade waited patiently, knowing that the other party must be thinking. After a long time, Miss Anat, who was blowing in the night wind, whispered softly amidst the sound of horse hooves, I'm afraid no one knows the complete content of the Whispering Psalm. I just know that the poem predicts major events that will happen in the Sixth Age. The 13 chosen ones appeared one after another, just like the brave men or knights in ancient fairy tales like the protagonists in the novel. After experiencing various troubles and dangers, they were promoted to the 13th ring. An epic oil painting scroll appeared in Shade's mind. Then what? What is the purpose of selecting the 13 chosen ones? Miss Anat continued, when all the chosen ones appear and all the survivors are promoted to the 13th ring or all die, a door will open, and then everything in the material world will change. Door? What door? I don't know. I didn't have the opportunity to ask the church leaders or the professors at the college for their opinions on the mumbling psalms, but my opinion is that behind the door lies the secret of the fall of the old gods and the truth of the rise of the righteous gods. The push of the door, the opening, will unlock ancient secrets, and may even allow the door pusher to be promoted to God, but it may also release some terrible things that will lead to the destruction of the world. This is destruction, but also rebirth. And to make matters worse, according to the Whispering Cantos, that door is bound to be pushed open. Shade frowned. If all the information provided by Miss Anat is true, then what happens to the chosen ones will completely disrupt the order of the world. Under this prosperous steam age, an undercurrent surges. That's too bad.
Who are the 13 chosen ones? I don't know.
In fact, no one can know the identity of the chosen one unless they happen to get the corresponding part of the whispering canto.
Of course I didn't get it. I have other ways. She was still looking out the window. Who is Miss Iluna Beas? I don't know, I know this.
She turned her head and smiled lightly at Shade, but there was no smile in her eyes. Detective, I haven't talked to the doctors about what I talked to you about today.
Because you are outside of destiny, you absolutely cannot be the chosen one. And the reason why I tell you this is to invite you. Walk with me. What to do?
Those purple eyes seem to be glowing, but they are really beautiful. Go find and witness the 13 chosen ones, and help them. Since the door will definitely be pushed open, and dangers and opportunities coexist behind that door, then I want to witness the door being pushed open with my own eyes, and guarantee that this will not happen. It will cause the destruction of the world.
She stretched out her white hand to Shade, and looked at Shade with her purple eyes. Shad Suellen Hamilton, will you help me? You want to save the world?
The moonlight illuminated the city, and the carriage moved forward slowly in the dark night of Tobesk. Shade looked at the hand.
No, I just want to ensure that the world will not be destroyed because of this.
This sounds ridiculous, and it is not what a three-ring warlock like me should care about, but I have seen it, and I have seen that the survival of the world will be maintained in the final stage.
On the chosen ones in front of the door.
All 13 are present, or some are present, or even only one is present, which will lead to different results.
I can only know the best choice when I see them.
Shade looked into the purple eyes for a moment, then reached out and took the woman's hand. A smile appeared on the corner of the latter's mouth, but when he wanted to withdraw his hand, he found that Shade would not let go.
Of course, he didn't mean to take advantage.
Shade's voice was very low. This kind of major event that affects the entire world, even if I don't want to participate, will be affected sooner or later. I am willing to work with you to witness and find the 13 chosen ones, to guide or help them. But as the basis of cooperation, I want us to it should start with building trust between each other. The path to the sublimation of the 12 divinities he is going to take requires the absorption of divinity, which requires dealing with evil gods or dangerous relics of old gods. Therefore, taking the initiative to contact the 13 chosen ones who are destined to be troubled will actually help Shade continue.
Search for divinity.
He grasped the fortune teller's soft hand tightly and looked into Miss Anat's purple eyes. I can understand the meaning of any text.
But I can read and understand, but I can't speak or write. Miss Anat's eyes flickered. I see.
Then I, at a very serious price, can make almost error-free predictions. So far, I have only made a big mistake in one thing. I originally thought that our group would only have 4 people, but you appeared.
You only have 1 link, but I still invite you. It is for this reason that you are the only person in this world who is definitely not the chosen one.
I don't have to worry about you knowing too many secrets of the chosen one from me, thereby disrupting my observations of the future.
Shade nodded slightly, then let go of the fortune teller's hand. The latter moved his wrist and joked, "Is this how you always treat ladies? Sorry, this is indeed a bit rude. But back to Miss Beas, since we want to cooperate, you should tell me some information."
As Shade spoke, he did not explain the reason why he understood all languages, and Miss Anat did not mention the reason why she could make accurate predictions. This was considered a tacit understanding.
Iluna Beas, the second ring sorceress of the Church of the Sun.
She is the first chosen one in the prophecy of the Whispering Psalm and represents the power of balance. As for her identity, for the time being, only the Church of the Sun and you and I know.
Of course, I know this secret because of my prophecy. Balance?
Shade was trying to figure out the meaning of the word, while Mia had fallen asleep lying down next to him.
Then he asked, "So, how many people still know about the Whispering Psalm and the Chosen One?" The complete content of the Whispering Cantos is not in the hands of anyone.
The Church of the 5 Gods and the 3 Thaumaturgy Academies must know it. Some ancient organizations such as the Blood Spirit School and the Prophet Association where I belong must also know it. The relics of the witch with poems written on them are controlled by different forces. The Church of the Sun has the most information about the first chosen one. What's even more coincidental is that Beas actually took the initiative to join the Church of the Sun before the church found her. Warlock Squad. Maybe the Sun God is really protecting his followers.
Shade nodded and let out a sigh of relief. So what's the plan now? You're going to contact the first chosen one, Miss Beas. What specific actions are you going to take? Do you need my help? Miss Anat smiled. Detective, I don't need your help for the time being. In fact, we have already been in contact.
I created a chance encounter with Iluna Beas. When she went to the market outside the city, I pretended to be an ordinary prophet and helped she solve some doubts. I think she will come to me again soon, and I will help her as a mysterious prophet. I will not reveal my identity until she confirms that I am a ring warlock. Cooperate with this. This is a good plan. Shade praised that this not only established a connection between the two parties, but also made Miss Bayos feel in awe of Miss Anata. Wait until I reveal my identity to her before I introduce you to her. Detective, you must not interfere in this matter. My plan is already very detailed. And you are too, not strong. The main job is to improve your own strength. After you have the power to control yourself, I will probably need your help with many things. This arrangement makes sense. Shade does not need to participate in Miss Anat's complete plan, and he does still need time to learn. Although the Lakeview Manor incident was theoretically solved by him, in reality it was just good luck that cannot be replicated. Miss Anat's plan will definitely involve a struggle between ring magicians, and Shade is not suitable to join in rashly now. Then what if the other party takes the initiative to contact me? Shade asked rhetorically. Miss Anat obviously didn't believe such a thing existed, but she still replied, then play your role as an ordinary detective. Before my plan is completed, don't let Miss Bayos know that you are a ring warlock. This will disrupt my clever plan and increase your danger. Also, speaking of which, can you still use the power of the 13-ring warlock? If it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer. Shade knew that the other party was not prying into his secrets, but wanted to know their trump cards. He nodded, yes, but the conditions are harsh and dangerous. But it is also very powerful, even comparable to gods. Miss Anat nodded slightly in understanding. That's good. In this way, at least the worst-case scenario can be avoided. But don't worry. I am mainly responsible for contact with the first chosen person. I am not an ordinary 3-ring warlock. Hope so. One more thing. Sorry. She looked at Shade. What? Shade said, puzzled. I took you to the 3rd floor of the Lakeview Manor mansion, and promised not to put you in danger, but in the end you were forced to face the evil god. Although this can be used to prevaricate something that I didn't expect, but I won't. That's what I did. I'm sorry for putting you in danger. It was the biggest mistake I made at Lakeview Manor. Detective, I will find a chance to make it up to you. Don't worry about that. I went with you voluntarily. And if it wasn't like this, who could have predicted everything? Your prophecy requires a price, and it's impossible to pay for everything. Divination on everything, especially if it involves gods. Shade said. He listened to the voice of the female fortune teller with short brown hair, hugged the sleeping Mia, and looked out of the carriage window. The misty city has entered a slumber, and the 3 moons under the silent night sky have illuminated the earth unchanged for thousands of years, but they cannot illuminate every shadow. The chosen one, the great prophecy of the Witch Emperor, are all protagonists in the changing times. The outsider doesn't know what role he will play in the next story, nor what the future will hold. But in short, he understood some things, and had his own friends. Seeing this quiet night at this moment, I really felt like I was here. Say something, he said in his mind. What do you want to hear? It doesn't matter, just say something. He looked at the night view of this steam city and heard the woman's chuckle amidst the sound of horse hooves. 6th Epoch, Universal Calendar 1853, Summer. In the wind blowing through the city, you officially understand the world. After the blood feast that greets you is over, the first protagonist of the story is about to appear. When the golden scales, symbolizing balance, begin to tilt, someone is always responsible for adding weight. You foresaw the magnificent epic in the steam era of great changes. Forced to get involved, traveling through the scrolls of time and the rhythm of horseshoes, will you take action? The stranger tilted his head and looked out the window at the bright moon. Miss Anat looked at Shade with her purple eyes. The orange cat, who squinted his eyes and pretended to be asleep, looked at Miss Anat. The moonlight shone on the orange cat from the car window. It was a really quiet night. When Shade took little Mia back to number 6 St. Teresa Square, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. He changed his shoes in the foyer on the 1st floor, and when he walked up the stairs, he felt as if a century had passed since he last walked down the stairs. Priest August placed all of Shade's belongings in his study. The silver moon's orb was damaged due to yesterday's dream, and the clerical relic, vampire ring, was also transformed into ashes due to overestimating its ability to absorb God's power. Dust. The only relics that Shade currently possesses are the pages of the poem manuscript, the Year of Kindness, and the 20-sided dice of destiny. Even Happy the Puppeteer's script,
has completely lost its supernatural qualities because the pages have been used up. Looking at the calendar on the wall, June, known as the sunshine month, has passed. It's already July, a month known as the thunder moon. He sat on the chair behind the desk, looked at the items on the elegant desk, and summarized his gains and losses in the Lakeview Manor incident. Because of the invitation of Baron Lavender, I went to the open-air banquet at Lakeview Manor, and obtained the special Rhodes card, ancient fairy tale match girl, obtained the gun, and obtained divinity. Hot steam surged out from behind him. He turned around and saw that on the rotating brass wheel, the silver blasphemous spiritual rune, gluttony, was circulating around the body. This was Shade's first spiritual rune. I gained the divine afterglow state and gluttony. The ring warlock upgrade requires one of each of the 4 runes, and now I can easily need a quarter of it. Thinking about it this way, the gain last night far outweighed the effort, he muttered. Not only that, Crazy Light Chaser has a high probability of bringing him an enlightening elemental rune related to the concept of light within 3 months, and the mission of the ancient god, father of the infinite tree, is also there is a miracle, echo, waiting to be harvested. From this point of view, if you do not consider the word of sublimation, then he does not seem to be far away from the second ring, and he may even be promoted within a few months. It's a pity that although the afterglow of divinity has appeared on Shade, it will take a week to unlock the key. It's only Monday now, and he has to wait until the early morning of Thursday. But no matter how much he harvested at Lakeview Manor, it was something that happened under extremely special luck. He didn't think that kind of good luck would come to visit him again. Besides the silver blasphemous rune, gluttony, the biggest gain last night should be the understanding of Silver Moon. Although it was impossible for him to recreate that kick hanging upside down in front of the silver moon, Xiade had not forgotten the image of standing on the field ridge in his dream, looking up at the huge silver moon above his head. From this aspect, Silver Moon's orb is considered to be a great value for money. He was thinking about the relic he had destroyed, and flicked his fingers in the air to try Silver Moon slash again, but suddenly stopped. Now in the study, if anything here is destroyed, Shade will very sad. He got up from the seat in the study, walked into the living room, opened the door to the corridor, and followed the stairs to the foyer on the first floor. Standing in the foyer, facing the layers of wooden boards that sealed the first floor. With the sound of bells and whistles, a huge brass life ring behind him appeared in the steam. He chanted ancient mantras in his mouth and lightly traced his fingers in the air. As the dazzling silver light bloomed, an arc-shaped trace of light appeared in the sky. Then there was the sound of boards being smashed, startling little Mia, who poked her head around the corner of the stairs on the first floor to see what Shade was doing. But this time the orange cat was not scared away. Instead, it held its tail between its legs and wondered whether it should rescue Shade. The foyer itself was not that big, and Shade was also hit by the splattered wooden fragments. Fortunately, the injury was not serious, it was just a cut on the back of his hand. As the board shattered, a brown object fell out from the gap behind the board. Shade looked in surprise at the heavy wallet under the gaslight in the foyer. This is indeed a wallet, and it looks bulging. You can tell at a glance that it contains a lot of banknotes. Shade tightened his face and thought about his initial big search. Speaking of which, I only thought that room 1 on the second floor was the detective's legacy and didn't check the first floor at all. In fact, even if we searched the first floor, there is a high probability that we would not find it. This wallet is really well hidden. He raised his head and glanced at the solid brick wall behind the 3-layer wooden board, and picked up the wallet with his bleeding hand. That wooden board should be removable, so no one would think of hiding the wallet here, and it is very convenient to get money every time I go out. Detective Sparrow and the original owner should know this location, but I have not inherited the memory. Shade didn't know how he should feel for a moment. He was happy to finally find his wallet, but also shocked that the answer was so simple. So I opened my wallet and checked, and found that it was indeed full of banknotes. After counting, there was a total of £28 and 12 shillings, which was enough to maintain the operation of the office for 3 months and allow a single man with a small expense to live a good life. But the value of the cane must be more than £15, and the price of high-end black tea will not be low. This is the only inheritance left by Detective Sparrow. Isn't he deliberately calculating this money? Just enough for 3 months of normal expenses. Taking the wallet and walking up the stairs, I wanted to clean up the hall, summarizing my impression of Detective Sparrow in my mind, extremely rigorous in his work, writing a diary every day, and keeping his accounts in order. He has strong detective skills, but some detective records are not true, and some clients have a bad impression of him. He has a good taste in black tea, expensive walking sticks, and likes to watch Knights and Wars and Palace-type novels. Although this image is much more three-dimensional, I still can't tell what secrets he has.
His footsteps suddenly stopped, causing the cat climbing the stairs in front of him to look back curiously.
Shade narrowed his eyes slightly, but actually saw nothing. Wait a minute, if everything I experienced that night at Lakeview Manor was the result of luck, then do the things I didn't understand correspond to the things I didn't know?
Among the many things at Lakeview Manor, the most incomprehensible ones were the information about the witch council heard at the stables, and the information about the spies of the United Kingdom of Carson Rick heard after breaking into the garden maze. The witch council must have nothing to do with Detective Sparrow. After all, the detective is a man no matter what, and many parties have confirmed that he is indeed an ordinary person. On the contrary, Shade had some doubts that the information from the witch council pointed to that lady who was also present at the time. As for spies, if you think about it this way, the identity of a foreign spy does indeed fit the setting of a man who hides huge secrets but is just an ordinary person.
He continued to climb the stairs while thinking about it. The cat couldn't wait to scratch the door on the second floor, do things with the utmost rigor. The prudence of a spy, writing a diary every day is to disguise your identity and whereabouts as an ordinary citizen, keep your accounts organized so that you don't leave clues to others, making it easier to falsify the source of funds. The detective ability is very strong, which is in line with the characteristics of a spy. The detective records are untrue and clearly cover up information while enhancing the persona of the average detective. Some clients have a bad impression. He must have done unnecessary things outside of the commission, or used a gun. Black tea has good taste and is his true hobby. The expensive cane may be the only personal item he brought from his hometown and has souvenir value. I like novels. Maybe those novels are code books, but I can't understand them. Shade opened the door for Mia, and the nocturnal cat immediately ran into the living room. He stood at the door and looked at the place where Mr. Sparrow lived. The moonlight passed through St. Teresa Square and shone into the living room from the window, but the light stopped when he reached his feet, leaving half of Shade's face at the door hidden in shadow. So, Sparrow Hamilton can't really be Cassandrick's spy, right? In addition to the above doubts, if you think about it this way, the coincidence of buying number 6 St. Teresa Square may be the result of the operation of the spy organization, and being good at investigating mistresses and extramarital affairs may also be a deliberate choice of the detective. This is close to the noble's eavesdropping on secrets. The reason for his final death was that he tried his best to complete the noble's commission, which also confirms Seada's conjecture. But if this idea is correct, then Detective Sparrow's mission is to lie in wait and wait for awakening, or simply let him break into the upper level of Tobesk, or wait for the opportunity to join an incident. These all disappeared with the accidental death of the detective. As for original Silver Moon, it is not yet clear whether it is the detective's own hobby, or whether it is a stepping stone he used to knock on the door of the upper-class society after sneaking into Tobesk for 3 years. But these are just conjectures. Shade walked into the door and was about to take a broom to clean the first floor. No matter what, Sparrow Hamilton is dead. The only secret that belongs to him is the letter that will be sent in September. The current speculations are just speculations. He can find the original owner a few months in advance. I can definitely destroy items related to my identity a few months in advance. Thinking of this, Detective Sparrow specially found the original owner Shade, who had a brain problem, and it seemed that he could explain it clearly. Did he have a single line of communication with Cassandrick's side, and he was a secret undercover agent for a long time. He would not be assigned tasks until the critical moment. Therefore, after the accident, he could not immediately notify his supervisor that he was about to die, so he could only they will find homeless people with brain problems and use whether they reply to seemingly ordinary letters in September as confirmation of their safety. Shade was almost certain that there was more than half a chance that his idea was right. But there is no evidence to prove these views now, unless he is crazy enough to report Detective Sparrow and let his own life be affected. However, maybe Miss Anat's divination can help. He thought in his mind, she doesn't have to make that kind of costly divination. Just ordinary divination may be able to provide clues related to Detective Sparrow. The thought of not having to wait until September to reveal this secret makes me feel even better at this moment than when I found the wallet just now. Among the 4 free thaumaturgy provided by the Academy to Shade, Perception of Time lacks materials and cannot be learned, while Cynthia's Silver Moon gift requires a very harsh moon phase environment to learn. While preparing supper for little Mia, Shade noticed that the cat was actually licking the bleeding wound on the back of his hand. While he was worried about his own health, he wanted to try to learn this healing ability. Tonight was just the right time. He took out the bottle of silver liquid from the drawer in the study. This liquid is called Silver Moonflower by the college.
If purchased normally, this small bottle of 0.5 fluid ounces, approximately 14.2 milliliters, of liquid will cost the college £14 and 3 shillings. Open the curtains in the living room and bathe yourself in the three-color moonlight. Stretch out your right arm, then pick off the cat that suddenly jumped on your arm, and let the back of your right hand be in the moonlight. The requirement for learning this ability is that he must have wounds on himself. In the current situation, he does not need to hurt himself intentionally. Carefully pour the moonlight liquid on the wound. The liquid did not flow down the back of your hand, but all gathered at the wound. Shade took a deep breath, picked up the prepared match from the window sill, and lit it with a light stroke on the wall. Then very carefully, he put the back of his right hand downward and poked the burning match head into the wound where the silver liquid had gathered. Tisk, the match went out due to pressing, and all the moonlight liquid under the moonlight poured into the wound, indicating that the ability had been successfully learned. Shade felt the new power and saw that the wound on the back of his hand was still there, so he softly recited an awkward mantra that he understood as praise the moon. A faint silver light appeared in his left hand, and he immediately covered the back of his right hand with his left hand. After a few minutes, he separated his hands, shook his right hand, and saw that there were only shallow marks left on the wound, which would probably heal on its own soon. The thaumaturgy, Cindy's silver moon gift, actually prefers to use the properties of the silver moon to heal the mind and soul. Physical healing is a side effect, so the effect is not very good. After all, among the 3 moons, the red moon represents flesh and blood, and the red moon's thaumaturgy is actually better at physical healing. Meow Little Mia quickly scratched Shade's trousers at his feet. Shade, who had learned a new thaumaturgy, picked him up and prepared to wash up and go to rest. The Mercury blood incident has come to an end for the time being. He has found Mr. Sparrow's legacy. The Ring Warlock studies are on the right track, and he even has a goal for a long time to come. Shade was not dissatisfied with this kind of life. He had the same idea as when he first left St. Teresa Square and saw the world of this era. Everything would be fine. The next day was Tuesday, things at Lakeview Manor came to an end for the time being, and Shade's life returned to peace again. The most important thing today is to visit the seriously injured Dr. Schneider, but even though he is free, the other 2 commissions left by Detective Sparrow cannot be completed for the time being. What the detective means is that Shade gradually completed 4 commissions in the 2 months before September to maintain the superficial operation of the office, so the remaining 2 commissions cannot be easily completed now. He plans to wait until the end of this month or the beginning of next month before taking action. Shade fed the cat early, went to the post office to send a letter to the Lucky Southern Cross Club, stating that he had woken up, and then met up with Priest Augustus in front of the Dawn Church, which is 20 minutes walk from St. Teresa Square. The Church of Dawn is located in the center of Dawn Square and is also considered a landmark building in Tobesk. Even if they are not believers, people will be impressed by the magnificent architecture of the church when they pass by. Of course, according to the Augustan priest, the building itself had power, and evil spirits and evil things had no escape within the church. So people are impressed by the magnificent buildings, probably because they are also affected by extraordinary powers. Although it was still early in the morning, there was already a crowd of people in front of the Dawn Church. Well-dressed upper-class gentlemen mixed with ordinary citizens, entering and exiting the church door engraved with a huge holy emblem. Yesterday I heard from a priest that Dawn Church's most important religious festival, Holy Prayer Day, will be held in late July. Believers who want to participate in church activities will often go here recently. Shade wonders if this world also needs to bring some gifts when visiting patients. Now that he had found the money left by Detective Sparrow, he once thought about buying some fruits or eggs on the way to the church, but he was still empty-handed when he arrived at the destination. So I thought that after meeting Priest Augustus, I would ask him to pick some beautiful flowers in the church garden. But after meeting the old priest, he was embarrassed to say it. Priest August had no intention of buying a gift. After meeting up with Shade, he took a carriage directly to Dr. Schneider's clinic. Dr. Schneider was not admitted to the hospital, and his problems were not something ordinary doctors could diagnose and treat. When Shade and the old priest met him in the doctor's bedroom on the 3rd floor of the clinic, he was weakly leaning on the bed in his pajamas, talking to Miss Anat and Miss Louisa, who had arrived one step ahead. There are 2 chairs next to the bed, obviously prepared for 2 gentlemen. The layout of the doctor's bedroom is very similar to that of the dead Detective Sparrow. The same 4-poster bed with curtains is placed against the wall of the bedroom, surrounded by bookshelves, wardrobes, and desks. Even the shape of the gas lamp with a lotus flower mouth on the desk is similar, but obviously the doctor's one is more expensive. Shade saw the gear knob on the side of the metal appliance, which meant that the lamp could finally adjust the brightness.
This could be regarded as a typical representative machine of this steam age. You are here. Bill Schneider looked pale as the priest and detective walked in. He wanted to sit up straight, but unfortunately failed. Miss Anat and Miss Louisa also stood up to greet the two of them. The former just looked at Shade as if the conversation last night did not exist, while the latter looked completely recovered. The girls were luckier than the doctor. Much better. When Shade picked a chair and sat down, he glanced around the room and found no gifts or anything like that. It seemed that the female diviner and the female writer came to visit the patient empty-handed. This discovery made Shade very happy. I'm glad to see you all here. The doctor whispered, watching Shade and the priest sit down. Bill, stop talking. How is he doing now? Priest August asked Miss Anat, and the lady with short brown hair replied with some annoyance. He forcibly used the word of sublimation without any preparation. The damage to his body was not bad, and your potion could solve it. What's strange is that the decrease in lifespan did not appear, but the spirit and soul were affected. Extraordinary damage. Shade thought of the sulfur smell he smelled at that time, and the injured doctor smiled awkwardly. Fortunately, no one asked him about this issue. Then, the only way I can think of is holy water number 2 or number 1, which can completely and harmlessly solve this problem. Priest Augustus said that he was the best at preparing potions in the group and also acted as the healer in the group. After all, although Dr. Schneider is a doctor, he is also a psychiatrist. Holy water? This was the first time that Shade heard this proper term. Miss Louisa explained to him in a low voice, the Holy See of the Church of Nature has mastered a set of 5 relics, ranging from poet level to angel level. They are said to be 5 angel statues. Soaking them in dew can convert the dew into holy water with different effects. Known as holy water number 5 to number 1. Holy water puree itself is a very effective potion and has a powerful effect on exorcism. After proper preparation, a variety of magic potions can be prepared. Among them, holy water number 1 will not be leaked out, and holy water number 2 has been agreed upon by the Five Gods Church and is a standard supply for the Ring Warlock team of the Zhengshan Church. A doctor's injury that requires diagnosis and treatment of the soul would probably require a similar magic potion to cure it. Otherwise, it is a more precious potion or relic. Is there any stock in the local black market recently? Priest Augustus asked worriedly, sitting hunched over in his chair. Miss Louisa explained in a low voice, it is said that the expensive holy water that occasionally appears on the local black market is released and sold by the church. Not at the moment, but I contacted a friend in Kaisenrick, and he has some inventory, but it will take at least a month before he can send it over. Miss Anat replied. Is there any other way? Shade also joined the conversation, but Priest August shook his head. If he rests, I'm afraid Bill won't be able to get out of bed until the end of the year. In the past, our team had a clerical-level therapeutic relic, the doctor's severed hand, that can heal the soul. Unfortunately, it was lost during a fight with others last year. Over at the academy you can think of a way, but the academy's method is usually very expensive. This is not an ordinary injury, an injury to the soul and spirit. Even your blood-sucking ring cannot cure it. The blood-sucking ring was destroyed. When I faced the shadow of the evil god yesterday, both of my relics were destroyed. Shade said regretfully. That's normal, Shade. You're really brave. The doctor reluctantly smiled at Shade. You saved us all at Lakeview. Some special healing thaumaturgy, spells or divine spells can also heal soul and mental wounds, but we are not good at such abilities. Priest Augustus said again. Among the free thaumaturgy given to me by the Academy, Cynthia's Silver Moon gift should be a healing ability and specialize in mental and soul healing. I learned it last night. Shade said that the divine afterglow state and the increased understanding of Silver Moon made him very confident in this ability. Unfortunately, this ability can only be used at night. The afterglow of divinity does not make you omnipotent. I think that you must upgrade to at least level 3 before you can use thaumaturgy to affect the doctor's condition. The murmur reminded. If Silver Moon's gift, the writer Miss Louisa thought for a moment, and now, except for the seriously injured doctor, the female writer from the 4th ring is the strongest one in the group, this should work, but you are only a first-level warlock, so I don't think it will be very useful. Otherwise, there would be no need for holy water number 2 or number 1. She agreed with the woman's voice in Shade's head. Miss Louisa then ordered, then we still need to think of other ways, Anat. You can go to old John's place and have a look later. Priest, please ask if the Church of Nature will release the next batch of holy water in the near future. After I go back,
I will read the article Healing Fountain. Read the ancient fairy tales a few more times and try to see if you can obtain healing magic.
As for you, detective, you don't show your face these days. All four people looked at Shade. Shade hesitated for a moment and took the initiative to talk about this topic. The last silver moon / the night, no need to explain, everyone has their own secret. And, thanks to you for killing Lasoya, otherwise our identities would have been exposed. Even now, we have to face the pursuit of Mercury blood. Maybe there is also the blood spirit school. The priest wrote about this. Dr. Schneider said, leaning against the bedside table. He coughed, and Priest Augustus hurriedly handed over the teacup. What was inside was not tea, but some dark potion that smelled like mint. What exactly is the blood spirit school? I have heard of this organization more than once recently, but I don't know much about it. Shade asked again, and Miss Anat, who was from the Prophet Association, provided more information. Some information shows that the Blood Spirit School can even be traced back to before the Lost Third Age. This organization is good at flesh and blood, and it was already quite active in the Fifth Age of which era? They tried to purify blood. The female diviner paused for a moment, thinking whether she should continue. Let humans evolve. This group of people believe that our current Sixth Age is the Lost Brass era, and only by purifying blood until it is golden and tracing back to the most primitive power of human bloodline in ancient times can we achieve the final evolution of humans and achieve gold human beings. Of course, there is no evidence to support these claims. Not only that, the Blood Spirit School was pursued by secular forces and the Church of the Five Gods at the same time due to a large number of human experiments and massacres and sabotage operations. Decades ago, the main body of the organization was transferred to the New World. In the Old World only a few strongholds of the Kingdom of Delirian still remain. Miss Louisa said. Also, there is a 13th level warlock in the Blood Spirit School, the 78-year-old Bloodweeper Hermans. He is very powerful. If he hadn't been killed by Zhengshan 30 years ago when he was in the 12 levels, he was seriously injured in an ambush by the church, and the Blood Spirit School will not be so low-key in recent decades. The priest also said that other people in the group seem to have different understandings of this organization. Shade wanted to continue asking, but the doctor spoke again. In short, Shade, your most recent major event is your studies as a ring warlock. The follow-up of the Lord of the Blood Feast and the Blood of Mercury has nothing to do with you, and the Masked Man under the Silver Moon has nothing to do with you. My injuries are handled by others. Help me figure it out, so you don't have to think so much. Miss Anat, Miss Louisa and Priest Augustus also meant this. Shade thought for a while and called out the life ring behind him. White steam filled the bedroom, but surprisingly didn't spread very far. The other four people all saw the blasphemous rune, Gluttony, engraved on the one-sided life ring belonging to the first-level warlock. Even though Shade is not using any thaumaturgy now, the runes still shine as if they are activated. He attributed this to the special origin of this spiritual rune. This is not a story of indirect contact with the evil god, but of directly swallowing part of the evil god's power. This is what happened that night at Lakeview Manor, he introduced. Is it blasphemy? It is indeed possible to appear after contacting gods, but, the doctor on the bed was thinking and asked, have you eaten since you woke up? I ate. I got some boiled potatoes from the church kitchen with Priest August last night. When I fed the cat this morning, I drank 2 bottles of milk and ate some bread. Shade recalled. So, are you hungry now? Is there anything unusual when you eat? For example, do you want to eat your cat? Miss Louisa asked on behalf of the doctor. Shade shook his head in surprise. Little Mia is so cute, why am I? Oh, I understand what you mean, but there is nothing unusual about me. But the taste of the milk feels a little wrong. I suspect that the milk company that delivers it uses stale milk. This is not a problem, but if you face the evil god directly, you will definitely be affected. Be careful about the risk of losing control. Priest August warned that as a clergyman, although he is not a magician of the church, he has a strong say in this issue. If you feel unwell in the past few days, be sure to tell us. Strange dreams, inexplicable hallucinations, or loss of memory for a period of time are all worthy of vigilance. There are also physical abnormalities, such as the growth of extra organs, the appearance of granulations on the skin surface, etc. Miss Anat also added. Shade nodded, wrote these down, and then looked at the life ring behind him. Now that my first spiritual rune has appeared, should I inform the academy and change my study plan? Of course, this was told to the college along with the report we submitted. The doctor said, and then motioned to Miss Louisa to distribute the documents on the bedside table to everyone. This is the report on the blood banquet incident at Lakeview Manor on the 30th of the Sunshine Moon in the 6th era, 1853, that the doctor drafted while he was in bed. This matter needs to be reported to the Academy. We stopped the evil god. Although we did not get any actual benefits, the Academy will reward this behavior. Any act of justice will definitely be rewarded. The three major thaumaturgy academies are also enemies of the evil god. Even though the academies are far away from the civilized world for unknown reasons, the three major thaumaturgy academies are undoubtedly positive forces. This matter will involve future rewards, and also involve some of our own secrets. The doctor glanced at Shade. So, this report needs to be revised together. I have finished writing the part of my experience here. Do you have anything else to add or delete? Lucia, you are still responsible for recording. Dorothy's core spiritual rune, writer, has the thaumaturgy of reading and writing, so it is very suitable for recording. He explained to Shade again, and Shade nodded while flipping through the report in his hand. Of course, the doctor himself had secrets. Although it was not mentioned in the report, Shade did not forget that when the doctor used the word of sublimation at the door of the banquet hall, the black figure behind him had a strong smell of sulfur. Even in this world, brimstone is associated with some kind of unusually evil race from old stories, combined with what Professor Sanchez has said about Dr. Schneider's other self being problematic. Shade is almost certain that the doctor's secret is related to the devil or demons, but he does not rule out that the other party's secret is something ridiculous like sulfur slime. Devil Doctor, this title sounds quite interesting. Shade thought. Of course, he would not report this matter to the Academy. Since the doctor protected his secret, he should also protect the doctor's secret. He will continue to monitor and ensure that if the doctor has a problem, it can be dealt with in a timely manner. In order to avoid suspicion, of course Shade couldn't write about the incident where he faced the evil god. What happened after the doctor fell into coma was fabricated as the detective and the fortune teller working together to crack the ritual. During this period, the detective was affected by excessive inspiration and obtained gluttony. After consulting the two people, Miss Louisa added a lot of details to show their efforts. As for the masked man under the silver moon, everyone said that he passed by Shade and Miss Anat, and the two low-level ring magicians did not see his true face. Miss Louisa is worthy of being a writer who has won the Kingdom Literature Award. When writing the report, she was even able to describe Shade's nervousness when facing the powerful ring warlock from Shade's perspective, as well as the perceived power of the other party. In the report, both Shade and Miss Anat saw the scene where the masked man under the silver moon kicked out in front of the silver moon. The blonde writer focused on this description, using a series of adjectives to describe the shock of the scene, highlighting the idea that the suspected ring warlock of the 13 rings is very powerful, so that person must have nothing to do with the group. Miss Louisa, are you always in charge of the team's reports? While the blonde writer was polishing the report, Shade asked in a low voice to the priest on the side, who nodded. This is her division of labor within the group. In addition to what happened on the third floor, everyone also did different things before the 5 people met on the third floor. Those little things must also be added to the report, allowing the college to judge whether it is related to the arrival of the Lord of the Blood Feast. In Shade's part, he thought for a long time and decided to add the Rhodes card, the good luck of the 20-sided die of destiny, and the gun. Of course, the reason why the die is 20 points cannot be stated clearly. Actually, that heart collector also has a large bounty on his body, and you can't get it. But speaking of it, if you hadn't been so lucky last night, no one would be stupid enough to use a relic without knowing the effect, exclaimed the priest. If it weren't for my good luck, I wouldn't have survived in front of the evil god. Shade also made excuses for himself, but after he said it, he suddenly realized that this seemed to be reality. After all, when facing the evil god, the good luck caused by the script was not over yet. This report was finally revised and polished after a whole morning of discussion. The 5 people who had experienced the incident signed their names, and then the doctor asked Miss Louisa to take out the pages of the poet's manuscript from the drawer and handed in the report through the pages. Under normal circumstances, correspondence students are contacted by the Student Management Office of St. Barron's Comprehensive College, but no matter how efficient they are, it is impossible to give an immediate reply. So a few people went to a restaurant for lunch first. Of course, the doctor who claimed to be suddenly suffering from a serious illness could only stay in bed, and the servants in the clinic helped him bring food. He looked like he was about to die soon, so there was no need to pretend. The 4 people who went out had a sumptuous lunch at Good Richard's restaurant on Rentgen Avenue. When they returned to the doctor's bedroom, St. Byron's reply to the report happened to have returned.
The college also attaches great importance to this matter, otherwise the reply to the report would not arrive until late at night.
Let me take a look. Miss Louisa took a few pages and flipped through them.
After reading them, she handed them to the doctor and announced the good news to everyone. The college did not doubt the authenticity of our report, and also praised my good writing.
At least for now, there is no doubt.
The professors are very satisfied with the intelligence we submitted, and they have also heard about the incident in Tobesk City, but because there were no spies present at the time, we needed first-hand information. They also sent the information about the detective's gun. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a clerical level 4, relic, and it was very famous in history.
That's the gear of kindness.
Miss Louisa handed the relic instructions sandwiched in the paper to Shade, and Shade took a look. Clerical level relic, the gun of kindness. You can use physical bullets, or you can replenish bullets through the spirit of the ring warlock.
It does not hurt oneself.
The user aims the trigger at himself and cannot hurt himself.
It does not hurt others. The trigger is aimed at a life other than oneself.
If there is no way to resist the fatal effect, and the user who pulls the trigger is lower than level 9, the user will definitely die.
So, the meaning of not hurting oneself and not hurting others actually means that the gun owner cannot hurt himself or others?
Ha, I thought it was a judgment of the good and evil camp, he sighed.
Detective, you have also written the entrance test.
You should know that good and evil are very difficult to distinguish.
Therefore, there are very few relics of the kind you mentioned. Miss Anat, the purple-eyed fortune teller, reminded.
Spear of Goodness sounds very powerful because of its mortal effect, but just like what Priest August said, except for those who are confused by fate or low-level ring warlocks, few people will take the initiative to use a relic that does not understand its characteristics. Therefore, the rating of Gun of Kindness is only clerical level.
What about the characterization of this matter? Priest August was concerned.
The illegal organization, Mercury Blood, and the believers of the old god, Lord of the Blood Feast, jointly planned this shameful terrorist attack. The college has issued a reward to all correspondence ring magicians in the Tobesk area and provided their information to the college.
You can get rewards from the academy. Dr. Schneider read it eloquently. After lunch, he felt much better. So what's the reward for this incident? Miss Anat was concerned.
In fact, Shade was also concerned, but she was too embarrassed to ask so directly. The academy needs to verify the information we provide, but the results can be available within a week at most.
The current idea is that you and Shade will be awarded 20 practical credits and allowed to choose a thaumaturgy or spell in the library.
The academy can all learning materials and 10 spellcasting materials are provided.
TSK, what a generous gift.
Although Shade couldn't see his expression, he must be similar to the female fortune teller with short brown hair.
8 credits each for the 3 of us. The doctor pointed to himself, and then handed the report to the August priest closest to him. Probably on Saturday afternoon this week, Professor Renkin from the seminary is going to see us. Priest August shook the paper in his hand, and they all saw that on the back of the first page, there was a notice of meeting. The method used was the same as the private meeting notice that Shade saw last time. The professor will ask some things, confirm the authenticity of the report, and then issue a reward to us. In addition, considering the special nature of this incident, the college will help Dr. Schneider heal his injuries as a reward for the group. Priest August said, and everyone smiled. With these 8 credits, it seems that my possibility of advancing to grade 5 this winter has increased. The blonde girl said softly. Great, now I don't have to stay in bed until the end of the year and I'll get moldy. The blue-eyed doctor was also very happy. It was rare to see him show such a look. I have long wanted to go to the library and choose a new thaumaturgy. Now I am really lucky. I want to choose the most expensive one on the list.
The female fortune teller with short brown hair also sat quietly on the chair, putting her hands on her knees and smiling. 8 practical credits. It seems that this winter, I can try to improve the academic year's rating by another level. The wrinkles on the old priest's brow were relaxed by his good mood. Seeing that Xiadi didn't speak, the 4 of them looked at him. Say something. Miss Louisa encouraged. Shade thought about it. He only required 40 practical credits for the entire first grade, 10 of which must come from time exploration, and the remaining 30 credits actually satisfied 20. Although it was a huge reward this time, I don't want to go through it again. These words were sincere. The old priest in a good mood patted Shade on the shoulder. Although you are right, why are young people so lackluster? You don't look like a young man in your 20s. You should smile more. This is my secret to longevity. Judging from the average lifespan of this era, Priest Augustus, who is in his 50s, is definitely a long-lived person.
Infected by the atmosphere, Shade finally laughed.
Since he came to this world, he had no relatives, no friends, no past memories, no money, and even no language. Now that he has people he can trust and his own strength, he actually has nothing to complain about. What emerged from the manuscript pages, in addition to the college's response to this matter, was also shot as study status. Unexpectedly, he obtained the blasphemous rune, gluttony, by directly facing the old gods, and the academy was also very concerned about whether Shade was affected. But the original study plan remained unchanged. Crazy Light Chaser and the spiritual rune, Light, were still the most important tasks for Shade before he checked the Academy's Book of Ascension half a year later. But due to the special nature of the School of History, not only Professor Renkin of the Theological School will be in front of everyone this Saturday, but Professor Hessinger Garcia, the Deputy Dean of the School of History, will also appear to give the last unexpected Fifth Era 1068.
Compensation and rewards for time travel events. Professor Garcia should be summarizing your course. He is the Deputy Dean of the School of History. I didn't expect him to be the one to guide you.
It seems that the School of History really values your affairs, exclaimed Dr. Schneider. But since the reward for the Lakeview Manor incident and the reward for the investigator incident both came on Saturday, Shade was looking forward to the opportunity to talk to Professor Garcia alone. He wanted to check the Book of Ascension in advance, because the 4 different types of spiritual runes were very close to him. Now that he has obtained the first spiritual rune, Shade naturally wants to try to master the thaumaturgy corresponding to gluttony. Doctors and others also agree with this idea. Even if the ring magician has limited energy and cannot thoroughly understand and dig out every spiritual rune, it is a common practice for academics to master at least one thaumaturgy for each spiritual rune.
We have access to spells and thaumaturgy through more than just the expensive library of St. Byron's.
Miss Anat said. She stretched out her hand and gestured. Tobesk City is the most important city in the old world.
There are countless ring warlocks here, and a certain scale black market and trading channels have spontaneously formed.
You probably already know that you can buy relics from Old John.
In fact, we can also directly purchase thaumaturgy, incantation, and even some books that may lead to obtaining spiritual runes after reading them.
She looked at the doctor on the bed. After the doctor nodded, Miss Anat took a pen and paper and wrote down an address. After confirming that Shade had written it down, she burned it with the flame of her fingertips. You can just go here. The membership fee is £1.
I think it shouldn't be very difficult for you.
Yes, there has been a lot of income recently.
Shade said, thinking about yesterday's wallet, and then thinking about Sparrow's secret.
He planned to talk to Miss Anat about divination alone after the meeting was over. The address written by Miss Anat was the Black Raven Library in the Tobesk University District, which was very close to the apartment where Miss Louisa rented.
This is ostensibly a private library and club for university professors.
You need to get permission from the owner and pay a certain membership fee before you can share the books inside. But in fact, the Black Raven Library is engaged in the preservation and collection of knowledge related to ring magicians. They themselves retain a certain amount of occult knowledge and are open to introduced and trusted ring warlocks, but most importantly, they provide a platform for local ring warlocks to anonymously trade books and knowledge-based goods. There are many similar places in the city of Tobesk, which constitute private trading places for large and small ring magicians, but this library has the best reputation, so Miss Anat recommended Shade to go here.
Remember to wear a mask and wear inconspicuous clothes.
You can definitely trust Father John, and he has a deep relationship with us, so there is no need to bother.
But the Black Raven Library is different.
We are only regular customers, it's best not to reveal your identity. Priest August warned. Shade carefully wrote down the information, and calculated in his mind how many gold pounds he should spend to buy knowledge. He actually still owed the family's orange cat Xiaomi £10. This remittance from Mizgoth was used by him to purchase the broken relic, the Orb of Silver Moon. In addition to the £40 owed to the group for tuition fees, Shade's current debt has reached £50, and yesterday's inheritance from Mr. Sparrow was obviously not enough. Fortunately, the monthly arrears of £20 can be paid off at the end of the month, and he also saved a deposit last month, so his financial situation is actually pretty good. After talking about these things, today's meeting should end and let the doctor rest slowly. But Dr. Schneider announced something else to the crowd that forced them to stay. Regarding the counterfeit philosopher's stone, I haven't given up yet.
I will take action again after the injury is healed.
In Lakeview Manor, Mercury Blood lost important members Heart Collector and La Zoya Madam, the leader of the organization, the Silver-Eyed One, is also seriously injured. I heard the news that the Zhengshan Church is really angry this time, and even wants to transfer a new 13-ring warlock from the Holy See. Now is a good opportunity. Bill, it's not worth it for those 5 credits. Don't forget that there may still be a blood spirit school. Priest August advised, but the doctor shook his head. Of course it's not just for 5 practical credits. You probably haven't seen the bounty. This mission was issued by Professor Rutgers of the School of Mechanical Engineering. I want to learn a very important thaumaturgy from this professor. This time it's an opportunity. The doctor himself is good at the ability of mind and dreams, and belongs to the Mechanical Academy. It seems that he has been preparing for this matter for a long time. Moreover, the forged Philosopher's Stone itself is also very important. The Academy's reward order only requires 3 fluid ounces, and we can keep the rest for ourselves. Do you know the characteristics of this keeper-level relic? He looked at the 4 of them. Professor Shade and Professor Augustus both shook their heads. Miss Louisa thought for a while. I once took the elective course Dangerous Alchemical Imitations. I remember, the keeper-level relic, Fake Philosopher's Stone, is a red liquid substance and is the most dangerous philosopher-level relic. A failed imitation of the relic, Philosopher's Stone, it is said to have been created by the great alchemist of the chaotic era of the Fourth Age. The counterfeit Philosopher's Stone cannot be touched directly as it is highly poisonous. Once the counterfeit comes into contact with the real Philosopher's Stone, the counterfeit will turn into pure water. Although it is a failed imitation, it has inherited some properties of the real Philosopher's Stone. The same amount of fake Philosopher's Stone can be converted into the same amount of gold, but it is really a waste to use it in this way. The most important characteristic is yes, the counterfeit Philosopher's Stone can be used as a nearly universal ritual item, replacing some important ritual items that cannot be found. For example, the ritual of calling the evil god, Mercury Blood, and the cultists who believe in the Lord of the Blood Feast are impossible. It was easy to gather the ritual supplies, so the counterfeit Philosopher's Stone must have been used. This is the result of the association's investigation yesterday. Miss Anat added. The advancement of a ring warlock requires ritual assistance. The materials for the advancement ceremony of a low-level ring warlock are very common, but I have to start preparing for promotion from the 5th ring to the 6th ring. Some materials can be smuggled from the New World, some materials can be purchased from the Academy, but some the material is really difficult. The doctor looked at the other 4 people. Of course they had no reason to object anymore. But there is no rush, and Dr. Schneider won't know until at least Saturday whether he will recover. Before that, doctors could only spend a week lying in bed holding a book. Exam week is at the end of this month. Read a few more books now. Maybe you can try to pass the exams in those theoretical courses. Speaking of which, Doctor, how are you studying ether mechanics? The blonde writer said jokingly, causing the others to smile. Only the doctor leaned on the bedside and sighed sadly. He didn't like lying in bed all the time, let alone ether mechanics. After the meeting, everyone left, leaving Dr. Schneider to take bed rest, even though he was reluctant to do so. Shade winked at the female fortune-teller, indicating that he wanted to talk. Although Shade did not understand the doctor's complicated gestures in Lakeview Manor, Miss Anat easily understood what Shade wanted to express at this time. So Shad walked around the Rentgen Boulevard. After standing on the street corner and waiting for a while, he saw the carriage stop beside him. Miss Anat waved him up from the window. Detective, what's wrong? Because their destination was the city center, Shade got on the carriage and the carriage set off again. This shouldn't be considered taking advantage. Do you need to give half of the fare to Miss Anat later? He thought this as he sat down. I want to ask you to help me divine something about Detective Sparrow. Oh, that's the former Detective Hamilton. Shade spoke in detail about his suspicions about Detective Sparrow, and emphasized that they were just suspicions at the moment. That's more or less it. I suspect that Mr. Sparrow Hamilton is actually a senior spy of Kassenric. Although he is dead, there is a high probability that his identity will not have any impact on me, but there is always something wrong. Don't worry, that's why I want you to help me divine the identity of Mr. Sparrow. The girl with purple eyes listened patiently and frowned when she heard the word spy. Although ordinary people do not have access to ring sorcerers, the kingdom's intelligence agencies, such as Delarian's MI6 or Karsanrik's Grey Gloves, will hire ring sorcerers to perform counter-divination, but generally speaking they will not very strong. After all, diviners are very rare. Miss Anat said slightly proudly, and then stretched out her hand to Shade. I can give it a try. Do you have any of the detective's personal belongings? No need for a corpse, just items that he often uses.
Some. Shade took out the former detective's notebook. This notebook contains daily diaries that are unknown whether they are true or false. It is considered the most suitable personal item. Wait a minute.
Missanat unbuttoned the top button of the collar of the white shirt under her coat, then took off the butterfly-shaped hair ornament on her head and let Shade hold it first. After touching it, the sound in my ears immediately reminded me that it was a relic. The whispering element of the relics will affect the results of divination, so generally no relics are carried during divination. The fortune-teller said, reaching his hands behind his head, briefly arranging his short brown hair, and simply tied it with a bracelet decorated with small purple crystals. The sleeves were pulled up slightly, exposing a small part of her white arms, and then she put the diary on her legs covered by the skirt.
Will it be troublesome? Shade asked curiously. It's very simple.
He's just an ordinary person, and it's just a general divination of his past, so there is no need for equipment such as a crystal ball.
Sparrow Hamilton is just an ordinary person, and he is not someone outside of destiny like you. Divination is like this, I am still very confident.
As she spoke, she closed her eyes solemnly, folded her hands together and pressed them on the notebook. At a certain moment, Shade clearly saw her in front of him, but felt that Miss Anat was not here. After this illusion, there was no sound or light effect, but the indescribable temperament of the fortune-teller's body changed, becoming deeper, more mysterious, and more calm. She opened her eyes, and Shade saw a flash of purple light in her eyes.
Ordinary fortune-tellers shouldn't be able to make their eyes shine, right?
He thought in surprise, but didn't ask any more questions. The fortune-teller said hesitantly, there is indeed a problem.
The first thing that can be determined is that these are indeed ordinary people. His hometown is in the United Kingdom of Kasenlik.
Most of the observations of the fuzzy past can be seen through the fog, but from the army in the few years after being recruited, nothing happened. The very effective but poor anti-divination method is indeed like the style of the ring wizards hired by the Grey Gloves. MI6 is the most mysterious intelligence agency in the Kingdom of Delarian, but it is also an organization that most people on the streets have heard of. The name of the sixth office is very similar to that of an agency in Shade's hometown, and their functions are also very similar. They are directly responsible to the Cavendish royal family in Delarian, and are responsible for the intelligence penetration of Carsenric, as well as domestic spies.
Organizational inspection.
The similar intelligence agency of the United Kingdom of Carsenlik is called the Grey Gloves. It is also very mysterious to the public, but almost everyone who reads newspapers has heard of it once or twice.
So what are the chances that Sparrow is a spy? Shade returned Miss Anat's butterfly hair accessory. More than 80%, I have encountered similar situations before.
Combined with your guess, it is basically certain that he is a spy.
Shade took a deep breath, and now he finally understood the secret.
Fortunately, Detective Sparrow had plenty of time to deal with his funeral affairs before his death. It seems that he has dealt with all the hidden dangers about himself, and he just needs to complete the last contact with his superior. Therefore, Siada does not have to worry about the impact that the identity of foreign spies will have on him. As long as he burned the letter in September, the secret would have nothing to do with him. It turns out that he is a spy, so it can be explained that he happened to buy the house in St. Teresa Square.
Detective, although we are ring magicians, we can't underestimate ordinary people with guns. High ring warlocks are not afraid of bullets, but you are sure afraid.
So, you can continue to pursue the matter of Sparrow Hamilton, and you may make interesting discoveries, but you must be careful not to get involved too deeply in political matters. Miss Anat was speechless. It's very troublesome.
I understand, I just want to know who he is.
After all, he is also a benefactor to me.
Shade said, a little melancholy and a little happy. I'm sorry to trouble you this time. It's just a trivial matter. I can't predict your affairs, at least I can't do it without paying the price. Only a high-level warlock can see the fate of a person like you. But it's just an ordinary person's words, it's just a trivial matter. Speaking of which, you want to return home, or should we go to the Black Raven Library first?
Shade looked out of the car window. The sky was still very bright. Take me home first.
I'll change clothes first and get a mask. The fare, not so polite.
Miss Anat waved her hand and followed Shade to look outside. Roads were being built nearby, and horse-drawn carriages were queuing up to pass through the narrow construction area. This seemed to be the routine maintenance of underground steam pipes by the Tobesk Municipal Department in the summer. The afternoon sun shone through the fog on the face of the girl with purple eyes. She used her hands to holding his face. He tilted his head and looked at the neighborhood where the carriage passed. These are small things compared to what we have to do. After returning home, I greeted the cat who looked like he had just finished his nap, then changed into very ordinary clothes, found a mask and put it on before setting off. Because of his work, Detective Sparrow placed many items used to disguise his identity in the room on the second floor, so Shade didn't have to spend money to buy them.
The main entrance of the Black Raven Library is on the avenue facing the street.
If you are an ordinary guest, of course you have to enter through the main entrance, and the address Miss Anat gave is the entrance to the side entrance.
There are multiple exits in the alleyway extending in all directions near the side door.
After arriving nearby, Shade walked around twice to familiarize himself with the nearby terrain. Then he got into the alley, put on his mask, put on his coat and vest, and walked towards the side door of the library.
The alleys extending in all directions are like a maze, connecting the edge of Tobesk's lower town and the university district.
Walking along the alley, when I turned a corner, I saw a steam pipe that had been broken for some reason and was leaking water.
For the safety of my boots, I bypassed the puddle.
Then I continued walking forward, and soon I saw the rusty metal stairs climbing on the outside of the dark yellow wall. I walked up the metal stairs to the second floor and felt that the whole staircase was shaking.
After knocking on the door, he said to the door, I was introduced by Cuckoo.
She said that the quality of the book last time was problematic. She always said there was a quality problem with our books and that this woman was too picky. A muffled sound came from the door. After opening the door, a man with bare arms and an anchor tattoo on his arm led Shade into the corridor.
Shade followed him and held his breath.
This guy had a strong smell of body odor.
Do you know the rules?
I don't know, I just came to Tobesk from out of town.
Shade said while suppressing his voice. So what do you want to do here? Buy books at the library, or sell books on consignment?
Buy books.
Because I was holding my breath, I spoke in a muffled voice.
Fortunately, my voice was not right when I was wearing a mask, so the other party probably didn't notice.
Okay, let's go this way.
The floor in the corridor was turned up in many places due to moisture, and it made a squeaking sound when stepped on. The doors on both sides of the corridor were all closed, and it was unknown if anyone was there. The man led Shade to turn left in front of the corridor and arranged for him to enter a small room that was temporarily unoccupied and wait. This room is unusually dark, with no windows, and the air smells like canned fish.
Little Mia will probably like it here.
The space was not as big as the bathing area of the bathroom at number 6th Street Teresa Square.
There was only a sofa in it.
A small square hole was cut into the wall opposite the sofa, and the hole was covered by a wooden board.
On the wall on one side of the small hole was a rusty black iron gas lamp.
The man leading the way turned on the lamp, letting the dim yellow light barely illuminate the room before closing the door and leaving. Shade sat on the relatively clean sofa and waited for a while, looking at the oil painting of the hanged man hanging on the wall. The originally straight gas lamp tube went around the painting and was connected to the gas lamp. Shade was wondering why the gas pipes weren't placed higher so they wouldn't have to go around at right angles. The wooden cover was suddenly opened, startling Shade.
An impatient man's voice came from behind the shutter. What do you want to buy? Is there a specific title, or is it just a request?
The man had a distinct Tobesk local accent, and judging from his voice, he was probably in his 30s.
But the light is dim and cannot illuminate the space behind the cover.
But as the cover was opened, the smell of canned fish became stronger, and it was obvious that the speaker had been eating just now.
About gluttony, thaumaturgy. Shade said simply, pretending to have an accent that was not local to Tobesk. This was easy because he was really not a local. Gluttony? Wait.
Then there was no sound from the man, and all he could hear was the sound of turning pages from behind the cave entrance. Gluttony is also not a rare spiritual rune, it is even quite common. But the common, gluttony, is mostly enlightenment or whispering runes, especially the black iron-colored whispering, gluttony. There is a high probability of getting it by reading the stories of the disappeared cannibal tribes of the Fourth Age. Compared with the evil gods, the related silver blasphemy, gluttony, rune rarely appears.
Yes, what price do you want?
It took at least 10 minutes for the man's voice to sound. Shade knew that there was no bargaining here, so he had no intention of hiding it, just about £15, no more than £20.
This is the answer given after considering your own financial situation.
The man did not answer, but wrote in the space behind the shutter. The sound sounded like he was using a pen. But what he put on the wall of the cave was a note and a pencil.
When items were traded here, the names of the items would not be given to prevent the item information from being leaked.
A total of 2 magic arts were scrawled on the note.
It must be that Xiada's price was too low.
The 2 miraculous powers are Parkinson's gluttony and full food. As you can tell from the naming method, the former is a newly developed thaumaturgy in recent years, and it is most likely spread from the 3 major thaumaturgy academies. Its function is to impose a gluttony state on a target, making it extremely eager to eat within a certain period of time.
For ordinary people, doing this will most likely cause the opponent to die.
For a ring warlock, the effect will depend on the level difference between the 2 parties and other factors.
This is a thaumaturgy that was consigned to the Black Raven Library.
The other party offered it for £14 and 3 shillings and did not provide materials for learning thaumaturgy. In addition to gluttony and related spiritual runes, the learning requirements must also be enlightenment or whispering spiritual runes.
Even if Shard buys it, he can't learn it. Food for fullness is a thaumaturgy that can only work on oneself, and the effect is relatively complicated.
The user needs to set a certain edible item as a goal for themselves after using the magical power, and eat 4 consecutive times with 10 minutes interval, and each time eat more of this item than the last time.
Make sure you are full after the last meal.
When the 4 times are over and the satisfying food effect is satisfied, you can use this magical technique to make the selected target food into food that can achieve the satisfying state in 1 bite.
Not only is it psychologically full, but it also satisfies physiological eating requirements.
More importantly, eating the target full food has a therapeutic effect, but no matter what effect it is only effective for thaumaturgy users.
And if you want to change the target food, you must go through at least a complete moon phase cycle. This thaumaturgy was also sold on consignment in the library.
Because the food produced could only work on itself, and the effect was not very outstanding, the price was very low, only £9 and 7 shillings. If the buyer wants to obtain learning materials, they need to pay £11. The only way to learn this magic is the blasphemous silver spirit rune related to food, and Shade is just right.
But will it be useful if I learn this thaumaturgy?
He asked himself, and thought it was useful. Not only can you save food money for yourself, but if you are injured during the day, you don't have to use false immortality to carry it off. More importantly, even at night, the effect of the thaumaturgy, Cindy's silver moon gift, is more towards mental healing, and satisfying food can slightly make up for this flaw.
Unfortunately, the therapeutic effect of this thaumaturgy is not obvious either. This is not necessarily the case.
A murmuring voice sounded from the bottom of my heart.
Why? Shade asked in his heart, but on the surface he still looked like hesitantly thinking.
Your gluttony does not come from contact with the remaining power of the evil god, but from nearly devouring part of the god's power.
This spiritual rune is different from the normal blasphemous rune and is very powerful.
Coupled with the divine afterglow state, the thaumaturgy learned from it will probably be very powerful. The special shade of gluttony can also be felt, because as long as the life ring is summoned, gluttony will flash with silver spiritual light, which is a manifestation that occurs when ordinary spiritual runes are in effect.
Well, this is pretty good.
In the dimly lit room, Shade suddenly said with his head lowered, then put a tick behind satisfying food with a pencil, and handed over the pencil, paper, and £11 in cash.
The library's transaction commission is paid by the party selling the items, which Shade doesn't need to think about.
The sound of the door opening came from behind the shutter, and then he waited for half an hour before he came back and handed a book through the hole in the wall.
The title is You Can Too, Simple Cooking of Lamb Stew.
This cookbook is thick but very light. When I opened it, I found that the inside had been hollowed out and contained specific information and materials for learning thaumaturgy. Shade carefully checked under the light that there was no problem, then stood up and prepared to leave. But the man behind the wooden shield stopped him again.
Since this is your first time in the library, do you know what happened at Lakeview Manor last weekend?
Xiada was shocked, but remained calm on the surface. I heard that the masked man under the silver moon kicked down half of the mansion in Lakeview Manor under the moon. He deliberately gave out wrong information and was corrected. I'm afraid there's something wrong with your news. What I heard is that the man evaporated half of Schlutch Lake with one kick. Speaking of more problematic information, the man said to Shade, this is your first time here, so you probably don't know that we also collect information here.
The information about that person is very valuable now. If you have certain information, you can consider selling it to us.
Okay, I'll pay attention, Shade said, and was about to leave in a hurry. He didn't want to talk about this topic with others. To leave is not through the door you came from, but to continue along the corridor and leave through the back door hidden in the alley on the other side of the library. Shade deliberately walked around the complicated alleys nearby a few times, taking full advantage of the fact that today's choking gray fog was thicker. After confirming that no one was following him, he took off his vest, put on his coat, took off his mask and returned to the main building.
On the way,
I spent some time in the Black Raven Library, but the summer days are very long, so the sunset is just emerging from the western horizon at this time.
Shade merged into the crowd on the street.
After the carriage rushed across the street, he crossed from one side of the street to the other, turned in front of the mailbox, and walked forward along the low wall along the street with two rusty pipes.
So, the spiritual runes devoured from the old gods are different from ordinary runes? He thought to himself. Yes.
Stopping at the intersection ahead, looking left and right, hesitant about which way to go home. In the mist, a housewife wearing a long skirt and a lace hat hurried past him, while uniformed police officers looked around on the other side of the intersection.
Shade asked in his heart, in other words, if I contact the old gods and devour their power, not only can I gain divinity, but also powerful spiritual runes? It's interesting.
It's almost tempting me to contact the evil gods again.
This is not me trying to seduce you, this is the truth. I know. He chose the one on the right.
Although the road on the left would be closer, he had never walked on the road on the right and wanted to try it. After making a decision, he took steps forward.
The small building where the printing factory's office was located next to him caught his eye for a few seconds. Detective Hamilton also wanted to print a batch of business cards. Speaking of which, what is the way to devour the power of gods? I can probably figure it out, and we have to take the initiative to contact the gods. But is this all we need? This is the most important question.
I should have asked it earlier, but things haven't stopped since I woke up.
This is very simple, just repeat the situation that night. This is not necessarily related to the blood-sucking ring itself. You just need to find a way.
A relic like a blood-sucking ring can absorb the power of God, and you can recreate the scene that night even for just a moment. Of course, this is also what divine knowledge tells me.
And you'll show up?
He thought of the soft body that appeared behind him that night when he was on the verge of death, and he missed that feeling. He didn't get an answer, nor was he reprimanded for his impolite imagination. The woman just chuckled, and that laughter made Shade relax, but it doesn't matter. I already have the divinity to wash away the first-level word of ascension rune, and I won't waste it. So, I won't need the next drop of divinity until at least the second level, which will probably take several years.
The woman didn't answer.
When Shade disappeared at the intersection facing the mist, she still chuckled in his ear. He did not return to St. Teresa's Square immediately because of the prompt given by his other self. In the glow of the setting sun, Shade went to old John's pawn shop. Even if the city is foggy, the brutal summer sunset can still project fiery red colors through the shop windows and onto the floor. The bell rang when the door was opened, but there was another customer at the pawn shop at this time, a middle-aged lady with a lace hat tilted sideways, who was talking to old John at the counter. The owner of the pawn shop gave Shade a look and told him not to come over first.
After confirming that the woman was just an ordinary person, Shade didn't care.
Instead, he strolled around the pawn shop and looked at the corner of the wall. He became interested in the dusty prototype of the Mark 9 steam engine.
What, are you interested in this? I can sell it to you cheaper.
After the woman left with satisfaction on her high heels, old John said to Shade.
Shade shook his head. What do I want with this thing? I'm not a museum owner.
Speaking of which, you have quite a lot of weird things here.
He came to the counter. Out of politeness, Shade did not use the more appropriate word.
Garbage dump to describe this place.
I run a pawn shop. As long as it's not real garbage, I will collect it even if it's just a tattered quilt.
The old man was still a little proud when he talked about this. He took off his reading glasses and closed the ledger.
Shade looked at him in surprise. Can I ask why this is? This kind of business is not profitable, is it? A smile appeared on the old man's face, and he waited for Shade to ask, what do you think of me? A miser who only cares about gold pounds? Well, detective, let me ask you a question. What can you tell from this pile?
He pointed to the strange pawned objects displayed in the store, some of which were truly valuable, such as the cane that Shade pawned last time, but most of them were just ordinary objects.
See, he thought hesitantly.
If you guess my idea correctly, I'll give you a 50% discount on this business. Old Man John encouraged, and Shade immediately became energetic.
But for such an open-ended question, it's not easy to guess right. After thinking for a while, I couldn't find the exact answer, so I can only give a relatively broad answer, society and life?
Old John laughed, close, but no, civilized. Shade originally thought his answer was exaggerated, but he didn't expect that he was even more exaggerated.
Civilization?
Shade thought about the meaning of this word, and old John smiled and said, yes, it is very close to your answer. Every item here has the imprint of society and civilization, and the traces of people from different classes.
Every old thing has experienced different experiences with different people.
The story, to me, is the best commodity.
So, you are proficient in the enlightenment element of brass? Shade asked, slightly surprised.
According to the common sense he learned among ring warlocks, although the element of enlightenment comes from civilization, people prefer to obtain enlightenment through books. For example, Miss Louisa's ring magician system is biased toward fairy tales. A certain classic ancient fairy tale is used to connect the first 4 rings to construct a sublimated language.
The context is clear and simple.
However, it is very rare for ring warlocks to come into contact with the enlightenment element purely from the perspective of civilization itself. Because this requires a lot of talent, wisdom and perseverance, as well as a little bit of unpredictable luck, it is not something that ordinary people can do. But generally speaking, ring magicians who use civilization itself to enlighten themselves will also be quite powerful, possessing many unimaginable unique magic arts.
Yes, detective. For an old man like me, this kind of life is the best.
I can satisfy my hobbies and continue to improve on the path of a ring magician.
What else can be better than this, the old man said with satisfaction, and then looked at Shade before he wanted.
Then Hiccup Mia the cat suddenly burped and tried to cover her mouth with her right front paw, but she still couldn't suppress the hiccups. So little Mia fell into a state of being angry with herself and rolled around on the dining table, exposing her soft white belly.
Sure enough, you can achieve a full state by using some, can't it only be useful to you?
Shade suddenly realized this, and immediately understood that his special blasphemy, gluttony, not only enhanced the power, but even made the food created by thaumaturgy useful to other creatures. It's just that in the remaining liquid in the water glass, the silver light has weakened to the point where it is almost invisible. This shows that the special blasphemy rune has enhanced the effect of thaumaturgy and expanded the scope of application, but it still cannot create something that can last for a long time like a similar magic potion.
A potion that lasts for a long time.
In other words, Shade cannot rely on this to make a profit. The effect of thaumaturgy can make a cat full with just 1 lick, which is also related to your divine afterglow state. The woman in her heart whispered in her ear, and Shade nodded, this is also very good. Although it is not an attack-type ability, at least the survivability has been greatly enhanced.
For attack-type abilities, the moonlight is enough for the time being.
With a smile on his face, he happily picked up the cat that was still hiccuping. The bad-tempered cat immediately gave Shade a paw, but he knew how to control it, so he didn't even leave a white mark on the back of his hand.
Early on Wednesday morning, both Shade and little Mia couldn't eat breakfast because they were too full from drinking water last night.
Even when faced with his favorite goat's milk, the orange cat still took a few licks and left the table. Shade did not receive 2 more bottles of milk this morning because the milk detective Sparrow ordered from the Silver Parrot Milk Delivery Company had expired. If he still wants to drink, he needs to order it from the milk company himself.
The news in newspapers is still not interesting.
There have been no reports of the weekend's earthquake in the south of the city, and now newspaper front pages are reporting that Queen Diana will attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony next week to open the East Concourse of Tobesk Station. In the advertising area behind the Tobesk Daily News, there were several wanted notices for Ridwich Field. This also reminded Shade of the firm's advertisement, and he planned to get some advice from Miss Louisa the next time he saw her.
If it's a newspaper that Miss Louisa is familiar with, maybe the advertising fee can be discounted. He actually had this idea. After the big incident in Lakeview Manor ended, life seemed to have suddenly returned to peaceful daily life. Illegal organizations are lurking, and the Zhengshan Church's current focus is not the masked man under the silver moon.
Probably, Tobesk has finally been able to calm down a bit in the past few weeks. This also made Shade very relaxed, and the tense days were uncomfortable. In this age of steam, he actually prefers to see more, rather than always competing with others to death.
Not long after breakfast, someone came to visit.
The first person who came to the detective agency was Baron Lavender, a Rhodes card enthusiast. The target was of course the ancient fairy tale match girl.